Transcendental Publishing House presents Elisa Carrillo Club.
Preamble. Dear Sir, by the time you read this letter, you've probably noticed my absence. I've left behind the beautiful clothes and jewelry you purchased for me. I didn't feel it was right to take them, given that the contract wasn't fulfilled as planned, although, in truth, what I most wanted to avoid was bearing the guilt of the decision I'm now making. It's all been a mess, and I think we can both agree on that. We mixed emotions where we shouldn't have and gambled too much in a game where defeat was obvious from the start. Although there are many decisions I regret in life, signing that contract will undoubtedly be the one I regret the most forever. I tried to fight my feelings, to wrap myself in a shell that would keep my emotions from affecting me, but the reality was very different. My efforts were useless, and my battle was completely in vain. I fell in love with you. It seems absurd, irrational, even crazy, because it's only been a few days. I refuse to accept that I can love you the way I do. But the reality is that no matter how you talk to me, how you berate me, or how much you insist I think otherwise, I am in love with you, and faced with that truth. But, above all, after everything I've caused, and what can happen when anger takes over, when you lose control and stop recognizing yourself, today I've decided to leave. Despite everything, I came to feel safe by your side, and more than once I naively imagined that, at the end of this stormy road, we could return to a life together. How naive I was. Love never had a place in this story, and that's something I must accept. Still, I don't understand why I keep talking to you about you, if it's all over now. I'm sorry if my departure causes you problems, if you now have to explain the inexplicable, if you have to face, once again, that man who makes you lose your temper and turns you into a puppet to manipulate at will, hiding behind the title of being your father. Before the tears flow as they so desperately desire, I implore you, by the most precious thing you have, not to seek me out, to erase me from your memory, and not even allow my name to cross your mind. We both know that my presence here was a mistake, and while I will accept the consequences when I have the strength to face them, there is no way I can bear the thought of seeing you again. Thank you for everything. You gave me so much more than I ever imagined, and I'm taking with me a valuable lesson. Never fall in love with a man whose heart belongs to money. From the bottom of my heart, I wish that life be generous to you and that, in this vast world, you find what truly brings joy to your soul. I hope that, one day, you will be able to free yourself from guilt and understand that, even without your last name, you are an extraordinary person. And it is precisely with that person that this naive girl fell madly in love. Goodbye forever. Cuddly. Chapter 1. Beads of sweat trickled down her back as a few stray strands escaped the bun trying to tame her curls. Her curvaceous silhouette was reflected in the mirrors of the studio she'd rented for an hour, seeking to release the day's accumulated stress. She felt her skin shudder to the rhythm of sensual music, while her hips swayed fluidly. Her chest heaved, and her hands roamed her body with a caress so intimate it seemed she was making love to herself. Only she was aware of the labored breathing that accompanied each movement. More than one curious person had stopped in front of the slightly tinted glass door, mesmerized by the woman's seductive dance. Some saw her as vulgar, but others, especially men, found her irresistibly tempting. In fact, several didn't hesitate to wander around the area more than once, looking for another opportunity to observe her. As the music reached its climax, she exhaled a deep breath, throwing her head and shoulders back. The change in tune brought with it a gentler rhythm, allowing her to relax her agitated body. She took the time to stretch and cool down slowly, as the remaining minutes of her session slipped away. Elisa Rom, time. A voice boomed from the amplifier hanging in one corner. Yeah, I know, she sighed, as she walked over to her workout bag. The sigh that escaped her lips was profound when, at 6 o'clock in the evening, the music stopped. That was the only way the venue's manager, and her friend, had found to cut off her inspiration, because he knew perfectly well that she could spend hours dancing without noticing the passage of time. She took out a hand towel and dried the sweat that beaded her face. She sank down onto the floorboards, taking off her mid-heels and knee pads. From that position, she let down her black hair, which fell like a cascade of well-defined curls, framing her flushed face and covering part of her forehead. "When you have your own studio, no one will yell time out at you," she reminded herself, shifting onto his lap. Right there, she took off the shirt tied around her waist, wiped the towel over her full breasts, and, over her tight black bodysuit, put on a clean, fresh-scented t-shirt. Then, she slipped on her beloved Crocs and sighed in frustration, just as the studio door opened. "Elisa Rom now?" "Yes, already," she replied with annoyance. "I'm ready." She pointed from head to toe, receiving an arched eyebrow in response from Carlos, her best friend and coordinator of the dance studio, where she occasionally rented a space to indulge her passion. "That kind of insinuation doesn't work on me, dear," he joked. The young woman rolled her eyes in resignation. "But if you give me a moment, I'll treat you to dinner. I'll be out in 40 minutes. Let's have a ladies' breakfast tomorrow," she replied, slinging her purse across her chest. "And then you can tell me how it goes with the muscle man on the treadmill." Even though she was sweaty, Carlos didn't hesitate to embrace his best friend, placing a quick kiss on her still flushed cheek. Although he hated to rush her or turn off the music, the owners of the dance studio he ran were strict, especially with the schedules and the rent of the coveted studios. "Perfect. I'll pick you up at 9 in the morning and we'll go for that brunch with unlimited mimosas. For you they'll be unlimited, but my budget only allows for a couple. Tell your dad he'll pay you," he joked as he walked her out. "You've done enough, quitting your old job to help him run the cafe." "You know why I did it," she replied softly. "Besides, it's not like I made a fortune folding clothes at that store. But at least you had a good eye on the daddies who came." Elisa Rom just shook her head and gave him an annoyed look before giving him another quick kiss. Then she said goodbye to Carlos, who still had to finish the dance studio, where he had been working as the administrator for over a year. Fortunately, Elisa's house was nearby, so it wasn't unusual to see him around at dinner time or sharing breakfast with the Perez family, who always warmly welcomed their daughter's childhood friend. When Elisa Rom left the building, she closed her eyes to feel the gentle breeze that was beginning to sweep through the city. Winter was approaching, and everything indicated it would be a cold, rainy one. Although the breeze was light, he didn't hesitate to reach inside his bag for his sweatshirt. He put it on immediately and covered his head with the hood. She carefully placed her wireless headphones and started walking home. It was only 6 blocks away, but every 2 or 3 minutes she turned her head to make sure no one was following her. She gripped the strap of her bag tightly as several motorcyclists shouted nasty comments at her as they passed. She quickened her pace when she noticed 2 workers stationed at a bus station who seemed intent on crossing the street to follow her after hurling a couple of obscenities at her that she could barely hear. Her relief came when she saw the bus stop to pick them up, preventing them from continuing their silent threat. Whenever possible, she chose the busiest streets, even if it meant the occasional uncomfortable brush against her hands. For that reason, she didn't hesitate to fold her arms. Perhaps it was time to follow her sister's advice and start biking to the studio, provided she could rent a space. However, everything pointed to her and her family entering an endless period of strict austerity. She breathed a sigh of relief when, at the end of the street, she recognized her home on the usual corner. The cozy first-floor cafe was dark, with the closed sign clearly visible, a sign that her father and sister had already arrived home, and, presumably, a delicious dinner was almost ready. Encouraged by this idea, she quickened her pace, took out the bunch of keys that hung from her purse, and opened the small door, finally feeling safe in her home. The neighbor's cat, always on the lookout for neighborhood gossip, announced her arrival from his usual perch. Amused, she stuck her tongue out at him before entering. "Marcus Cosmosis," she claimed, taking the time to put her delicate hand between the fence that protected the kitten from coming out, to stroke the head and the floppy ears of the orange cat that showed her its belly. "I know that's a trap," she said confidently. "As soon as I scratch your tummy, you're going to bite me or sink your claws into me. But it's just so." Unable to resist the furry tummy, she slid her soft hand over it, scratching it a couple of times, But as soon as she noticed the feline's intention to bite her fingers, she quickly withdrew it, leaving it fooled. So she stuck her tongue out at him again and looked for her home. Despite having danced for a full hour, she felt pangs of pain when she had to climb that spiral staircase she hated so much, reaching the front door of her place, where she shook off the water that had remained on her sweatshirt. "I'm back," he announced inside, taking off his Crocs right there and walking in his socks. "Hi, honey, how was practice?" Her father's voice made her smile wider. He came out of the kitchen with a wooden spoon in his hands and an apron covering his chest. Without hesitation, she approached him, leaving a quick kiss on his cheek, from which she wiped some of the sauce. "It wasn't practice, Dad. I just wanted to de-stress a little by dancing." "And did it work?" he asked, always friendly. "He did it. I actually feel much better." They both smiled at each other. "What are you doing?" "The only thing you and your sister like. Spaghetti bolognese, a special recipe from the best dad. With little sausages and meatballs. Just the way my girls like it." Sergio Perez was delighted to see his Elisa celebrating enthusiastically right there. Soon the two headed toward the kitchen, where his youngest daughter met up with Alejandra, his oldest, who was setting up the dining room for the three of them. "And I thought you weren't coming. I told Dad that at least Carlos was going to take you somewhere, since it's Friday. He told me to go to dinner, but we're going to brunch tomorrow." She raised her pinky like a refined lady. "We'll have tea, mimosas, and then we'll run away when the bill arrives." Alejandra just shook her head, laughing immediately. She was always sure that Carlos and Elisa would end up together. Of course, as the older sister, she imagined them getting married and not exactly as best friends. But well, the sexuality of the brown-haired man with green eyes had made the future she created for her younger sister by his side a little difficult. "And what did the doctor say?" Elisa asked, looking at her older sister and then at her father. Soon they exchanged glances. "Was it bad?" "No, it wasn't," Alejandra replied gently. "Why don't you go change and wash? We're going to eat." Elisa just sighed heavily and nodded. Smiling, she walked over to her father, who carried a huge bowl of spaghetti with meat sauce to the center of the dining room, wrapping his eldest daughter, the heir to his problems and debts, around the shoulders. "I hope that hour of dancing did something for her, because I doubt the news that's coming will be of her greatest happiness. She'll accept it. You know she'll be very rowdy and all, but when it comes to you," Alejandra responded, "there's nothing Elisa and I won't do to make you feel better, Dad." The moment she reached her room, Elisa dropped her purse by the door and sank down onto her bed, staring up at the ceiling. Of course, she'd seen the looks on her father and sister's faces indicate that the best news wasn't coming. But at that point, rather than worrying about the money that always seemed to be needed, she was worried about her father's health. The Perez family had always been a family of working parents with two daughters born just 2 years apart. They managed to open a coffee shop on the first floor of the family home, which for over 10 years provided the family with a living. 4 years ago, an aggressive stomach cancer took the life of Cristina de Perez, a mother and wife to whom there was little time to say goodbye. The loss continued to hurt the souls of the three who remained, and the worst news had come just a month earlier when Sergio Perez was diagnosed with a fairly advanced tumor that required surgery because it was connected to his liver. The blow had been hard for the Perez sisters, Alejandra and Elisa, but they did what they knew best: stay together and devise a plan that would help them solve the great economic impact that the risky surgery scheduled for a month from now would entail, finding themselves at a point where they were doing whatever it took to raise the money they needed to pay and keep their father healthy and alive. Dinner is served," his sister shouted from the dining room. So he opened his eyes and just exhaled. He quickly stood up, heading to the bathroom where he washed his hands, urinated, and in front of the mirror took off his slightly damp and sweaty clothes, putting on some pajamas. She knew she had to wash her hair the next day, so she combed it and put it in a bun, standing very close to the mirror when she noticed those dark circles that had been keeping her brown eyes company for days. Elisa had never considered herself ugly. At 22, she knew well what it had been like to be her own worst enemy and to hate each and every one of her very marked curves every time she looked in the mirror. So one day she decided to love exactly what the reflection showed. Her full breasts, her round hips, her large buttocks, and those rolls that no amount of exercise could reduce. Although her best friends, Carlos and Patricia, used to tell her she had a killer body, the teasing she received in her youth and the hundreds of rejections she had for being a curvy dancer indicated to her that perhaps her body was more heart-attacking than truly killer, but it didn't bother her anymore. After all, she had learned to value every effort, function, and even protection that her curves had given her. She certainly wasn't a fan of the attention she usually received on the street, or that in her dance practices or tests she was seen with more morbidity than the other dancers. But at that point, Elisa had stopped fighting with a society that didn't want her free, independent, or safe, and the best way to fight against them was to become exactly that. So it wasn't difficult for her to get into trouble when it came to defending herself or her loved ones. Comfortable in her pajamas, she made her way to the dining room where she took her place, her father being the last to sit with his daughters after leaving the tray with the steaming and fragrant garlic bread with cheese that he had baked until golden brown for his girls, smiling widely when he saw the charm and lip-licking that the two gave. "Now are you going to tell me what the doctor said?" Elisa asked, helping herself to a generous portion of pasta. After all, she was hungry. He noticed the exchange of glances between his father and older sister, but it was Sergio who sighed heavily. "He sent me an order for 15 tests," the man said gently, seeing his youngest daughter's reaction, who nodded. "The surgery is scheduled for April, as I had indicated at the last appointment." "Okay, and what did he say about the insurance? Does it cover it?" He looked at his father and then at Alejandra. No, Elisa won't cover it." She simply put down her fork, leaning back in her chair. Suddenly, the knot in her stomach tightened. She's seeing if they could at least arrange for the stay, because it's supposed to be 2 days in the hospital and then home. Elisa nodded. "But she'll tell us that at the next appointment. For now, she sent us to get a quote." "And how much does the surgery cost?" "Without anesthesia, almost $40,000, Alejandra replied. Elisa gasped in surprise. "And I don't think Dad will survive that without anesthesia. I could drink a chamomile and lavender tea. Maybe I won't even feel the scalpel when I'm asleep." Sergio was sweet, so Alejandra just shook her head with a warm smile. "We'll give you some of Alejandra's sleeping pills," Elisa added. "They even put horses to sleep. See how they work on her." A piece of bread landed on her face, and then Sergio's laughter spread to his daughters, who discussed the best techniques to avoid the additional expense of anesthesia for a complicated and undoubtedly very expensive surgery, easing the thought that quickly crossed the three of them's minds, the one that made it clear to them that they needed a lot of money. The moment she heard the horn, she ran out of the bathroom where she was brushing her teeth, put on her sneakers without tying the laces, and went back to the bathroom to spit and rinse her mouth, running the large brush over her cheeks and nose to apply that blush technique she'd been watching in like 10 videos. He grabbed his wallet, which he slung across his chest, his house keys, his cell phone, and with his hair still damp but finally defined, he looked for the exit of his house. "I'm leaving now, Dad," she told him when she found her father already in the living room, about to watch a movie. "I don't hesitate to sit next to him and give him a quick kiss on the cheek." "Isn't Carlos going up?" The horn again made her sigh heavily, bringing her to her feet with a single jolt. "It seems not. He must be hungry," she pointed out, looking at the delicate pink watch on her wrist. With all that stuff about him having to be at work early because they have Zoom at school at 7 in the morning every day, he's become a bit of a soldier over time. Sergio just laughed, accepting the kiss Elisa blew his way, and even when she reached the door, he didn't hesitate to stand up and accompany her while giving her some advice. Although his youngest daughter was already 22, she was still his little girl, the adorable little girl with round cheeks who danced everywhere she could. From the cement and iron balcony he built at what became the main door of the house after the cafeteria was founded, Sergio greeted Carlos, who leaned halfway out of his bright red sedan, blowing him kisses as he usually did. So he just shook his head, indicating from a distance that they should be careful and not overdo the mimosas. In the car, the friends double-kissed like refined ladies. Elisa burst into laughter only when she saw her friend, who was a shower of colors, pull 2 silk bandanas and matching pointy glasses out of the trunk. "We can't be ladies of the hills without looking like one," he told her confidently. Right there, the two covered their hair with bandanas and put on their glasses at the same time, almost in choreography. "Ready, dear?" Carlos asked. "Ready, dear." Pop music blared through the windows above, and with the air conditioning on full blast, the pair of friends went out to join the slow, clear Sunday traffic, so they quickly arrived at the place Carlos wanted to see. Elisa only smiled wider when her friend got out before her and helped her with her door. Of course, she knew the old sedan Carlos had managed to buy had some problems with the door locks, and it was a challenge every time someone wanted to get in or out. I didn't hesitate to take his arm, and with my chin held high, the two entered the place, which to both of their surprise was more crowded than they expected. "The only thing missing is that there's no more brunch," Carlos complained, looking at the time on his watch. "It's barely after 9 in the morning. What time is it supposed to start?" "Relax. The place is new, and that's why it's so crowded. Let's get a table first, and then look at the menu." Fortunately, a waitress, who was friendly from the start, approached them and led them to the terrace, the only place with free tables. They ended up in a prime spot for photos, which quickly lifted Carlos's spirits, and he went on to take hundreds of thousands of them for his social media accounts. Celebrating his recent monthly paycheck, he ordered the first mimosas for the two of them and inquired about the famous brunch, which turned out to be an already open buffet, so the couple didn't hesitate to stand up and head over to where the delicious food was. It smelled good and the line was short, thankfully, so they celebrated with a little body dance when they got the big, deep, white ceramic plates, beaming at each employee as they poured a little of each thing for the two of them. "There's nothing left if they serve the little whale first." The low mockery was heard. Carlos turned to see the boy who was standing with 2 young men a few steps away. "What did you say?" he asked seriously, looking at him straight in the eye. "Carlos, no, leave them," asked Elisa, who also heard the annoying phrase. "No. Come on. Isn't that very macho and mocking? Come on, tell the joke. We want to laugh too," Carlos challenged. The boy looked nervous, certainly not expecting his rude comment to come out of the small group. But even the people behind him had heard it and were waiting for a response to the serious challenge the small, colorfully dressed man had made. "Leave it." Elisa took him by the arm. "Those with the shortest phalluses are always the ones who make fun of fat girls," she said firmly and sincerely, barely glancing at the young man out of the corner of her eye. The laughter spread throughout the place, including the employees who looked away and continued serving, while Elisa and Carlos took the cutlery and bread as companions. "Since you have the butt, you have the pussy," the boy countered, achieving a sepulchral silence. "I highly doubt any weapon will satisfy you." Elisa smiled sideways, sighed softly, and looked at Carlos, who raised an eyebrow at her. Everyone waited for the girl's reaction as she took a step toward the young man. She knew he was perhaps barely a teenager, so she just sighed heavily. "Are you admitting in front of all these people that you have a short penis?" "No, no, no, no. The young man began to stammer. "I said you're fat and—" Yes, I am. I think it's already clear to all of us that I'm fat and you have a small penis," she sighed, challenging him while smelling the delicious and abundant food on her plate. "Look, we'll do something. I'll go enjoy my breakfast. On Monday I'll start a diet, okay? In a month we'll come here. I'll have lost weight by now. Your penis should have grown. Shall we meet?" She offered her delicate hand. Carlos raised an eyebrow at the young man in challenge, and everyone in the area was waiting for his response. "Oh, no, no, no. I already remembered. Phalluses don't grow. In fact, you can make them smaller." She looked him up and down. "And you're like a short sovereign. Have you seen his micro-sadness?" she asked the girls. "I mean, micro-phallus. Oh, silly me." Carlos made a quick peck at the young man, but since he wasn't going to let the bitterness in his mouth set in, he walked right past him without a care in the world. Taking his friend by the arm, they walked off, smiling, but above all, in cahoots, to their well-deserved table. Running through the house, They received an exclusive basket of assorted breads and a second round of mimosas. They toasted right there to fatness, good food, and, above all, the ability to stand up to any fool who might try to make them feel bad about who they are or how they look. Elisa Raum waited the respective minutes it took Carlos to find the perfect shot of the food and just posed for him with her glass of ice-cold mimosa, smiling at him when her friend started praising her for the crazy poses she made for his lens. "I love the cut you got. It really brings out the volume and life in your curls." "Oh yes, and it also makes my hair lighter. But working on this takes time and dedication." She pulled one of her adorable little curls, which returned to its place, framing her face. They were delighted to discover how good the food tasted, toasted again, and shared a bit of each item, agreeing that the amount was worth paying almost $20 per person. Elisa Rum knew full well that this outing would completely upset all her balance, but she needed it, and, above all, she felt she deserved it. In the end, since the two graduated from high school and faced the real world, they realized that the worst mistake children make is to ask to be adults, because adulthood kind of sucks. They talked about everything, catching up on what they hadn't been able to say over text messages. Carlos was once again having problems with his older brother, who seemed to have trouble accepting his homosexuality, and he had to work double shifts at work to earn more money so he could finally move into his apartment, because his peaceful mother preferred to remain silent rather than intervene when things got too intense. On the other hand, Elisa Rum talked about her father's operation and the resignation of one of the waitresses from the cafeteria, so now she also had to do the job of the waitress to reduce expenses, although that left her with a little more income because they let her keep the tips. "How much do you need?" Carlos asked, almost having a heart attack upon hearing the amount. "What's this crazy amount? Where do they get all that money?" "I don't know. Dad and Alejandra are too positive, and all they can say is not to worry, that things will turn out well." He sighed heavily. "But I prefer to be realistic, and it's 40,000 without anesthesia, and Dad is going to need it. He almost made us read his will when he got the flu." They both started laughing. "That man is dramatic, crybaby, and sensitive. Everything will be chaos before, during, and after the operation." "How long do you think it will take?" "Alejandra thinks it's around 50 or 60,000. She says the anesthesiologist is expensive, plus he has equipment, and if the insurance doesn't cover anything, she'll have to pay for the hospital stay, and each night there costs $2,000. "And why is it so expensive? Can it be done in public?" "It's because of the type of surgery. Private hospitals have the best equipment and nursing staff. Those 2 days after the operation are crucial." He shrugged his shoulders. "Plus, he's a dad, so we obviously want to give him the best. The problem is that it costs a lot of money." They both sighed heavily. "I'll see if my bosses can make room for you, even if it's just as a Zumba teacher." Elisa Rum smiled sweetly. "I know it's not your style of dance, but you dance until your alarm clock rings." They both started laughing even more freely. "So I'm sure you'll do well, and the schedule would work out great, from 7 to 8. Then you'll leave to open the cafeteria." Then the young girl wrinkled her whole face. "Oh, don't tell me the daddy from the car of the future keeps coming for his coffee." "He does," Elisa Rum complained, puckering her lips. "And he's not only a papucha, he's also rude. You can barely hear his voice, and he's only said good morning to me twice," she said sternly. "In more than a year." Carlos put his hand to his forehead and dramatically fainted on the couch, recovering after a gentle kick from his friend, which made him laugh. "You must admit that the man is very good," she reminded him. "It seems that all the gods of the world agreed and created him with the best of humor." Elisa Ram just rolled her eyes. "How do you manage not to want to throw yourself at him? How do you manage to avoid doing it with every muscled guy in the gym?" She reminded him. "Besides, that's what my sister and the other girls are for. Then I go around cleaning up the drool that everyone leaves. The worst thing is that that arrogant guy only comes for 5 or 10 minutes tops," she denied, stirring the potatoes on her plate. "My dad and his crazy deals have us tied for life to a man who assured you he must have the most luxurious and modern machine in the world to make his coffee." Carlos took a sip of his mimosa and shrugged. "He likes your father's. It's pure coffee, black, strong, very hot, and in a large glass without sugar. He mocked, because the guy says that coffee with sugar is sacrilege. The other time he almost spit it out at me because I put a spoonful of sugar in it. When he didn't know about his special request, I already told Dad to cut it out. But the man lent him money, didn't he? Yes, years ago, he reminded her. And besides, Dad has already paid dearly for it. We lose more on that Monday through Friday coffee than we have earned. Your daddy is a sweetheart, and that's why we made the deal. It's also sweet of this cutie to come and get his coffee in the morning, because like you said, he must have the best machine and someone who makes it for him in his luxurious house. He must live alone, and at the very least, he's so incompetent he can't even turn on the TV. Carlos laughed. He really infuriates me. He's always arrogant, with his jaw clenched and dressed in black. I've never seen him wear a white or colored shirt, he said. He doesn't say hello. He comes and goes without even looking at anyone. It's annoying. It's good. Yes, but that doesn't make him any less annoying. It must be hell to work for someone like that. She sighed heavily, and neither does how handsome, tall, or muscular he is, because he is hot. Carlos finally nodded proudly. It takes away from how ugly he becomes with his horrible attitudes. Will he be effeminate? Are you listening to me? Elisa remarked excitedly. I can deal with arrogant people, my dear, and I don't need him to say good morning to me, just to impale me like a skewer on a Sunday roast. The young woman gently hit her forehead. Have you seen his package? No, it's not where my gaze shifted. I can barely see his eyes. They're really blue. Carlos nodded quickly. And maybe he's effeminate. I asked Dad once, and he told me he didn't know of a girlfriend and never knew one during the time he worked with his family. He shrugged. Maybe he likes bananas more than papaya. I'll show you mine whenever you want. Carlos celebrated. The two of them toasted animatedly, ordering the third round. We'll take the legally blonde test, Carlos told her. How is that? On Monday, you'll compliment his suit. If he's a papaya fan, he'll thank you. If he likes bananas, he'll tell you the designer, season, and year of production. Dressed-up heterosexuals like to look good, not knowing who's dressing them. But that would mean praising the golden phallus. Have you seen it yet? Carlos shouted, the nearby tables enjoying the hubbub and somewhat loud conversation of the two boys. No way, she punched him in the arm. How am I supposed to see his penis? She asked, looking straight at him. He thinks he's got it made of gold. And that's why he walks the way he does, arrogant. She sighed heavily. And I don't want to prove anything if I have to tell him something nice. It's to see if you fall for him, or I fall for him. He won't like me. I don't like him. I don't like him, and he may be very handsome. But I don't want to know anything about him. I don't like rude people, and you know it. Carlos just shook his head, looking at his friend straight in the eye. Oh woman, the day a man comes to rule you, he will know the gates of heaven before he dies. He told her confidently. But this is how I love you, you rowdy, rebellious, sensual, and direct girl, even in front of papuchos carved by the gods themselves. I'm going to knock that daddy's teeth out if he calls me little girl again, she mocked. He's older than you. Yes, it is, but I'm not a little girl, he's a brat. They continued talking about the regular visitor to Pear Z, the coffee shop on 85th Street that since it was founded opens exclusively at 7 o'clock in the morning to have the large glass of black coffee, sugar-free and piping hot, ready for that customer that Elisa described as detestable, arrogant, egocentric, insufferable, and rude. But even she had to accept that it was just as she wanted it, so good that it seemed carved by all the gods when they were in the best of moods. She stretched her entire body when she found herself at the back door of the cafe. She took out the trash for the day's collection, and once she returned, she sighed heavily as she grabbed the mop and cloth, which she hung on her apron along with the furniture polish. How quickly the days of rest passed. Now Monday has arrived again. The worst part is that she has to keep the place presentable because the self-absorbed 7 o'clock in the morning will soon arrive. So, to the rhythm of the music she plugged into the wireless headphones buried deep in her ears, the curly-haired brunette moved between the tables, cleaning the floor and all the furniture she found in her path. Her round buttocks sometimes stuck out too much during a dance move, and she used the wooden handle of the mop for balance while swaying her waist, sometimes humming along to the music that was playing at full volume. The coffee shop was filled with the delicious aroma of freshly brewed coffee. A freshly ground batch had been placed out just minutes before for the customer Elisa can't stand, but her father has made a part of their routine for many years. Of course, until she quit her third job. Since she started working, she had to be more involved in the coffee shop's dynamics. And while she'd been taking on many of the duties her older sister used to perform for about 4 months now, the hardest part was undoubtedly getting up so early just for a customer who didn't even pay or wasn't friendly with her, or the staff who came just to see her. Pair Z was the corner cafe that was practically a must-visit for workers and students due to its excellent connection to the bus station, which was just 100 meters away. Of course, over time, they've been forced to sell more than just a wide variety of drinks, establishing partnerships with bakeries that brought in a variety of breads, both sweet and savory, but above all, freshly made every morning. Until Elisa became fully involved in the dynamics of the family business, she understood that her sister had many reasons for sometimes being unfriendly or even looking too tired for her 24 years, because it was undoubtedly an exhausting job in every aspect. On more than one occasion, he's lost his temper with an obnoxious and violent customer. Once, he even had to be stopped from pouring the fruit smoothie he'd made on her face for a girl who lost her mind simply because they didn't use diet yogurt. The employees and her family knew very well that Elisa had very limited patience. She was not very good with human relations, and on many occasions the brutal honesty that used to ooze out of her pores got her into trouble, especially when she was defending her ideals, her family, or her 2 best friends. And just as she was with clients, her family or friends, she was also with the men who used to court her. Alejandra used to say that because of her personality, she would be left alone, and for Elisa that was not a problem. In reality, she preferred to be alone than in bad company. For Elisa the man who would love her would not only know all the facets of her that very few others know, especially her romantic and sentimental side, but he certainly wouldn't allow any man to define her worth just to give her crumbs of attention. Elisa defined herself as a woman who loved to the hilt, who gave opportunities without a doubt, but when she decided to leave, she did so without looking back. Her sister and friends have attested that the young woman wasn't lying, because that's exactly what has happened in the 2 relationships she's had. Right now, the young woman's energies seem focused on fulfilling the dream that has grown with her, one that even the most difficult times haven't made her give up: founding her own dance school, where she could dance as much as she wanted, without spending her week's pay, and above all, without someone shouting time from above. When she threw the cloth up and couldn't catch it, she sucked her fingers, bending down carelessly to pick it up. At that moment, the bells rang to announce the arrival of someone, but the girl, distracted by the loud music, didn't even notice. The elegant gentleman, dressed entirely in black, tilted his head, his gaze fixed firmly on the painted buttocks in those trousers. He cleared his throat when he saw that he'd been there for half a second and no one had attended to him. But there was no response, so after sighing heavily, he approached the young woman, barely touching her arm. Elisa's scream alerted the other employees, who rushed out of their positions armed with whatever they could find. The girl opened her eyes wide, tilting her head back when she saw the man with a clenched jaw and light blonde hair that seemed to attract the sun, staring straight at her. "My coffee," he said directly, looking her up and down in a slightly disdainful manner. "Now." The girl blinked rapidly and dropped everything on the table she was cleaning, but soon the mop fell on the gentleman, which was seen by everyone present, including Elisa who had to bite her lip to keep from laughing. She was sure she heard the poor wooden stick creak as the man picked it up and laid it on the other side of the bar. He looked so intensely at the young woman, who seemed to expect him to burst into flames or something, so she only raised an eyebrow. "Is he there or not?" he asked arrogantly. "Here you are, sir." He quickly turned to Alejandra, who had already served the order just as the gentleman expected. He looked at Elisa for a few seconds and then walked over to Alejandra, taking the glass and sipping it carelessly. All her life, Elisa has believed the guy was a robotic prototype from that family company, because it was impossible for a normal person to drink such hot coffee without getting burned or even making a single facial movement. "Thank you," he said to Alejandra, who just nodded. Without hesitation, he turned around in search of the exit. "Good morning, sir." Elisa Ram's voice stopped him at the door. Alejandra asked her sister from a distance not to provoke him too much. "Good morning, little girl," he replied with that deep voice that made many people's skin crawl. "Fool," Elisa Ram muttered under her breath. "What did you say?" Her eyes widened when she saw him turn completely around. Carlos was absolutely right. The gentleman looked just like any doctor would recommend. Tall, well-built, with blue eyes and slightly blonde hair. And although he wore a long coat over his neat suit, you could clearly see his broad back and the sculpted muscles in his arms. But Elisa Ram wasn't impressed by his physical beauty. After all, she knew the guy was a rude piece of shit. "Your suit is nice," she replied happily, giving him her fakest smile. "Yeah," he replied, turning around and heading for the door. "It's thank you," he countered, no longer able to control himself. "Aha," the gentleman was heard saying before leaving the place. Alejandra sighed heavily as she listened to her sister curse him and threaten the audience, who were all looking for their jobs, that she would never speak to the fool in a suit again. The brunette was hysterical, so she quickly went to the phone near the cash register. In the kitchen, Sergio sighed heavily when he heard the chime. He looked at the clock in the living room and simply rolled his eyes. "Always punctual," the man murmured, approaching the team. "Hello, my love," he greeted as soon as he picked up the receiver. "I don't want that fool in the cafeteria anymore," he nodded at Elisa Ram's suggestion. "He's hateful, he's rude, and if he's getting a free coffee, the least he should say is come on. Maybe your day started badly." "Every day starts badly," the young girl shouted. "If it seems like she sucks a dozen lemons when she wakes up, no, she doesn't suck them. She eats them whole." She was undoubtedly hysterical. Too much consideration for Mr. Golden Phallus. "Elisa Ram." Sergio wanted to be firm, but he was laughing alone. That's what he thinks he has. That's why he walks around like the world is his. What's wrong with him? "Breathe, my love," he asked her. "I'll tell Alejandra to take care of the gentleman." "That's not the problem, Dad. It's that the guy is an arrogant, rude man. I wouldn't mind being here at this hour if it were a lovely, sweet man or a kinder man, because it's free," he emphasized, looking at his sister, who had already rolled her eyes many times. "Alejandra is going to be left with crooked eyes," he accused. "She puts up with him only because she likes him." "You make a big deal out of everything," her older sister complained, approaching the phone. "He's been coming at the same time for 3 years and no one's had any problems. But now it's your turn to answer him, and we have to cut off the relationship. Think of all the money we lost on that free coffee, just because Dad is extra grateful." Sergio listened to his daughter's argument, so he just sighed heavily. "He was the only one who gave me the loan without hesitation," he reminded his daughters. "And, in fact, we're going to be nicer now because I've considered going to his company and borrowing the money for the operation." "No," Elisa Ram shouted. "No, no, 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 Dad, don't do that crazy thing," she begged, almost pleading. "That would mean we would have that guy here forever. No, it's not necessary. Daughter, we don't have that money and the man is safe. I can give you the cafeteria papers and—" Alejandra took the phone from her sister, stepping away from her. Elisa Ram hid her face in her hands, flushed, took off the cap they wore on their uniform, and left the room, determined to leave the cafeteria floor sparkling clean because she was going to make the money they needed without having to ask anything from the arrogant Golden Phallus. Everyone left their seats again when Elisa Ram screamed again. "He broke my mop," the young woman shouted. And before his reddish face and smoking ears, everyone, including his father on the second floor, burst into a roar of mourning laughter. At the beautiful and well-known Dunkan Company building, the Ferrari parked in its assigned spot. Immediately, one of the employees opened the door for the gentleman who got out, holding a large glass, and pulled out the elegant black leather briefcase from the back seat. "Good morning, sir," the employee said kindly. "Good morning," he barely responded. He handed him the keys and gave him instructions to take the luxurious car to the car wash, clearly threatening, that if he found a scratch on the bodywork he would deduct it from his next paycheck, so the employee could only gulp. The doors opened before the handsome and serious gentleman could walk through. While many employees said good morning to him, those who had been working there for a while preferred to lower their gaze and simply move on, which wasn't interrupted by anyone until he reached the elevator. At the booth, he enjoyed his coffee for a bit and could only muster a smile for a few seconds when he remembered the rude little girl from the cafeteria, angry at his behavior. Lately, it's been a pleasure to go there and leave that round-hipped young woman flushed with anger. On the top floor of the 15-story building, the elevator opened into a wide, bright hallway. Heading to his office, the moment he reached the floor's reception area, his assistant and the other young woman whose name he didn't know stood up. "Good morning, sir," Carter approached, taking the glass and briefcase from it. "Good morning." He looked at the girl who looked down at him. "What is her name?" "Dana," Carter replied. "Good morning, Dana," he greeted confidently. "Oh, yes, good morning, sir. Do I have important calls?" "Not at the moment, sir," the nervous girl replied, sitting carelessly in her chair, "but I'll take the messages as Mr. Carter told me, and I won't pass on a single call unless it's an emergency. And if it's your—" She remained silent as the two gentlemen moved toward the office, leaving her speechless. The young woman only sighed and shook her head at her rapid heartbeat. Certainly, when she was accepted there, she hadn't expected to end up as the secretary of the feared Ramón Sáenz, heir to the renowned and luxurious German automobile line, Dunkan. Although she had only been there for a week, the desire to escape has grown with each passing day. Once behind his desk, Ramón took another sip of his coffee. "I still don't understand why it goes through that place," Carter said, illuminating the place with natural light as he opened the curtains. "I have a deal with the owner, and the coffee is good," he replied confidently, looking at the glass in front of him. "Plus now his youngest daughter is serving her, and it's a joy to see her angry." "Are you provoking a young lady, sir?" "She's not that young," he replied, looking his assistant in the eyes. "If I'm not mistaken, she's 21 or 22. She's pretty, but she's fat." Carter just rolled his eyes when he turned his back on his boss. Working for Ramón Sáenz was certainly hard. The pay was great, and he had benefits he couldn't get anywhere else, like travel abroad, his own car, and life insurance that gives him access to the best hospital in the city, which has been especially convenient for him and his young daughter. "She might be too young for you," he said confidently, approaching his boss. "She could be 10 or 11 years older than you. That's too old." "I'm not doing anything wrong," Ramón defended himself, sipping his coffee. "I just provoked your anger because it's fun. It cheers me up. Does it make you happy to annoy a young girl?" Something like that. Ramon's laughter was unbridled at that moment as he watched his assistant and perhaps only friend shake his head. Of course, it's not like he wakes up every day with the intention of annoying Sergio Perez's daughter, who worked for him many years ago, but he has to admit that it shook him a little to see the youngest daughter's brown eyes, who seemed to want to rip his head off with her bare hands, and that somehow seemed attractive and even tempting. And while the little girl he didn't know the name of wasn't his type at all, he wasn't going to waste the opportunity to tease her a little for his own amusement. Agitated, she leaned against the bar of the small room her father set up for her to practice her dance. She didn't have enough space to spread out as she liked, but she was grateful for all the love and attention her father showed her and her love for dance. She looked at herself in the pair of full-length mirrors and simply grabbed the towel from the counter, drying her red face. The knocking on the door made her shake her head, so she immediately headed to the speaker, turned the volume all the way down, and then turned it off. She took her thermos of water and, still in her heels, dancing as she almost always did, left the small living room, smiling broadly at her father who was coming up with the shopping bags, so she didn't hesitate to help him immediately, receiving a kiss on her rosy cheek. "Is it very hot?" Sergio asked. "Just a little. One fan isn't enough, and if I open the window the neighbors start gossiping," he said. "I'll get a bigger fan, one of those that cools," her loving father said. "I don't want you to get a heart attack from the heat." "Calm down, Dad. There's no need to think about more expenses. Remember, we're saving," Sergio sighed as he watched his daughter take the vegetables and canned food out of the bag. Soon, Alejandra appeared before them, already changed and with her hair in a bun. She looked upset, so Elisa only gulped. Alejandra was close to losing her smile or that degree of positivity she knew she had inherited from her father, which she didn't achieve, so if her older sister was angry, it was undoubtedly something very serious. Without hesitation, she followed her sister to the small warehouse where the cafeteria purchases were stored. "What happened?" she asked softly. Alejandra turned to look at her and just sighed heavily. He took his sister by the arm and locked them both in the small cellar. "The insurance won't cover anything," she blurted out. Elisa swallowed and almost felt the blood drain from her body. "They say they could give 50% if the operation is done in a public hospital. The doctor might agree, but guess what? There's no room." Alejandra's voice was clearly annoyed. "They told me they could free up a space in a month or two. It's crazy." "It is, and that's what they do," Alejandra indicated. "They prefer the patient to get worse or die than to provide better health care." She sighed heavily. "Does Dad know about this? Because he doesn't seem as upset as you." "You already know what he's like," Alejandra sighed heavily. "And yes, he does know. But he told me not to worry, that he was going to make an appointment with this man, the one you don't like." Elisa pressed her lips together in a delicate pout. "And he believes that because of the years and time he worked for him, he'll be able to help us." "And how much will you lend her?" "How much do we really need, Alejandra?" $100,000. Elisa choked on her saliva. How had they gone from 40,000 to 100,000 in a couple of days? Right then and there, she drank some packaged water and opened a bottle because her dry throat was starting to get uncomfortable. She only refused to respond to her sister's taps on her back. "And why so much money?" "The operation already with the anesthesiologist and the stay is around 70,000. The girl could barely breathe. And the postoperative period is also very serious. The medicine is expensive, especially the injections that will help with the regeneration of the part of the liver they are going to cut to remove the tumor." "Oh, Alejandra, and where will we get that huge amount?" I don't know. She looked at her older sister leaning against the wall of the warehouse. "And he doesn't lose his smile, and I actually prefer him like that than with a frown and a dull look." The girl immediately nodded. "But I don't really know where we'll get that money, because I honestly don't want us to lend to that man." "Me neither, and it's not just because I dislike it, it's just that it would be having a lifelong debt with him," Alejandra completed. Elisa just nodded. "Plus, giving him the cafeteria papers is a danger. He could leave us on the street at any moment." "That scares me," whispered Elisa "because it seems he's one of those who doesn't forgive a mistake." Her older sister nodded. "Carlos told me he was going to talk to his bosses to see if they would open a space for me, even as a Zumba teacher." Alejandra sighed heavily. "And I have my laptop that we can sell." No, not that." Alejandra took her by the shoulders. "Tomorrow I'll go to the bank to see if we're eligible for another loan. We'll have to break the piggy banks." She noticed the trembling of Elisa lip, who pouted. "We have to do it. And I have some jewelry there that I'm going to pawn." "They won't be Mom's, or are they?" Alejandra handed her salvia. "No, I'd rather sell my laptop than touch Mom's things. They are gold, Elisa They will give us nothing. No place is going to value them properly. Besides, they're our wedding jewels and none of us are engaged." Alejandra was firm. Her sister separated from her, but she didn't leave the warehouse. "We have to gather everything we have and get money wherever we can." "I'll open an OnlyFans," Elisa said. Sergio was going to knock to see what was happening. They had been locked up for more than 15 minutes. But then he heard Alejandra's fresh and cheerful laugh, which was soon followed by the youthful laughter of Elisa So the man sighed heavily and walked away from the cellar. Of course, he could have known what the private and indiscreet conversation his daughters were having in the small cellar was about. It has been hard for the attentive father not to feel like a burden to them. But today, grief is trying to erase the good spirit he always maintains to avoid casting a shadow over his small family. Since his wife's death, Sergio has taken care of Alejandra and Elisa with everything his beloved Cristina taught him. Of course, his daughters were already grown, but that didn't mean he neglected their minds and hearts in the face of the devastating impact the three of them had endured. Right now, the uncertainty of what life will hold for him after or during his surgery has weighed heavily on his shoulders, but he's trying to stay positive, for himself, but especially for them, who smiled at him the moment they left the winery. "Why don't you go lie down and we'll make dinner?" her little girl, Elisa asked, leaving a kiss on her cheek. "I'll do it if you let your sister take care of the seasoning." "Dad," the young woman complained, sticking her tongue out at him. "Love, you almost poisoned us that time," Sergio recalled, smiling, making his daughters laugh. "It was just a small mistake." Elisa defended herself from her family's mockery. "Yes, you just added chili powder instead of paprika to the meat. You sent us to the bathroom at the same time," Alejandra countered, thinking about that tragic night where she thought she would die vomiting in the toilet in her room. "How can we forget that explosive diarrhea?" Sergio asked, smiling. The three of them were sharing a pleasant moment in the midst of that tense experience. They turned around at the same time when there was a knock on the door. "Hello? Hello?" Carlos' voice made Sergio shake his head. "Perez family, the one you were crying for has arrived." It was he himself who opened the door for the boy, placing his cheek beforehand, having grown accustomed to the double kisses Carlos gave each of them. He confidently walked into his house. He took off his shoes at the edge of the door, left his purse there, and didn't hesitate to approach his friend and her sister. "What's for dinner?" he asked, looking at them all, who immediately started laughing. "Better come help us," Alejandra told him, offering him an apron that Carlos didn't hesitate to take and adjust around his waist. Sergio was told to rest, so he just raised his hands and decided to go to the comfortable armchairs, listening to a loose-tongued Carlos talking about the hotties at the gym, about the muscle man who turned out to be a fool with a small dick. The trust the young man had with the Perez family, who treated him better and undoubtedly made him feel very self-confident with ease, allowed him to expand without any fear while talking about his conquests, something he could never do at home. So Carlos undoubtedly enjoyed those moments where he could be himself with all his lights and colors. The night fell with cold currents, and in the distance a storm could be heard announcing a strong and torrential rain. So the young people opted for a creamy broccoli soup, but when they saw that it would not be enough, Carlos prepared his classic sandwich with 6 types of cheese, because he really enjoyed the variety of food he always found in the Perez kitchen. Sergio let them flow and only shook his head when he saw Elisa and Carlos decorating the dining room with long tablecloths and even carrying candles, which they placed in the center of the table. Soon, the 4 of them were eating by candlelight, sharing food like a happy family. Carlos had a personality that was capable of delivering hearty laughs. Sergio used to say he had the personality of a golden retriever, while his daughter Elisa was undoubtedly someone who wasn't always in the best of moods, and that's what made their friendship so special and dynamic. After dinner, he took charge of the dishes in gratitude for his daughter's efforts. He watched Carlos and Elisa head to her room, while Alejandra immersed herself in the novel she'd been reading for a couple of days, curled up in the living room chair. The 2 friends settled down on the cushioned bench by Elisa's window, which they opened so Carlos could smoke a cigarette. "Now it's 100,000, the girl said, sighing heavily. "If 40 was already crazy, where will we get that amount that's more than double? What if they take out a loan at a bank?" Carlos asked. "Tomorrow Alejandra will go to see if we are eligible. After all, we already have one that we have to cancel for next year." He looked at his friend. "Did you talk to your bosses to see about Zumba?" "I did it." Carlos took a drag on his cigarette. "But they said they've been at it for a while with that bony girl who barely moves." "Don't be rude," she quickly reprimanded him. "We don't make fun of or talk about other people's bodies." I know, Carlos replied, finally finishing his cigarette. "But she's not nearly as good a dancer as you are." But the gentleman didn't want her to. He rolled his eyes, seeing the pain in his friend. It was then that the reason for his visit hit him suddenly. "How stupid I am." He hit himself on the forehead. Elisa felt confused when Carlos ran out of her room and returned with the bag she always carried everywhere, a prized Chanel she found at a thrift store. He emptied everything onto the middle of the bed, and among its thousands of items found a business card, which he carried to the confused girl, who took it with a frown. "What is this?" "The answer to your financial problems." Elisa looked at the card, holding it up to the light when she noticed that the peculiar style of the plastic, when it hit the light, turned iridescent and showed the names. "Where did you get this, Carlos?" "One of the clients dropped it during Pilates. I was going to give it to her, but then I saw what it was, so I asked if they had any openings there, and guess what? They're doing fittings this Friday. It's just a fitting day, and she told me to come over." "What was I?" "Yes, I showed her some videos of you. But what seemed to cheer her up the most was when I told her your age." Elisa only frowned more as her friend spoke. "Do you know where it is?" "Of course I know. It's the Elisa Carrillo Club." She pointed firmly. "But that place isn't like a—" She cleared her throat. "Like a brothel?" "Oh no. Woman, how could you think of that? I'd never send you to a place like that. It's a club for refined and exclusive people," Carlos pointed out. "From what I've heard, the selection of dancers is very, very, very meticulous, but the girls who are left earn very well. A lot of money." "Where did you get that information?" "From the muscular one." Carlos looked her in the eyes. Of course he sounded sincere. "You know he works at the bank. It turns out his boss goes there every Thursday. Apparently there are set hours for certain clients, and according to him, the least those girls earn is $1,000. "Per week?" "Per night, Elisa Rom," Carlos answered confidently. The girl opened her eyes wide. "And if they have an exclusive client, he can leave tips for his dancers, and depending on the client and their satisfaction, the payment increases." Elisa looked again at the card in her hands. "She told me that some were already earning $5,000. "In one night?" "In just 1 hour," he corrected. "You could have $20,000 in a week, because I'm sure your curves will make all those stuck-up old men fight to the death over you." Elisa started laughing and just shook her head. "My curves have been the reason I haven't gotten some jobs," she reminded him. "Yes, because those directors were fools." Carlos was firm. "But at the Elisa Carrillo Club you might find a man or woman." The girl raised an eyebrow. "Who will go so crazy about you that they'll give you $100,000 in a single check." "Okay, and your craziness has escalated too quickly." She stood up, just sighing. Carlos turned to her. "But I have nothing to lose by trying, right?" Alejandra and Sergio only raised their gaze when they heard the shout of celebration from Carlos, who stood up in a single jump and without hesitation went to his friend's closet in search of what he could use to do that test that he knew very well Elisa was going to pass, because there was no dancer more beautiful or sensual than her. As Carlos pulled out black bodysuits, tights, and even knee-high boots, Elisa looked at the rainbow card in his hand. Of course, she'd heard about the Elisa Carrillo Club. Its controversial opening filled the 7 o'clock news and social media, even attracting paparazzi, who crowded outside to capture these big-name businessmen entering the place in search of a night of fun. It was never truly explained how the place suddenly seemed to gain everyone's approval. The paparazzi disappeared, and its exclusive clients gained the privacy they so craved. Little was known about what went on inside. It was her sister who called it a brothel, but to date, there hasn't been a single complaint about the famous and exclusive Elisa Carrillo Club. Of course, she'd never seen herself as a club dancer, and she's pretty sure neither her father nor her sister would have supported such work, but necessity was the driving force, wasn't it? And at the time, she needed the money Carlos claimed was plentiful in the coveted space. So what could he lose by trying? Nothing. What could he gain by succeeding? Everything, especially the money that could ensure a successful operation and save his father's life. Seizing on that possibility, Elisa approached her friend, putting together the most sensual and daring outfit she'd ever worn in her life to be able to take the test, but above all, to get closer to the possibility of passing it. Chapter 2. Elisa felt her body jump every time that metal door opened. The most beautiful dancers she had ever seen emerged, but they did so with their heads down or visibly annoyed, grabbing their bags and leaving while muttering unhappily under their breath. When her breathing began to become labored and a feeling of dizziness overcame her, she decided to lean against the wall. The corset she was wearing was the tightest she had ever worn, and the discomfort was becoming unbearable. Carlos had arrived very early with Patricia to get her ready, and she left the house wearing a tracksuit over her provocative outfit, using the excuse to her father that she was going to meet her friends to go shopping, although she knew perfectly well that wasn't true. Throughout the journey to that luxurious building, where the auditions for the exclusive Elisa Carrillo Club would be held, Elisa listened attentively to the advice of her friends. Although from the beginning the place seemed like a peculiar setting for a dance audition, it wasn't until she walked through the doors that she realized that perhaps desperation had led her to make a bad decision. What she found there was far from what she had imagined. None of the girls looked like her. In fact, she had to ask herself a couple of times if she was in the right place because the women gathered in that space, young and very, very beautiful, seemed to be auditioning to be Victoria's Secret models or something similar. Registration was straightforward. She presented her ID, was given a number, and a small device that would vibrate when it was her turn. From what she saw, they entered in groups of 5 girls, but sometimes all 5 would leave without saying a word, and on another occasion, only 4 or 3 would do so. Perhaps it was only the first group that fared best, because only one dancer left, but not before cursing everyone in the room. Perhaps that was supposed to be the signal for Elisa to get out of there as quickly as possible, but something keeps her in that space, where she hasn't moved. Motivated by all those beautiful women, who seemed to be wearing their most sensual and perhaps undoubtedly expensive outfits, she gave herself the opportunity to stretch a little, but she was certainly the one who stood out in the crowd. It wasn't just her very round hips or her prominent voluptuous bottom, now perhaps a little larger because of the body Patricia chose. She wore fishnet stockings and knee-high boots with comfortable heels for dancing. Although the corset was the tightest, Elisa's breathing was heavy and uncomfortable, so she sipped from her thermos full of sports drink. When she saw the 5th group leave, again with the 5 dancers very upset, she grabbed her purse and took out her cell phone to call Carlos. "Have you passed yet?" the boy asked excitedly. "No, I didn't pass," she whispered. "I didn't even take the test." "This is crazy, Carlos. When did I listen to you?" "It's crazy. The girls here are gorgeous. They look like models for magazines. And then I. You have nothing to doubt. You are beautiful and—" "It's not that." She cut him off quickly. "Carlos, 25 girls have entered, and they have only selected like 4. It's crazy. And you can see them? So you can see where they're wrong." "No, I can't." He sighed heavily. "They have us all gathered in a room. The others look at me as if I were a whale that is docked on their beach of beautiful women." Carlos just rolled his eyes. He had the equipment on speakerphone. Suddenly 5 of them stand up and go into a room where I don't know what Carlos is doing, but those who come out of there aren't very happy. I told you the selection was very, very, very exhaustive. Not just anyone could be chosen. If there aren't those who look like goddesses left, what chance do I have? You are the most beautiful woman I have ever seen, Ro. Patricia's sweet voice made her smile weakly. Plus you are a great dancer. You are, focus and manifest success, which none of those supermodels have achieved. I'm the same size as her legs, she said in a small voice. When she heard her friend's laughter, she smiled too, sighing heavily. This is crazy, she whispered again. Think about what you can achieve if you overcome this madness. Carlos was gentle. You can do it, Elisa. You can do it. He began to cheer. You can do it, Elisa. You can do it. Soon the 2 of them were cheering. You can do it, Elisa. You can do it. You can do it, Elisa. You can do it, she whispered softly. By the way, you tighten my corset so much that my tits are serving as pillows while I wait. The 3 of them started laughing again. You've already found another use for those big melons, Carlos said excitedly. Elisa's heart leapt as did her body when the black, lightweight piece in her hand began to vibrate. It was time. Her turn had come. It's my turn, he pointed to his friends. It's my turn. Good luck. The 2 began to talk. You'll do great. Stick your butt out, Carlos recommended. Imagine you're dancing for Henry Cavill. The girl stood up with her cell phone glued to her ear. Make love to yourself, Patricia advised. I'm going. I have to go. I almost shouted when the device vibrated faster. She threw her cell phone into her bag. Without really putting it away, and ran after the group of 4 dancers who, yes, were taller than her, had less flesh, straight hair falling elegantly in stylish ponytails, and wore sensual outfits from famous brands, but which she could never afford. She was surprised to find herself walking down a long hallway. She was the last in line, and in front of her was a young man with some kind of headset on his head. She stopped at a door where the first girl entered, so she followed the same path as everyone else. "What the hell?" he asked as the enormous space was separated by partitions that jutted out from the floor. Elisa blinked rapidly, noticing the enormous glass in front of her. Was someone behind it? Were there several people? At what point did it start dancing? She swung her saliva, touching the walls around her. Her heart was beating like it was split into 100,000 parts. This was madness, completely madness, but her father depended on how well she did. She frowned when she stood still, her hearing sharpening, allowing her to find the music in the distance. She stared at the glass in front of her, pitch black. She'd never seen tinted windows like that before, which made her feel even more uncomfortable. Suddenly, the thought of perverts behind the glass made her nauseous. What if they were touching each other while they were dancing? What if the Elisa Carrillo Club was really a brothel? And the moment the music blared in her booth, Elisa's skin prickled, and she automatically began to dance. She seemed almost in a trance as she swayed her body, the way his hands caressed her silhouette completely erotic. Elisa thought no more about the tinted glass, the person or people behind it, the tightness of her corset, the way this could be madness. She just danced. She made love with that sensuality that only she could awaken. Confident in every curve she's worked so hard to nurture, love, and understand would forever be a part of herself. Elisa proved that confidence was undoubtedly a woman's most powerful weapon. One of the reasons she loved dance so much was because she appreciated everything her body was capable of, how it managed to bend, open, shake, and ruffle her in ways nothing else could, not even men. When Elisa embraced every curve of her figure, she also improved her dancing, the way she glided and presented herself to the world. With sweat running down her back and a few curls already framing her face, the young woman was only panting when the piece ended. Her heart was pounding in her throat, but she only swallowed, frowning at the yellowish light on the wall behind her that began to flicker steadily. Just as the divisions appeared, they disappeared, so she could see the other 4 girls she took the test with. "This way, ladies," asked the same man who had brought them. Elisa sighed heavily and was looking for the exit when she was stopped. "No, not you," the confident man ordered. "You're going over there." With his finger he pointed to a door at the other end. "What? Did the walrus stay?" one of the girls asked contemptuously. Elisa frowned deeply. Her mind didn't give her time to react or defend herself because it focused on what seemed to be a reality. "What was it?" "I'm fine," she asked, dumbfounded, at the organizer with the headset on her head. "Over there, miss," he replied. "Please, we must move forward." The young woman sighed heavily, looked toward the heavily tinted glass wall, and, feeling that current flow through her entire body, crossed into the living room through the door pointed out to her. She was the only one in the group to make it. Elisa blinked rapidly when she found a bright living room that smelled lovely, perhaps due to all the vases of white flowers the place had. She was completely alone in that space, so she walked toward one of the armchairs, but seeing it so tidy, she didn't want to sit down, so she just went to the window. The sun seemed to have set behind those lazily moving gray clouds. She swallowed, trying to better control her still rapid breathing, wiped the sweat from her hands on her practically bare backside, and let down her hair. She was about to arrange all those curls in a high ponytail when they entered the room. "Good afternoon," greeted a woman. "Good afternoon," she replied. The woman didn't seem intimidating at all. In fact, she looked like a lovely old woman. Her hair was graying. She was short, even shorter than her, and she walked toward the center of the space the woman indicated. "Open your arms," he asked. Elisa frowned, but complied without too much hesitation. He looked around as the woman dictated, to nothing, the measurements she was taking. He searched for where and who might be taking the information. His gaze focused on a corner where a reddish light flickered dimly. "Am I really in?" she asked softly, and the woman raised her gaze to hers. "I won't be working in your uniform for nothing, will I?" She gulped. "Uniform?" The woman looked at her once more with an arched eyebrow. "I'm sorry, I just didn't think they'd give us a uniform. Although I didn't think I'd stay, and I definitely never thought I'd be able to work somewhere like the Elisa Carrillo Club and—" "You don't think much then," the woman replied. "Or you think too much perhaps." Elisa barely managed a smile. "I think I'm overthinking, and this is completely crazy. She fell silent when the woman glanced back at that spot on the wall, almost as if warning her that she was being too outspoken. Elisa swallowed, and once the woman walked away from her, she just sighed heavily. "I'll wait here. They'll come with the directions." "Does it indicate?" He fell silent again at the woman's stern gaze. "It's fine. Thank you." She approached the armchairs again, but their beauty and light color didn't encourage her to sit down. She rolled her shoulders back, raising her gaze once more to that spot on the wall. She took a couple of steps back when the door opened again. The woman who appeared before her was beautiful, tall, with coppery hair and green eyes. Her makeup was flawless, and the tailored suit seemed tailored to her figure, so perfectly fitted. "Elisa Perez," he told her, and she nodded. "Why don't you have a seat?" "I'm sweaty and the sofa is white," she replied matter-of-factly. "No need to worry. The fabric is waterproof," the woman encouraged, taking a seat in one of the armchairs. "Please, I don't like talking to people standing up." Elisa immediately dropped into the center of the nearest armchair. "My name is Venus," she nodded in agreement. "You have been included in our careful selection of dancers for the Elisa Carrillo Club." She nodded again. "This is your introduction package." She placed it on the table between them. After looking at it for a few seconds, Elisa took it. "I need you to read it carefully, memorize our rules, and start next Friday." "Friday?" she asked, confused. "Each dancer has an assigned schedule. You must be there at 7 o'clock sharp. Currently, your assigned day is Friday. You'll be on duty from 8 to 10, no more than those 2 hours." "So little?" The woman raised an eyebrow. "Sorry, please continue." "Do you know where the club is?" "Yes, of course." "Perfect. You should arrive on Monday for your uniform fitting. If everything is okay, you can pick it up that day. If not, there will be a second and final fitting on Wednesday." Elisa nodded. "So you can start on Friday with what was scheduled." Elisa swallowed and cleared her throat, sighing heavily. The woman in front of her sighed. "What's your question?" he asked directly. "How much is my payment?" Elisa replied, looking at her straight in the eye. "Your payment will be established once a client claims you." The girl opened her eyes wide. "What you have passed today is a first selection, but it does not guarantee your permanent position in the club." Elisa swallowed. "If no client claims you on Friday, you will be paid that day, but you will not return to the same place. Do you understand what I have told you? And how does a client complain to me? I need the money and—" He fell silent when the woman raised her hand. "Your position at the Elisa Carrillo Club will be defined by one of our exclusive clients. We're not selling a show. It's not mediocre training. The club offers a unique experience that nothing compares to." Elisa took a deep breath. "And our dancers must be able to offer that experience. And the one who decides that is the client. Not you. Not me. No one but the client, understood?" Elisa just nodded. "Study the rules. Memorize them. Read everything in there." He looked at the folder in the young woman's lap. "And that's all for today, Elisa." He stood up when the woman did. "Temporarily welcome to the club, Elisa Carrillo." Elisa Perez, he indicated with a pleasant smile, which quickly drew one on the girl. "Thank you," she said. The moment the woman reached for the door, it opened almost automatically. Venus smiled at Elisa once more, bowed slightly, and left the room, admitting a young man with a headset on his head who carried Elisa's purse and a sealed folder. "This way, please," the boy asked. After sighing heavily, Elisa looked around, fixing her brown eyes on the red in the corner of the room, and finally left. She walked far down a very long hallway until she stopped at a double door marked as an exit. "Good morning, miss." "Thank you," she said, watching the man turn around and head back to where they came from. Elisa clutched the folder in her purse and left the building. She frowned at the space she found herself in. It was an alley on the other side of the door of the building she'd entered when she arrived. She looked for the exit, but immediately reached into her purse to pull out her cell phone. She spotted Carlos as soon as she stood on the sidewalk. She noticed the glances of people passing by glide over her half-naked body, but she didn't pay any attention. Already? I made it through, she shouted excitedly, finally assimilating reality. I'm on the other side, and I already saw you, his friend said. The moment Elisa saw the sedan moving toward her, she didn't hesitate to run toward it. Patricia leaned halfway out of the car, and Carlos poked his head out. Suddenly, there were three peculiar young women shouting in the middle of the street, one of them wearing clothes that were far too sexy for 2 in the afternoon, but her smile was undoubtedly beautiful. The emotion in Elisa Ram's body seemed to have no control, especially when her mind repeated the truth over and over again. She had made it. She would be a dancer at the exclusive Elisa Carrillo Club. She stuffed her clothes into her bag and left the stall, facing the mall bathroom mirror. She'd already removed most of her makeup on the way from the fitting to the mall where Patricia worked, so she finished styling her curls and applied only a little lip balm, signed to herself. There was undoubtedly a lot on her mind to process, but in the end, all the voices pointed to the same thing. She had made it. Among all the beauties, the curvy girl who seemed to have no competition ended up being the one chosen to dance in the exclusive venue. His smile widened as Patricia emerged from another stall, washing her hands beside him. Are your nerves gone yet? The girl asked. Patricia was Carlos's cousin, a young woman the same age as Elisa Ram. Although taller and slimmer, she was a little stooped and wore thin-framed glasses and short hair dyed platinum blonde. From the moment the two girls met, they bonded autonomously, because if Elisa Ram was a black cat, Patricia was like an orange cat. She seemed to maintain balance among the three of them. At times, she burst into crazy, energetic ideas and fell on Carlos's level. But at others, she was more focused, cool-headed, and offered profound advice, which gave Elisa Ram a greater sense of connection with the short-haired girl. It's better, he replied, although I highly doubt my nerves will ever subside. I'll be feeling queasy from now until Friday, and possibly after that. Patricia simply shook her head, drying her hands with napkins. She approached her friend and put her arm around her shoulders. The two of them left the bathroom. They were in the mall's enormous food court. Although Patricia worked there, she had the afternoon shift, so she had joined the boys for lunch. They also wanted to hear all about Elisa Ram and her successful test. Sitting at a relatively private table, the girls took a slice of the large pizza with extra cheese that Carlos had bought for the three of them in celebration, sipping their respective drinks. When her friend's gaze fell on her, Elisa Ram merely raised an eyebrow. What? She asked, taking a big bite of her pizza. She was hungry. Speak up, Carlos encouraged him. How was it? What did they say? Did you meet the owners? Elisa Ram chewed slowly and after swallowing took a sip of her cold drink, sighing heavily. Well, the test was just as I described it, strange and very different from what I expected. She indicated. I honestly thought it would be like in the movies, in a dance hall with all of us wearing a number and a coach tapping us on the shoulder to leave, but it wasn't like that at all. And did you see how many people there were? Patricia asked. No. Actually, they locked me in a booth, about 2 meters by 2 meters, and I had a super tinted glass in front of me. I couldn't see anything, answered Elisa Ram, eating her pizza again. The test lasted 2 or 3 minutes. It was definitely more the weight and the nerves than actually doing it. He sighed heavily. A guy took us to the place, and when he said I was going somewhere else, one of the girls who took the test with me said something nasty. She swallowed, like they gave it to the walrus or something like that. Hot, Carlos blurted out immediately. Of course they went crazy with your curves and sensuality when you dance, he quickly added. You were at least a toothpick that didn't move anything. Carlos, Patricia rebuked him. Rule number 1 of our group? We don't talk about the body, life and sexuality of people we don't know, and even those we do know because we don't know what they live. Each life is a world, and as long as I'm not invited to that world, I can't judge, he recited like an oath. With his right hand on his chest and his left raised, Patricia just denied it, sighing heavily. I'm sorry, no more talking about the other girls. Where did you go? He looked again at Elisa Ram. In a beautiful waiting room. She replied, an older lady came to take my measurements and talked about a uniform. Uniform? I thought you'd wear short clothes and low necklines, Patricia said. Me too. But apparently there will be a uniform, and they'll make one for me. She smiled when she saw Carlos's huge smile of pride. Then a beautiful woman appeared, copper-skinned and with green eyes. She told me her name was Venus, but I don't think that's her real name. Will she be a dancer? Patricia asked. Elisa Ram shrugged. I don't know, but he told me this is just the first part, that my place in the club is determined by whether a client claims me. Did I claim you? Are they auctioning you off? Carlos frowned as he consulted. I hope not, because that's horrible, the girl said, sighing heavily. But she told me that the club was selling a show, top-quality entertainment, and the ones who determined whether that had been fulfilled were the customers. If no one complained to me after those 2 hours, that would be it. So you're not completely in yet? Patricia whispered. Elisa Ram turned to look at her, but nodded at her. That's right. Although I don't know exactly how this claiming thing works, of course I don't expect it to be through. He stuck to his friends, sex, because I understand that there isn't any of that in that place. He took his pizza again, but I must admit that I get a little depressed knowing that it wasn't completely safe yet. What if no one claims me? I don't think that will happen. Carlos was sure. I imagine they must send the new girls with the clients they already know. You dance a little for him, and they decide if they want you in their space. Elisa Ram frowned. I like that idea better than the auction. The three of them started to laugh. Maybe that day you'll meet the owners. Elisa Ram finished her pizza and took another slice. I really doubt it. I must admit that everything that happens in the place is very secret. She looked at Patricia, who was sipping her drink. They gave me 2 folders. One has a document with like 100 rules. I was half reading some of them, and it's almost like a confidentiality contract. We can't talk about what happens inside. We can't arrive before or leave after the assigned hours. Only management or the client can request an extra day. Patricia frowned watching Elisa Ram speak. And in the other there is a complete protocol on how to handle the client. And you know what the worst part is? What? They both asked at the same time. I don't see it, the young woman pointed out, grabbing the purse at her side and taking out the folder in which she had seen such nonsense. She looked around, trying to figure out if by chance any of the many people in the food court might accuse her and make her lose her spot before she'd even started. When she felt everything was okay and all was clear, she opened the folder to the page where she'd left off. She noticed the frowns on Patricia and Carlos's faces. It was the same frown she had felt when she saw the sort of map that simply showed the procedure for arriving and leaving. But it was still peculiar and too strange for a club. It's like a cylinder, Patricia pointed out. Apparently the area where I dance is a circular zone. Elisa Ram placed her finger on the indicated area. I must enter here 5 minutes after the client has arrived. She read the instructions in a corner. A light will tell me when to do it, and when the music starts, I must start dancing. Do you have a tube? Carlos asked. I don't know. They don't mention that. She looked at the plan again. Only that my client will be in this room. She framed it in quotation marks, just as the document said. I think there's a slope, because their area looks higher. I'll have to give a full hour show. She looked at Carlos. And if he asks for it, he can request a second hour. But do they give you a break? Patricia asked. 15 minutes. I can't take them there. I apparently have to touch up in another area. She swallowed, closing the document and putting it back in the folder inside her bag. It's a bit too formal, isn't it? She asked her friends. I mean, it's a club, people come to dance, drink a lot of alcohol, and maybe have sex with a stranger in the bathroom. The guys smiled. But this seems too detailed to me. Otherwise, it's rocket science. I think it's because of the type of clients the place has. The 2 girls looked at Carlos. I told you they were high-caliber people, very, very, very wealthy. Elisa Ram gulped. The truth is I don't think what you see there happens in the same place where everyone dances to the rhythm of reggaeton. It must be the most private area and accessible only to very important people. And isn't that more dangerous? Patricia's question made Elisa Ram sigh heavily. I mean, the fact that it's so secretive, and with all that protocol, makes it more difficult to report if something bad happens. They saw the chestnut barely bite the corner of his already cold pizza. Let's not be birds of ill omen, Carlos indicated, looking at his cousin. Besides, that Friday, I will be parked one street away from that place. Really? Elisa asked, moved. Of course, Ro. First, because I want to take 100,000 pictures of you as a proud mother of her little offspring. The girl started to laugh. And second, because if anything happens, we'll run away, and it's a very private club and everything. But if someone crosses your path, you'll kick their balls in, because then we'll immediately go to the police. Without hesitation, the girl stood up in her seat, giving her friend a resounding kiss, and then settling into toast with them. After all, even though she wasn't completely there, she had passed the first test, and that was worthy of celebration. Their youthful laughter was undoubtedly striking to the people in the room. The three boys seemed to have different vibes, but perhaps that very fact gave the impression that they complemented each other very well. Carlos was white, Elisa was black, and Patricia was gray, providing a variety of tones and undertones that made the trio a joy to behold. After eating the entire pizza between the three of them, they took the trash and trash cans to their designated area and indulged themselves in a stroll through the mall. They even went into a very sensual, but also expensive, lingerie store, where the guys joked about string bikinis, lace bikinis, and corsets about what Elisa might wear extra to get a good client. They pressed themselves against the windows of jewelry stores, delighting in the watches, diamonds, and gold on display in these luxurious establishments. In the clothing stores, they cried as they imagined how they must have looked in Chanel or Versace, walking down the streets of Milan or Paris. The three young men, who had never left the country, undoubtedly had very similar dreams, to see the world from end to end, but without the worry of having to sell a kidney to achieve it. They were walking toward the store where Patricia worked, the same one Elisa had quit a few months ago, when the young woman collided with a man who, seeing her tangled up in his feet, grabbed her by both arms. Patricia's instinct was to grab Elisa's arm and pull her away from the man, but all three of them jerked their heads back to look into the tall figure's dark eyes. He looked like a giant. Elisa was sure he was 6 feet tall, and his body seemed built of steel. "I'm sorry, miss," the man told her, so she turned to her friend. "Don't worry," she replied kindly. "I was distracted. At least he didn't attack you with his mop." The moment Elisa heard the deep voice, her eyes widened. 3 heads turned at the same time. Carlos immediately straightened his posture, Patricia wiped her lips, and the two smiled weakly at the blue-eyed god standing before them, looking like the most delicious delicacy on the face of the earth. Elisa tried to channel the natural aversion her body felt toward the gentleman who gave her a smile when his brown eyes were upon hers. "Hello, little girl," Ramón greeted. At that moment, Carter looked more closely at the young woman, immediately connecting everything. She was the daughter of Sergio Perez, the owner of the cafe where his boss spends every morning, the same one he molests for pleasure. "Elisa says hello," Carlos whispered at her side, causing the girl to narrow her gaze. "Hello," she told him in a neutral voice, barely managing a weak smile. She turned to the Titan behind her and then just shook her head. "I'm sorry," she said confidently. "It must be difficult." "What lady?" Elisa's nod toward her boss made Carter bite his lip, clearly understanding the barely concealed message. She regretted that he was working for Ramón, so he could only nod. "Thank you for your understanding," he replied, playing along with the young woman. "Carter," her boss's serious voice made the young woman roll her eyes, but the tall gentleman at her side moved. Patricia nudged her friend, who looked at her with a frown. This was certainly the most unusual place to meet Ramón Sáenz, the Golden Phallus, because she was sure that none of the stores, not even the most luxurious brands, could please the arrogant guy who at least orders all his clothes from Milan or from workshops where his suits are made with gold thread. "What?" she asked again when Patricia leaned too close to her. "Introduce yourself," her friend asked through gritted teeth. Elisa just sighed heavily and looked at the man. "Sir, These are my friends Carlos and Patricia. He introduced himself in a flat, clearly forced voice. He noticed Ramon's frown, who looked at the two boys for a few seconds, taking a step towards them and offering his hand to both of them, taking them by surprise. But they did not hesitate to shake the hand protected in that leather glove that he placed in front of Elisa, who saw him with a frown. "Say hello, you rude little girl," Ramón ordered her. The young woman looked him in the eyes. And the challenge was complete, and it only took him a few seconds to complete his pinky. Behind him, Carter was already red from holding back his laughter, because while Ramón seemed to enjoy teasing the young woman, she certainly didn't give in easily. "Goodbye," Elisa said, turning around. "Goodbye, little girl." She stopped in her tracks at the mockery in the male voice. "Be punctual tomorrow. I don't want to wait for you any longer." She turned to him. "And try not to greet your clients so bent over the tables." Then he opened his eyes wide. "Were you looking at my butt?" he asked, violently closing the distance between them. "He's a daredevil. You have a lot of ass to see." Carlos and Patricia's quickness prevented a slap from landing on Ramon's cheek. They even covered his mouth because Elisa wasn't going to hold back what she wanted to say to Mr. Golden Phallus, to whom she violently showed her middle finger, turning around angrily and grumbling while demanding that her friends hurry up. However, they took a few seconds to say goodbye to the gentleman with blue eyes. Ramón turned around and without hesitation headed for the exit, his assistant, driver, and almost bodyguard in tow. He saw the hint of a smile his boss flashed as he walked toward the sports car parked in a prime spot. He'd closed 3 stores that didn't pay their debts on time, leaving employees and owners high and dry. But he seemed pleased at that moment, and it had nothing to do with imposing his rules, but rather with the brief encounter. Carter has defined that Ramón Sáenz only enjoyed 3 things: slender women with the look of supermodels, a good whiskey, the best cigars. But perhaps provoking young women with expressive faces could be the 4th favorite thing of the imposing gentleman. She swept all her damp hair back, braving the routine ahead, with the 12 products arranged according to the steps she'd established for herself. She tucked her damp curls into the cotton t-shirt she'd designated for the task. She has about a dozen of them in the bathroom drawer, and in front of the mirror, animated by the music, she set about the arduous task of beginning to style her free hair. As a teenager, Elisa thought she had been cursed. Not only did she have a wider, curvier body than the rest of her classmates, but she also had the most unruly and incomprehensible hair, which really bothered her. So, ever since she learned to straighten it and her parents gave her a tool to achieve this goal, she kept it straight as long as she could. She undoubtedly hated the smell of burnt hair, how quickly her hair became greasy, and the daunting task of straightening the curls into a straight, frizz-free line. Elisa struggled not only to accept how her body looked in the mirror, how her hips seemed to grow with the days or her breasts to sag with the weeks, but also to accept how everything about her seemed a complete contradiction of what she herself defined as beauty. In her family, there was never any pressure to be thin. Her parents never associated beauty with a 90-60-90 body. On the contrary, they always supported the beauty of the individual. They spoke of the power of the body to fulfill all functions, and above all, they talked about how the concept of beauty varies depending on the eye that perceives it, but the world outside the home didn't think the same. Elisa grew up surrounded by fashion magazines where girls with flat stomachs and very little fat were put on the covers, where a designer was considered revolutionary for presenting an outfit on a model who was not a size 0, or how a wave of changes to curvy bodies was branded that were taking up a bit of advertising space. But even with these new visions, Elisa understood that there was an aesthetic level that they continued to present. This new idea of self-love, of accepting different bodies, reduced plus-size girls to its own schema: thick legs, round butts, flat stomachs, large breasts, and thin shoulders. Magazines, advertisements, social media, everything was filled with that positivism, even if limited by what was pleasing to the human eye, always leaving aside absolute reality. All bodies are different, all bodies are beautiful, and no measurement or number on a scale determines a person's worth or beauty. It was Elisa Ram herself who had to deconstruct her ideas and learn to value herself for everything she could do. She took security as her best tool and stopped looking for love in a partner, pouring everything she knows she can give into herself, seeing herself, taking care of herself, and treating herself as if she were the person she loves most in the world. This has saved her from many wrinkles on her face when she sees her reflection in the mirror, from many crazy and unrealistic diet searches, from all those pills of dubious origin that she threw away, but above all, from anyone being able to minimize what she already knows she is. And Elisa Ram felt like a goddess, a beautiful, curvy, powerful, and very indebted goddess. While she was styling her wild and charming curls, she swayed her hips to the beat of the music. She's been thinking a lot about what's coming next. The week has started over, and some days have even gone by. It's time to continue collecting money, since the insurance company definitely won't be willing to provide a single cent for her father's surgery, and the doctor has recommended not extending the time too much, as they run the risk that the tumor, being so full of veins, will burst, causing a more than dangerous sepsis. She turned down the music when there was a knock on her door. Although it was almost 6 in the morning, she felt energetic, so she took a nice bath, washed her hair, and just to tease him, she'd be leaning over a table very punctually at 7 in the morning, waiting for Mr. Golden Phallus. She smiled at her sister when she stood before her. Alejandra was already ready, but with a frown because that action in her younger sister was strange, so she did not hesitate to look at the watch on her wrist. "Good morning," Elisa Ram greeted. "Good morning. You woke up in a good mood." The curly-haired girl shrugged, returning to the bathroom, so Alejandra followed her. "I slept well," she said. "Dancing before bed yesterday helped me a lot. I felt like a stone." The two smiled at each other. "What's wrong?" "Two things. First, Dad wants to take us out to dinner tonight, and he wants us to go to the movies." "What? But that's not much of a savings plan, is it?" Alejandra just sighed heavily. "It's coming up on a month since Mom died," she reminded us softly. "You know how he gets on those days, and that he makes more plans to distract us, although I think they help him more than us." Elisa Ram just nodded, accommodating herself in front of her sister. "So don't make plans with your friends today. We'll go to dinner with him, and then to the movies." "Okay, it's fine. I didn't have plans with anyone. What's the second one?" "I'm going to the bank today." Elisa Ram put down her brush. The two of them sighed heavily. "They're supposed to tell us today whether they're going to approve our loan or not." "And how much did you ask for?" "Half. We have 10,000. Elisa Ram nodded. "If the bank gives us 50,000, at least we have the operation and we have to search wherever we can to complete it. For now, my priority is the operation. But we need to be ready for later, because it's not like we're going to pull Dad out with his belly split in two." Alejandra started laughing. "They won't open it, Elisa Ram. It's laparoscopic," Alejandra told her gently. "But you're right. Everything is important and necessary. But anyway, let's split it in half and hopefully the bank will approve it without any problem." She swallowed, sighing heavily. "They reminded me of the other loan." Elisa Ram pursed her lips. "The one Dad took out for Mom's medical things and her funeral." The brunette nodded. Although she didn't remember exactly what her family experienced during those painful days, because her own grief blinded her to the world around her, she did know that her father had acted as best he could, and to cover much of what wasn't covered by insurance, they took out bank loans that, instead of diminishing, seemed to be increasing with their high interest rates and the passing of time. "And do you think that will affect us?" asked Elisa Ram. "I mean, for this other loan." "I'm not sure. I brought the papers for the house and the cafeteria." Elisa Ram opened her eyes wide. "Plus I would leave my car as collateral." "But Veer, that was Mom's. It's your inheritance." Her sister's words made Alejandra lower her gaze. Every need in her family had pained her deeply, but she was sure she couldn't afford to get sentimental, especially at that moment. "Mom's inheritance isn't in that car," she replied, wiping her eyes. "If the bank doesn't accept it, I'll sell it anyway." The curly-haired girl sighed, no longer wanting to continue with the last steps of her hair routine. "Now it's time to do whatever it takes, Ro, whatever it takes to get the money, and then we'll see each other looking for the right way to pay them back." What was the name of the website selling feet pictures that Carlos mentioned? Elisa asked. Automatically, the two of them saw their feet. I think they could work, although I need a pedicure, Alejandra replied. The two shared a soft laugh, easing the tense moment. After a heavy sigh and announcing that she would make breakfast, her older sister left the bathroom and then her room, but not before searching Elisa's closet and retrieving from its drawers a couple of the shirts the young woman had been borrowing for far too long. Although their bodies were different, Alejandra tended to wear clothes a little loose, so Elisa took advantage of the size or two that ended up fitting her like a glove. Less thrilled by the news, she finished her routine, left the bathroom, and removed her fluffy pink robe, changing into her cafeteria uniform. He always fought with his father over those unflattering khaki pants, especially those that looked like they weren't flattering on his round butt, which seemed to grow 2 sizes when he put them on. He didn't hesitate to look down at his rear, and when he remembered the deep voice of the fool Sáenz asking him not to lean too far across the table. He's a daredevil, the young woman indicated, putting on her polo shirt. And my butt is beautiful. She squeezed her buttocks in front of the mirror. But that ridiculous guy must only like small, fragile girls who melt in his wake. Silly, she complained again. She applied her perfume, lip gloss, and the sunscreen that Carlos had forced her and Patricia to use. She even set an alarm for each of them so they wouldn't forget, since according to the young man, it was the first step towards eternal youth. She left her room, carrying only her cell phone. She headed for the kitchen, where she tiptoed to kiss her already excited father, who complimented her beautiful curls, which were drying with increasing definition. Those enchanting curls were inherited from her mother, and because of her, Elisa has learned to take greater care of them, finding a lot of beauty and even sensuality in them. The two turned around when Sergio turned to them scared. It's 15-7. The man indicated, you should come down, girls. Mr. Sáenz won't be long. Dad, Clarissa and George are here. The place is already open, Alejandra pointed out kindly. I'll come down to serve you the coffee, don't worry. I don't want to delay Mr. Sáenz, and I thought I could talk to him about getting the loan for the operation, and we're already taking care of that. It was Elisa who cut him off. I'll go down to give it to this gentleman, and then I'll go up for breakfast. Alejandra and her father looked at each other for a few seconds, but they weren't able to react quickly. Perhaps that wasn't the best option. If Elisa normally disliked Ramón Sáenz, Elisa was even more irritable, rude, and even violent when she hadn't eaten, because that girl handled herself better with a full stomach. Should we leave her alone, or do you want me to go? Alejandra asked, seeing her father. He just started laughing. I'm going to watch the show on camera. It's time for little Perez to do it alone. Alejandra burst into laughter when she saw her excited father, perhaps a bit of a crook and cruel, enthusiastically search for the laptop and place it on the kitchen island. While she was making breakfast, Sergio, with a mischievous smile, reviewed the camera images, watching his beautiful Elisa kindly greet the employees while serving Ramón Sáenz coffee just as the man drank it, trying to ensure that the gentleman's presence, which lasted only a few minutes, would not ruin her good mood, because she had undoubtedly had enough of what was happening in her family. Elisa poured the large glass, covered it, cleaned it, and placed it on a cocktail napkin, wiping the surroundings of the place clean. She raised her gaze when the doors opened, but it wasn't Mr. Golden Phallus, but Paolo, the son of the bakery owner with whom she'd had a long-standing alliance. Elisa didn't hesitate to step out of her space and greet him cordially, opening both doors for the young man, who had been a little late, and his divine trays that smelled of freshly baked bread, undoubtedly divine, to pass through. She herself welcomed him, leaning against the cafe's wooden display case while chatting animatedly with Paolo, who was back on summer vacation to help with the family business. Punctually, the gentleman passed through the 2 open doors, which no one had closed after the bread had passed through. He felt the pleasant aroma of fresh bread, but his gaze automatically shifted to the well-defined rear end of those khaki pants, listening to the giggle of the little girl who was talking animatedly and disinterestedly about him with a young man who seemed to be hiding behind the counter. Two thoughts crossed Ramon's mind: clear his throat and stop the animated conversation, or raise his hand and slap the right buttock hard, which, due to its position, was raised a little more towards him. But after a sigh, he cleared his throat. Elisa saw him out of the corner of her eye, but immediately straightened up, turning toward him. She tilted her head back slightly at his close proximity. She was sure Ramón was close to 2 meters tall, because he was undoubtedly one of the tallest men she had ever seen. "My coffee?" he asked with that arrogant tone that could have angered Elisa. But she only sighed and gave him a weak smile that took Ramón by surprise. "Good morning, sir, of course," she said in a lively, youthful voice. He saw the young woman pass behind the counter, so he approached, staring at Paolo, who erased his smile when he met Ramon's blue eyes. There was a kind of appeal in the elegant gentleman's gaze, although the boy didn't understand why. Elisa raised the glass Ramón took, barely touching her fingers. He fixed his gaze on her, and then on Paolo, who, seeing the challenge from the man in the suit, stood up and stood next to Elisa. The gesture was immediately noticed by Ramón, who narrowed his gaze. "Have a nice day," Elisa said, already intoxicated by the gentleman's delicious cologne. "Are the breads fresh?" The question caught the young woman's and the spectators watching on their laptops' mouths open. "Excuse me," Elisa asked. "Didn't you wash your ears, little girl?" Paolo's eyes widened, staring at Elisa for a few seconds. Who was that man, and why was he speaking to the owner's daughter like that? Elisa took a step back when Ramón leaned slightly toward her. The young woman smelled good, sweet and fresh at the same time, so he just clenched his jaw and drew back. "So, are the loaves fresh?" she asked again, looking straight at Paolo. "Yes, they are from." "No." Elisa's firm voice made the two turn towards him. "They're not fresh. They've been stored for about 3 months, she blurted out quickly. Ramón raised an eyebrow. "Besides, the deal is only for the coffee. I can't give you a free loaf of bread." "Do I look like I can't afford to pay you for a loaf of bread?" Ramón asked defiantly. "No. He looks like a rude bastard who thinks that because he came for a deal that was paid years ago, he can come and make rude comments. Because if I wash my ears," she defended herself. Ramón bit his lip to keep from laughing at her. "And you already have your coffee, so have a good day. Don't be late with your obligations." "Are you kicking me out?" "A word to the wise is enough," the young woman responded defiantly. Ramón followed the small, haughty girl who came out from behind the counter and with a wave of her hand pointed to the 2 still open doors. He'd never been kicked out of a place, not even when he'd caused havoc there. So he just swallowed, looked at the boy behind the counter, and turned around and looked for the exit. Elisa flinched when Ramon's strong arm grabbed the door handle, pushing her toward the glass. He closed the distance between them by taking just a step, causing her to swallow. Alejandra was already rushing to her sister's aid, but she was also plotting the apology she should give the gentleman. Ramón licked his lips when the brown ones were on him. "You're a mouthy, spoiled, rude, and ill-mannered," he said in a deep voice. "Your parents didn't spank you properly, from what I can see." "My parents never hit me," she replied confidently. "Everything makes more sense." Ramón sounded arrogant. "Be thankful I came in a good mood, because I don't allow anyone to do this, little girl," he said to her face. Elisa felt her chest pounding again when Ramón freed himself from the personal space he had clearly invaded. She watched him advance confidently toward that intelligent racing car, one of the most award-winning in recent years, which, according to her own father, was the creation of Ramón Sáenz himself, speeding northward down the street. The young woman sighed heavily, and when she finally closed the cafe doors, she pressed her lips together at the reproachful look she received from her sister and father when she stood before them. Perhaps she had gone too far. Sure of his creation, the gentleman let go of the wheel and took a large gulp of his coffee that went warm down his throat. After the whiskey, the Perez's coffee was undoubtedly one of his favorite drinks, and more than the old deal that Sergio Perez canceled, he went to the place every morning because he liked the service and the product they offered. He dialed a number on the keypad, and there was barely a response. After the first ring, he let out a sigh. "Get the girl ready. I want a booth today," he ordered, ending the call before there was a response on the other end. The smile spread naturally across her face as she sipped her coffee again and remembered the plump, curly-haired little girl who smelled of coconut and tangerine. Her morning started well, but seeing her upset and rebellious definitely made it better. The tummy rumbling hasn't calmed down since she left the building carrying the elegant black leather briefcase, which was undoubtedly heavy, but she held it to her chest the whole way as she headed toward her house, where Carlos has already arrived, and they expected Patricia to do so very soon. The young woman got out of the taxi and ran into her house, passing by the cafeteria where she left a kiss for her father who, in a moment of boredom, decided to go down to help his eldest daughter, who could barely understand Elisa Ram's comment, because she ran straight up the spiral staircase and quickly climbed it. Her heart was racing. Her cheeks were rosy from all the effort and several curls had already fallen out of her bun. But when she closed the door behind her, she didn't hesitate to squeal, jumping and dancing with Carlos who, upon hearing her, came out of the young woman's room where he had fallen asleep. Carlos undoubtedly loved the trust the Perez family gave him. Not only did they feed him delicious home-cooked meals, but on many occasions, when he needed it, they gave him a place to spend the night or take a nap between work hours. The two friends quickly walked toward the young woman's room. Elisa Ram dropped her purse, but carefully placed her briefcase on her bed, smiling broadly at Carlos when they heard a knock on the door. It was he who opened it, taking Patricia by the hand and leading her directly to the room, where the two girls greeted each other and celebrated the good news. Elisa Ram's nerves are already getting to her, and only the Wednesday and Thursday afternoons are holding her back from the arrival of the long-awaited Friday. Her fitting went perfectly, and fortunately, she didn't need to make any adjustments to her outfit, which was delivered to her in that luxurious and precious suitcase she carried like a treasure. When she saw her two friends settle into her medium-sized bed, her smile only widened. She let her hair down, letting the curls fall freely in all directions, and after a sigh, she deactivated the safety lock, just as she was taught. Her nerves were frayed, but her smile also widened when Carlos made a sound of fascination the moment the young woman opened the briefcase. Patricia's eyes widened when Elisa Ram pulled out the black leather bodysuit, and then a beaded bustier in the same color. The boys looked at each other when Elisa Ram delicately took out the mask she'd measured for her, leaving everything neatly arranged on the bed and searching for their gaze. "She's very sexy," Patricia said. "It is, and I look spectacular," Elisa Ram said excitedly. "I don't know how, but I look like an hourglass." "I didn't think they would use masks or blindfolds." Carlos was delighted. He took the mask, caressing the pointy rabbit ears. They were half-masked, covering the entire face from nose to forehead and ending with two long, pointy rabbit ears. It was a beautiful mask, and it looked very luxurious because it was covered in black leather, which felt of the highest quality. "Won't that make you uncomfortable dancing?" Patricia asked, taking the mask. The two tried it on their faces. Elisa Ram took the accessories out of her briefcase and showed them to her friends. "They taught me how to put it on. It's not a strip," she indicated, taking the mask. "It adheres to the face through a kind of magnets. It's very peculiar." She showed them the strip that had been shown to her. "They told me that I must get ready quickly, and that under no circumstances should it fall off. If it is loose or I move the magnets wrong, I can ask for a timeout." "How crazy is this whole place?" Patricia was gentle, also caressing Elisa Ram's costume. "You don't see the client, but he can see you, but not completely because you'll be wearing this mask." Elisa Ram nodded. "You could dance for anyone, and if you cross paths with him on the street, you wouldn't even know." "Neither do they," Carlos added. "And I think that's great. I think it protects the dancer in some way and prevents some dirty tail from harassing them outside of their jobs. There are men who have no limits, and worse if they have money." The two girls nodded. "It's like giving added power to men with low neuronal work. Also, it's strictly forbidden for them to talk to us or for us to talk to them," Elisa Ram pointed out. "Having read the rules and protocols of the place every day, we can't ask their names, phone numbers, or even their workplaces, so we enter 5 minutes after they're settled." "And did they explain to you what the claim is about?" Patricia asked. No. Actually, it was something quick. I arrived and indicated who I was at the reception desk, and they didn't let me talk anymore, taking me to a store-like room. It even had a small platform with mirrors in front of me. The girl sighed, taking the suit. Then the same lady who had taken my measurements came out. She told me to fit me. There were even changing tables, and she adjusted what needed to be adjusted right there. "Do you want to see how it looks?" she asked with a lukewarm smile. Of course, they both replied at the same time. The friends celebrated again as the cheerful Elisa gathered all her supplies and entered her bathroom. Carlos sighed heavily as he looked at Patricia, who smiled weakly at him. "I hope it's a safe place for her," Patricia said, clearly worried about what might happen to her friend. "I hope so." Carlos fell onto Elisa's fragrant pillow. "I've been looking for this place, but there's nothing bad about it. Although, well, there isn't much information or reviews, neither about the members nor the dancers." Patricia swallowed. "But it's still something temporary, while they gather the money for the operation and so on. The way things are going, if they claim her and she starts making good money, she might stay." Carlos frowned. "Remember that blue-eyed daddy we ran into last time? Mr. Golden Phallus?" Patricia just started laughing. "Yes, that same one. The one who calls Elisa little girl and comes for a free coffee." Carlos nodded. "Well, I didn't know. But apparently he also has a kind of credit company. It's called Smart Credit and generally makes large loans to entrepreneurs and people like that. I thought he was just a handsome billionaire's heir." "Me too, but it seems not," Patricia sighed. "The thing is, I didn't know that many of the small kiosks in the mall belong to people he's lent money to start, and the day we found him he'd closed 2 and 2 stores too." Carlos frowned. He gave the owners 2 weeks to vacate, liquidate inventory, because he was going to rent the spaces. "But are they his?" Patricia shrugged. "One of the girls, who lost her job, was telling me that if..." Carlos opened his eyes wide. "She says that this man's family not only has the smart cars that cost an arm and a leg, they are also investors and have several companies. It is a consolidated under the Dunkan brand, which is the brand and manufacturer of the cars. So the millionaire thing isn't even close to him. He's a multi-millionaire." Patricia nodded. "And even if he comes to this cafe for his coffee every morning," Carlos sighed emotionally. "That's very sweet." Her friend's laughter made Elisa frown. She heard the blow that Patricia assumed had hit her with a pillow, but she didn't open the door to find out why. After all, she could assume that Carlos deserved it. The brunette only widened her smile when she saw herself in the mirror. She adjusted the strips on her forehead and temples, taking the mask that she placed right there, only denying what she saw, because without a doubt she liked it. She liked it a lot. She left the place barefoot and only noticed the automatically open mouths of her 2 friends. Carlos's eyes almost popped out of their sockets, and when she saw Elisa's crotch, she burst out laughing. "You just made me completely doubt my entire sexuality," the young man pointed out, making her deny it. "I definitely like all the women in the world, and maybe 1 or 2 men, for God's sake." Patricia shouted excitedly, settling into the young woman's bed. "You're going to give me heart attacks in that place," she said confidently. "Ro, you look wow." She just shook her head excitedly. "Like something out of Playboy. What a beauty." The boys burst into applause when Elisa, encouraged by the excitement of both of them, turned around, revealing the Kitadel body style, the way her back looked, and, above all, how round her butt seemed. "Oh, I want to lick it," Patricia said, immediately covering her mouth. They shared a spontaneous laugh, but to the rhythm of the clapping, Elisa danced a little for them, demonstrating in the best way possible why, out of all the 100 applicants for a position as a dancer at the Elisa Carrillo Club, she was one of the chosen ones. "I can already see them fighting over you," Carlos said confidently. "Killing each other, throwing bills at you, and she's mine. I want her. Nobody touch my dancer," he said confidently. He got out of bed and took his friend by the shoulders. "Let the Elisa Carrillo Club get ready because you'll conquer," he said, looking her in the eyes. "More than 1 heart, and pick up thousands and thousands and thousands of good phalluses." "Hallelujah," Patricia shouted, also getting out of bed. Right there, the 3 of them started jumping, dancing, and celebrating. They excitedly pointed out how much Elisa was going to win that night. She only shook her head when she heard Carlos tell her they were going to throw her $1 million bills, and Patricia wasn't far behind, pointing out that at least one of those filthy rich men was going to give her the keys to a Mercedes or a house in Hawaii. Her friends were sure Elisa would conquer everyone in her path. They had no idea what she looked like, or who her clients were, but they were certain that the brunette beauty with such captivating curves would drastically change the lives of more than one person, and that she would soon be seen as the queen of the place. They jumped and became nervous when they heard a knock on the door. Patricia almost knocked Elisa into the bathroom. Carlos put his briefcase under the bed, and when everything seemed normal, he didn't hesitate to open the door, smiling at Alejandra, who returned the gesture. "The pizza came for your lunch," he told them. "And Elisa?" "In the bathroom," Patricia answered. She was sweaty and was taking a shower. At that moment, the brunette came out wrapped in her fluffy robe. "Hi, Veer. I was peeing." The three friends looked at each other. "But I'm going to shower later, because He looked at Patricia. "Sweaty. I'm sweaty." Alejandra stared at the three of them. It was clear that something was up with the three blind mice, as she affectionately called them, but she just sighed and nodded. "Well, the pizza for lunch is here. Dad's out, so I'll be in the cafeteria if you need anything." "Did he leave? Did he tell you where he was going?" "No. He became mysterious, and when I insisted, he sent me to look for the pig's balls." The two girls started to laugh. That was Sergio's kind way of telling them not to meddle in what didn't concern them. "So you know how he is, but I asked George to accompany him for safety." Elisa nodded. "Okay. I hope it doesn't take too long, and it's nothing bad." "I hope not. Don't eat late, and I'll be downstairs." "Yes, ma'am." The three of them responded at the same time, making Alejandra roll her eyes and close the door. Elisa returned to the bathroom, grabbing the pieces of her outfit and putting everything back in the briefcase Carlos had opened on the bed, with it tucked away at the top of the closet among all the young woman's comforters to prevent her father or sister from finding it. The three left the room and, sitting in the dining room, talked about what would happen on Friday and who their first client might be, the one who would claim her with a commanding voice and perhaps shower her with money. Just what Elisa needed. The gentleman sighed heavily as he got into the elevator. He had his assistant and bodyguard with him, studying the new statistics for a company they'd just founded. He had pending emails and wasn't in the best mood at the moment. After all, he was going to meet his father, and that always irritated him. While looking at his computer screen, he went into his office. Only Carter noticed with surprise that the new girl, Ingrid, was not at her desk, which was undoubtedly strange and also against the rules, but he did not make any comment so as not to get her in trouble, believing that she was in the bathroom. The two froze when they entered the office and found the white-haired man settled into Ramon's high-back chair, his tangled black hair visible in his hand, and in the face of the clear moans, Ramón Sáenz could only clench his jaw. "Excuse me?" he asked. At that moment, the young woman quickly stood up, wiped her lips, and as soon as she met her boss's gaze, she lowered her head. She ran out of the room, causing Ramón to sigh as he watched his assistant, whom he ordered to follow Ingrid. Carter didn't hesitate to leave, leaving Ramón in the office. He closed the door behind him as he watched his father adjust his pants and grab his cane from the desk, which he used to support himself and stand up. "I asked you not to do that again," he told her in a deep, weary voice. "This is the 5th one I've hired this year." "Come on, she's young and beautiful," said Dinko Sáenz, her father, shrugging his shoulders. "All the assistants who look like her know that sooner or later they'll be on their knees sucking off the boss or her father, if she wants a bigger fish." Ramón just clenched his jaw and sighed heavily. He hasn't moved from the spot. "Tell me you didn't force her," he said sternly, looking him in the eyes. Dinko was a tall man, still possessing the elegant bearing his royal bloodline had passed down through his genes. He had blue eyes, graying hair, and a beard that resembled his father's youth. Ramón could undoubtedly have resembled his father in his youth, but there was something that clearly separated them, though few people knew what it was. "I didn't force anything." The young lady was kind. "She offered me a coffee. I told her her short skirt looked great on her and my hand on her thigh didn't bother her. She seemed confident and even delighted with what had happened, nor did my phallus in her mouth when I offered her a raise. So it's up to you to apply it to the next payment. Ramón just let out a heavy sigh. He didn't want to even go near his desk, much less his father, who just laughed and shook his head when he saw his youngest son's reaction. Anyone who sees you would think you're a sensitive man, son. He advanced towards him. Aren't you the one who pays thousands of dollars for a scantily clad dancer? Ramón clenched his jaw. Or the one who gets dates who get him a caviar and lobster dinner, and then they see each other screwed on the stairs of his house? He shrugged his shoulders. There are women who know that their beauty gives them much more than a decent job, and they exploit that to the fullest. They don't care how many people open their legs to them during the week, as long as they get that life of luxury that everyone wants. Ramón took a step back, but Dinko hit him on the cheek. Don't be silly, he rebuked him, and don't act all puritanical right now. What do you want? What are you doing here? This is my company. I can come whenever I want, he told him sternly. And if I have an orgy in this place with all the employees, that's my problem too. Ramón mocked him, never lowering his gaze. Find your office to do that. I'll have to change the chair and the secretary because of you, he accused. What are you doing here, Dad? I'm watching. It's my job. Dinko was confident and stern. Besides, I hope you remember that at the end of the month we will be celebrating my birthday and Dunkan's anniversary. The party will be in Switzerland. How can I forget it when it's all your bloodhounds talk about, he replied. I might not be available for those dates. I have an appointment with some German suppliers who have been working for years on a special material to make cars faster, and he fell silent when Dinko raised his hand. You're not going to escape from that party. He stepped towards his son. Listen to me carefully, Ramón. You're going to go to that party. You're going to drink. You're going to dance. You're going to smoke those cigars that you like so much, and maybe, if I see you being the son that I already lost. It was then that Ramón lowered his gaze. I'll finally convince myself to give you my company. Dunkan can be completely yours. You've told me that many times, every year for a long time. Dinko started to laugh. I keep seeing the same brat who doesn't know who he is, and above all the power he can have over what surrounds him. If you don't take the power you have for being a Sáenz, how will you take charge of the company? Ramón clenched his jaw when his father squeezed his shoulder hard. It's 2 weeks for you to prove to me that you are more than this. He shuddered when he slapped him again, although it wasn't hard, but he did seek his gaze. Bring one of your rogues. Make sure she's hot. He started to laugh. Maybe she'll be the one who ends up convincing me. His father's laughter made him clench his fists and back away from him as he looked for the exit. Ramón sighed heavily. His eyes closed, swallowing to relieve everything he felt. But as soon as he was at his desk, he slammed his fist down on it, denting the precious wood that made it. What? He asked the call that came in. Mr. Sergio Perez is looking for you. Ingrid's soft voice made him sigh. Okay, come up in a few minutes, he said. He wanted to be indifferent, but he couldn't. Are you okay? Aren't you going to fire me? No, I won't, but are you okay? He heard the girl sigh. Yes, sir, I am. Ramón just denied it, but ended the call. He didn't want to receive anyone. But there was something he always found in Sergio Perez that made him special to him. Perhaps it was the kindness the man showed to everyone, including him, or that it was obvious he was a great father. Something he certainly didn't have. Chapter 3. The music flowed throughout the venue. The dance floor was packed with people. Cocktails and imported spirits were passed around on the distinctive golden trays, while the guests shook off the day's stress and settled in at the spacious tables with friends or business associates, depending on what they needed that night. Upon them fall those cages where beautiful women go wild to the rhythm of the music. Some are sure that to last so long they must have consumed some kind of psychotropic substance, because it was simply impossible for the human body to dance with such enthusiasm for so many hours. With his chin held high, the gentleman moved into the space. He's left his tie in his car, but still looks imposing in his tailored suit. His height doesn't let him go unnoticed. His blue eyes stare into certain acquaintances in the business world who, from a distance, try to attract his attention, but only receive the occasional nod. The lights of the place move over her hair with some blonde strands. The seriousness indicates that she has arrived at the place looking for something more, something that is not in that space of common sharing. And since that night no one wanted to be left on the street, they did not stop their steps. They opened the double doors for him, and he sighed heavily as he found himself in the brightly lit, black leather-covered hallway. The smell was almost addictive, but at the same time, it made him feel repulsive, so he sighed heavily and walked forward. She wanted to put aside what had happened that day, to forget what she'd seen her father do to his secretary, who ultimately resigned that day. Of course, he didn't let her leave empty-handed, and a hefty check was written to Ingrid, who felt embarrassed and, above all, had mixed emotions when she finally accepted the absurd amount. His father paced around the office almost all day, to his torment, criticizing all his work and making absurd accusations against the employees whom Ramón called bloodhounds, because no matter how much time passed, they continued to praise his father as if he were a deity, the best above everyone, including him. Carter, who has moved up behind his boss, has already warned his family that he'll be arriving late that night and that they shouldn't wait up for him. Although it wasn't his place to persuade Ramon's plans, he couldn't keep his words to himself and pointed out that perhaps that club, where excesses knew no bounds, wasn't the best way to vent his intense emotions. But as always, the boss did what he wanted. A single nod stopped the man, who, after a sigh, settled into the comfortable armchairs where he was immediately offered a drink. Of course, he knew that all this courtesy came at the expense of the ridiculous sums Ramón left at the renowned Elisa Carrillo Club. Only members, who had signed a confidentiality agreement, could know how many times a week the heir to the famous Dunkan brand arrived there. Sometimes he would stay in the common area at a table where other businessmen would gather, perhaps seeking to forge alliances or to blend in with the feared businessman's radar. Other times, he would simply be left alone, enjoying what Ramón liked to consume, perhaps to excess, whiskey and cigars. He was almost always seen in the company of the man many believed to be his only friend, even though he served as an assistant. The quiet, sharp-eyed Carter, who only shook his head, taking one of the books, of which he had already brought new volumes, from the small table in front of him, making himself comfortable as he watched his boss walk through the next door. No one passed beyond that small waiting room, unless they were one of the club's most exclusive members, and Ramón Sáenz was one. He was undoubtedly at the top of the list of those heirs or owners of renowned companies who, for 1 or 2 days, or perhaps more, a week sought out an incomparable spectacle for which they paid large sums of money. His gaze was piercing forward, following the small organizer who smiled at him when he opened the booth designated for the gentleman. One of the 3 customers with an exclusive booth, he simply placed the small card with the daily menu in front of the high-backed throne-style chair. While the Elisa Carrillo Club was known for its renowned members, what happened outside the common room was heavily restricted and, above all, not accessible to everyone. After a sigh, Ramón settled into his chair, scanned the menu after scanning the code on his phone, and locked it, ordering only the usual: a bottle of the Macallan 1967 whiskey and a pair of Monte Cristo No. 2 cigars. He squared his shoulders and stood up to remove his jacket. The booth was spacious and had a minibar stocked with sports drinks, ice, and ashtrays. He nodded when his order was brought and let the waiter, who couldn't see his eyes, pour his drink and light his cigar, indicating that his show would begin shortly. Everyone in that place knew very well that only one customer had the opportunity to choose their dancer. No one ever found out who it was, but the girls talked for weeks about the mysterious man who had the opportunity to select from among them all someone who suited his tastes. Of course, the owners of the place gave that power to Ramón Sáenz because they knew it was better to have the Sáenzes as allies than enemies, especially the sole heir to the multimillionaire family. Just as he knew very well how he enjoyed his whiskey or cigars, he was undoubtedly always aware of the types of women who attracted him. He looked for tall, slender women, without a doubt. He preferred slimness in many ways: flat stomachs, small breasts, long legs, and long, straight hair. Skin or eye color didn't matter, but for Ramón, beauty was associated with small measurements, And that's exactly what he looked for in the dancer who entertained him every night he performed at that place. He finished his first drink and immediately rolled another. He knew he had an hour or so to consume the cigar until the end. So after shaking his head as if erasing the chaos from his mind, he sighed heavily and sat down in his chair, licking his lips as he sipped his whiskey, watching the tall and slender figure enter the place. He swallowed hard as he watched the slender beauty sway before him, but after taking a deep drag on his cigar, he realized he was bored, so he pulled out his cell phone and started checking his unanswered emails. The sisters saw each other for a few seconds while having dinner with their father. Sergio seemed too quiet for both of their liking, so they shared a quick glance again, nodding to each other to see who was going to ask the question. "I already saw them," the man warned, looking at his two daughters. "What happened? Where did you go today?" Elisa asked. "I already told you. I went to do something that was necessary." Sergio sounded confident, but somehow not as honest as he pretended. "And what were these arrangements about?" Alejandra asked. "Dad stuff." The girls raised both eyebrows, so he just sighed. "Okay, I went to Mr. Sáenz." No, Dad." Elisa dropped her fork on her plate. "Why did you do that? We agreed not to ask that man for anything. We can't have him hanging over us forever like a parasite drinks coffee. Mr. Sáenz is the least likely to be a parasite, my daughter. Besides, the money for the operation is taking longer to gather, and I don't want you to continue to put yourselves through the stress of looking for it, selling your things, or borrowing from the bank." He looked at Alejandra, who lowered her gaze. "We already have debts with the bank, and Mr. Sáenz can fill out a single check with what we need." "Yes, but that will be in exchange for our only means of survival. The cafeteria," Alejandra refuted firmly. "That man was an emergency exit, Dad. We still have a few weeks until the operation, and we're saving up the money." "Yes, and I'll soon have another income." Elisa gulped when the two looked at her in surprise. "Yes? What kind?" Sergio asked. "Why didn't you tell us?" She began to play with the vegetables in her food, sighing heavily as she looked first at her sister and then at her father, pulling back her shoulders to appear more confident. "I'm going to give private lessons at the studio where Carlos works," she said, following the alibi she had set up that day with her friends. "Friday is my first class. There are 3 girls who want to be nightclub dancers, and Carlos gave them my number." "Daughter," Sergio sighed, trying not to be rude to his youngest daughter. Is that something you can learn?" "Yes, Dad. Dance has many nuances. Not everything is ballet, contemporary, or hip-hop," Elisa quickly defended. "Plus now even pole dancing is seen as a sport." Sergio shifted uncomfortably. "It's not that I'm going to do what I'm going to do. I'm just going to teach how to do it, and I don't want images, Elisa." She cut him off firmly. "How many times a week are you going to teach?" "Fridays is a test." She looked at her sister to see if the 3 of us get along. "It would be 4 o'clock, because there are 3 students, right?" Alejandra asked. "Yes, well, yes, I mean them with me," he responded quickly. "If that's the case and everything goes well, I must adapt to their schedules. But they're going to pay me well," he indicated, looking at his father. "And I'm not saying it will be $100,000 up front, but everything we can get now is useful, right?" "It is, it certainly is." Sergio squeezed her hand on the table. "But it's not something that gives me much comfort," he pointed out, trying to be kind but without restricting his ideas. "I understand that you love to dance, and I know that the dream that has grown with you is to set up your studio, your own school." Elisa nodded. "What I'm trying to say is that I don't want you to think that you have to do what these students of yours will do, and—" "Oh, Dad, no." She cut him off immediately. She didn't want to carry more guilt than she already had. "It's just a class. I don't even know if it's going to work or not. And besides, there's nothing wrong with being a nightclub dancer. It's a way to make a living." Sergio pressed his lips together, looking at Alejandra. "You'd be surprised at what some people earn. They don't have to go around making loans to some kind of golden phallus to survive." "Elisa Sergio was firm. "What did I tell you about that nickname?" Alejandra laughed softly, sighing. She looked at her sister and then at her father. "What did Mr. Sáenz say?" she asked Sergio. "Did he lend you the money?" "Because the bank keeps calling me from morning to morning, and they still haven't told me whether they'll give me anything or not. Plus, one of the coffee makers broke down today, and we can't be here. Sergio squeezed his eldest daughter's hand, inviting her to sigh heavily. The three of them held hands and, remembering old traditions, closed their eyes, took a deep breath that swelled their chests, and then exhaled gently, pouring themselves some more iced tea. No, Sergio's response made the two girls frown. He was actually kind of indisposed. He welcomed me because he is a polite man. Huh? Of course, Elisa mocked, receiving a reprimand from her father's gaze. It is, Sergio told him seriously. The point is that he received me. I talked a little about the situation, and he told me that for the moment everything that is a loan must be through his financial institution. He told me how I could request the amount I wanted and gave me the documentation himself. If I brought it ready tomorrow, he would approve it immediately, he told me. That's to earn more with the interest, Elisa pointed out. Alejandra looked at her, analyzing her sister's ideas. Because you said so? Because if he had wanted to give her the money, the polite gentleman, as Dad calls himself, would have written her a check, and that's it. But he sent it through the loan company that's currently taking away business from all those who don't pay. The girl was firm. He's clearly protecting himself and his money, because I'm sure he's carrying around $100,000 in loose change in his wallet or tucked away in his. Okay. Sergio interrupted her seriously. We have to stop looking for trouble with Mr. Sáenz, because I'm going to fill out the paperwork. No, Dad, don't do it, please, Elisa begged, asking her sister for help with her gaze. Alejandra understood her father's position, and somehow she wanted to believe that Ramón Sáenz would be less cruel with the interest or payments than the bank, but it was still an extremely risky thing that would put the family business and possibly the future of the Perez family in the hands of a man they barely knew. Dad, why don't you wait a bit? He asked softly. I'm going to the bank tomorrow. If they say no, I'll sell my car. Sergio immediately denied. I'm not using it. I'm already working here. And what about your studies, Alejandra? Sergio asked. You wanted to major in a career. You're not going to put your life on hold for me. No one will. He looked at Elisa. You're missing a few classes to finish college, which you dropped to take Alejandra's place at the cafeteria, and I know you have a lot of plans, daughter. He took Alejandra's hand. Both of you. I'm not going to let them stop you from me. Mr. Sáenz is the safest thing to do, and I think it's better than being in debt to the bank. I can't be giving that man coffee for the rest of my life at 7 in the morning, Elisa said. It's best if you wait, okay? Let's see how much we have. If Elisa does well with her classes tomorrow, and if it's some extra income, it will be welcome. The brunette nodded quickly, giving a warm smile. On Sunday we'll count everything we have. If we're not even close, I'll help you fill out the paperwork so the three of us can go on Monday. She looked at Elisa who made a disappointed face. To talk to this man. If he's a good foundation, we'll start making appointments in your exams, okay? What's the figure that will determine whether we continue giving Mr. Sáenz free coffee? Elisa asked. Sergio gently hit his forehead. He knew his youngest daughter wasn't going to stop inventing nicknames for Mr. Sáenz. If we have between 20 and 30,000, I think it's a good way to start. We can already pay for the tests, reserve the hospital, and give the doctor in advance. Okay, I think. The two of them looked at Sergio. Shall we settle this? Elisa spoke softly. If we have $30,000 between now and Sunday, won't you give the coffee man a loan? That nickname sparked laughter in her family. The three of them reached over the food and clasped their hands in a sort of greeting that served as a promise. Elisa had to find a way to make sure they had that amount of money, because she certainly didn't see herself being able to outlive Ramón Sáenz, the golden phallus, for the rest of her life. When she came out of the bathroom, she found her sister sitting on the edge of the bed, the two ceramic pigs beside her. Her nerves kept her from sleeping well, and the big Friday has finally arrived. It doesn't look as good as she would have hoped, but Elisa tossed and turned in bed wondering, what if they don't call her back? He pursed his lips and sat with Alejandra on the bed. They both sighed heavily, looking at the vibrantly colored piggy banks that held loose change, bills, and any spare change that had been left unattended or in their pockets. Beyond being the piggy banks that had been almost like decorations in their respective rooms for years, the two little pigs were part of a project they did with their mother, one of their last. The three of them painted the ceramic pigs on the balcony of the house, with the warm sun shining on them, and they shared virgin mimosas while listening to music. Although the Perez sisters had little time to spend with their mother in her final days, they had wonderful memories of her. Christina was often an adventurous and experimental soul. It wasn't unusual to hear her say one day she wanted to take a cooking class, only to later that afternoon indicate she'd instead enroll in a pottery class. Her daughters were allies in many of her experiments. They put together flower arrangements in the dining room of the house guided by an online video. They made candles and even a couple of plates that they sometimes use as trays. They tried to knit, but ended up frustrated and with the threads loose around their necks watching a movie. Some works of art that were made while Christina wanted to be a painter decorate the walls of the house and the main room. The loss of their mother has not yet completely healed for them, who looked at each other for a few seconds and simply nodded at the same time. It was Alejandra who stood up, laid out the old t-shirt she'd been carrying on the floor, and picked up her piglet, placing it in front of her. Elisa Ram could sense the enormous contradiction in her older sister's mind, but she jumped in place when Alejandra delivered the first blow with a meat mallet to the piglet, splitting it in two immediately. Without looking her in the eye, because she knew she might burst into tears, Alejandra passed the hammer to her sister, taking a step back. Elisa Ram swallowed, picked up her piglet, and placed it next to the other, closing her eyes before striking it with the first blow, but it didn't break the pig completely, so she had to strike it again, smashing it from the head. "I'm already hating this day," he whispered softly. With her poor sleep, starting her Friday like that wasn't doing anything for a rather sensitive Elisa Ram, who wiped tears from her eyelashes. "That's what it's all about, Ro. 1, because we need all the money, and 2, because I'm sure you don't want to serve coffee to that man for the rest of your life, or worse yet, watch him take over the coffee shop. Do you think he's capable of that?" The two looked at each other for a few seconds. "I mean, I don't like the guy, and if I saw him outside the cafeteria, I'd kick his ass." Alejandra started to laugh. "For being rude, narcissistic, and pretentious, but I don't see him being cruel, at least not to Dad." "Me neither. It's a bit odd that he still drinks that daily coffee, though. I can assume he has a good coffee maker at home." "That's what I told Carlos," Elisa Rum exclaimed. The two were already on the floor removing the ceramic pieces and separating the bills from the coins. "I still don't fully understand how Dad came to that agreement, but I guess it makes it clear that Mr. Sáenz is also a man of his words." "I suppose so, although that very thing makes me think he'll have no problem taking everything from us," Elisa Rum indicated. "Patricia told us yesterday that apparently many of the kiosks and stores in the mall are his spaces, and also that the financial institution Dad mentioned has made loans to many others in that location and who knows in the city. Could it be that the Sáenzes are slowly taking over the city? May your mouth turn sour for that madness. Amen." The two shared a warm smile, already seeing the pile each had. Under Elisa Ram's watchful eye, Alejandra began counting the bills. Between the two of them, they had collected a little over $500 in assorted bills. Then they separated the coins by denomination and began counting them, adding up to almost 300. "Well, it's not so bad. It's 832, Alejandra indicated, after adding the two amounts. "Something is something." "Our poor little pigs." Elisa Ram took a piece of the painted pottery. "Mom loved how they turned out. She even took pictures of them. Do you remember?" "I do." Alejandra smiled weakly when Elisa Ram turned to look at her. "But Mom is more than these little pigs. It was sharing with her while we painted them, and we also need the money." Elisa Ram nodded. "I'll go to the bank early, change the coins and ask for bigger bills. Today is Friday. If there is no loan approved, there will be nothing." Elisa Ram just sighed heavily. "Likewise, a gentleman will come on Sunday, a client, whom I told about selling the car, and he has a lot where he sells used cars. He says he'll buy it from me at a good price." "Oh, Veer. When will Grandma, who is the queen, come and tell us that we are heirs to a country and give us a closet full of clothes and jewelry?" Elisa Ram complained, sinking to the floor. Her older sister's laughter was certainly contagious, and they only sighed quickly, sitting up when Alejandra hit her on the thick thigh. I think Grandma Queen isn't coming, so we have to keep working hard to get that closet of clothes and jewelry, she said confidently, gathering everything. She arranged the coins in the same shirt, while Elisa took charge of throwing the ceramic pieces into the bathroom trash can, but she left a small one where a painted flower could be clearly seen against the decorative candle. The two of them, still in their pajamas, headed out into the living room. While Alejandra got ready everything she would take to the bank, Elisa was preparing to make coffee and check the refrigerator to make sure they could have breakfast when she realized the day and time. "It's Friday," he blurted out, closing the door, "and Mr. Golden Phallus is coming." He didn't even have time to check anything. He ran down the spiral staircase, hitting himself just before reaching the first step, so jumping and cursing he entered the place, only opening his eyes wide when he saw the gentleman already being attended to by his father. Ramón scanned her body with little concealment. She was wearing a tight-fitting halter top that showed off the fullness of her breasts. Her pajama pants had a design of many pink and red hearts, and she was wearing slippers and her hair was loose. A sip of coffee made Ramón stifle his smile when he saw the little girl with that just-got-up look that made her look somehow adorable. "You're late, miss," he told her firmly, causing the young woman to raise an eyebrow. "Miss? Since when has this fool started calling you that?" Sergio turned around to look for his daughter. "I already attended to Mr. Sáenz, dear. Why don't you go upstairs and—" He couldn't finish when he heard a loud bang coming from the kitchen. Sergio ordered Elisa not to bother the gentleman, but he separated from her, shaking hands with Ramón, who seemed too cordial and polite, saying goodbye to him. When they were alone, the young woman sighed heavily, crossing her arms when she noticed Ramon's gaze on her breasts. "Are you a pervert, sir?" she asked haughtily. "No, but I have you in front of me, and I have a quality vision." Elisa rolled her eyes. "Did you fall asleep, little girl? And I'm not a lady anymore?" she snapped, annoyed, approaching him. "I knew he was a fool who only pretends to be nice to my father. Why does he come here every day when he must have a coffee maker worth thousands of dollars?" "I have her." Ramón sounded arrogant, taking a step towards her. "But how could I continue my day without bothering the fat little girl with the crazy hair?" "Your grandmother is fat." The woman's hand that was about to slap the daring gentleman was suspended in midair when Ramón took it firmly. Elisa's eyes widened as, to her surprise, the gentleman kissed her palm, but he released her abruptly. "Don't raise your hand to your elders, little girl," he warned her mockingly, "because you won't be able to bear the punishment later. You touch me, and I report you." Ramón gave that crooked smile that Elisa hated. Well, she generally hated him, and right now she'd rather stand on a street corner every night selling her body than deal with the idea that for the rest of her life the arrogant businessman would bump into her. The young woman clenched her jaw and crossed her arms as Ramón pressed himself against the counter. The bastard smelled good, and he certainly looked handsome in that suit, a blue so deep it looked almost black. Elisa only gasped when she noticed him pull a card from his pocket, placing it between them. "What's that?" "Give it to your father. Tell him I'll wait for him on Monday to talk about what he asked me for. We don't need your money." She blinked rapidly when she saw the gentleman's intention to grab her face. The young woman swallowed, but didn't look away, didn't even move away from the counter, noticing Ramón perhaps searching for the strength to keep from doing something crazy. "Don't speak for your father," he told her confidently. "And you know that if they need it." He moved a little closer to her. "And if you ask nicely, I'll give them double or triple. You just have to be a little nicer, little girl. And you just have to stick a stick up your ass to get rid of that arrogance you have. That this day goes horribly for you, and that everything goes wrong. Goodbye." To Elisa's surprise, the gentleman began to laugh, taking a sip of his coffee that ended with a satisfied sound that made her even more disgusted. "I certainly wouldn't be able to achieve this with my multi-thousand-dollar coffee maker." He mocked even more. "See you on Monday, blushing little girl. If you welcome me back looking like that, I'll stay longer for your delight." Son of a... He didn't understand how the gentleman's reflexes had allowed him to dodge the pencil the young woman threw at him. At that moment, Sergio came out of the kitchen, but he couldn't say goodbye to Mr. Sáenz, who sped off, still heading north of the city. He looked at his daughter, who was blushing and breathing heavily. But the gentleman could only sigh heavily when Elisa couldn't even tell him everything he knew was on the tip of her tongue. So he only denied it when the young woman turned around and heard her scream in the small courtyard before heading upstairs. The young woman arrived home, found the couch, and screamed again against a cushion. She shook her body as she searched the kitchen again, rapidly reciting where she was going to beat Ramón Sáenz and the proper way to castrate him for being an arrogant, brazen, self-centered, and spoiled rich kid. Maybe he likes you. Her sister's voice made her frown and look at her with a bad face. I mean, like in childhood, they said that if a boy liked you, it bothered you a lot. That's ridiculous, Alejandra. Besides, we're not even 5 years old, even though he behaves that way. And believe me, I prefer a romantic courtship to having my mornings ruined by his stupidity. He's just, she clenched both fists. He called me fat, she pointed out, annoyed. Really? Alejandra looked surprised. Yes he did. He told me, fat little girl, it's a. Alejandra only shook her head when Elisa crushed the egg in her hand, so she finally sighed and shook her head. She already had too much inside her without also being burdened with all the negative energy that Ramón Sáenz was clearly transmitting. She washed her hands and began making breakfast for her family. While she hated it, her mind quickly turned to the way her hand was held, how Ramon's grip felt firm, though not cruel or strong, just firm, very firm. She swallowed as she scrambled the eggs in the bowl to make some omelets, feeling her skin prickle at the memory of that kiss the gentleman had placed on her palm. It was undoubtedly a surprising and strange move. It had taken her by surprise in many ways, and up until that point, she had been reacting as she should. She frowned when she remembered meeting the gentleman's blue gaze. Of course, Elisa was no stranger to his elegance and bearing, and she wasn't going to be a fool to deny that Ramón Sáenz was hot. Actually, very hot. And if she hadn't, she'd have undoubtedly devoured him with her eyes at another time. Not only was he a tall man, he had a body that clearly looked like it had been worked out in the gym, a defined jaw, blue eyes, soft hair, and those short-lived smiles undoubtedly made him look even more handsome. But that didn't mean that his personality wasn't awful, and that he might be even more annoying as a boss. Poor Titan, she whispered to herself, thinking about the other gentleman who bumped into her at the mall. Elisa was sure that poor Carter must be suffering too much having a boss like Ramón, and perhaps she wasn't so far from reality. After all, for Carter, the only moment where his boss seemed a little calm was when he was leaving that cafeteria, and he knew very well that it was because of the encounter and provocation he had with the young Perez. He turned around when he heard the vibration of his cell phone, which he had left on the small kitchen island, and without hesitation, he picked it up, smiling broadly when he saw Carlos's message in the group. The smile soon faded as he realized, once again, that what his friend had said was true. Today is the day. Even though she was well aware that the client wouldn't be able to smell her or even be near her, Elisa took a long, thorough bath. She shaved her legs and armpits once more, even though she had done so the day before, exfoliated her entire body, and then washed it twice, also following the routine that would revive and completely define her lovely curls. By the time she looked in the mirror, she was a wet-haired lioness who smelled like a freshly baked coconut and vanilla cupcake. At one point in their lives, she and Patricia wanted to be the pretty, sweet vanilla girl. Patricia couldn't stand the smell for long, but Elisa found a lot of warmth and even sensuality in it, buying products that had the peculiar fruit as their only ingredient, or even one of them. While the sweetness could sometimes be overpowering, she soon learned that it was easy to create blends of ingredients that gave a sense of cleanliness or harshness to the sweet aroma, turning it into this sweet, alluring balm that moved with every step she took. The young woman applied her face creams and moisturizers, and although she didn't intend to leave the house looking good in the sexy outfit, she did put on the bodysuit. Clearly, the garment was meant to be worn without underwear, so she only sighed softly when she saw herself in the mirror, looking like that unconventional leather dominatrix. She headed out to the bedroom, packing her 2 bags. In one, she carried her knee-high black boots, the only item the club didn't have, as they decided the dancers could choose the footwear they felt most comfortable in. She also included a small bag with makeup, perfume, a sweat towel, and her thermos of water. In the other, smaller bag, she carried her bustier and mask. She'd been getting ready since 3 in the afternoon. Carlos would arrive at 6 sharp. He'd gotten permission for the young woman to finish dressing in the studio. From there, once Patricia arrives after work, they'd head to the club. None of her friends wanted to miss this long-awaited moment. Over the bodysuit, she put on a full workout outfit, put on her sneakers, and then walked over to the small vanity where she applied perfume and a little primer to get her skin ready for makeup. Her father seemed unconvinced by the young girl's late start to take these classes, which she didn't much like either, but the confidence in Elisa Ram and the idea of her friends being with her at all times made him lower his guard a little. The afternoon turned out well for the Perez family. Alejandra returned from the bank with a huge smile on her face. The bank had approved the loan, not for the amount she requested, but they had approved a loan for $20,000, which the young woman was to withdraw on Monday, bringing the complete documentation and the deed that made her the owner of the car her mother left her in her will. Although the Perez family has never had great fortunes or luxurious possessions, when Christina learned that her illness was in an irreversible state, she didn't hesitate to hire a lawyer and leave her 2 daughters, her treasures and best friends, the few things she owned. Alejandra kept the car. The 2 kept a set of valuable jewelry they had promised to wear at their weddings. Elisa Ram obtained the deeds to the house, and Alejandra obtained the deeds to the cafe. Of course, Sergio in no way opposed his wife's decision. After all, no one was better suited than their daughters to obtain the small amount of wealth they had accumulated as a couple over the years. After a sigh and swallowing several times to relieve the horrible tension in her stomach, Elisa Ram picked up her bag, looked at the time on her cell phone, and realized that even though she hadn't wanted to think too much about what was coming, that was all she had done during the day, and well, the moment had finally arrived. She had no idea what her dance would be like, what she would do to win the heart of the man or perhaps woman who was there watching her, but she did know that that night she was going to put her soul, life and heart into the movement of her entire body to be claimed and obtain from the club the high earnings that they talk so much about. When she left her room, she found her father reading a little and Alejandra on her laptop. The 2 of them fixed their gaze on the young woman, who looked pretty and undoubtedly smelled very good. Elisa Ram couldn't hold her sister's gaze for too long because she knew that if anyone could discover her little secret, it would undoubtedly be Alejandra. So, after sighing, she adjusted her bag on her shoulder and looked for the exit. "I'm leaving," she said, trying to sound calm. "Carlos is going to bring me. The girls asked for 2 hours, so I'll be here around 11. The studio is 10 minutes away." It was Alejandra who spoke. "Why are you taking so long?" "Because they don't always finish on time. These people are adults," she replied confidently, looking at her father and then at Alejandra. "If they want to know more or fine-tune a movement, they'll ask for more time. I hope you charge them, because it's quite late for you to come back," Sergio pointed out to her. When she stood up, Elisa Ram swallowed. She closed her eyes at the kiss her father placed on the center of her forehead and only looked down, smiling weakly at the blessing Sergio placed on his daughter's still damp hair, at whom he smiled when he met her beautiful brown eyes. "The schedule is a little dangerous," he told her gently. "Even though the studio is close, it's still nighttime for you. Is Carlos going to bring you?" "Yes, Dad. In fact, both of them will come because Patricia will arrive after work." Sergio nodded. "Maybe they'll stay overnight." He nodded. "Tomorrow breakfast is on us." The man just laughed and shook his head. "We'll take you to the brunch place we had last time. It was delicious and the food is good. Don't spend what you're going to earn so soon," his father warned lovingly. "And how much are they going to pay you?" Alejandra's question made Sergio turn around. $1,000, Elisa Ram blurted out, seeing the surprise in her family. "For those 2 hours, that's what I told them. Nightclub dancers have good incomes, and if they ask me to do it tomorrow too, I will." she stated firmly, wanting to create the best alibi right now in case her claim comes up, or the days they ask for, she added quickly, because they have complicated schedules. If they're going to pay you $1,000 for 2 hours of classes a day, tell them you have the whole week off, Alejandra added, making her younger sister laugh and then sigh. She knew well that if Alejandra agreed, her father would too. After all, Sergio trusted his eldest daughter's intuition and advice enormously. Sometimes Elisa has thought that Alejandra has too much of a burden that, at 24, she shouldn't have to carry. She somehow feels that she took on the role of mother to her and manager of the household for her family, while her father was in deep mourning. She hoped things would improve for everyone after that night, because she wanted to give her sister, whom she hugged goodbye, a few days of freedom and perhaps take some weight off her tense shoulders if she got some good money at that club. They escorted her to the small balcony-like platform that led to the spiral staircase Elisa descended. They both smiled when Carlos leaned halfway out of his sedan and greeted them with his signature enthusiasm, blowing kisses, before returning to his seat as the young woman took the passenger seat. $1,000 for 2 hours of dancing, Sergio whispered. Do nightclub dancers earn that much? Alejandra just laughed. The two of them returned inside the place. According to social media, yes, she noticed him looking at his dad's tummy and moving his hips, so Alejandra burst out laughing. What are you doing? Seeing if I can give it in a club? How many bills would I make per night? Father and daughter continued talking in a light and playful way about what Sergio Perez could earn in a nightclub as a dancer. Although he considered that his creaking knees and easily twisted back could be a small detail that would greatly reduce his earnings. Surrounded by Carlos's blaring music, Elisa breathed as her friend instructed. Her nerves were killing her, and she felt as if at any moment she might vomit completely or stop breathing and lose consciousness. They turned to look at each other when they arrived at the studio. Because it was quite close to the Perez house, Carlos just took his friend's hand and swallowed. What if I screw up? She whispered. What if I get paralyzed by being locked in that place? They're going to pay you for the night, and that's already a profit, Carlos answered confidently. Besides, I'm sure that when the music starts you won't even think, because that's what happens to you, Elisa. I've seen you dance. I've seen you enjoy the music, the freedom of dance, and once that starts you look powerful. She smiled weakly. Let your body guide you. Even if your mind is afraid, the young woman nodded. Also realize that you're going there out of necessity, that if you do it wonderfully, as I know it will happen, you'll be able to get what your family needs. And we won't have to lend the arrogant golden phallus, he added, making Carlos smile as he nodded. We have to give it to the goddess of curves. We have to give it our all because the Elisa Carrillo Club and its clients aren't even prepared for the Elisa avalanche. You have to give it to him. The two went downstairs at the same time, searching for the interior of the now empty space. In a small studio surrounded by mirrors, Elisa continued getting ready. She was about to start her makeup when Patricia arrived and immediately helped her. The three of them transformed this curvaceous young woman into a goddess straight out of the most decadent pages of adult magazines. In the confidence that their friendship allowed them, Patricia spread a glittery cream on Elisa round buttocks. Carlos, at her feet, adjusted the boots, applying double-sided tape to prevent them from slipping. And the final touch was that carmine lipstick that slid velvety smooth over the young woman's full lips. When she saw her reflection in the mirror, her smile widened. She felt powerful, sensual, and completely captivating looking that way. And she was going to convey that same quality in this space, where she had 1 hour to woo anyone she wanted to become a permanent dancer at the Elisa Carrillo Club. They left 30 minutes before the scheduled time for the young woman. Her nerves grew even worse the closer they got to the venue, and she let out a heavy sigh when she saw the iconic corner spot. The Elisa Carrillo Club was a beautiful structure, with simple lines that didn't give much away that it was a dance club. Its name barely shone in the neon lights, but there were no long lines or loud music anywhere. The three of them jumped when they touched Carlos's window. They looked at each other when they noticed the big, strong man next to the car. Yes? Carlos asked, lowering his window just a bit. You can't park there, he pointed firmly. You have to move. We came to drop off a dancer, Patricia said. I'm Elisa Rahman. On the other side. The man interrupted her. And don't give your name. It's the first rule. The three were surprised, but didn't hesitate to advance in the direction they'd been directed. They passed through a closed gate, which opened for them. They frowned when they found themselves facing another closed space, causing Elisa Rum to swallow. I think you're up to here. I'll leave at 10. Don't leave, he whispered. Of course we won't. We'll be 1 block away because the man with few friends who kicked us out doesn't seem to understand, Carlos responded. Go ahead. You look beautiful and captivating. Steal all the customers, Patricia asked, although I'm sure you will. She received kisses from her friends and just got out of the car, carrying her mask in her hand and her bag on her shoulder. Her knee-high boots were comfortable, actually her favorites for dancing, although they were a little worn, but at that moment she knew all eyes would be on her body, not her shoes. She was surprised when a small door opened automatically for her, leading her into a long, beautifully lit hallway that smelled like leather. She didn't find anyone she could ask questions of, but she did find a small waiting room. She looked surprised when another door opened, so she continued forward. The young woman found herself in a small, dressing room-like space. She left her bag on an armchair and approached the mirrors with lights in front of her. Her eyes widened when she saw the variety of luxury brand makeup products arranged on the glass tabletop. They all looked brand new. Were they for her? You're coming in 10, get ready, announced a firm voice that seemed to come from the ceiling. She looked around in surprise, finding that red dot again in a corner of the room. Being watched without knowing who it was made her uncomfortable, but she was beginning to understand that this seemed to be how things worked in that place. Elisa Rum sat down in the high chair, took the mask, and carefully began to place it just as she'd been taught, sighing in relief when she heard the click of the accessory fit her face. She moved to her bag, bathing her body in her own perfume, noticing the accessories before her with a warm smile. Gloves, pearl necklaces, even black feather boas hung from a small piece of furniture. Spurred by curiosity, she opened it for her and picked up the gloves, which reached her elbow when she put them on. The small fringes were striking and would undoubtedly create a more visual impression of movement. She put away her cell phone and closed her purse, leaving it under the vanity. After a sigh, she stood in the middle of the room. Ready? They asked from the air. Elisa Rum swallowed, clasped her hands, caressed her thighs, and leaned back in agreement. List. And before her the door opened wide, announcing that it was time for the final test. Her heart seemed to have left its place and was now beating in so many places that she was more than certain this wasn't normal. The final straw would be if that same night Elisa Rum Perez collapsed in that hallway, struck down by a heart attack, her nerves so strong. Her friends would never know what had happened, and her family would undoubtedly wonder for the rest of their days. Why had they let her out? She shook her head when her thoughts became too dark, so she just swallowed. A young man with headphones on his ears walked quickly in front of her, but he didn't speak to her, or even tell her how to proceed. What Elisa Rum didn't know was that the young man in front of her didn't know much about the subject either. He'd only started working at the place where a relative already works as a security guard 2 weeks ago. He never expected to find himself in those labyrinthine hallways, leading overly beautiful women who smelled like goddesses to those booths where he had no idea what was going on, but he wasn't going to ask. The young woman frowned when she saw the night stop in that peculiar, round space. Before them were 3 doors. Clearly, he couldn't ask her name, and she wasn't supposed to speak to anyone. The rules were very clear. But in a brief second, their gazes met. Both nervous, both new, both on the verge of making the worst mistake. Door 3, the gentleman told him, trying to sound confident. He quickly left the place, and in that hallway he said a prayer to keep his position in that club that undoubtedly paid very well. But in his desperation to leave, he didn't notice the complete confusion in the dancer, who wasn't sure which was the 3rd door. Elisa Rum found herself between 3 doors. If she started from the left, the 3rd would be the one on the right, but if she started from the right, it would be the one on the left. Soon, her head was racing from one side to the other, completely confused. Which way to go? She closed her eyes and was about to turn around, but she heard a bit of music, so she followed her instincts, letting God be in control of that moment. The young woman entered the 3rd door on the right, finding a round room filled with lights that caressed her figure. The place was empty, so she assumed she was in the right place. She stepped forward onto the platform in front of her. There certainly wasn't a pole to lean on, but after heaving a heavy sigh and raising her gaze upwards where she found those heavily tinted windows, Elisa Perez began to dance, letting her body take control of that moment where her mind had told her she had made the worst of mistakes. The gentleman didn't even flinch when he heard the music again. He'd asked for a second hour of entertainment, which wasn't entertaining him at all, but at least it helped him kill time and leave him a little of the night, his worst enemy, so he could get home and maybe get some rest. He used to hate Fridays. The company was closed for the weekend, but he forced himself to work every day. On some occasions, it's affected his assistant, but he's reduced his work days since becoming a father, so he was left alone on those 2 days with his thoughts and, above all, the guilt that has often eaten away at his mind. He stands before the tinted window, not keen on continuing to stare at the slender dancer he's chosen. So he's preparing his third drink, while the smoke from his second cigar fills the cabin with that aroma of burning cocoa and a hint of damp earth, which he kind of liked. He sipped his drink with his eyes closed and, after a sigh, looked for his chair, but the force that expelled the whiskey from his mouth made him open his eyes wide. He blinked at what the now wet glass was showing him. Who the hell is that fat dancer? And where did her order go? His face became distorted as he watched her sway in that booth. He couldn't even take his whiskey, clean his shirt, or even react more quickly because his gaze was fixed on the way the dancer on the floor was now raising her very large rear end toward him. From the jacket he had hung on his chair, he took his cell phone. He was one of the few customers allowed to enter, and on the dialer, he called the person he needed. "What the hell does this mean?" he said as soon as the line was answered. "I told you clearly what I wanted. I chose my dancer from your entire catalog. Are you joking?" "Sir, I'm sorry." The female voice, who has already realized the mistake that made him deny it. It was a mistake by one of the new organizers. This young lady had a client waiting for her, and it was a complete mistake. "I'll fix it right away." The gentleman approached the glass, seeing the young woman's back turned. The way her gloved hands gently brushed against his body made him salivate, so he sighed heavily. "He's sending Smiley right now. It'll be 2 hours of entertainment on us, and—" "Silence," he cut her off sternly. He hadn't even left the window. Suddenly, his heart was beating differently, and he only just pulled his shoulders back when he felt the skin on his neck prickle. The young woman continued to undulate before him. She was different, completely different from anything he'd ever seen as beautiful, anything he'd ever asked for. But something in his mind, something told him to wait, to let her continue because her body was finally reacting. "We're about to make the change." "Enough," his voice was commanding. "Leave her alone, fire the employee who made the mistake, and give Smiley double the tip," he ordered. "Leave this girl alone, at least for an hour." He heard the slightly resigned sigh behind the line. How old is he? Lord knows that. He didn't let her finish because he hung up on her. He clenched the cell phone in his hands and placed it on the table where his cigar had burned. He cupped his fingers and took a deep drag before rolling another drink. He rolled his sleeves up to his elbows, unbuttoned his shirt slightly, and after taking a cigar and a drink, he finally sat down. He licked his lips, not understanding where the thirst that had dried his throat was coming from. To the rhythm of her round buttocks, he was drinking and smoking. At one point he was sure that she had detached herself from that place, that the glass, that division between them no longer existed, and that it was against his body that she danced, that he let her brush his skin, squeeze his buttocks hard until they were marked. He leaned back, still maintaining eye contact with her. His mind was activated in a way it had never been with Smiley, the dancer he'd chosen, or any other woman in his repertoire of conquests. The way the images were clear, the way they slid before him, making him want exactly that. His strong, firm hands roaming the dancer's body. They bury themselves in her curly hair, licking her ear while her soft, round butt squirms provocatively against his groin, raising his erection to painful levels he could relieve right there. He quickly found himself wanting her, capable of breaking rules and barriers to take her on that very platform where she was fondly touching herself. He understood that he wanted her hands to hold him like she was doing now. He needed to bury his nose in her neck and inhale her scent, because he was sure she must smell sweet, forbidden, and juicy, like a unique and decadent fruit that would drive him to the same madness. He swallowed saliva after each sip. The whiskey had lost its hold on his system and seemed like water, though it wasn't necessarily quenching his thirst. The cigar wasn't hitting where it should, and strangely, a note of sweetness and freshness had stirred in his nostrils. He didn't understand where it came from, so he just shook his head, finishing his drink right there. Where did that woman with such pronounced, addictive curves come from? Who could be the one behind the mask that has hypnotized him with her pale, round buttocks that moved deliciously? And what would her saliva taste like if he could take that lipstick-painted mouth in a deep kiss right now? At that moment, guided by his instincts, by the uncontrolled desire that had been ruling him, the gentleman placed his glass on the table beside him and his cigar in the ashtray. For the first time, the entertainment was of complete quality, and he didn't want anything to interrupt or distract from that special moment. He gasped almost unconsciously when she squeezed her breasts. They looked full, beautiful, and pale. He imagined them like two perfect drops of water falling onto her skin. He could have guessed that her nipples were painted that delicious shade of caramel, given the color of her hair, but the paleness of the dancer's skin invited an artistic contrast that made him sigh heavily. He threw back his shoulders and his hair, trying to process all his thoughts, and just smiled delightedly when he saw her on all fours. "God, what a position you've given me," he whispered to himself. With her chest pressed to the floor and that round butt raised, it seemed like the perfect moment to take her, to brand her with spanks and pound her like a demon until she came. He bit his lip as he imagined delicate, feminine gasps, so he just sighed heavily, understanding that after so much, his body had reacted, had asked for something with complete need. Her, the curvaceous dancer who had arrived before his eyes by mistake. "Oh, damn it," he said to himself. "What are you doing? What are you doing to me?" he asked, tilting his head as he continued to be lost in her movements. He undid another button to relieve the burning sensation he suddenly felt on his skin. He stood up, a little flushed, and took a sip of whiskey from the bottle, but it wasn't enough. It burned, in a completely new and different way. He was burning, so he grabbed some ice and, without hesitation, ran it over his neck, his hands, even his face, but it wasn't enough. He returned to the chair, and given the urgency within him, he didn't hesitate to continue with the orders his mind had given him. He undid the sash, the button, and, sliding his gaze over her curvaceous body, he pulled out his member. She found it stiff and glistening, the effect she'd had on him clear. He spread his precum over its length, stroking it like he hadn't since he was a brat hiding away to watch pornography. That moment was completely different. She wasn't even naked. She couldn't see his face. She couldn't hear his labored breathing, but she couldn't stop thinking about how he must sound. He leaned back against the chair and, with his member wrapped in his hand, began to masturbate. Her gasps grew deeper as he accelerated his caress. He closed his eyes as the image of him sinking his enormous member into the dancer's small mouth became clear. He imagined her on her knees, still wearing the rabbit mask, her crimson lips enveloping his flesh. He thought about how he would fuck her mouth, how he would fuck her completely, without even taking off her clothes. To the rhythm of the music, which accelerated her swaying hips and made her move her body more sensually. The gentleman also coordinated his movements until he exploded in her hand, panting and amazed at what he had experienced. Right there, he cleaned his hands and his member, shaking his head several times, trying to escape the trance he'd found himself in. Ramón Sáenz had been a client there for 2 years, changing dancers, choosing his own, and never, no one, had ever achieved what happened in that moment. After straightening his clothes again, he stood up, but he felt weakened in ways he'd never experienced before. He swallowed, but again he took the whiskey bottle, drinking from the spout. The cigar had burned like incense to saturate the room, so he shook it in the ashtray and took a deep drag, smiling broadly at the end of that sensual repertoire he'd seen before him. On the floor of the icy platform, and with his eyes closed, he let his hands run over it safely. He feels the sweat bathing his body. He hasn't looked too far up, but he has strangely noticed a slight red that seems to catch fire from time to time. When the music ended, he swallowed and only settled himself by sitting on his thighs to stand up. He hasn't felt the time to run. He didn't even know if he had done it well or if it had been a complete failure, so he only stood up after expelling a heavy sigh. She turned around when she heard a clicking noise and, at her feet, where the customer clearly couldn't see, she noticed the red light turn on, so she didn't hesitate to look for the exit. She felt dizzy, a little disgusted, and definitely very confused. It was a moment that was too intimate for what she expected. The control that her body took immediately surprised her because Elisa Perez made love to her in many ways, and yes, she ended up completely aroused. She left for the same place with the 3 doors. No one was waiting for her, but she was able to follow the signs on the walls. As she advanced, the doors opened until she reached that small dressing room-like space where she had left her bag. She didn't know when she'd be doing her second period, or even if it would happen, so she walked over to the mirror, took off her mask, and when she saw her reflection, she could only smile wider. Whether she was called or not, Elisa has had a completely transcendental experience. The gentleman grabbed his jacket, took out his cell phone, and looked for the phone booth exit. He dialed the number again on speed dial. "It's mine," he asserted firmly. "Completely mine," he warned arrogantly. "If you give it to anyone else, I assure you I'll burn this place down," he threatened. "Give her 3,000 tonight." "Yes, sir," they responded softly from the other side. "Will you give him a name?" The thought immediately brought a smile to his face. The images continued to flood his mind, and now the reality of returning home completely alone no longer weighed heavily on him, because he'd have someone to keep him company in his thoughts. "It will be cuddly," she whispered with a warm smile. "My cuddly." Chapter 4. The friends put down their phones and wiped their smiles as they watched the young woman step out of the automatic door that opened for her. She draped her sweatshirt over her bodysuit and a hood over her loose hair. It seemed she'd wiped off her makeup with her hands, because even though the lighting wasn't ideal, they could still see a bit of her lipstick running. She didn't say anything, didn't even wave, getting into the back of the car and slamming the door behind her. Carlos sighed heavily as he looked at Patricia, who did the same. The two of them walked around and took up space in the car, leaving Elisa alone in the back seat. Of course, it was confusing for them when the same man who had moved them arrived, even though they were just a block away from the club. Barely an hour and a few minutes had passed, and Elisa's expression indicated that perhaps it hadn't been very helpful, and she had left early. As soon as they left the car, sobs filled the quiet cabin. Patricia turned to look at Carlos and, without even thinking about it, even with the vehicle moving, moved to sit next to Elisa, whom she took in her arms and hugged while she comforted her crying. The young woman didn't understand what had happened. She didn't understand why they had forced her to quit after just an hour when her energy and stamina allowed her to do it for a couple more. Was she that bad? Was she that clumsy? Did they not like her figure? Were those extra pounds she learned to love because she could never shed what had once again robbed her of her opportunity? As a dancer, Elisa understood from a very young age that she was competing not only with the beauty of other women equally talented as her, but also with those who were slim or slender. She often saw girls with less training than her selected for one or another of the jobs she had applied for, and the reason was always the same. You don't fit the profile we're looking for. The profile most recruiters, celebrities, directors, and even producers were looking for seemed to have the same measurements. Small breasts, which she didn't have, a defined abdomen, which she didn't have, small hips, which she didn't have, and a round but small butt, which she didn't have either. When she realized she could never appear in music videos or advertising campaigns just because she didn't fit those measurements, she decided to dance with more passion, making love on stage, as her friends called it. And that's what she did tonight. So what did she do wrong? "Come on, Ro, come on," Patricia asked softly. It was Carlos who, with one eye on the road, one hand on the wheel and the other searching for Elisa's other bag on the floor of the front seat, looked for the young woman's thermos of water, sighing heavily as he handed it to her. "I just don't understand it," she said. It was It was as different as I thought, and I liked it. Her voice was broken. I liked it a lot. There were props, and I put on some gloves up to my elbow. She separated herself from Patricia's shoulder to take a sip of her water. It was her friend who turned her back to her and held her bouncy curls in a low, soft ponytail that cleared Elisa Ram's face. Patricia herself turned on the car's headlights and grabbed her purse from the seat, looking for part of the kit she'd brought to thoroughly clean her friend's makeup. What happened? How did it happen? The young woman drank her water again, and under her friend's gentle care, she recounted everything she'd experienced at the exclusive club. She recounted how confused she felt before entering the door, but how she let her body take control as the music touched her skin. For Elisa Ram, that had been one of her best performances. She doesn't remember the performance itself. She only knew that what she felt in that place was indescribable. She confided that she was deeply aroused, that when the music ended, her skin crawled, and that when her body invited her mind to participate, it did so in a way more erotic than she could have imagined. Elisa Ram imagined herself dancing for a handsome man with strong hands, who smelled intoxicating and touched her with temptation. She liked knowing she could provoke him, tempt him with her rhythm and her silhouette. And that very thing made her enjoy that hour, which didn't feel like it was passing, because at no point did she feel the urge to end. On the contrary, she wanted to continue. "Did someone come out to tell you no?" Carlos asked softly, feeling the urge to pull over and hug his friend. No. Actually, I barely looked at a single person. He was the organizer who guided me to the door. What if I went into the wrong one?" the young woman asked, flustered, looking at Patricia. "And that's why they kicked me out." "But that wasn't your fault, Elisa Ram. The guy told you door 3 and didn't even point to it or wait for you to enter. It's their fault." Patricia was firm. "Besides, the place was empty, so maybe you were in the right place. So just don't like it." She pointed out, playing with her fingers. "That's all. Don't like it again. Not even for that." She denied her ideas. "It's cruel, really." Her voice was undoubtedly hurt. "Because I could assume that in a place like this there are tastes of tastes, and I don't even fit in that. It's unfair." "It is. By God, it is." Carlos didn't hesitate to look for a fast food place because he needed to park and talk to his friend. "Invite me some fries. I'm hungry," Elisa Ram asked when she saw him pass by the quick order area. Patricia and Carlos just laughed. Eventually, they ordered complete combos of burgers, fries, and even ice cream. They parked in the farthest part of the place, where there were no other cars. Carlos didn't mind using up all the gas at that moment. He left the engine running and the air conditioning on, settling in on the other side of his friend Elisa Ram, who reached for his chest in a tight hug that freed his tears. "I felt very beautiful," she whispered into his shoulder, "and very sexy." "That's what you looked like," Carlos was sure. "If none of those people saw it, it's because you at least danced for a blind person." Elisa Ram smiled weakly. When he pulled away, Carlos didn't hesitate to clean her cheeks, leaving a loving kiss on the center of her forehead. "Look, it's clear that the problem hasn't been you." Elisa Ram just shook her head. "No, Ro, it wasn't you." Carlos was firm. "These people are perhaps looking for what you can't give them. You are a beautiful girl and very, very sexy. You looked ravishing in that uniform. I wanted to lick your buttocks," Patricia added, finally making the young woman laugh. "And you made me move where no woman has ever done before." She just pushed him aside, sighing heavily. "So get rid of this silly idea that he's taking advantage of your sensitivity right now because it wasn't you. It's best that you take this as a divine sign. Maybe that's not where you should be. Or maybe you were going to be in danger." Elisa Ram looked at Patricia. "Possibly it's the universe protecting you from something that will eventually cause you harm, because all that secrecy, that security, the little information about the place is something to be suspicious of." The young woman sighed heavily and nodded. "Everything happens for a reason. Remember what we read in that novel." She pursed her lips slightly and took a sip of her iced tea, which felt very good when it hit her dry throat. The young woman sighed again, looking at her hamburger, and without hesitation, took a big bite because she was hungry, and there was really nothing in the world that was going to make Elisa Ram punish her body, her stomach, or her mind again. "They didn't pay me," he whispered after swallowing the third bite, noticing how Patricia and Carlos looked at each other. I don't know if I really had to wait, but they didn't give me anything. Maybe they only paid if someone complained to me, and clearly that didn't happen. How did you know you had to leave? Patricia asked. In the dressing room that looked like it was me, there was a small red light in the corner. From there, they told me I had 10 minutes to finish getting ready, and when I returned, almost 10 minutes later, they told me I could leave. Just like that. Carlos's question made her nod. Just like that, no one stopped me. I didn't meet anyone else, and once again the doors just kept opening as I walked. He shrugged his shoulders. I guess they must have some kind of motion sensor or someone watching them, which is worse because they saw me leave and didn't stop me. Elisa Ram ate her burger again, sipped her tea, and just leaned back in her seat. She was overwhelmed with conflicting emotions, and the truth was, she felt tired. There was no sadness in her anymore, only anger at the lost time and, above all, at having been lied to. They said they would pay her whether she claimed it or not, but that never happened. I'm going to get my check tomorrow, he announced firmly. I don't care where, but I'm going to get my check, because they said they would pay me for the night, even though no one will complain. We'll go with you, Patricia was firm, because they're a bunch of lying, swindlers who have taken advantage of who knows how many people. Well, if the Elisa Carrillo Club has never had problems, now it will for messing with our goddess of curves, Carlos warned, because the three of us will be there destroying everything for your money. For the $1,000 I told Dad I was going to win. Carlos just opened his eyes wide. What? I thought I was going to stay. Not that they'd kick me out after an hour of dancing. Who knows what fool looked at me who at least said no. Not the fat girl. So you got a little lame asshole, Carlos pointed out seriously. Maybe a rich kid who's just getting into that world and wants models that barely. He fell silent when the two girls saw him with his eyebrow raised. I'm sorry. I respect our first and most important rule. He sighed, but I'm angry. We're angry, Patricia and Elisa Ram said at the same time. They continued eating in the car, listening to music, sipping iced tea, and finishing with ice cream and chips. A disgusting combination in Alejandra's eyes, but one of the things the trio had in common and the one that brought them closer together. After throwing the trash into a dumpster, Carlos took the wheel, and they left close to the time Elisa Ram had given at her house. Much to the peace of mind of Sergio, who hadn't fallen asleep, and Alejandra, who was still waiting for her sister even in her room. The trio arrived a little after 10 p.m. Upon receiving them, he found them a little downcast, as if they hadn't had the best night, and although he wanted to ask what had happened, the young people quickly went to Elisa Ram's room where they locked themselves in. Patricia and Carlos looked at each other when they heard the shower running. So after a sigh, they set about finding the sleeping bags in the young woman's closet and preparing the room for the night. Under the warm water that bathed her body, Elisa Ram's tears didn't last long. How difficult it was to understand each other once again, with her hopes dashed and, above all, facing the imminent reality. Her family still needs money, and she has nothing to contribute. Of course, while she was bathing, the idea of speaking cordially and without any challenge to Ramón Sáenz crossed her mind more than once. Perhaps that's what the Perez family had to do, but she might be able to contribute in a different way to her sister and father if she's the one speaking for that guy. She could offer to be his secretary or his assistant, so she'd only have to deal with the Titan, who seemed more friendly. The chaos in her head soon turned even the water into discomfort, so she finished bathing, trying not to think about it anymore. Tomorrow would be another day, and of course she would go and claim what was hers because she had been told one thing and they had to do it. When she emerged, wrapped in her robe and with her hair in a ponytail but protected by her cap, she smiled at her friends, who were already settled in. She looked for her pajamas and changed in the bathroom. Then Patricia changed, Carlos being the last. Despite the late hour, the kids still had energy, so they used those hydrating masks they had bought by the box at a Korean store. After each applying one, they went to the young woman's laptop, where they put on an animated movie. The day had already been so stressful that it didn't end as everyone expected. Of course, there was disappointment in the air, not only for Elisa Ram, who fell asleep. exhausted and settled between her pillows, but also for her friends, who were completely sure that the beauty of the young woman with curly hair would be so striking and sensual that the customers would fight over her. They didn't really understand why things had ended this way, but they could accept that it wasn't fair. For Elisa Ram, it wasn't fair at all. They settled her into bed, letting the young woman snuggle up against that light blue donut, which has helped her a lot with her gastric problem and gives her better rest. Patricia slept on the other side of the bed, and on the floor, Carlos slept in the double sleeping bag she'd already made for him. Although they didn't want to talk about it, they ended up doing so, and they found what happened unjustifiable. Patricia said that at the very least, the client they assigned to Elisa Ram was a very young man with a childish and undoubtedly superficial mindset. Carlos, on the other hand, is beginning to believe that the young woman's selection was perhaps driven by a curiosity that didn't pan out when they saw her arrive. Of course, both concluded that Elisa Ram was beautiful, her figure was undoubtedly gorgeous, and she was also a spectacular dancer who somehow Hispanicized anyone with her moves. So the only justification for the evening's failure was that the people who ran the place and the client she danced for were complete sons of bitches who had no idea what quality was. With that idea immediately convincing them, they gradually found rest. The young woman had an uncomfortable sleep and heavy but profound dreams that placed her in a dark place where she could only see that red moving around her. A masculine, intoxicating scent swirled around her, condensing into a tangible wave that seemed to caress her with great certainty and firmness. The way she felt pressure on her body, on her buttocks, on her breasts, and then the way his mouth was flooded by a possessive, wet tongue that made her gasp in response. When the hand lowered to her cleft, Elisa Ram's eyes flew open, blinking at the moment. She swallowed, feeling a heaviness in her body and a bit of discomfort in her position, so she slowly peeled herself away from the pillows. She found herself agitated, pricked, and somewhat aroused, so after a sigh, she lay on her back, staring at the ceiling of her room. Neither Patricia nor Carlos were there anymore, so he sat up in his seat looking at his cell phone on his nightstand. It was past 8 in the morning, so after stretching and shaking his head to clear away the remnants of that scandalous dream, he got out of bed and headed to the bathroom. She was surprised when she felt wet. Clearly the dream she had was erotic and very intense, just as she felt that staging before a stranger who will never, ever know who she is, so she only denied when she saw her reflection in her mirror. "You'll have to be nice, Ro," she whispered to herself. "For Mr. Golden Phallus to give them the money, you'll have to let yourself want to kill him. Just be nice," she indicated, looking into his eyes. "That's all that heartless man wants from you," she completed in a low voice. No doubt thinking about Ramón Sáenz irritated her, so she brushed her teeth and left the bathroom to find her family and friends. Her smile widened when she saw the trio of Patricia, her sister, and her father in the kitchen unpacking food. "Where's Carlos?" he asked. She went to the studio because she said she left a bag there. It was Patricia who answered. She shouldn't be long now. She just nodded. "The kids want us to go to the fair," Sergio indicated, kissing the top of his daughter's head, "because the day is beautiful and Carlos is sure that I'll win the truck they're raffling off at the shooting gallery." They both started laughing, and I choose to believe Carlos. Alejandra simply shook her head, widening her smile, which she erased when she met Elisa Ram's dull gaze. Ram tried to grimace at her, but couldn't quite manage it. At that moment, the front door opened. Carlos walked confidently inside, dropped his bag on the couch, and with a nod, called out to his two friends, who didn't hesitate to follow him back into the bedroom, where they locked themselves in. "Suddenly I wake up with 4 children, and 3 of them look like they're up to mischief," Sergio whispered, approaching his Alejandra, who started to laugh. "Let them enjoy their rebellion a little longer. Just wait until they get hungry," she said, smiling, her smile widening when Sergio kissed her hair. Elisa Ram looked in surprise at her friend who sat on the edge of the bed, her eyes wide open when Carlos lifted his shirt and took out a black envelope that he passed to her. "It was in the study mailbox," he pointed out, "but it has your name on it, though. Why did it get there?" Patricia approached Elisa Ram, who was looking at the envelope with curiosity. When she turned it over, she salivated when she saw the word Elisa Carrillo written in a kind of relief in the same color as the envelope. It had a wax seal that she immediately broke. They asked me for an alternate and reliable address. The studio is 10 minutes away, so I thought I could go receive the payments there, and he fell silent when he opened the envelope. "Oh my God," he whispered. "Oh my God," he repeated. Carlos stood up. What's going on?" he asked, frightened. Elisa swallowed and lowered the envelope, which she couldn't take her eyes off, and showed him what she was looking at. The largest denomination of bills lay neatly inside. It was more than she could have imagined. $1,000, certainly much more. "Is it real?" Patricia asked. "Is it real money?" With trembling hands, the young woman took out some bills, and the three of them only opened their eyes wide when they realized that there was still more in the envelope. Nervous and not knowing what to do, she stuck it to Carlos's face, who was scared, but gave the bills a deep sniff. "It's real, and they smell new." I almost gasped at her. "How much do you think there is?" she asked, looking at her friend. "Definitely more than $1,000, Patricia responded. "Oh my God, Ro, they paid you." The friends looked at each other. Elisa took a step towards the bed and emptied the contents of the bills into it. Immediately the boys took a group to start counting, but she only frowned when she noticed a sheet inside, so she did not hesitate to take it out. Her body was shaking. Sleep had left her, her hunger had been curbed, and she had no idea how to truly process what was before her. She fell asleep thinking she hadn't achieved anything. She left that place completely defeated, and cruel words about her physique crossed her mind more times than she'd care to admit. But today, in this moment, she was faced with a reality she'd already said goodbye to. She held the letter out in front of her, but didn't look at it as she watched her friends add up the two amounts on Carlos's phone. She saw their eyes widen, and she felt her own almost pop out of her head when she looked at the screen. "Did they count correctly?" she asked, impressed. "Completely." Carlos was firm. "That's what they paid you, Elisa. It's not $1,000, the three denied. "It's not $1,000. No, Ro, it's not $1,000. The young woman looked at Patricia. "They sent you 3,000 in a single night and with a single hour of dancing." Elisa's laughter lacked the proper release because she couldn't figure out how to release it at that moment. She was nervous, confused, upset, and filled with so many emotions and feelings that she doubted that what she saw before her, piled up in a single group, was real. Elisa Perez earned $3,000 in just 1 hour of dancing. She swallowed when she felt the weight of the letter in her hand and placed it before her eyes, quickly scanning the lines typed on a typewriter. Her friends saw her frown, noticed the blush spread to her cheeks, and then she seemed to hold her breath as she sought their gaze. "I was claimed," she whispered, barely able to process the thought. "I was claimed," she stated more firmly. Sergio and Alejandra jumped in place when the three young people shouted from inside the room. They went to see what was happening, but soon Elisa's fresh, free laughter made it clear that whatever the mischievous trio was doing had undoubtedly filled young Perez with happiness. Carlos and Patricia looked at each other when Elisa didn't say a word, taking a couple of steps back while I read what was in that letter. She quickly swallowed, feeling her cheeks begin to warm, and she was clearly blushing at those lines, which made her sigh heavily when she reached the end. She looked up at her friends, who seemed to be waiting for her to say something, but she didn't know how to proceed. This was undoubtedly very different from what she'd thought, but then again, what Elisa was experiencing now could only be described as madness. She'd never imagined that having to audition to be a dancer at a club, much less one like the Elisa Carrillo Club, being chosen hadn't even been in her head, much less that in just an hour someone could claim her and also send her $3,000 in cash without a single hesitation. "Well, Carlos," anxious, burst Elisa's thought bubble as she couldn't stand any longer. He pressed himself against the wall of his closet and slowly slid down to the floor, picking up the letter again. "My dear," he began to read, feeling his skin crawl immediately. "It's taking me a little while to start these lines, so I apologize if your reward has arrived late. The The boys looked at each other. What you've given me tonight is beyond compare to anything I've ever had in my life, and believe me, I've gotten everything I want. The young woman swallowed her saliva over the lines. I've been mesmerized and completely lost in every movement of your body, and at the end of that piece, I ended up convinced of only one thing: I want you. Damn, Patricia blurted, fanning her face. Elisa was already red as a small curly horse tomato. I don't know how you appeared before my eyes, but I will confess that you have been etched in my retina, and this morning I will take you with me in my dream. Is that really what you're saying? Carlos asked. Yes, if that's what it says. The girl showed him the sheet of paper, pointing at the line. Silence. Let her continue. Patricia was excited. Elisa sighed heavily and put the letter back in front of her eyes. I hope the reward meets your expectations, certainly not mine, because what you have presented me does not have a fair price to match. Yes, he has it, and it's $100,000. Patricia hit Carlos with a pillow, and Elisa silenced him. She was excited by what she was reading, as she had clearly not expected those lines. I want to see you tonight, even though I'd like to see you every single night. I continue reading. I'll be behind that glass, lost in the movement of your hips. I told you your ass was going to drive them crazy, Patricia said excitedly. And from this moment on I count every minute until I am back in your presence. See you later, dear Cuddly. Cuddly, the two friends asked at the same time. If that's what you say, Cuddly, she caressed between his lips. They saw her smile faintly, and then the young woman let out a cry of excitement that soon spread to her friends and accomplices. Elisa was ecstatic. There was no other way to describe it. The way her skin prickled, the way her cheeks remained warm, and the clear blush on them made it clear that she enjoyed what she read. During the time she was in that booth, she saw herself dancing for a strong man, with a captivating presence, whom she was capable of provoking with her body. The thought was what led her to contort herself in that way, to touch herself, feel herself, and bristle like that. Now, looking at that letter she hasn't let go of and rereading it again, she realizes that she did. Not only has she won him over, she has awakened his desire for her, and it made her feel excited. Of course, Elisa wouldn't have thought that behind that glass was a round-bellied old man or a brat just getting to know the world like she was. She wanted to give way to the man her own imagination had created, a strong, virile, confident man capable of reciting those words in a deep voice in her ear. She realized that the idea of being cuddly, her cuddly, pleased her greatly. She swallowed when she finished reading and looked up at her friends, who were staring at her fascinated and happy. The young woman sighed heavily, finally folding the letter. That's crazy, she whispered softly. I was claimed. They sent me $3,000, and he wants to see me again tonight. 3,000 more are coming. Carlos was confident. He got out of bed when Elisa frowned. What are you afraid of? What if this is the beginning of a crazy man who wants to break all the rules of the place to see me dance, or breaks them all to get to me? She asked when the thought crossed her mind. We're going to take care of you, and the moment you start to feel in danger inside that place, you're not coming back. Carlos was firm, and soon Patricia was by his side. Besides, it's just to contribute to the savings your family is currently making, she indicated softly. If you dance 6 times a month, you could contribute almost $20,000 before the operation. The post-operative care would be on me, and Alejandro wouldn't be so stressed, she whispered. Her friends nodded. I can do it. Just 1 month is all I need from this place and this stranger. She nodded to herself, sighing. Maybe it won't be so bad. It looks nice, or at least that's how it reads. She smiled a little. Perhaps he is a very handsome man. Carlos stood up, so tall, muscular, with blue eyes and a killer mouth that. Are you describing Mr. Golden Phallus? Elisa asked, also standing up. The three of them jumped when they heard a knock on the door. Elisa tucked the letter behind her back. Carlos covered the money with a pillow, and Patricia sat on it, turning toward the door when Sergio carefully opened it. Breakfast is ready, guys, the man said kindly. Is it long before your secret meeting? The three of them started laughing. No, Dad. We've already finished planning the end of the world. We're going. Elisa replied. Perfect. Let me know what day you decided to have the lanterns ready. Sergio closed the door behind him, leaving the young people with wide smiles. When they saw each other, they sighed heavily. Are you going to give them the money now? Patricia asked. Not yet. After breakfast, I'll give Alejandro 1,000, which is what I told her they were going to pay me, and I'll save the others. I have to buy a piggy bank. Carlos just shook his head. I have a bank account that I don't use. You can put whatever you receive there and earn a little interest. I'll give you the card and everything for when you need to withdraw it. Elisa immediately wrapped her arms around his shoulders, pulled Patricia close, and the three of them hugged tightly. She knew very well that without the help of this couple who cares for and loves her so much, she wouldn't have achieved anything she's been experiencing now, which, while a little frightening, seems to be the answer to the plea she's made many nights. A job that will earn her a lot of money doing what she loves most. They put all the money in the envelope. Elisa locked the letter on the nightstand next to her bed. She also left the money hidden between the comforters, right in the briefcase that's still safely hidden in her closet. He'd be heading to the bank right away on Monday. He was thinking they could buy the coffee maker that was damaged and then save the rest. His friends advised him to wait for what he was going to earn that night, since the second call had been requested by his client, so he could better organize his expenses. Of course, Patricia was realistic and let him know if she were to repair, buy, and replace everything that breaks down at the cafe, she'd soon be penniless. For the young woman, it seemed like a universal, even silent, law. The moment a little extra money comes in, thousands of things around us seem to break down or need an investment. Carlos confirmed this with his vehicle expenses and his house payments. Sergio's smile widened as the trio emerged, excited and hungry. While the promise of taking him there had excited him the night before, he didn't want his daughter to spend all her money on him. But he didn't expect Carlos and Patricia to order breakfast before he even woke up. The gentleman always liked his daughters to bring friends over. He enjoyed hosting sleepovers, movie and ice cream parties, where the group of kids would do their homework and then hang out in the cafeteria. From the time his daughters were little, he understood that Elisa had a better ability to make friends. She was more open and outgoing, but very firm with her boundaries. On the other hand, Alejandra preferred people to come to her. She enjoyed time alone, books, music, and math. Therefore, it was no surprise to him when the young woman decided to study accounting. Little Elisa had a bit more trouble deciding what to pursue. Although dance had always been her passion, she realized from a young age that it might not be what would give her the future of travel, a private jet, and a Jeep she wanted. So she began her studies in business administration. Elisa was sure she could boost the cafe's popularity, turn it into a franchise, and then have the opportunity to set up her own dance studio. Of course, Christina's death not only hit hard, it also halted in many ways the plans the Perez family had made for the future. With a broken heart and sorrow in her eyes, Elisa returned to university and, almost inspired by the idea of making her parents proud, became the best student. But the announcement of Sergio's tumor made her return and put her studies on hold. Sergio noticed his daughter's interaction with the boys. They shared food, while making plans to go to the fair they'd set up a few miles away. He liked the idea of spending time with them, even though he couldn't ride any of the rides himself. But seeing his girls happy, seeming less worried about the burden he's placed on them, the day had definitely improved a lot. So how was last night? Sergio asked Elisa. Did the girls learn a lot? Elisa and her friends saw each other for a few seconds. It was great, Dad, she replied sincerely. They were great and very funny. I must admit they knew things I didn't. Everyone smiled. But yes, I do think they learned, even though they asked me for another hour today. Or maybe two. Remember they said there was more time today, Carlos added, making Elisa nod. Today too. Sergio scratched the top of his head. I thought today, being Saturday, was the day those places were most crowded. Alejandra just rolled her eyes. Yesterday I told your sister I wanted to try it. Try what? Elisa asked, confused. Being a nightclub dancer, I thought about my routine. Oh my God. The sisters covered their faces when Sergio Perez stood up and performed a show of forbidden steps in front of them. That energy was so good for Carlos and Patricia that they didn't hesitate to encourage him and applaud him, who stuck out his little butt, bursting into laughter when he slapped himself. Soon, calculating the steps, he kicked the chair, and so the show ended, with him back in the dining room checking his little toe. With Elisa Ram's family and friends looking happy, she felt a little calmer and more confident about her decision. She'll clearly continue dancing in that place and will do better each time. Undoubtedly much better to continue impressing the man responsible for those lines that have made her feel special, energized, and, why deny it, very desirable. The guests washed the dishes while the hosts did other cleaning. At the request of their daughters and staff, the cafe was closed on weekends, as many businesses didn't, so the number of customers was too low for another day of work and payments. When Elisa Ram saw Alejandra heading to her room, she didn't hesitate to go to her own, find the envelope, and take out the full $1,000. Then, she headed over to her older sisters. Alejandra's surprise was obvious because her eyes widened, and she counted the bills about 10 times, swallowing. "We already have 1,000 more," the young woman told them softly. Her smile widened as Alejandra let herself go on top of her and hugged her tightly. "Don't you want to leave something for yourself?" she asked excitedly. "You can buy the shoes you wanted, and—" Elisa Ram silenced her when she shook her head. "Not at the moment. Everything's fine, and we're not going to spend money on anything that isn't urgent," he pointed out gently. "If I give 2 hours today, maybe I'll get paid a little more." "Wow." Alejandra sighed heavily, letting herself fall on the edge of the bed. The money in her hand indicated that what her sister had said was a lie. Maybe Dad doesn't give her the job of being a nightclub dancer. But if you teach me, I could try. That? Look how much these girls are paying you for a few hours of class. To reach that amount, they're making 5 times more than this. I could. Elisa Ram's soft laugh made her shake her head. Soon the two of them were sitting on the edge of the bed. "You've already done so much for this family, Veer." Elisa Ram was gentle. "Not only did you take on the role of mother for me at a time that was also very difficult for you." She took her hand. "You took everything in the house and made it your job. As long as they need me to improve their numbers, I'll give them classes, and that's all we're going to do, okay?" Alejandra nodded in agreement. "I feel positive about collecting the money, and I think next week will be even better. Tell Carlos to cleanse us and then reveal it. He's going to put the quartz stones in my bra." The two of them burst out laughing. Carlos was a fan of energies, stones, and card reading. He claimed to have witchcraft complexes and was always talking about mirror numbers, the phases of the moon, and the best ways to cleanse oneself or attract what one wanted through manifestations. "Well, if that's enough to get us the money in a short time, Dad will come out of the operation fine, and we won't go crazy with debt. I'll wear the biggest bra I have and even the rock we use to prop the door up sometimes," Alejandra pointed out confidently, making her sister laugh. "Because right now we need all the energy in the world." "We need them," Elisa Ram pointed out, "but we're still going to get there. I'm sure of that. After all, we're the Perezes, and giving up isn't in our DNA. We're going to complain and cry along the way, but we're going to get there. We will." They hugged, and with Sergio's announcement that they were going to the fair, Elisa Ram found her room and, together with her friends, began to get ready to the rhythm of pop music that drifted throughout the house and cheered its inhabitants. The gentleman looked up from his cell phone when he saw the precious bracelets before him, shining beautifully, demonstrating the quality of their diamonds. He locked the device and allowed the jewelry store owner, who had given him an exclusive space in her workshop, to show him the styles of the piece he had requested to see, to which he simply nodded. Strangely, he slept more soundly than usual. He woke up punctually at 4 in the morning, but when he sipped his coffee from the multi-million-dollar coffee maker, he only managed a weak smile, immediately thinking of the Perez's spoiled little girl. Of course, the experience of annoying Elisa Ram was an added bonus to the free coffee he went for every Monday through Friday morning. "I like that one," she said, taking the thin bracelet that the gentleman carefully handed to her. It was a small, perfect size. The shine of the square diamonds stuck together was perfect, so he just nodded, giving it back to the gentleman before him. "This beauty costs $4,500, 14-karat white gold, and diamonds of. She fell silent when the gentleman, already once again focused on his cell phone, only raised one of his fingers. Wrap it in decent, sophisticated gift paper. Do you want any cards? No. Thank you, he said without looking at the man. In whose name will the gift be issued? For Cuddly, he replied confidently, looking at her. That's all they'll put. No return address. They'll just indicate that it's for Cuddly. Of course, sir, with pleasure. The owner wasn't going to question anything the elegant gentleman had in front of him. After all, he'd already spent over $4,000 in the 20 minutes he'd been in his jewelry store. He knew that if he did it right, whoever Cuddly was would make him a lot of money from that moment on. A single swipe of his black card and Ramón Sáenz's elegant signature completed the purchase of the beautiful bracelet. Just as had happened the night before, his mind took over, and he was soon behind the wheel of his car, searching for a jewelry store where he could purchase a diamond bracelet for his dancer. He wanted to see her shine from a distance. He was definitely going to talk to the club owners because this wouldn't be the first gift he'd send to that sensual beauty with outrageous curves he couldn't stop thinking about. He carried her to his dreams, where he possessed her just as he imagined in that cabin. He held her completely close and loved the feel of soft, warm skin. Even in his dreams, he marveled at her scent, her moans, and the way she spoke his name. He woke up agitated and with a powerful morning erection that eased beneath the warm water that bathed his body. Thinking of her made his body crave the very thing that had shut him down from overdoing it. Ever since he discovered sexuality, Ramón had understood that his last name and physical attractiveness allowed him to get the women he wanted. When it came to getting someone into bed, the heir never had a problem and had been between the legs of many different women. Younger, older than him, brunette, blonde, redhead, pale as milk, or delicious as chocolate. Ramón had managed to savor the pleasure of possessing so many female bodies that he couldn't put a real number on his list of conquests. Of course, for a woman to be attractive in his eyes, she had to have a slender body. He preferred long legs and small measurements, which is why he feels amazed and perhaps a little confused by what Cuddly has achieved in him, who has not stopped thinking about the voluptuous pale bottom that the dancer almost put in his face, although he would have wished it were so. Excessive sex took its toll when one night he couldn't perform as he usually did. Ashamed of his performance, he left the young woman in the hotel room, and the next day he had a doctor's appointment who told him Ramón had lost his libido. His member might react, but when the time came, the thought of remaining in those hours of deep passion completely diminished his need for him. After all, he'd had enough. Giving up sex was like giving up a part of who he was, and it made him even more bitter. He began to consume whiskey and cigars more frequently to fill the void that sex had left in his life, and that's when he joined the Elisa Carrillo Club, seeing in the handsome businessman a valuable member for her special entertainment. Ramón accepted the reality of his life when, in less than 6 months, he changed dancers 5 times. The gentleman was easily bored. He seemed to gravitate toward challenges, toward that sinful game of no, but yes, or yes, but no, which clearly didn't work for those who became completely submissive to his satisfaction. Maybe that's what Cuddly has. It's not how he's looked for them. It's not how he's asked for them. It breaks every scheme he's held, and the complete rebellion that began when he took a cabin that wasn't his makes her even more attractive to his innate hunting instinct. The one that right now wanted to do with her what he hadn't done with any woman. Be between her legs, sinking his tongue into every corner of her pussy just to see her moan and writhe with pleasure. Oral sex was always off limits to him, and even kissing on the mouth seemed to be a given and decided only by him. He found better techniques to arouse every woman with whom he shared the bed, the car, the elevator, or the bathroom of a restaurant, because Ramón knew no limits to his imagination or places. He only let himself be guided by the desire that invaded him. Perhaps that's why they all ended up agreeing on the same truth. Ramón Sáenz knew how to fuck. He did it hard, he did it well, and above all, he did it deliciously. "What did you do to me?" he whispered to himself, finding himself prepared again. "What did you do to me, little Cuddly?" I didn't hesitate to immediately dial the assigned number, and after swallowing, I only sighed heavily when they answered. I want her tonight, he asked. 2 hours, call her, tell her I need her. She turned around and timidly raised a thumbs up to her friends, who gave her a quick glance before backing off and leaving the same space where they had left her, a little more confident and undoubtedly proud of her achievement. Saturday was a family affair, full of fun, fast food, rides, and the freedom of feeling a little light for the first time, without thinking about money, surgery, debt, or the need to temporarily trade their lives for that of any millionaire they know. Sergio indulged himself by breaking the doctor's rule by accompanying his daughters on the carousel, just like he did when they were little. Carlos took candid photos of the special moment, and by midday, already sweaty and charged with that special energy, they shared hot dogs at a stand in the fair's food court. For Elisa Rom, the moment was perfect. Her father looked happy. Her sister enjoyed herself like never before when she got on the roller coaster with them. There was nothing more important in Elisa Rom's world than the happiness of her family, because that way she could also enjoy her own happiness to the fullest. They returned at almost 3 in the afternoon. The boys only left to get more clothes because the sleepover was going on and they had other plans on Sunday. Besides, they weren't going to leave the goddess of curves, as they call her in complicity, alone to live her second day with that peculiar client who has claimed her as his own. The 3 of them attentively read the message that arrived from a private, hidden number on Elisa Rom's cell phone. They needed her at the club at 8 o'clock sharp. They told her the client had requested 2 hours, so they asked her to be ready for the same. From that moment on, the young woman's energy made her lose herself in the movements that would contour her body before that figure she had already condensed in her ideas as strong and passionate. With her shoulders back and her chin held high, the young woman walked through that peculiarly fragrant hallway, which seemed to fill her with electricity from the lights or the leather she sensed in it. She let herself be guided once more by the doors that opened as she passed, and it wasn't until she raised her gaze that she found certain red dots in the corners. Perhaps it was the automatic door system, or perhaps the cameras monitoring the dancers' entrances. But why hadn't she run into anyone else on any of the nights? Her brow furrowed deeply when she arrived at the dressing room and found a box with a beautiful silver bow on the lighted vanity table. She looked around, hoping someone would come and tell her she was in the wrong place, but she recognized the space. She'd been there the day before, so was the gift hers? She left her bag on the armchair, now with a little more time because she wanted to check out more of the props available to her, and she hadn't done her full makeup, wanting to also use the luxury brands that were still protected on the glass table of the vanity. She sighed heavily and gently removed the ribbon. A delicate, deep blue box lay before her. As she took it in her hands, she found it weighed heavily, but slowly, she unclasped the clasp and could only half open her mouth at what she found when she opened the box. "My God," she whispered to herself, "what a beauty." She delicately caressed the diamonds on the bracelet. It shone with incomparable beauty, and she even felt that it somehow illuminated her face, especially her brown eyes, which had been lost in it. She took a step closer to the table when she noticed the small card tucked into the bow and could only muster a weak smile when she looked at the phrase. Simple, short, but somehow it had a profound effect on her. "For Cuddly," she read, her skin already prickling and her cheeks flushed. "Then she is mine." Her body jumped when the dressing room door opened. She stared at the older woman with graying hair who entered before her. "Good night, Cuddly," the young woman swallowed. Does everyone already know that's what he called her? When the woman raised an eyebrow, the young woman just sighed. "Rules don't take away your courtesy and manners, Cuddly." He pointed firmly. "So let's start again. Good night, Cuddly." "Good evening," the young woman replied. Of course, she wasn't wearing her mask. In fact, she had her hair tied back in braids that she hoped would define the curls that the day's hustle and bustle had fluffed up. So she looked almost ready. But being her in front of this woman she knew well, she wasn't sure how much trust she could place in her, so she just sighed. "What are you doing here?" he asked gently, not wanting to be rude. "You have passed the final test. You have been claimed," the woman replied confidently. Elisa nodded, taking a step toward her. And I have been assigned to be at your disposal so that you are fully ready for the client who has requested your entertainment. The young woman gasped as she looked at the box still in her hands. Is this for me? It has your name, right? She nodded. Then yes, if it is, do you need help? She nodded almost automatically. So the woman finally walked toward her, took the bracelet from her delicate female hands, and barely touched it, placing it on the right hand that Elisa extended to her. She noticed a cheerful and pretty smile on her face when she saw herself wearing the beautiful and striking accessory. In front of the mirror, Elisa moved her hand, looked at it several times, and even let down her hair, mesmerized by the sparkle of the diamonds. Are they real? She asked, looking at the woman behind her in the mirror. Knowing your client, I'm pretty sure he is. Do you know him? She turned quickly. Do you know all the clients? Do you have other dancers? Does he have other dancers? Is Cuddly the name you'll use for me whenever I'm here? She fell silent when the woman before her raised her hand and invited her to take a deep breath, which they both let out at the same time. Too many questions, she pointed out firmly, but politely. My name is Andromeda. Elisa frowned. That's how you're going to address me. I'll be here 15 minutes before each of your performances, and this is your assigned dressing room. Elisa nodded, looking around the place. If you need props other than the ones shown, you can let me know and I'll have them ready for the next session. How many sessions do I have? That's up to the client. The day, time, and number of hours depends solely on your client. Is it just mine? She asked in a small voice, feeling herself blush immediately at the possessiveness in her question. It is. He raised his gaze to Andromeda. You are Cuddly, his dancer, and he is your client. There is no one else in that booth but you, and your time, your hours, the rhythm of your body is determined by the pleasure you make him feel in each session of entertainment, understood? Elisa nodded quickly, watching the woman look at something on a small device hanging from her waistband. Sit down. We don't have much time left, and you're not completely ready yet. The young man complied almost immediately. When he found himself in the high chair before the lighted vanity, he sighed heavily, staring at the beautiful and delicate bracelet that now adorned his right wrist. It was perhaps overwhelming for a second night to understand that reality boils down to just that. She belongs to a client, and while it may seem like the client is hers, their roles and powers aren't even the same. She couldn't deny that what Andromeda had said about the pleasure she could awaken in him had made her question a little how much she could resist, because is it worth making money by exciting a complete stranger? Of course, she couldn't possibly know who he was, but just as she couldn't see his face, know how he smells, or even how he looks at her, she has no idea what he does with his body when he watches her dance. When she frowned, Andromeda put away the brush she was using to apply cat eye to the young woman. You have little time, and thinking alone will exhaust it, the woman recommended. Do you have some superpower to read minds? It's perhaps too much for me. Don't think that you're here because you like the place, because you like the customers, but because of the reason that compelled you to set foot in that test in the first place. I need money, he confessed almost automatically. There you have it then, Cuddly. You're not going there for anyone other than the objective that moved you last night and tonight here. Andromeda spoke softly. Your client has money and you need that money. It's a transaction. It's a tool of power that can make you achieve the objective you have in mind in a short time. The mental weight will weaken your number. There you are not who you are. The young woman swallowed. There you are Cuddly. You are Cuddly. He noticed her sigh heavily and close her eyes again so she could continue with the makeup process. Elisa was mentally preparing herself for this idea, which ultimately summed up reality. She wasn't showing up at that booth as Elisa Perez, the curvaceous dancer. No, she was Cuddly, the goddess of curves who had driven a man crazy. He had not only asked her for one more night, but had also sent her $3,000 in cash and left her a diamond bracelet that could have cost the same or more. But above all, he had accepted, in those sincere lines, that he desired her, and that was precisely what she was going to cling to. The young woman's inexpensive perfume remained in her purse as her body was bathed in a body oil that enveloped her in a cloud of lust. She never imagined vanilla could be as spicy and addictive as it felt on her skin right now. Soon her bare legs and buttocks seemed to sparkle like the bracelet itself. Andromeda's hands on her body were firm but respectful. He adjusted her bustier tightly, and only made her eyes widen when he sank his soft hand into both breasts, pushing them out slightly until they stood out and joined together in the bodysuit, securing it with special glue against her skin. The mature woman let the young lady assigned to her surprise, choose from the props. She couldn't help but smile when she saw her caressing the black feather boa. She left her gloves aside because she wanted her bracelet to shine and be seen from above, so he would understand that the gift had been appreciated. He watched her grow beautifully as she put on her knee-high boots, and although he had to stand on his toes, he still pleased her by applying Chanel lipstick once more. He had to sit back down in the chair for Andromeda's comfort, who, confident and long familiar with that world, placed the mask with the long bunny ears on the young woman, securing it very well for her show. The reflection showed her that decadent image, that reality that turned Elisa Perez into the temptation that has driven her client, the exquisite cuddly, crazy. "Will you be here when I get back?" he asked. He asked for 2 hours. "I'll be here when you get back," Andromeda replied. "Now go. Timing is still important." The young woman nodded, standing up, completely certain of her objective. She was looking for the exit when the question that crossed her mind made her turn around. "Is he handsome?" she said confidently and firmly. "Cuddly, you know that." "I don't want information," he cut her off. "I don't want to know the color of his eyes or his hair. I just want to know, is he handsome?" He spoke quickly. "The idea of dancing for an annoying old man usually stops me, or worse, for a younger man who—" She fell silent as Andromeda took her arms. "There are no minors in this place," she pointed out firmly. "And stop thinking, empty your mind, educate yourself in a way that you haven't achieved anywhere else. You don't belong there, Cuddly does." The girl gulped. "Repeat that to yourself until you are completely convinced of that reality." He sighed heavily, nodding at Andromeda's gaze. "And yes, he is," the woman added a little more kindly, shaking her head when she noticed the dancer's wide, pretty smile. "He's definitely our most handsome client." The curvaceous figure left a sensual and attractive trail in every space she walked. Her steps were sure, and she didn't hesitate this time when she stood before the 3 doors. She took the same one she had the night before, but before entering, she frowned when she noticed the light that turned on above her. Elisa simply shook her head with a warm smile. So that was the sign, she told herself. She rolled her shoulders back, tossing her hair to make her curls looser and more free. She expelled her fear and doubts in a sigh, and without another thought, embracing this new alter ego that was emerging within her, she let Cuddly take control. From the booth, the gentleman smiled broadly upon seeing her arrive. He licked his lips, pleased to realize that what he'd experienced the night before wasn't a mirage, wasn't caused by fatigue or the alcohol in his blood. His Cuddly was real, and how captivating that deity seemed. He raised an eyebrow when he saw her stand with her back to him. His eyes went straight to those pale buttocks. What a beautiful rear end the woman possessed. He only shook his head when he could sense, like electricity, the urge tickling his hands to squeeze her buttocks hard and then slap them until they were red and warm. "We're starting off strong," he said gravely, taking that more than necessary sip of his whiskey when the provocative Cuddly, to the rhythm of the music that caressed his skin, entered his pores, stuck out her bottom, and flirtatiously spanked him. He loved seeing the bracelet on her delicate wrist. The dancer's pale skin, from her hands to her thick, spectacular thighs, certainly looked soft, squeezable, and completely kissable. Of course, he wanted to leave more than just kisses on that skin. He imagined biting her, marking her thighs with suckers, burying his mouth completely on one of her delicious breasts. "What power, sir?" he murmured again, upset. Unable to resist that chair any longer, he stood up and approached the mirror, which he requested be carefully cleaned. Decadence, temptation transformed into a woman, swayed before his eyes. Cuddly was lust transformed into flesh, and how he desired her at that moment. "You know what you're doing," little cuddly," he said, pleased as he watched that delicate hand feel her pussy and slide down her abdomen. He licked his lips again and widened his smile, shaking his head at the thought of being so mesmerized. He didn't even recognize himself at that moment. He couldn't understand how a complete stranger, a woman who didn't fit his standards of beauty at all, had now turned him into her faithful devotee. He would fall to his knees at that moment if she asked him to, and that had him in a confused limbo of emotions. He moved away from the glass and poured himself a little more whiskey. He placed the cigar in his mouth and expertly lit it, closing his eyes to the fizzy flavor of toasting cocoa that filled the air. A grimace of joy spread across his face when he saw a hint of a smile on the dancer's face. Elisa was fascinated by the sight of that red dot above her. She clearly wasn't looking at anything, couldn't make out a single shadow of her body, but that red, which grew more incandescent every few seconds, allowed her to glimpse the tiny, almost unreal edge of his fingers. Her client was a smoker, and the thought drove her completely crazy. She let her imagination condense him for her once more. She imagined him smelling like a delicious, fine, woody, and strong tobacco, exquisitely combined with his manly cologne. She raised her hands, letting his hold her waist, and she thrust out her round buttocks, confidently tempting him as, flirtatiously and confidently, she felt him growing within her. "Shit," the knight complained as some of the ashes slightly burned the hand that held his package. He had become so lost in the sensual movements that he didn't foresee the cigar wearing out, taking a deep drag on it, seeking the toxic effect it usually provided, but it seemed to drown out everything around him. What power, damn it, what power! He brushed his hair back, unable to contain the idea of getting himself a drink any longer. So from the spout of the bottle, he alternated between puffing on his cigar and taking a sip of the burning beverage, but nothing was coming. Cuddly was doomed for a man who'd controlled too much. Cuddly was desire for a man who'd had everything. Cuddly was a goddess for a man who'd grown accustomed to hell. Cuddly was his, and he couldn't stop thinking about the need to remove that barrier that kept him from what he needed right now. He ended up agitated, the bottle empty and the cigar crushed by his shoe. Ramón Sáenz felt himself traveling in the most powerful high he had ever felt. When he pressed himself against the glass, he only faintly brushed against it, even closing his eyes to the idea that grew in his mind that it was her he was touching. He outlined her from a distance, finding her beautiful and perfect in that same way. So full, so curvaceous, so bold and sensual. Of course, his member is completely rigid, even sticking to the glass, and he's begging for some kind of relief, but he's not asking for her hand, he's asking for her. A warm, wet pussy or a sweet, watery mouth. He pressed his forehead against the glass as he watched her leave. His laughter was released, but the pressure in his chest didn't immediately dissipate even as he sighed heavily. Cuddly, 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 sweet and precious cuddly, he pointed out in the privacy of that moment. "What do you have, little one? What do you have that upsets me like this?" Flushed and excited, he took off his jacket and hung it on the same chair. He reached into his inside pocket for his cell phone and dialed immediately. "Give him 10, he ordered the female voice that answered. "Sir, the maximum is 6,000. Remember the rules." Ramón brushed his hair back and just sighed heavily. "It's my money," he reminded her. "And she deserves 10, she deserves much more actually." "I'm sure of that, but the maximum is 6 to avoid problems with declarations, taxes, and of course, the curiosity that can be aroused in any young girl knowing that they can give her so much money in a single night." He clenched his fists before slamming them into the wall before her eyes. "Okay, 6, he said. After all, he wasn't going to risk his cuddly in any way. "Can you take him a message?" "Of course, sir, tell me." "I'm amazed," he said confidently. "That's all, I need whiskey and ice." He didn't have time to answer the call and hang up. He immediately called his assistant, who was still waiting in the small room, now immersed in a history novel. "We'll be staying a while after this time," he told Carter, who just rolled his eyes and sighed. "I need you to buy a suitcase tomorrow." "A suitcase?" "Yes, Bottega, Versace, I don't mind, as long as it's personalized and indicates that it belongs to Cuddly, You bring it to the club so they can send it where they know. Carter looked at the number, confused at receiving these orders from his boss. Do you want a suitcase for your dancer? Of course, he'd sent Smiley a gift here and there, but never two in a row and never worth more than the maximum tip there. Carter, she called firmly. Yes, sir, I'm here, excuse the signal. He lied. What size? Buy two, one medium and one large. She'll know what she needs. Perfect, sir. I'll wait for you when you leave. Enjoy the show. Oh, believe me, I'm doing it. Carter stared at the equipment in confusion. It seemed unreal what was happening at that moment, but Ramón sounded pleased, and not that he wasn't at some point. But what his assistant easily discovered was that his boss got bored quickly with anything. Could this dancer he calls Cuddly be the only exception in Ramón Sáenz's life? The young woman's eyes only opened wide when she removed her mask and looked in the mirror. She turned around when Andromeda arrived, and she froze when the excited Elisa stood up and hugged her. I think it was better than yesterday, he said quickly, returning to his chair. I did what you told me. I let Cuddly take control, and that was it. That was it. Wonderful. Andromeda's voice made her frown. At least that's how her client perceived it. What? Did you talk to him? She asked again, standing up to look Andromeda in the eye. Did you see him? No, I didn't. But he sent you a message. Elisa gulped. I'm amazed. In a charming choreography, her cheeks blushed as a warm smile formed on the young woman's face. How easy it was to fall prey to the power of words and seduction, not imagining that outside that booth, there was no glass separating them. Only a latent dislike that, inside that place, made them complete strangers. He only shook his head when he found himself lost in his thoughts again. How quickly he went back to the previous night, to those hip movements that made him swing from side to side like a pendulum, to the addictive, almost burning urge that grew in him to sink his teeth into those pale buttocks. If the first hour left him completely ecstatic, excited and rigid as a damn rock, the second led him to seek the release that his body longed for, or rather almost demanded from her, exploding once in her hand. He didn't understand where his self-control was going when he was before that beauty of divine curves. He wasn't even sure who she was, what her name was, where she lived, or where she was going, because all he could think was that he would follow her. Wherever she was, the very end of the world could come. But if she promised him that before dying he would be able to touch her, he would accept the sentence with a wide smile. Perhaps he was being too obvious about his fascination with the dancer, who in a complete act of bravery, and possibly guided by that alter ego that possessed her inside the booth, ended with a tender kiss that pulled her into the space above her, leaving a man more than enchanted by what he had experienced. A man with a wide smile, a little sweaty, and unruly hair appeared before Carter, and if I didn't know about the privacy and rules of the cabin, I would have thought that Ramón Sáenz had just had a hard, non-stop fuck with a beautiful woman. They enjoyed the common area a little longer, an area that looked like a dance club. They talked about work, Carter's family, and what his life was like as a married man and father. The Titan spoke lovingly of his wife, Sarah, and their 9-month-old daughter, Nohemi, and in the confidence that this strange version of Ramón that had emerged showed him some photographs of them both. I escorted him to the building where the gentleman had his apartment, a beautiful penthouse that was on par with a house of thousands of square meters, and that probably cost the same as a house with those characteristics. He pinched the bridge of his nose and sighed heavily, leaning back in his office chair. Sunday found him drinking whiskey and listening to classical music in his living room. Solitude was sometimes an enemy of his ideas, but that night it became a perfect ally because in the silence, he was able to think about her. Imagining Cuddly before his body, just inches from his being, made him happy, and that was undoubtedly new to Ramón. He liked the idea that perhaps the day would come when he could smell her, taste her sweat, and hear the sound of her labored breathing. Clearly, he knew the rules of that place. He'd read and signed the paperwork that made him worthy of one of the important passes, and he'd never thought of breaking the rules for anyone until she showed up. Cuddly was certainly a complete temptation. He could imagine how Adam felt when faced with the forbidden fruit, and just as he sank his teeth into that juicy apple, he wanted to sink his tongue into that equally exquisite fruit. What power did the lovely dancer possess that he could only imagine her moaning and bristling in his arms? He raised his gaze when there was a knock on the door. "Go ahead," he said. Francisco, his butler, gave him a weak smile when he opened the door. "Your mother is already here, sir," he told him. Ramón just sighed heavily and nodded. "Okay, Francisco. Thanks. Did you set the table?" "Of course, sir. Everything is ready for dinner." "Perfect. I'll be right out," you tell him. Ramon's apartment had 2 floors. Its design was exclusive and completely to the taste of the millionaire businessman. He closed his laptop, leaving some unfinished business. After all, he'd been thinking about his cuddly for too long. He stood up and headed to the minibar, where he poured a shot of whiskey, which he downed in one go, perhaps to build up his courage before leaving the office. Even at home, she looked impeccable. She wore a soft sweater in a dense, elegant black, deep gray pants, and sneakers. When she came down the stairs, she smiled weakly at Astoria Designs, who didn't hesitate to approach her son, giving him a double kiss when she saw him. "I think it needs a cut," the elegant woman told her, stroking her soft hair. "I still get nostalgic seeing how your blonde strands have faded over time. I spent too many years being called Prince Charming. I think it's good that they're gone," he replied with a warm smile that only made Astoria sigh. "Let's come in," he invited her. Ramón had a peculiar relationship with his mother, which has undoubtedly been affected by distance and perhaps resentment toward his father. Astoria Designs married Dinko Sáenz a year after giving birth to their son. It was an intimate wedding that lasted long enough for the mere appearance of the feared businessman. Astoria Rhodes was a beautiful woman, yet somehow plain and of few words. She seemed to have been raised to be submissive, but everyone pointed out how cleverly she apparently went from being Dinko Sáenz's assistant to becoming Mrs. Sáenz. Of course, adding to that the fact that Astoria was the younger sister of Dinko's first wife, Estelle Rhodes, left a lot of gossip in her wake. She smiled when Ramón, with graceful movements, opened the chair for her and then took the head of the dining table. Everything looked so beautiful, and she wanted to believe that this dinner was something her son had specially arranged, even though she had been insisting on the distance she had established for him for several months. She noticed him drink a little water, so she just sighed, adjusting the napkin in her lap. "So how's work going?" he asked softly. "Actually, well," Ramón looked at her for a few seconds. "The shares have grown considerably, and we were awarded again." She smiled wider, "but it hasn't been enough for Dad. He was in the office a few days ago, and I lost an assistant because of him." He noticed her lower her gaze. The Sáenzes had stopped lying to each other. Astoria was well aware of her husband's infidelities, of the way he drove and even, in his thoughts, of the abuse he had of the young, beautiful women to whom he seemed to be addicted. So she only sighed as she looked at her son again. "Maybe I can talk to him," he whispered barely, noticing the ironic smile on his son's face. "Talk to him? Have you ever done it?" They faced each other. "I've needed you to talk to him thousands of times, to stop him, to make it clear to him with certainty and firmness that I'm not like." Ramón clenched his fist on the table and sighed heavily. "You should have defended me years ago, Mom, not now. After all, I suppose we're doing our part." "And who was that son?" "Replacing his family, the one he did want." Astoria sighed heavily, taking a sip of the water in front of her. She looked at her elegantly empty plate and, after closing her eyes, simply shook her head. Ramón looked at her seriously while she smiled sweetly at her only son, whose anger and resentment had certainly burned a deep hole in his blue eyes. "Your father loves you," she replied softly, "and so do I. It's clear that it hasn't been easy, but look what we have." She pointed to the place with her hand. "This life requires sacrifices, Ramón, dedication, and being outstanding in everything, and you're achieving it, my love." Ramon's laughter was mocking, and he drank his water again. "He told me he'll hand over the company to you at his birthday party." She looked at her straight on. "He'll do it in front of everyone on the last day. You know it's an important event for the family, for the partners, for our friends, and he wants to do it right, because I'm sure he's very proud of you." "Did he tell you, or are you just decorating it with glitter so it doesn't look like crap?" "Oh, Ramón, come on," she asked softly, taking her son's clenched fist from the table. Dinko is your father. He loves you and respects your work. Of course he's proud. Astoria's voice was soft, and in reality, it never rose. You know he has his details, like every man, like every father. We are not perfect. You think so, Mom, he countered, causing her to sigh. I didn't come here to argue with you, she pointed out, caressing his hand. We haven't seen each other for almost 3 months. And this is your reception? I'm your mother, son, and I've done everything I can for you. Everything within my power to give you the life you deserve, the one you have right now. Ramón swallowed. I don't want to hold anything against you, because that's not what I do. But I'm also human, and I've made my sacrifices for you and for you. At least pretend you're happy to see me. He drank a little more water and, after a heavy sigh, denied those thoughts. How difficult it was to manage his mind when, in his mother's presence, all he could remember was everything he'd experienced since learning to separate himself from the world. He noticed her before him, so passive, so submissive and gentle, so even foolish that he could only deny the cruel thought. But there was no other way to describe her. Before his son's eyes, Astoria was losing a voice she perhaps never had. He saw her lower her gaze so many times, nod at her father's warnings and threats, and even before his eyes formed broad smiles while she entertained him in that room full of toys and video games. But he remembers well how the moans and screams of his father's lovers reached that place. Astoria sighed heavily when, in response to her thoughts, Ramón pulled his hand away. She noticed him swallow and finally run out of water, so she smiled her best when Francisco, Ramón's longtime and trusted butler, arrived with more and a luxurious bottle of wine, which he poured for both of them. Would you like to begin? The thin, gray-haired man asked amiably. Yes, please, Ramón asked, making Astoria sigh and turn to her son with a fresh and bright smile, grateful to know she was still capable of sharing a meal with him. Thanks, son, she whispered when Francisco left. And tell me, do you still go to the Perez cafeteria? Ramón sighed heavily and nodded. He raised his glass of wine, seeing his mother's surprise, who, with genuine happiness, toasted him. He let her take his hand across the table, even though touching and physical contact weren't exactly his thing, and, resigned to her ideas, he nodded to her, who was waiting for details about that now familiar starting point of his week, the 7 o'clock morning coffee at the Perez Cafe. In the brightly lit house, with pizza boxes in front of them, Sergio Perez made funny faces for his daughter's team to guess. They were playing a 5th game of charades and had a spectacular Sunday. They woke up late and this time went to the brunch spot, where, to everyone's surprise, Patricia and Alejandra overdid the unlimited mimosas. They slept a little longer before going to the movies and returning with pizza from the mall to spend the afternoon at home. Carlos moved, just like he had the day before at the studio, and when Patricia and Elisa arrived, they stood up automatically. So, are we done playing? Sergio asked. No, we're coming back, Patricia pointed out. Eat some pizza, we'll be right back. In single file and feigning their best calm faces, the three headed to the room where the young woman quickly tore open the envelope that her friend once again carried under his shirt. It was bigger and heavier, but they understood why when they opened it. What is this, sir? She asked, taking out some bills, which she smelled this time. It's much more, Patricia pointed out, looking at her friend who nodded. Without wasting any time, they emptied the envelope onto the bed, and on their knees before her, with the boys sitting on the edge, the three of them began counting. After passing the first 1,000, Elisa gulped, noticing that neither her nor her friend's bills were empty. It was again on Carlos's cell phone that they added up, so the three of them could see the grand total with wide eyes. There are 6,000 of them, Elisa shouted, unable to keep the impression to herself. They covered her mouth, and even hit her with a pillow for being loud. They waited a few minutes for the consultation or the knocking on the door, but they didn't come, so they released the young woman who let out a heavy sigh. Carlos, it's $6,000. He looked at his friend. I just received $6,000. Oh my God. Oh my God. She covered her face and, dizzy from what she was experiencing, ended up sitting on the floor, crawling until she hit the same wall once more. She swallowed and searched for the envelope, almost certain she'd find a letter, and there she did. With trembling fingers, she held it out to her. "My dear," he read softly, feeling that bristling of skin that vibrated on his neck. "I think you don't know the power you possess in every curve that makes up your body." Carlos and Patricia looked at each other for a few seconds. "I have declared myself devoted to your movements, to the freedom of your hair, to the softness of your skin, to that fantastic aroma that I'm sure you must have." "It even rhymes," Carlos sighed, fanning his face. "I wanted to break that glass that separates me from you just to ask you a small favor. Can you lick it completely?" Elisa Ram just covered her face as she felt it heat up quickly at the blush that grew on her. "Oh my God, this man," she said as she read the following lines in silence. "What are you saying? What are you saying?" Patricia asked. All three of them were heart-pounding. "My sweet and powerful cuddly," he whispered to them. "I am not a man of coincidences, of universes or time. I am a man of structure, of proposals and rules," he read with certainty. "And I can't help but feel the need to propose an exchange that could quench the thirst that has grown in me since I saw you for the first time." He swallowed when he saw the question, licked his lips, and simply denied it by folding the sheet of paper which he put back in the envelope. "What? What did he say? What did he ask you?" Carlos asked, upset and even nervous. "I can't tell you." "No, no, no, don't do this to us," Patricia pointed out. When they saw her stand up, the two friends didn't hesitate to attack her, while Patricia attacked her with tickles that charmingly released the pressure in her chest. Carlos wanted to take the envelope from her, but Elisa Ram's kicks prevented him from doing so, and in the end, he had to give in. Okay, he said firmly, "I'll tell you." She straightened her clothes, sighed heavily, and pulled the letter out in front of them again. She looked at the line, which made her blush even more. "Answer, precious cuddly," he read to them, the three of them pressing together in a strange circle of containment. "Tell me you're mine," he pointed out softly. "Completely mine, and this admirer, this devotee, this now lost fan of your curves will put the world at your feet. That's all I want to know. Are you mine, little cuddly?" he concluded. With their hands on their foreheads, the two friends fell dramatically onto the bed. All three were nervous, blushing, and didn't know how to process the excitement those lines provoked. Of course, they were completely directed at Elisa Ram, but being courted in this way was like both of them being able to see that imposing being standing before Elisa Ram, asking for a world with him. "Who the hell could it be?" asked Patricia, returning to her place. "It's that, I mean, the way he writes, it seems he's cultured but vulgar." The three of them started to laugh. "You know what I mean? I imagine him so strong and like grabbing you securely, pressing you against the wall and carrying you and then strangling you and saying in your ear, 'You're mine, my property.'" Patricia spoke lost in a spot on the wall behind Elisa Ram. "And nobody, absolutely nobody touches what's mine." Carlos fanned himself with both hands. "Oh, I'm so hot now." Patricia stood up quickly. "I also think the same. I imagine him handcuffing you and holding you tightly by the hair while he bites your shoulder to bring his heavy breathing closer to your ear, and that you." He grabbed his chest and fell back. "This man is fucking the three of us without even being here," he completed. Elisa Ram just looked at her friends with a wide smile. She was blushing, bristling, and knowing herself well right now. She could succumb to desire by touching herself a little with just her imagination, taking her to that powerful and fiery current where the most handsome client in the club, Elisa Carrillo, would take possession of her with desire, declaring her, why not, completely his. When the three of them saw each other again, they could only burst into a liberating laugh. The Blastos effect, as they've begun to call the young woman's client, was undoubtedly powerful on the three involved in this dynamic that has turned Elisa Ram Perez into the owner of $9,000 in just 2 nights, plus a beautiful diamond bracelet that she hasn't worn at home for fear of being questioned. "I have to go to the bank tomorrow," she said, trying to quickly break out of the erotic trance those lines were putting her through, "because that's already a lot of money to have stashed away at home." "It is," Patricia nodded, standing up. "When will you give them to your sister, or how will you do it?" "I'll give you $2,000 today, They both nodded. Because in the end it was 2 hours of classes, and I'll take the remaining 7 to the bank tomorrow. I think when I have 20 or more, I'll tell you the truth, because I'm not going back to the club. Well, if you keep dancing for him for 2 hours, I think you're going to get a lot more than $20,000, not to mention the gifts I'm sure he's going to send you. Do you think more than just the bracelet will come? I don't think so. I'm sure. Carlos was firm. After a heavy sigh, he stood up. I think he's made it more than clear that he's crazy about you. I mean, 3,000 one night, 6,000 the next, and a diamond bracelet. Whoever this guy is must have millions of hectares with money trees. Because how barbaric. Elisa started to laugh. But that's something you should take advantage of. Although she frowned, Patricia nodded quickly. Take advantage of how? Play along. Carlos was firm. Tell him yes, that you are only his. And then when you are dancing, all sensual. The two girls started to laugh when he turned his back on them and started to move. You take out a little piece of paper from your tits that says, I need $100,000, and boom, you show it to him. A little kiss, a wink, and a show of your ass, and he will send you 200,000. The girls just laughed. Elisa shook her head, but didn't hesitate to give her a hug and then give her a loud kiss on her cheek. We can't ask the client for anything, and I can't carry a piece of paper in my boobs, but I understand what you're saying. If he wants more from me, he has to pay for it. That's my goddess of curves. They celebrated with a three-way hug and a couple of jumps until Patricia stepped on Carlos, and then the shouting, tickling, and pressing of Elisa began, showering her in bed with all their bills. When they reunited, the friends looked confused when Elisa handed them each $300. What is this? They asked simultaneously. A thank you, she pointed out. Should be all this between the three of us, but, oh no, 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 of course not. Carlos sat down next to her. Ro, you've done everything. You passed the test, you conquered this man. He's completely yours, no. She didn't let him return the money. Elisa, it's your money and they're collecting it for your father. We can't. Patricia sighed when Elisa denied it in front of her. Yes, yes you can. She indicated softly. You have taken me these 2 days. She looked at Carlos. I have seen you fill up the gas tank again. Yesterday you paid for breakfast. The two of you did it. She saw Patricia. And not only do you help me with that, you encouraged me a lot yesterday. You lifted my spirits, and I know how both of your situations are. She sighed softly, looking at Carlos. I know that you save up so you can rent an apartment and finally leave your house. And you? She looked at Patricia. I know that your salary is an important part of what comes into your house. So take it now, and you are not going to deny anything I give you in the following days, Capasai? Capasai, they both replied. Patricia let herself fall on top of her and was once again crushed by her two friends, who showered her face with kisses. She knew very well that the support and even guidance of these two accomplices had achieved what she had achieved. After all, going to the depths of the ocean required the security of a good lifeguard, and for her, her friends and family were just that. Chapter 5. The two of them raised their eyebrows when the elegant, exquisite-smelling gentleman entered the establishment. The young woman erased her wide, natural smile as soon as she saw those blue eyes, and the gentleman bit his lip when the little girl twisted her lips as she turned away from the cash register where she was chatting with another employee. She sought the gaze of her sister, who was also there, but sitting at one of the tables, having some breakfast before leaving. Of course, Alejandra had given her a warning with her eyes, but Elisa practically stuck her tongue out at her to defend herself against the false accusations because she hadn't done anything yet. Here you are, sir, he said kindly, making Ramón narrow his gaze. Of course, he had also seen Alejandra, the Perez family's eldest daughter, there. He took a step toward Elisa, who raised an eyebrow at him when the gentleman looked at her tall glass of black coffee to go, met her gaze, and then at the young woman whose back was to him, but who he could see was watching them. Thank you, miss. Elisa narrowed her gaze. I would actually like to request another one for my assistant. He noticed her stand on her tiptoes and lean casually over the counter to look for the Titan. When she saw him get out of a black SUV that seemed too big, but in keeping with the man's size, she waved enthusiastically, smiling broadly at him. Don't I deserve that kind of welcome? Ramón asked softly. I don't like you, she told him firmly, but in the same tone. And your assistant does, and I feel a bit sorry for her. It's bad to feel sorry for people, it makes them poor. Well, I can't feel anything else for the employees who have you as their boss. Elisa only looked at him with a frown when Ramón grabbed her wrist again when she turned around. My employees respect me, much more than your little girl. I doubt that's it. Maybe they're afraid of you. The challenging Elisa stood on tiptoe, making him blink rapidly when that sweet perfume reached Ramon's nostrils again. And that's something I don't have towards you. Now if you'll let me serve the coffee, sir, she blurted out through gritted teeth. He let go of her when he saw Alejandra's glancing to her feet. He took a step back, greeting the young woman with a courtesy that made Elisa roll her eyes because she knew it was completely false, just like he did when her father was there. Would you like sugar with the other coffee? She asked, looking over her shoulder. No, just like mine, he indicated. Are you sure? It's for someone completely different from you. Don't you think it would be nice to ask the Titan how he wants his coffee? The Titan, he clenched his jaw. Carter, what's his name, takes his coffee just like me, miss, he answered firmly. Elisa gave him a serious look. If you could please hurry, I have some meetings first thing in the morning. Heavy and ridiculous, he muttered under his breath. I heard you, Ramón warned, looking at the watch on his wrist. Well, I'm glad. The young woman seemed to take even longer after learning the gentleman had meetings early in the morning. She made him sigh heavily when, defiant as only she knew how, she emerged from behind the counter and even from the cafeteria, approaching Carter politely and with a broad smile. Carter felt confused by the gesture, but it was undoubtedly very polite, taking the coffee from the young woman's hands. When he returned inside, he smiled mockingly at Ramón and headed to the register where he billed the coffee. That would be $3.50, she said confidently, looking at him with an arched eyebrow. She was surprised to see Ramón Sáenz laughing. She was sure that if Carlos or Patricia had seen him, they would have dropped dead, because he certainly looked very handsome. The gentleman sighed heavily, picked up his glass, and approached her with that arrogance that quickly made her sick. She saw him open his impeccable jacket, and with complete confidence, he handed her the card holder, which made Elisa spit. 6 cards were displayed in the small black card holder, 2 of those metallic black ones that she already knew very well what they meant, 2 gold ones, 1 silver one, and another one she had never seen in her life, so she looked at him. Choose, little girl. Ramón challenged her, looking at her head on. I thought you had an unlimited number of black cards, she pointed out, amused, standing on tiptoe so she could tinker with the cards. Why does he carry 2? One is personal and one is from the company. He saw her open her mouth adorably. Ramón only swallowed when he stared too long at Elisa's full, delicate lips. It didn't take long for his mind to paint them carmine red, so in an awkward reflex, he took a step back, leaving the young woman frowning, her hand about to take the silver card, which she thought was the most common. You have to pay me, he demanded. The deal is a coffee for you. The Titan will pay for it no matter what. I won't leave without paying you. Do you think I don't have the money? Well, you just showed off your collection of plastic cards, sir, she said confidently. So pass me one and let me get the payment before this machine overheats. He reluctantly took the gold card that Ramón handed him. And he's rude. He should have bought a loaf of bread for his assistant too. Or will he give her breakfast at his meeting? Because you're obviously a workaholic, but he's not. And she trailed off when Ramón grabbed her wrist, the movement strong and firm, pushing her up onto her tiptoes against the cash register table. There was coldness in the gentleman's gaze, but the way he almost unconsciously slid his hand down to her fingers, taking the card from them, made her salivate. You have no idea what I'm like as a boss, he said almost to her face, making Elisa sigh heavily. If you dislike me after just 10 minutes of seeing me, which I enjoyed too much, as a boss you'd go crazy, little girl, because I would have already punished your bad behavior. Do you spank your workers? You said it, not me. Abusive, he almost shouted at her. Ramón didn't hesitate to laugh, winked at her, which only made Elisa open her mouth in indignation, and he separated from her drinking his coffee, Boucher looking for the door with that elegance typical of the cafeteria. Before leaving, he turned around looking for the already blushing and angry girl. "See you tomorrow, chubby girl. It's nice to see you again." "Out," ordered Elisa Rom. So Ramón tempted to put just the toe of his shoe on the outside. Carter only shook his head when the gentleman quickly left, seeing the angry little girl running for the exit from behind the counter. Now he understood why he enjoyed that moment, because Elisa Rom Perez was like a whirlwind who wouldn't stay quiet. Challenging, talkative, and even a little hateful, which clearly delighted Ramón, who only rolled down the window to give the young woman at the door of the cafeteria his middle finger. She turned around and leaned in, giving him a kiss on the butt. The image made him lose control of his smart car, which he commanded to reverse instead of overtake. Carter's quick action on the horn prevented the two vehicles from colliding, leaving a laughing Elisa Rom who placed an L on her forehead with her fingers as she watched the luxurious car speed northward. A friendly, broad-smiling greeting greeted Carter, who rolled down the window to thank her and keep up, as best he could, with his boss. While she walked back, pleased and almost swaying from side to side because she'd undoubtedly had the best weekend, and seeing the ridiculous Mr. Golden Phallus upset was also amusing. Ramón, on the other hand, had his jaw so clenched you could almost hear his teeth grinding. He slammed the door as he got out after parking in one of the spaces. Carter just sighed before doing the same, following him with the gentleman's laptop bag and his cup of coffee, which was a little lacking in sugar, but he wasn't going to complain. "She's a brat," Ramón complained when Carter was at his side. "A spoiled, capricious, pampered brat. Sergio has definitely let her get away with it all. Rude," he continued, exasperated. "You can tell her sister is more focused. Why don't you ask the other girl to take care of you?" Carter raised an eyebrow when Ramón gave him a dirty look. "Because that would be letting that rude little girl win," he responded, still agitated. The two of them took the elevator. It's fun to provoke her and see how her round cheeks turn red or how she twists her lips and pouts when she seems to be holding back from wanting to slap me. Carter listened attentively to his boss. "So if you like to provoke her and see her explode, what you don't like is this." Ramón just scrunched up his face. "I'm sorry, sir. I'm trying to understand the dynamic between you two. It's just that she's not dynamic." Ramón finally sighed heavily. "She's only been serving me for a few months. When I first arrived, I didn't recognize her. Sergio showed me photos of her when she was about 15 or 16 years old. She was a chubby young girl who participated in talent things at school." He remembered clearly. He spoke with great pride of his family, his wife and daughters. "Like you?" Carter nodded, smiling weakly at him. "He left when his wife died. He had already paid me back the loan with which they started the cafeteria, and I don't know what happened. He offered me free coffee as a thank you. And I like it. It's good coffee." "It is." Carter took a sip of his own. "And he always looked after me. Sometimes the oldest daughter. But for a while now it's been her. Although of course I later realized Sergio was sick." The two of them saw each other for a few seconds. "He came to give me a loan, indicating that he would give me the deeds to his house, where the cafe is also located. They need $100,000. And he gave them to them. I was certainly willing to." He sighed. "But that day Dad came and completely ruined my mood. I wasn't feeling well. I told him to do it through the finance company. That way he can also protect himself and his business. Look what's happened with the stores. Personal loans become cruel when they end up in my father's hands." Carter nodded. "And I didn't want that for the Perezes." Ramón took another sip of his coffee, swallowing it with the memory of the sweet aroma that seemed to surround Elisa Rom Perez. "Maybe you can pay for your coffee," Carter whispered, before taking a sip of his drink. He started laughing when Ramón gently punched him in the arm. Surely, the boss woke up in such a good mood today that he let the joke go, even letting himself laugh, so Carter just shook his head. He didn't know if it was because of the dancer he'd called Cuddly, whom he'd looked at 2 nights in a row and for whom he'd already spent almost $20,000 in gifts and tips, or because of the bratty little darling from the cafeteria, but whatever the two girls' power was, Carter gave it a standing ovation because they definitely deserved it. He noticed his shoulders roll back and his smile completely disappear, so he did the same when, Upon reaching the 9th floor, they met Dinko Sáenz and those bloodhounds who seemed more than willing to get on all fours and kiss his feet if the gray-haired man ordered it. "You're late," he said seriously. "I was about to predict your meeting. It's your company, isn't it?" Ramón responded firmly, advancing toward him. "I don't think any of those present would have seen such a decision as a mistake." Carter looked down as the slap echoed cruelly throughout the room. The employees scattered as well, but he didn't leave, staying behind Ramón, who sighed heavily, searching for the blue eyes he inherited from his father. "It's so nice to see you, father," she said in front of him. "What a warm welcome, as always." He moved forward with his chin held high, his elegance and presentation intact. Carter looked Dinko Sáenz in the eye and simply followed his boss, who took his place at one of the heads of the oval table. They watched as Dinko took the other spot, and then, little by little, the bosses and directors took their positions. Father and son faced each other from a distance. The tension was clear in the air, and the employees were well aware of the clash of energies and forces that came with having Ramón and Dinko Sáenz in the same place at the same time. As they left the cafeteria, Elisa nodded at Alejandra's instructions, giving her various instructions about the care of the place, since neither she nor Sergio would be there all morning. While Alejandra was at the bank, Sergio would go to the clinical laboratory to begin the enormous amount of tests prescribed prior to the operation. They would then meet at the clinic of the gastroenterologist who would perform the operation to make payments to the hospital and medical team, in addition to obtaining a reading of the results they might receive that day. The young woman sighed heavily as she watched the two get into Alejandra's car, which would drop them off at the bank. George, who sometimes helped them by chauffeuring, would then pick them up at the clinic where they would meet. She stood behind the cash register, politely welcoming employees and students who arrived looking for a warm coffee, hot chocolate, or the famous matcha latte that's constantly on sale. There's a variety of fresh breads, plus a friendly staff serving those who order to go and others who spend a few extra minutes on their computers or reading. The cafe was born from Christina, the extroverted, curly-haired woman who always dreamed of a small corner that smelled divine of coffee, freshly baked bread, and the peace of mind of arriving and losing herself for hours in a good book or letting go of the stress of everyday life. Of course, his best ally in achieving that dream was Sergio, who at the time was working for Dunkan Industries as an engineer, one of the many engineers on the luxurious and renowned smart cars they manufactured. The gentleman's kind and helpful personality had earned him a good reputation there and even earned him significant favor from the new boss, Ramón Sáenz. Sergio still remembers with a warm smile how he won him over with a variety of coffees every morning until he asked the question, and the immediate response from his then boss confirmed that he was indeed a great person, certainly very different from the previous one. And although once his family business started, the two-story house underwent the corresponding modifications, and they moved everything to the second floor to install the cafeteria on the first and thus avoid extra rent payments. Sergio continued in his position at Dunkan Industries, leaving him with the death of his wife, without knowing for sure what could have happened to the Ramón Sáenz he knew. Although Sergio spoke little to his family about his boss, he did receive some shocking news just a couple of months after starting his job there. Dinko Sáenz's eldest son, Dimitri Sáenz, who ran the company at the time, had died at just 30 years old. The news had a huge impact on the business world, even on the city's entertainment scene, because the Sáenzes were part of that select group of millionaire families who lived in that area. Known for their successful businesses, luxury cars, and the intimidating presence that seemed to be ingrained in their DNA, no one could have been mistaken about who the Sáenzes were. Well, maybe only the young girl swaying to the beat of the music in her headphones. Elisa was never interested in the millionaire family her father worked for. She didn't like them even though she knew nothing about them. To her, all those stuck-up people were not only superficial and perhaps self-centered, she could assume they were completely classist, and she didn't get along with that kind of people. Her revulsion toward Ramón was immediate, and taking her father's words as her own, she probably would have thrown the hot coffee in his face if Dimitri, if he were alive, or their father, Dinko, had arrived. So, despite hating him and seeing him as an arrogant and vain parasite, she could admit that she preferred seeing his ridiculous face every day to seeing the other two, including the dead one. He answered the call that interrupted his music. "Your boots are on sale," Patricia said excitedly. "That? I just gotta work, and the boots you like are on sale. You should take advantage of the cash and come over. I can reserve one in your size and leave a deposit." Okay, perfect," she squealed with excitement. "My sister and dad aren't here, so I'm in charge of the cafeteria. I'd be back after noon because they have a lot of things to do, but please don't sell my boots. I've been waiting for this moment for months." "Don't worry, I'll make sure they leave a couple for you. I love you, goddess of curves," Patricia told her, blowing her 2 kisses before hanging up. Elisa started shaking her shoulders, celebrating to the rhythm of a little song. "I'm going to buy my boots. I'm going to buy my boots. I'm going to buy my boots." The employees at the store just shook their heads, seeing the young girl happy and celebrating who knows what. The brunette was all smiles and cordiality with them, sometimes making them explode with a random phrase like when she said she would mince Mr. Sáenz's golden phallus, or she would tear it out to pawn it and maybe manage to get a couple of coins, because she swore there was only pittance there. Elisa Perez was known for being outspoken, as George used to call her. She stood up for her family, the cafe, and even them when they had a problem with a customer. She was funny, sarcastic, but at the same time sweet and definitely approachable, the kind of girl you'd like to like at any time and who exudes an infectious energy and potential. They saw her jump to her feet when the sedan parked in front of the cafe. Carlos didn't even turn off the engine. He got out agitatedly and moved toward the back door, pulling out 2 enormous boxes that made Elisa's eyes widen. She didn't hesitate to help her friend, who hurriedly followed her into the cafe. On a table far from the counter and the already curious employees, the two placed the boxes. The paper was beautiful, but the small card in the bow indicated the truth. They were for Cuddly, and they were definitely from Blastos. "They left it outside the locker," Carlos indicated. "Luckily, I was arriving and received it, but these kinds of gifts are very large. You should see if it's possible to have them sent somewhere else or give them to you at the club." Elisa just sighed heavily and nodded. "I'll see what I can do to keep you out of trouble." His friend kissed him on the cheek and nodded, signaling him to open them. "Isn't it better inside? I just want to see quickly, because I have to urgently go buy some things from the studio, if you please," he asked, joining his hands in a sign of supplication. Elisa didn't hesitate to remove the bow from the youngest girl, tore the paper, and the two just opened their eyes wide when they saw the mark on the box. They watched each other for a few seconds, swallowing saliva almost at the same time. "Do you really think that's it?" she asked softly, leaning closer to Carlos. "There's only one way to find out." With both hands, they tore the rest of the paper to remove the box, which they immediately opened. The wrapping paper was elegant, and in a protective bag with the luxury brand's logo, there was a small suitcase that could easily pass as a Sunday bag. Beyond the color and that characteristic stripe of the brand's colors, the quality and originality of the brand could go unnoticed, but both knew it was very real. "I have a Gucci," Elisa whispered, watching Carlos for a few days. "He sent me a Gucci wallet. And something tells me it's not just one," Carlos said. Again, the two of them desperately fell on the other box, the larger one, the ribbon ending up at Elisa's feet, the paper falling, and when they saw the beautiful medium-sized travel bag, she just laughed and shook her head. She was completely sure that both accessories could exceed $5,000. In fact, Carlos seemed to think the same because quickly, using a special application that identified the brand and style with a photographer, they understood that Blastos had sent Elisa almost $4,000 in 2 Gucci bags, and she couldn't believe it. Who was this man, and could he really turn the world around? In front of the mirror, she hung her bag on a couple of occasions, watching how they both looked at each other. She was very happy with the beautiful accessories, but also scheming how she was going to go unnoticed with them in her house, because she would undoubtedly want to use them. Carlos's choice was the clearest. They were excellent copies he had ordered online a long time ago, and they finally arrived. He could even tell them that he had also ordered a pair, but from a different brand, and they didn't look as nice as hers. To her friends, Blastos's attention seemed to go beyond the simple sexual attraction the gentleman had clearly felt for Elisa from the very beginning. Patricia, who already knew about the gifts, pointed out that it was possible that he was in the process of courting Elisa and that perhaps the gentleman's phone number had been included in one of those gifts at some point. Of course, Elisa pointed out that it was forbidden, but they both agreed on one thing. Blastos seemed to have no problem breaking the rules, especially for her. The same reality that made her a little nervous and on edge also filled her with fear, because what if it's not how she expected it to be? Assuming there's even a remote possibility that this millionaire man manages to break the rules without getting them into trouble, and in a very peculiar way they manage to meet outside the club, what would happen if it's not what Elisa expects? How far would he go if she says they won't do it face-to-face in the end? She sank down among her bags and, after swallowing, looked at the small table next to her bed. She arranged everything to one side and, in the solitude of her home, unlocked the door and took out the 2 letters. She read each line carefully until she once again felt the prickles on her skin and the blush on her cheeks. She couldn't deny that she liked him. In fact, she really liked how he made her feel, how he spoke about her. Elisa sighed heavily and closed her eyes, letting what she had already experienced and what she had imagined condense into a single idea. Suddenly, she found herself at a table sipping white wine in a tight, knee-length dress. She felt sexy and desired, watching with a warm smile as the handsome gentleman walked confidently toward her, carrying a bouquet of flowers and a heart-stopping grin. Everything had gone well, and she felt it. The strong hand taking the back of her neck pulled her to her feet, and soon her mouth was invaded by a kiss. The urgency was clear, and within seconds, those strong hands were squeezing her and pressing her against his tall, manly body. She gasped as his hand squeezed her breasts and slowly slid down to her cleft. Elisa sighed softly, smiling at the tickle her imagination had created for her when Blastos's mouth kissed her neck and, with a deep whisper, he said in her ear, "You're mine." Imagining him strong, confident, and intimidating led her to undo the button on his pants and sink her hand into her pussy. She caressed the soft hairs on his pubic bone and spread her legs wider, awakening to what she'd been feeling and experiencing these past few days. Of course she wanted Blastos, that man who surely showered her with gifts and also with words that only a man who knows what he wants can say. In her mind, she pictured herself already bent over the table with everything thrown at her feet, but it didn't matter. She felt him even behind her, pressing her firmly, kneeling before her ass, his tongue deep in her pussy. Elisa writhed at the moisture that was awakening in her. With her free hand, she caressed her breasts and lifted her shirt as well. In the solitude of her home, she let her moans come out more freely, moaning and nodding to whatever the man who had invaded her mind was telling her. If she was his, if she wanted him, if she needed the world and him at her feet, on her knees, plunging his tongue with pleasure into every corner of her being. Ever since Elisa first slept with a man, a college classmate, she understood that sex had so many nuances that few recognized. Her sex life hasn't exactly been a career, but she has remained active, seeking satisfaction in every encounter for her desires and her very hot libido. She liked men who were confident, strong, and, why not, a little dominant in intimacy. She enjoyed challenges, experiments, and games to warm up, but what undoubtedly drove her the wildest was oral sex. Elisa melted most easily in the presence of a mouth that knew how to suck her off with gusto. Although in the 2 years since her first sexual encounter, she hasn't found someone who can do it 100%. They always need a little help. The self-explorations began even before her first time. Fortunately, she grew up in a respectful environment where sex was discussed naturally. She was even there when Alejandra asked her mother questions, who answered them all with great confidence. Later, she discovered that her eldest daughter had already had sex for the first time. Christina always wanted a relationship of trust, friendship, and camaraderie with her daughters. something she didn't have with her parents. She took them to the gynecologist for the first time, taught them about sexuality, menstruation, birth control, and even the best way to tip over a pot of boiling water on an abusive partner, something that clearly never existed in that household, but it was best for them to learn. Elisa arched her back and desperately pulled her pants down further until she was more comfortable, rubbing more freely against the wetness she'd produced with her thoughts. It was fascinating how she heard him breathe behind her, how she could feel that the wetness bathing her fingers was the same moisture he was feeding on, and she couldn't help but clench her body as he sank 2 fingers into her, just as she believed he would have done. The words in those letters, what those lines provoked, became whips of fire that soon engulfed the woman's body. With confident circles over her swollen clitoris, Elisa Perez came, bristling, agitated, and still caressing the images that her creative and overly explicit mind had already created for her and her pleasure. He stayed in bed with a lukewarm smile, conscious of it. He sucked his fingers and just sighed heavily. "If you're even remotely the same as I imagined you to be, then yes," she whispered to the solitude of the room. "You can do whatever you want with me, because I need to be fucked like that." She turned over in bed, reread the letters once more, and after straightening her clothes, put them back where they were, securing them securely. Perhaps she should buy a safe to store her money and those fiery letters, because she ran the risk of being discovered if she carelessly left her things lying around. After putting her bags in her closet, she headed to the bathroom where she washed her hands, urinated, and then faced the mirror, wincing at the sight of her rosy cheeks. While she didn't know when she'd be back in front of it, she was already looking forward to it. Andromeda pointed out that clients generally have assigned days, and they decide the amount of time, with the maximum being 3 hours per day. It was unusual for a client to request a dancer 6 days a week, although the club was open every day, except for Sundays, and it was clear that all clients, staff, and dancers always followed the established rules to the letter. Elisa liked Andromeda. Somehow the fact that she was an older woman gave her a little more security and also her private space. Something she later discovered was a request from the young woman's client, since the only time the other dancers looked at each other was in the common dressing room, where they usually arranged that. The exclusivity she enjoyed was understood in those few hours. Elisa had an assistant, a dressing room, the ability to request props, and even select her own music. Andromeda seemed to speak with pride about the position they had given the young woman, who discovered that night that she had indeed chosen the wrong booth. Of course, the mature woman didn't point out that her client had personally chosen a dancer based on his tastes and needs, much less that he lost his temper for a few minutes when he saw her arrive, calling her a fat dancer. But for Andromeda, the change in him was the slap in the face she needed. Perhaps the same reason why she didn't refuse to assist the young woman. Elisa's energy was innocent and even a little childish in the eyes of the woman who had been working there for several years. She had never been assigned to one of the dancers, but she always had the ability to assist the others. After all, upon being promoted to the venue's dressmaker and director of the tailors, Andromeda looked for the best ways to make things easier for the dancers inside the club, especially those who went to the little-known Umbra, where rules don't really exist. He was descending the spiral staircase to return to his post, as it had taken longer than he expected, when he received a call from an unknown number. His heart beat rapidly, thinking he'd done it. In less than 2 days, Blastos had already broken the rules, so he accepted after swallowing. "Hello," he greeted softly. "Ro. Her sister's altered voice made her frown. "Alejandra? What's going on? Where are you? Whose number is this?" "They robbed me," Alejandra said, hurt, bursting into tears again. "They robbed me, Elisa. They robbed me, and they took everything. The money from the bank, my cell phone, my documents, everything. Her voice was lost in her sobs. "Elisa. They robbed me. They took the money they just gave me." The pain in Alejandra's voice was profound, her tears bitter, and the news certainly hit her like a bucket of cold water, or worse. It was crushing and uncomfortable, so she slumped down on one of the steps. "Where are you?" she asked, trying to sound calm. Have you called Dad yet? No, because I was in the lab when I spoke to him after leaving the bank. Everything was quick with them, and he heard her sobbing again. I'm in a service store. I jumped out of the taxi where it happened, and I don't know where here is. Elisa stood up when she heard voices. Wait, they'll give you directions. Suddenly, she felt scared, nauseous, and deeply moved to tears. When she desperately entered the cafeteria, the employees didn't hesitate to respond to her call for help. The young woman put the call on speakerphone, taking notes of the directions an older-sounding woman gave her about where her sister was. He thanked her and asked his sister not to move. He took the money from the register, tied his hair back in a ponytail, and gave a few directions as he left the store in search of a taxi. Without hesitation, George, encouraged by the other employees, went with the young woman, who almost began to tremble as she got into the back seat. Calm down, Ro. Calm down, the man whispered to her. George was a big man, both tall and strong. He felt a deep gratitude towards Sergio because he was the only one who didn't notice the 2-year sentence he served for a hit-and-run offense when he was an inexperienced truck driver. He had been working with the Perez's almost as long as the cafe opened, and like the other 3 employees, he found a good, understanding, and close-knit family where they felt comfortable. So he understood Elisa Ram's nerves very well. She's beaten up, he whispered, trying to contain his tears. She jumped out of the taxi. It seems it was after she left the bank. She stole that money too. When he noticed her wiping away her tears, he didn't hesitate to take the young girl's delicate hand. Now the only thing that matters is seeing how she is, taking her to the doctor to rule out fractures and things like that, then we'll see about the money. It's a loan, George. She looked at him for a few seconds. That is, a loan that no longer has any money just because a heartless criminal decided to do that. The young woman denied it. Soon her tears were uncontrollable. Imagine the fear she must have felt when she threw herself out of the vehicle. For God's sake, Alejandra. She leaned back in her seat and sighed heavily, still holding George's large, rough hand that gave her a bit of comfort. She thought about her sister, her father's concern, and although she didn't want to feel shallow or selfish, she also considered the idea of having a new debt without having been able to use even a cent of it. She was sure the bank wouldn't be understanding, even if she presented proof, and thus all the good humor that had enveloped Elisa since she woke up completely disappeared. It was George who paid when they arrived at the convenience store because Elisa got out without completely parking the car. The moment the 2 sisters saw each other, they didn't hesitate to seek each other out. Alejandra wept bitterly and with disappointment, hugging Elisa who couldn't hold back her tears, clinging to her sister's shoulder as she told her, as best she could, that everything would be okay. He pulled her away from his body to examine her more closely. She had a bruise on her cheek and lip, and the right side was covered in scratches and dirt. Alejandra spoke quickly, pointing out what she had experienced, and when she looked at George, she could only cry even more, so they led her back to the table where she waited. The owners of the establishment, which happened to be a Korean convenience store, again poured cold water for the young woman, who didn't hesitate to help when they saw her desperately jump out of a taxi and roll onto the asphalt. Fortunately, the street was completely deserted, but the vehicle clearly didn't stop at any point. Here, Veer, Elisa asked sweetly, sitting in front of her while giving her small sips of water. Everything happened very quickly, Alejandra indicated, after wiping her nose, which she shook with the handkerchief George offered her. At the bank they served me super friendly. They checked my car. I signed several papers. They even told me some documentation they had made as the best payment schedule. Elisa nodded. Everything was lost, even that money. She cried again. The money, Ro, the one we had just lent. She denied taking the water. I called Dad, but he told me he was missing like 2 tests, so I looked for a taxi to go to the clinic and start paying in advance. I continued. Elisa nodded. I wanted to use the app, but the trip was very expensive and I had some loose bills, so I took a taxi that was a few meters from the bank. Do you remember the driver? George asked. He was a little short, he had a mustache, but he wore a cap. He was ordinary George, very ordinary. She cried even more. I haven't been able to call Dad. I'm an idiot. All because I was saving a few bills and now I've lost everything. Everything, Elisa Rom. Everything. She looked at her straight in the face, swallowing. There I had what we had saved. Oh my God, Alejandra. Elisa Rom whispered, letting herself go heavily as she leaned back. Suddenly, she, too, was dizzy and nauseous. She watched George head to the counter, where he ordered cold drinks and sweets for the two of them. The situation had certainly escalated to the worst reality the Perez family could ever face. When the sisters saw each other, Elisa Rom only denied it and did not hesitate to hug Alejandro again, who could only apologize. No, don't worry, he told her gently, cradling her face. He looked at her, hurt in so many ways. We have to act quickly right now, okay? The first thing is to call Dad, take you to the doctor, and have him check you for anything. It's another expense, Elisa Rom. It doesn't matter, we tell him we'll cancel it later. But they have to check you. She tried to be firm. And then we'll go to the police to file the corresponding report. Tell me everything you remember about this man. How did it happen? So that we don't miss anything. Alejandra noticed her sister's hands shaking, so she simply shook her head, feeling even more guilty. She sighed heavily and sipped some water to soothe the unpleasant sensation on her palate. She recited everything, from leaving the bank, the reason she'd sat in the passenger seat with the taxi driver, how he'd pulled her backpack, and why she'd stopped struggling when the man pulled a huge knife from her side of the door. I show Elisa Rom, who opened her eyes wide, the cut that the sharp weapon had made on her left leg when she threw herself down. Fortunately, it wasn't deep, but it had ripped her pants and injured the young woman's skin, who apologized for what they were experiencing. For Elisa Rom, her sister's guilt hurt. She knew very well that Alejandro would never, ever do anything against her family, and living through that terrible experience made her ignore even her pain and wounds, thinking about everything she had lost. Although life was more important, material things were sorely needed at that moment, and replacing them would take time they no longer had. They sipped on a new and undoubtedly delicious drink that seemed to combine soda with mango yogurt. George smiled with satisfaction when they both finished theirs and, after wiping away their tears again, stood up. While Elisa Rom called her father, the gentleman stayed with Alejandra, examining her more closely and undoubtedly with great respect. There were no fractures, but the bruises were noticeable. Sergio nearly had a heart attack. Fortunately, the nurses reacted quickly, as the man nearly fell into the street with his chest covered in patches. Elisa Rom cried painfully during the call and spoke softly about Alejandra's beatings and, above all, the guilt her older sister was feeling. He asked them to come to him, as there were doctors right there who could examine Alejandra, and he would pay for it. They thanked the kind couple who had helped Alejandra, and with George's reassurance, they took a taxi to the clinic where Sergio was. The distraught father met them at the door, taking his eldest daughter in his arms while gently soothing her bitter tears. He didn't hesitate to pull Elisa Rom closer as well, holding them both weeping on his shoulders. Now, my girls, now, he whispered softly, kissing each one on the forehead. The only thing that matters, daughter, is that you're okay. Alejandra shook her head. Of course, love. That's all that matters, okay? Now let's go inside so they can check you over. I need to know that everything is okay. Dad was all the money, everything. Alejandra hid her face in her hands, clinging to her father, who comforted her slowly. We will find a way to get him back. I promise, he told her lovingly. The doctor said we could wait up to a month. We still have time to do the surgery. I called him and explained the situation. Alejandra separated from his chest. They will send you the test from the lab, and if you need me to go to your clinic, I will. If not, you will read the test to me through phone calls, so as not to charge for the consultation that the place stipulates. Elisa Rom looked at her sister, sighing. He separated from his father, who cradled Alejandra's face. Let's find a way to get it back. What about the bank's debt? They won't understand. Daughter, what matters to me now is your health, your well-being, and I will only be fine until they tell me that there is nothing broken or twisted in you. Alejandra pouted. Tomorrow we talk about money, banks, debts. Today you are my heaven, okay? She nodded when Sergio's voice broke. My strong Alejandra, my brave Elisa Ram. She also touched her face. How proud I am to be your father. Come, come, my girls. He hugged them both again, and they entered the office. Sergio accompanied his daughter to the doctor's office, leaving Elisa Ram with George. The young woman has already told her friends about the situation and has come to the clear conclusion. She will have to sell her purses and bracelet to recover the money she has already saved. The Perez family was back where they started, and no doubt a little worse off. No money, except what the young woman had stashed in her closet. A new bank debt, no property on Alejandra's car, and the girl battered, sad, and even afraid. The tunnel they were traversing seemed to close in on them, or at least Elisa felt that way. So she closed her eyes and leaned against the wall behind her. He scrunched up his face when the thought came to him like a clear sign of emergency. After all, Alejandra had put it that way, hadn't she? And this was already an emergency, because while the doctor had given him a month at the most to extend the surgery, 10 or 12 days had already passed since then, so there was less time. They had to act more quickly, and the safest option, even though he didn't want to accept it, was undoubtedly him. Ramón Sáenz. The sisters slept together because Alejandra was in a state of fear and, no doubt, a lot of grief, which worsened when they got home. Fortunately, there were no broken bones, just a sprained right thumb for which they put a wrist brace, but nothing more serious. It was Elisa who noticed the scrapes and bruises on his body, the right side where he fell from the vehicle being the most affected, but the same doctor pointed out that it was a miracle that he had suffered nothing more than blows, in addition to the danger that another car could follow the taxi or that the thief could have done something worse to him. Alejandra's tears overcame her, but Elisa didn't have the best night. When she felt thirsty in the early morning, she went to get water and found her father in the dining room with the house deeds and the form she could understand from Smart Credit, Ramón Sáenz financial institution. Although the urge to refute her question was on the tip of her tongue, she didn't in the end. She just hugged him tightly, telling him everything was going to be okay. Her friends asked her to wait before selling her things, but as soon as they returned, Elisa posted the new bags and the delicate bracelet on an anonymous sales page. She tried not to lower the real price, at least for the bags she found online, but in the end, she agreed to give a discount to the girl who bought all 3 items, the same one she was going to see on Sunday to deliver them. Between the sale of their gifts and the money they'd saved, they almost had the original $12,000, but the $20,000 in the bank remained unfinished. Sergio himself confirmed this when, upon calling the bank to explain what had happened, they told him the most they could offer was a loan extension. The loan was for 6 months, so they extended it to 9, but the new debt remained. Elisa sighed heavily as she looked at her delicate diamond bracelet. She was the first to wake up and had already showered, but even that didn't erase the deep dark circles under her eyes that had already been darkened by poor sleep. She gave the piece a gentle kiss and, after packing it back into its box, put it inside her bags, arranging everything neatly in her closet so it wouldn't get damaged. With her hair in a bun and wearing loose clothing like a sweatshirt and pants, she headed for the coffee shop. She had no desire for anything that day, but the way things were looking, the best thing to do was to maintain a cordial relationship with Ramón Sáenz. Become kinder and perhaps more patient with him, because everything seemed to indicate it was the only option to save them from this mess. He sighed heavily as he left the house and checked his friend's messages as he went downstairs. Carlos suggested a yard sale to raise the money more quickly, and Patricia suggested opening the cafe on weekends, at least for that month, and extending his work hours. She even offered to work with them before and after work. In the end, the two concluded that perhaps there could be a possibility that in the end it would be Elisa who would break the rules with the newly met stranger, Mr. Blastos, in order to make a request for more hours and days of dancing. But Elisa was not sure if she would be called again that coming Friday or for how long. She raised her gaze and locked her gear, stuffing it into her sweatpants pocket, when the handsome Ramón Sáenz walked in. He looked impeccable, smelled wonderful, and she was sure the gentleman's suit, shoes, and accessories would cost exactly what they needed right now, so she just swallowed. "Good morning, sir," she greeted him in a soft voice, making Ramón frown. Good morning, he replied automatically, taking a step toward her. He noticed she was different, a little subdued, and it wasn't Elisa Ram's usual welcome to him, so he just sighed, thinking it was a ruse. The young woman moved smoothly, pouring his freshly brewed coffee into those glasses that were apparently exclusive to Ramón, because only he was given those pretty black ones. She covered it and placed the shield in front of him, who couldn't meet her gaze. Here you go, have a nice day, Elisa Ram told him. She wasn't in the mood for anything, and being in the presence of that man seemed to shake her with the reality of what was coming. Ramón took a step toward her, but didn't take the coffee. Are you okay? He asked her directly. Yes, everything is fine. After a sigh, she raised her gaze to him, who narrowed his. She wasn't looking at Elisa Ram's sister, Sergio, or the employees. In fact, it was the kind of day they almost seemed to be alone. So why isn't she squeezing his balls with her rude little girlish defiance? Do you need anything else? She asked him when she saw the doubt in his eyes. Tell me, what's wrong with you? He took a step towards her again. They were separated by the counter. Normally I come here and you challenge me. You yell at me. You call me ridiculous, and then you do something stupid, like run away, which irritates me, and today. Elisa Ram looked at him for a few seconds. Today you barely look me in the eyes, and you're condescending. And you don't like that? No. It bothers me. The answer made her frown. Coming from you, it bothers me. So tell me, what's wrong? Elisa Ram sighed heavily. She noticed her take her cell phone out of her pocket and read something that made her frown, but then she shook her head, causing the young woman to shrug her shoulders. Nothing's wrong, sir. She turned to look at him. Now if you need anything else, I have to go. He saw her take a step toward the exit on that side, but Ramón almost threw himself over the counter to take her arm. Are the loaves still 3 months old? He asked, letting go of the young woman. He noticed her looking at the delicious breads in the display case, and then, to his surprise, denying her words. No. In fact, they're fresh. They just brought them in. Could you have one? Yes, please. Elisa Ram looked him in the eyes. Any special flavor or taste? The one that is richest for you. There's one of several cheeses that's very tasty. All of them are, but that's my favorite. And if you're not lactose intolerant, you might like it, and it goes very well with coffee. The young woman spoke in a flat and completely subdued manner. Plus the cheeses are quality. He accepted the suggestion. Ramón moved with her. Is that boy your boyfriend, the baker? Elisa Ram frowned at him and quickly shook her head. Paulo? No, he's not a friend, so to speak. He's on vacation from college, and you know how the dynamics are in families in my class. Ramón frowned. In the end, in all our free time or times of need, we end up working or helping our parents with the family business. It happens in every family, he replied, because I'm working in the family business. Elisa Ram smiled mockingly, but only shook her head, placing the bread in an industrial toaster that didn't seem very modern, but in a few seconds filled the place with the delicious aroma of warm bread. The comparison isn't even remotely the same, she pointed out. But the answer is still no. Paulo isn't my boyfriend. I don't have a boyfriend, she added, not knowing exactly why she was explaining. Ramón was starting to feel uncomfortable with this interaction. He didn't like Elisa Ram's expression, the pallor of her face, which also seemed dull, the noticeable dark circles under her eyes, the loose clothing. By now, he didn't know what to do or say to awaken, even for a minute, the lively challenge that characterized her. So he clenched his jaw and sighed heavily. Perhaps the young woman had had a bad day yesterday, just like him. So he wasn't going to push any further. Elisa Ram packed the bread nicely in special paper and then in a craft bag that she placed next to Ramón's cup of coffee, who again moved towards her. How much do I owe you? He asked, about to pull out his cards. Nothing, he frowned. Courtesy of the house for being our loyal customer. Despite everything, she managed a faint smile, which was somehow reflected in her, and she responded in kind. They both sighed at the same time. Being upset by you brightens my days, he confessed uncontrollably, and this is strange. Tomorrow we'll grab each other's hair and slap each other, Elisa Ram replied, suddenly feeling emotional, so she just crossed her arms in front of him. I'm not in the mood today. I don't really want anything. Just to go back to bed. She was about to turn around, but he called her. What, sir? She asked, looking him in the eye. Tell me, what's wrong? He ordered firmly, pressing himself against the counter again. Don't make me cross this barrier to take him away from you by force. Is he your father? The young woman leaned against the other side and, after biting her lip, nodded. Is he serious? Is he in the hospital? No. It's just that time is running out and the money we need has just been snatched from our hands. What does that mean? Elisa shook her head, unable to look him in the eye. She didn't want to be so vulnerable, especially in front of this man who will soon own everything her parents have done, everything they have fought for. When Ramón noticed the tears in her brown eyes, he frowned, begging at the counter that separated him from her. Elisa, he called her, but she shook her head, so he took a step back. You shouldn't be so proud. The young woman frowned. If you need something, you can say it. It's one thing if you don't like it, and another if it's because of your pride, your family. You don't know anything, so be careful with your words, he warned her firmly. Ramón realized something wasn't right. In fact, it was very wrong, when he finally noticed the small acrylic box with the word tips on it. The Perezes had never asked for tips, and it almost seemed like a quick fix to ask all the customers for help. So without hesitation, he turned around and left the place. Elisa looked for him with a frown. The gentleman had left his coffee and bread, so she stood on tiptoe, watching his strange movements. Suddenly, Ramón, confident and even intimidating, returned to the cafeteria, opening a kind of brown leather diary in front of her. Her eyes widened when she saw it was a checkbook holder. She noticed the assorted checks. They were from 4 different banks. The elegant gentleman signed one of them and placed it before her. It's your tip for the excellent service, he said in that deep tone of voice. It doesn't have my name, the date, or the amount. It has the most important thing, my signature. Take it. He ordered. I don't want to leave it in the little box, or it might get wrinkled. Take it, Elisa. He ordered again. The girl swallowed, closing her eyes before those emotions that had ruled her, that went from chaos to anger very easily, made her tear up the check in front of the gentleman. But she turned towards him, once again separated by that counter. You can't come here pretending to be our savior with a blank check, she told him firmly. Your reality and mine are completely different, sir, and I'm not going to allow you, for your own pleasure, to start your day off right, to make fun of me or, worse yet, of what my family is going through. I'm not doing that. Ramón cut her off firmly. This is absurd. She showed him the check. Because my father went to ask you for the money and you sent him to fill out the form for your company, which must be as demanding and dense as the bank itself. And now you give me a blank check as a tip? He saw her swallow. Of course, you know I need it. So I imagine you thought, how can I make the fat little girl's day more miserable? Oh, I know. I'll give her a blank check that she knows she won't be able to use for anything. Because as soon as she tries to withdraw any amount, I'm going to cancel it. Ramón didn't even know how to react when the young woman ran into the cafe, leaving him completely confused and stunned. He knew very well that hadn't been her intentions, but suddenly, when he actually saw the check there, he felt exactly what Elisa had felt. How many times had his father left blank checks in the dining room after taking his lovers out so his mother could buy whatever she wanted? And not just checks, but travel tickets, cash, unlimited credit cards, golf club passes, amusement park passes, even keys to incredible new cars. Ramón realized he had done to her what he learned to do because it had been done to him so many times. He took a step towards the counter, ready to take everything from it, when he saw the figure of the sturdy man come out of what he assumed was the kitchen. It's a tough day, George told her, having seen the couple's final interaction. Did something happen to Sergio? She asked. No, but Alejandro was robbed, Ramón denied, brushing his hair back. Yesterday. Did they take all your money? He asked softly. George looked around, not wanting to be a gossip, but he knew very well who that 7 o'clock in the morning regular was, so he was taking his best opportunity to do his part for that family. They did it, she said in a whisper. It was a difficult afternoon for everyone, and Elisa is a child. She's sensitive and very attached to her sister. He noticed the elegant gentleman nod. He felt a little disappointed when Ramón took the check he'd just written and tucked it into his checkbook, closing everything. He looked at it for a few seconds and just nodded at the enormous George. Thank you. Tell Elisa Ram or Alejandra that I will wait for them in my office on the day they deem convenient. George nodded quickly, giving him a huge smile. Good day. Good morning, sir. Thank you. Ramón grabbed his things and headed toward the exit. Once he was in the car, he couldn't help but raise his gaze to the second floor, where he knew the family home was. He had every intention of going downstairs, finding them, and speaking cordially with Sergio, explaining the real reason he'd sent him through the finance company and not taken out the personal loan, because the decision had clearly been misinterpreted. But after a sigh, he shook his head and headed north in search of the company. Sergio didn't hesitate to take Elisa Ram in his arms when the young woman arrived home, agitated. He didn't want to cry or appear too weak at a time when her family needed her to be strong and secure, so he shook his head, wiping his cheeks. What happened, love? Nothing, Dad. It's nothing bad. This has me very upset. She separated from him. I served Mr. Sáenz and gave him one of the cheese loaves. I didn't charge him for it. Okay, honey, fine. Do you want something to eat? Elisa Ram shook her head, so Sergio just sighed and followed her. Has Alejandra woken up yet? Not yet. I went to check on her, and she's still asleep. She nodded, looking into her father's eyes. She couldn't resist for long, so without hesitation, she went for Sergio's chest. Sergio only smiled weakly as he wrapped his arms around her securely. He placed a few kisses on the top of her head, cradling her face so they could both overcome it at the same time. Something ugly came up, he told her. Oh, Dad, it's not ugly. It's horrible, she pointed out softly. But we're going to get through this, okay? We're going to get the money. I'll have the operation, and when I'm as strong as an oak, recovered like Samson, I was thinking I could ask Mr. Sáenz for a job. That would be 2 incomes, my love. You guys run the cafeteria, and I can go back to the company, to Dunkan. I'm already familiar with the place, although it's clear he's come to modify and improve it enormously. But I can adapt. I still have the strength and energy to keep up that pace. Dad, you love the cafeteria. It's your dream and Mom's, no? He gasped, looking into his father's eyes. Sometimes dreams can be modified a little. Sergio was gentle. While we have this weight on top of us, these debts that are erasing my daughter's smiles, I have to find ways to free ourselves from that, okay? He cradled her face with his hand. My love, I don't intend for you to end your lives in this house. In this cafeteria, I want to see you traveling, learning somewhere else, falling in love with a 2-meter-tall German. She just started to laugh. Whom I will be afraid of, but I will make it clear that you will always be my little girls. Elisa Ram pouted as Sergio shook his head, his brown eyes filled with tears. It will only be for a while, and if he sees me working there, I won't have to bring him the deeds for anything. My work will be my pledge, my offering. So you'll be working for free? Oh, Dad, this is awful. She hugged him again. Do you happen to know if Grandma is a millionaire and made you live like this just to teach you a lesson in humility? Sergio started laughing and squeezed her tighter. I'm going to call her to question her, and also ask her the recipe for her meatballs. I think it might cheer Alejandra up if I make them. To Alejandra and Elisa Ram, she indicated. So that's it. That's lunch. Grandma's Swiss meatballs, Dad style. He kissed her on the top of her head. When they saw each other, they sighed softly, smiling weakly at each other. Everything will be fine, my love, you'll see. Okay, Dad. In fact, I think you will. He watched her walk toward Alejandra's room and enter. Elisa Ram settled into bed with her sister, staring up at the ceiling. She felt tired, but wasn't sure she'd be able to fall asleep, so she thought about the best ways to get the money quickly. Of course, I didn't see Sergio working for who knows how long for free to repay a loan to Ramón Sáenz as a viable option, in case they ended up lending him or the finance company the money. On the other hand, I was more than aware that the bank was no longer an option and that the only things of value were his house and the cafeteria, because even if they had small things like jewelry or computers, they wouldn't be enough to cover the full value. She covered her face when she realized they now needed $120,000. Suddenly, the churning in her stomach felt uncomfortable. She needed to create a real, valid plan that would allow her to get that amount. What if she did what Carlos suggested? Sure, she wouldn't take the note off her tits because she was sure they were watching what she did in that dance booth. But could she send a letter to Mr. Blastos? Sergio noticed with confusion Elisa leaving Alejandra's room and looking for his own. The young woman began to go through all her things, taking out the notebook she found in her backpack, still hanging from the day she returned from college. She threw herself onto the bed with her notebook, her pencil case full of assorted pens, and, picking up a beautiful light blue one, she stood before the blank page. How do I start? Dear Mr. Blastos, I need $120,000. I promise I'll show you a tit if you give it to me right now. She thought it would be nice, so she just shook her head, laughing a little. She thought about how to proceed, but she felt defeated in a moment, letting herself fall onto the notebook until all those emotions that made her feel nostalgic, contradictory, and with that immense desire to start screaming until her voice died away, or at least one of those in her head that announced to her like a bird of ill omen that one way or another they would end up losing everything, which undoubtedly scared her, came back again. She looked again at the blank sheet of paper in front of her, and after swallowing, she realized that the only thing she could do at that moment was to be honest. Darling, I've thought a lot about how to write these lines. I'm still not sure if they'll reach you, but I feel the need to get out a little of what I feel, and strangely, you inspire a confidence in me that few people have managed to inspire in me. In that booth, I disconnect. I no longer recognize my needs. I no longer remember what doubt, fear, or nerves feel like. If I do what I do in that place, it's because you somehow managed to activate a version of me in my mind that's willing to please you. I appreciate your beautiful gifts. The money you've sent me has been so helpful, but I must admit that the need for more is becoming unbearable and has become the driving force behind writing these lines. She immediately shook her head when she read that last paragraph, searched for some whiteout in the same pencil case, and even though she made a big mess, she erased what she'd written. Elisa knew it was completely inappropriate to ask a stranger for money, and that she might even lose her chance to be in the club because the rule was clear and even the first one presented in her manual. So the answer seemed to lean toward the safest option again, the one that makes her feel uncomfortable and fuels the idea that they could lose everything at his hands. But Ramón Sáenz was undoubtedly the only one, on her entire limited list of acquaintances, who had the ability to give them money penny by penny without any consideration. I'll have to talk to him, she muttered to herself, settling into her bed. I'll have to ask that golden phallus to give me $100,000, she complained, pouting. But I can. I just have to be nice, smile a little, and plot the quickest and easiest ways to get his balls off. That might cheer me up a bit. And with that thought, he lay resting on the mattress, drawing up scenarios where he was on his knees before the golden phallus, begging for money for his father's operation in exchange for. He swallowed when the idea became clear and all too explicit. The morning was tedious for the gentleman, who arrived laden with thoughts, but above all, enveloped by that blessedly sweet perfume that never left his nostrils. Every time he blinked, he thought of the dull, slightly wounded young woman who had appeared before him. In all this time, Elisa had never looked so vulnerable in his eyes. The challenge always set his gaze ablaze. Anger painted her cheeks with that blush he loved, and of course, her mouth loosened with threats and cruel adjectives. So he wasn't even sure how to process what he'd experienced today with the always challenging little girl. As he thought, he realized he'd been too accessible to her, even too interested, which gave her a sense of weakness she clearly didn't like. She was about to tear up the check still in her wallet, but in the end, she didn't. She was also about to call Sergio and set up an appointment for the same day to resolve the family's money problem as soon as possible, so her day would start off with a struggle and challenge. But she didn't do it either. Despite the amount of work they had, Carter noticed he was distracted. She saw him stand up several times, clench his fists, and pace back and forth, just like he was right now. Ramón went through all the stages of anger. At first, he was worried about Elisa Ram and her condition, but he ended up calling her capricious and prideful, letting loose in front of a confused Carter who barely understood his boss's dilemma. "And do you know if they filed a complaint?" he asked, standing before him, his sleeves reaching to his elbows and his hair disheveled from being pulled back so far. No. It's just that she didn't say anything to me." Ramón was already upset. He was just like, "Yes, sir. Have a nice day, sir. She never calls me sir," he complained. "Only when her family is around, and the worst part is she does it with this defiant grimace that drives me crazy. Like the one you do when you call her little girl. She's a little girl." Ramón was stern. "She's a defiant, proud, and rude little girl who wasn't born to be obedient, because it's uncomfortable to see her that way." Carter frowned. "I was carrying a repertoire to make her angry, and I find her fucking submissive and all that. And she didn't take my check." Carter had to look down at his tablet to suppress his laughter because suddenly there was this version of Ramón that he was sure no one, maybe only he knew. When he looked at him like that, he seemed younger, or at least in keeping with his age, certainly more approachable and even fun. So once he found the strength to continue seriously, he looked up. "I don't think it was the right time," he said. Ramón looked at him seriously and with a frown, so Carter raised his hands in a sign of peace. "I looked. According to the employee, Elisa Ram's sister was just assaulted yesterday." "Yes, that's what he said. It was to Alejandra." "Okay, so they must be scared, sad, and we don't know if something happened to the girl, which I hope not clearly. But she didn't tell me anything." Ramón thought about Elisa Ram's lack of information. "I was so close to jumping over that counter they have to force it out of her, you see? I'm telling you, even in the most difficult moments, when I can help her, she closes in and behaves like a proud little girl." "Did you offer your help?" "I gave him a blank check," he argued bluntly, causing Carter to pinch the bridge of his nose and sigh heavily. He stood up, leaving his space inside Ramón's office, because although he had his own, well-equipped with modern equipment and a beautiful window, he realized a few months after becoming Ramón's assistant that one, the businessman was completely alone, and two, despite that, he did like working in a team, but with people he trusted. "I think tomorrow, if it comes again. I always go and you know it," he cut him off confidently. "Okay, so tomorrow you come with a different proposal." Ramón looked at him with an arched eyebrow, as if indicating that he should continue. "I think she mentioned smart credit." "Yes, they apparently misinterpreted everything." "There were no answers, sir." Carter was confident. "And it's logical. I mean, the father comes with the idea of a loan, sends him to the financial institution, and that gives the impression that he didn't trust him and wants to protect his money. But that's not the case. I want to protect their business." "Yes, but they don't know it, at least not in that way." Ramón sighed. "Personally, I feel that trust with this family allows you to leave the smart credit protocols or even a formal meeting. You can ask to meet with Sergio at the cafeteria or invite Miss Elisa Ram to dinner." Carter continued testing the waters, or all three of them. He added when Ramón frowned, "so that they feel that your help is not a mockery, is not a way to praise yourself, and that if you trust them." The businessman in front of him seemed to think about the suggestion. "Also, as you've explained to me yourself, it seems like they're running out of time. So if you trust them and they trust you, the transaction can be simple and personal. And how do I give him that amount without my father getting suspicious and turning it into a company loan? Look what he's done to those people who trusted me." "Put it on your own expenses." Carter was firm, shrugging his shoulders. "Tell him you bought a coffee, a roll, and invited me to one, and the bill came to $100,000. To the Titan's surprise, Ramón simply shook his head with a lukewarm smile, but then he began to laugh, continuing the joke about how he was going to sum up his father's account for such a large sum. Although Ramón owned his own money and managed the accounts for all the Dunkan Group companies, when Dunkan Sáenz was in those periods of being the boss, he would often audit his own son, which didn't always result in the best sums. Dunkan knew very well that Ramón had a soft spot for the aspiring entrepreneurs, as he called them. They were almost always former employees, especially assistants or secretaries who had left the company due to Dunkan's own actions. For the gentleman, The guilt in his son made him weak, since he would eventually give in to the demands of women who had already gotten what they wanted. It was under his orders that Ramón closed the kiosks in the mall, and his plan included doing so once again with 2 former employees who failed to meet the deadline to repay the loans he had taken out. The financial company was actually born out of a need Ramón saw, not only among departing staff, but also among many small entrepreneurs who often didn't meet the bank's extensive requirements. He found the project exciting, filed the necessary paperwork, and thought it could be the first company in his name. But in the end, the Dunkan Group was the central source of funding, so the company became part of his father's extensive power. I'm going to wait for their call. Yesterday I saw that Sergio wanted to send me a message, but he didn't in the end. He indicated, looking for the jacket arranged on an elegant coat rack. I also told the employee to tell Elisa well, both of them, that they could come to my office whenever they wanted. I hope they do. Would you give him the money just like that? If the little girl asks me by saying please, maybe, he mocked, making Carter shake his head. And I can have my share of fun first, right? Oh, sir, one day that little girl is going to slap you. It's not even enough for me. Have you seen how far it reaches? He pointed at his collarbones, like it reaches here. Plus, she's all fun, round, and adorable. When she gets angry, her cheeks turn really red, and she looks crazy with her hair down. The crazy girl from the cafeteria, I'll tell you now. Carter's laughter was inevitable, as he headed toward his work area where he stored everything they had worked on. The day I hit her, if I'm there, I warn you that I'm going to laugh a lot, and you can't fire me. He pointed out confidently. Because your little girl. Ramón salivated seeing his assistant in front of the confident possession. It seems that she's a tough cookie, and if you worry her too much, she's going to give you a good slap. They left the office with their spirits slightly lifted. The thought that perhaps Elisa would finally lower her shields and present herself to him a little more docilely, not in the horrible way he saw her today, but in a more attractive manner, certainly improved Ramón's mood, despite what he had to do. With Carter in his assigned truck and Ramón in his elegant vehicle, they headed toward the city's shopping center. 2 of the financial institution's clients were over the allotted time limit, and Dinko instructed his son to deliver the warning personally. For the mature businessman, this type of visit not only generated a greater degree of respect for them and their companies, but also clearly reminded them of the extent of the Sáenz family's power, something he undoubtedly enjoyed making abundantly clear and evident. They arrived in just 15 minutes, parking in a special spot Ramón had secured there. He was chatting with his assistant when he saw the gentleman lead the young woman out of the store. She was shaking hard from the seemingly strong grip of the tall but thin man who was shouting at her in Arabic. Hey! Ramón didn't hesitate to quicken his steps. Let her go, he ordered. Elisa shook off the man's hands, calling her a thief, but she, agitated, defended herself by calling him a fool. When Ramón saw her intentions to attack the store owner, he stepped between them, welcoming the young woman's robust body. He gulped when he confidently grabbed her waist, which, to his surprise, he discovered was very well defined. He took 2 steps back as Elisa shouted obscenities and profanities into his ear, all directed at the shop owner. The shop owner responded in Arabic with similar insults that made Ramón's jaw clench. When he grabbed her by both arms, he shook her slightly to calm her down, but the young woman quickly broke away. What happened? He's a fool, she stated firmly. He accused me of keeping one of his trinkets. I was shopping, she shouted again towards the store. The worst thing is that it's the only place where I can really get what I need, and it's a... She finally saw him head on, understanding the proximity of the bodies, so Elisa took a step back. She was breathing heavily, and the redness on her face made it clear what Ramón had pointed out. Her hair was still in a ponytail, though some curls fell over her forehead in a sort of fringe. She was wearing jeans, a pink sweatshirt, and a pair of sneakers, which were undoubtedly too big. Breathe, Ramón asked through gritted teeth. That's what I'm doing, she pointed out seriously, because otherwise I'll die. She rolled her eyes. Stupid beggar. I just came to see your ridiculous necklaces. Ah. But no. You had already stolen a dozen according to your little brain, just because I left your store. Did you work there? Yes, I did it. He looked at him for a few seconds, before they discovered the tumor in Dad. Ramón narrowed his eyes. He knew about Sergio's illness, the need for surgery, but he never mentioned a tumor. Ramón looked at Carter, who with a nod almost forced him to take a step toward that upset Elisa Ram. Did you steal something or not? He asked. Carter rolled his eyes. That man was going to need socialization classes because he was undoubtedly terrible at it. However, he saw the young woman's urgency to update him with a well-deserved pat on the head or balls, so Carter took a step back as a precaution. No, sir, I didn't steal anything, Elisa Ram replied mockingly. She pulled both bags out of her hoodie, lifted it up, revealing the cell phone in the front pocket, and turned around, digging both hands into the completely empty back pockets. She raised an eyebrow, pulling down her hoodie when she noticed Ramon's gaze lingering too long on her butt, so she faced him again. As I told you, I was shopping and my resentful ex-boss saw me and made a scene accusing me of something that isn't true. Elisa Ram sighed heavily as she looked around the store, and I needed that. What is it? Something for Alejandra. He looked at her, but then shook his head. I'll go get something else. Good day to both of you. She was moving forward, but Ramón held her arms securely in front of her. The way he pulled her against his body to place her in front of him again made her swallow. So sure and firm were the man's movements. Elisa Ram frowned when she saw the blue eyes that met hers. She had to roll her shoulders back as the tickling in her stomach was certain from the way the intoxicating, yet powerful male cologne caressed her nose. So she just cleared her throat and let out a soft sigh without looking down at him. What do you need from there? She asked firmly. What were you looking for? Elisa Ram looked at Carter, who quickly nodded and told her to answer. A wallet. It's shaped like a Little Women book. It's Alejandra's favorite novel. She knows it by heart, and yet she always cries. She said quickly and without pausing. It's the only place that sells such strange things, and we saw it for her birthday. But I didn't have any money and now I do. But that idiot. She remained silent when Ramón raised an eyebrow at her, still face to face with the upset little girl. In what area of the store is the wallet? It was already in the box. Patricia, who is my friend, had put it aside. He nodded. Stay here and don't make a mess, Elisa Ram Perez. He ordered her firmly. Ramón adjusted himself to his height, and with a heavy sigh, he emptied the air held in his chest that had a sweet, tropical flavor. He looked Carter in the eyes, and with a nod of his head asked him to come closer to Elisa Ram. Take care of the little girl, he ordered. She headed toward the store, where the owner, recognizing who she was, quickly came out to meet her. He spoke quickly and kindly while complaining about the little thief who had slipped a pair of expensive necklaces into her pocket. Ramón didn't even hear him and quickly headed towards the cash register where Patricia, who had seen everything with wide open eyes and had even stood up for her friend, receiving a reprimand and a deduction from her salary for being unruly, only gasped when the elegant man stood before her. Hello, miss. Ramón greeted her. What is the purse your friend wanted? Hello, sir. It's one of these two, I guess. I hadn't chosen the size because it was taken from the store. The gentleman pinched his nose. He hadn't come to that place with such a mission. He wasn't there to buy book-shaped wallets for a spoiled little girl, but he still grabbed both sizes and carried them to the entrance. He cared little about the alarm that went off when he left the place with both items. Of course, the owner's eyes widened, but he didn't follow him like he would have with any other customer. What size? He asked Elisa Ram seriously. The young woman blinked rapidly, looked at Carter, a little confused, and took the two purses from Ramón's hands. Much to the elegant businessman's limited patience, she examined the straps, the interior, and even hung them both up, still asking Ramón's assistant for his opinion. In the end, they both agreed on the larger one because it had a better style and more compartments. A shocked Elisa Ram Ramón returned to the store, finally getting the owner to deactivate the alarm, and paid for the young woman's purse. Patricia couldn't believe it, but she managed her best calm face. Of course, as soon as the gentleman turned around, he grabbed his cell phone and sent about 15 "oh my gods" in a matter of seconds. Did he buy me the wallet? Elisa Ram asked as she watched him walk out of the store with it. She could feel the vibration coming from his gear, but she could already imagine what it was due to. He bought her the wallet, Carter replied. Perhaps a sincere thank you would match the gesture. The girl blinked rapidly, but broke away from Carter and found herself facing Ramón, who stopped dead in his tracks when he saw the serene, sweet-looking little girl with a wide smile that the gentleman had to admit was pretty. In fact, she looked charming on him. Ramón just gulped as he looked Elisa in the eye, handing over the package with little tact. "Thank you," she whispered, seeing him blink for a few seconds, but then nod. He cleared his throat as Carter, having seen before his eyes what he'd been suspecting for a few days, approached them. Ramón looked at the girl and then at his assistant. "I'll take the young lady home." Elisa opened her eyes wide and quickly shook her head, so he looked at her for a few seconds. "Of course I will. I understand that your sister was assaulted yesterday. It's unsafe for you to walk alone on the streets." The young woman frowned deeply. Who had told her? Besides, she had plans to wander around the mall until Patricia got off work. But when she met Ramon's gaze again, she could do nothing but nod, finally taking out her cell phone, where she was looking at the notifications of more than 200 unread messages, which she left just like that, sending Patricia the changes. He barely listened to Ramon's instructions to his assistant, who nodded seriously, finally parting ways at the same spot. As the two walked side by side toward the parking lot, they stared at each other for a few seconds, but then their gazes focused on the open, tent-lined space before them. Elisa had put aside the purchase of her boots, and the money she was going to spend on them, which was still in her pocket, would go back into savings, including what she was going to pay for her sister's purse. She was surprised to see Ramon's luxurious and modern car. Up close, it looked much more beautiful and futuristic. She noticed that the passenger door he opened for her quickly read her fingerprint. Their eyes crossed for a few seconds as she took a seat, which made her smile at the security with which she wrapped her body and seemed to change, making her feel comfortable and even with better posture. She couldn't help but lick her lip, which she then bit when Ramón took his place behind the wheel, because he looked good. Actually, he looked very, very good. The elegant gentleman who noticed Elisa's fascination with the interior of the car, so perhaps he showed off a little by making it come to life, adjusting the windows for her who adorably opened her mouth. "That's your father's creation," he pointed out proudly, pulling out of the parking lot. "What? Seriously?" Elisa's smile once again turned sweet and genuine. "Yes, smart tinting. You can change the intensity according to the weather, taste, and temperature. All the windows have their own control, so it's adjustable for the driver and all passengers." Ramón spoke with confidence. "It was a great idea. In fact, selling the patent exclusively to Dunkan made him pay off the loan he made me." "Are you serious?" Ramón nodded. "Well, I don't think he ever told us that," the young woman sighed. "Although he always spoke highly of you. It's good to know that at least one person does it." Ramon's response made her swallow, and they looked for a few seconds again. "Yesterday Alejandro was mugged," he said softly. "She had gotten a bank loan of $20,000, and she was carrying it, and what we had gathered in previous days in her backpack. It was the taxi driver who was going to take her to the clinic where Dad was having some tests done. He just denied it looking at the purse on her lap. He threatened her with a knife, so when she passed by a small street that forced him to slow down, she threw herself out. She is beaten and—" Ramón gripped the steering wheel when he saw the young girl's tears. Just as he wasn't good at dealing with physical contact, Ramón Sáenz had no idea how to deal with tears and raw emotions, as he himself had repressed them to the maximum extent possible. "I wanted to buy this for you to make you feel better, because you've been crying a lot today," Elisa denied, wiping away the tears that flowed through her eyes. "You know what the worst part is? The bank didn't care. The police said there wasn't much evidence because my sister doesn't fully remember this taxi driver." She sighed heavily. "So we're back to square one, with a new debt, and crying in corners. We know we're not going to do anything, but that's all we want to do." Elisa stared with wide eyes at the strong hand that took hers. She turned to Ramón, who, in an improper reflex, wiped her right cheek, finding it warm as he passed by. She sighed heavily at the gentleman who took his hand away from the young woman. "Should I apologize to you so you can lend us the money? That, because of my behavior, for treating him badly or kicking him out of the cafeteria, Should I? No. Ramón looked at her for a few seconds. The young woman watched in surprise as he let go of the steering wheel and reached into a compartment that almost magically opened before her for a pack of tissues, which he handed to her. Ramon's heart thumped uncomfortably, seeing a faint smile bloom once again on the face of the little girl beside him. "Come to my office tomorrow," he told her, trying to regain his seriousness or at least the strength to avoid obeying the order to hug her to his chest. "Come with Alejandra. Let's talk cordially. I've known you for a long time, and if you allow me, I'd like to help." "What time tomorrow?" "Let me check my calendar, and I'll call you." "Can I have your number?" Elisa looked at him for a few seconds. Her heart beat uncomfortably, lost in the blue gaze of the man before her. She tried to remain calm and not give in to the urge that grew in her to take refuge in his chest, which she knew she would find warm and fragrant. In the end, he just nodded. Chapter 6. Out of the corner of her eye, the young woman noticed Ramon's tight grip on the wheel. They had spoken very little since leaving the mall. The music the gentleman seemed to be listening to was moving in the cabin to the beat of his breathing, so she just gulped, looking out the window. After expelling a heavy sigh and clenching her fists in her lap, she gathered the courage to look for his gaze, meeting him at the same time. She doesn't know who he is, but he has also been searching for the right way to see her again. Perhaps nervous, they drew a weak smile, swallowing saliva at the same time. Elisa still hasn't received the money from the gentleman, but she has received the slight promise that she could do so without all the paperwork, which she knew very well meant a loan, even from the gentleman's company. That has eased the feeling of sadness in her chest a little, but the knots in her stomach remain the same. She felt somehow wrapped up in Ramon's scent. He smelled good, actually, very good, exclusive, unique. She imagined it was an exquisite niche perfume because she was sure she'd never smelled like that on another man. So she tried to make small talk about it, but felt foolish at the question she was about to blurt out. So she clutched her wallet in her lap. Ramón noticed the young woman's movement, but he didn't meet her gaze, so he pressed the wheel again. "And do you like to read?" he asked. There were 100,000 questions in his mind that seemed right to ease the tension in the air, but when Elisa turned to look at him, she only raised an eyebrow. "I'm more into music and movies," she replied, not wanting to sound basic, although at the end of the day she knew that all tastes were valid, and walks. "I confess more confidently. I like to see places, travel, go to the beach, although lately I do it less. Alejandra is the reader of the house, like Dad." Ramón liked the answer. He looked for her again. He wanted to activate cruise control, let go of the wheel, and turn to her to make it clear that at least on this road, he could tell she wasn't nervous, but that didn't happen. "Carter reads a lot," she said, trying to continue the conversation. "The Titan," Elisa nodded, her smile widening. "He's always carrying a book, and when I have an errand that takes time or meetings where he's not involved, he gets lost in the lines." He liked the youthful, fresh smile on Elisa face, who nodded, tucking a curl behind her ear. "We lose Alejandra every day after 8. It's the time when she switches off," she told him more kindly. "Once I discovered her until 4 in the morning reading on the couch. We both screamed because I thought she was a ghost, and she thought she was a murderer because that's what the book was about. When Ramón started to laugh, she did too. But this is her favorite," she pointed out, looking at the wallet on her lap. She read it with Mom. It was the first novel she had, and Mom gave it to her with a nice dedication. "I see. So there is much more to the content than appreciation with that novel," he pointed out. Elisa nodded immediately. "Good choice of gift. I'm sure it will cheer her up a lot." "Thank you." Ramón swallowed when the young woman turned to look at him with that sweet smile that made her brown eyes shine. "For buying it too. It was a nice gesture." "Today is a strange day," he replied. "We're both acting strange." Elisa nodded with a smile. "But tomorrow we'll pull each other's hair and slap each other," she reminded him, as if wanting to regain at least a glimmer of her classic seriousness. "Tomorrow I'll kick his balls off. Does that sound okay? As soon as I step foot in the cafeteria, I'll jump out like a karate-ka, and boom, straight to his balls." "Balls?" he asked, offended. To the gentleman's delight, the young girl began to laugh. So he clenched his jaw and looked at her with his eyebrow raised in a more than feigned seriousness while Elisa Ram, now a little relaxed, used her fingers to show how small Ramon's balls were, in her opinion. Like quail, she added, smiling. Elisa Ram's loose laugh quickly released Ramon's laughter, and he could no longer feign his serious expression. The young woman was a little surprised to discover that the gentleman's laughter was as deep as his voice. It had a decidedly pleasant tone, so she bit her lip, feeling confused by what had suddenly stirred within her. Ramón blinked rapidly as the young woman let her hair down to redo its ponytail. The room was quickly filled with that sweet scent that seemed to blend so well with the tropics, and he almost leaned toward her and took a breath. "What perfume do you wear?" she asked confidently, quickly. "It smells good." Elisa Ram looked at him in surprise, taking the sweatshirt to smell it a little. "I don't remember the brand, but it's not expensive. I bought it at a store in the mall, and I know it has vanilla." He just swallowed. "Do you like vanilla?" "In perfumes, yes. Well, in almost all scents. My shampoo also has a bit of vanilla. At one point, Patricia and I wanted to be vanilla girls." She noticed the confusion in the gentleman's eyes. Those always pretty girls, who dress cutely, and wherever they go they leave a trail of freshly baked vanilla cake. She explained. Ramón just nodded. She didn't resist too long. "I don't have pastel-colored clothes, but I did like the smell, and I stayed with it." "It looks good on you," he pointed out, surprising Elisa Ram with a delicate blush that also seemed to suit her. "Thanks, you smell nice too." Ramón laughed, nodding at her. It was undoubtedly the strangest day he'd ever had, especially with her. Suddenly, provoking Elisa Ram's anger and annoyance was as much fun as seeing her comfortable and laughing with him. So he sighed heavily, no doubt confused by the realization that he wanted a little more of the latter. "Since we're talking about vanilla, can I abuse your trust?" she asked. "How?" "I'd like to take some pastries for my sister and my father. We're near Paolo's bakery, and..." She saw him clench his jaw. "If it's too much trouble, no problem. I'll come later." He had to swallow his thought, because after a sigh he turned to her. "Where is it?" he asked. Following the young woman's directions, they parked in front of a small bakery that advertised itself as an authentic Italian bakery. Elisa Ram smiled broadly, thanked her for the courtesy, and leaving her purse on the seat, got out of the car, signaling that it would be just a short stop. Although Ramón did not plan to go down with her, when he saw the smiling Paolo greet the young woman at the entrance, who had no problem hugging him and even standing on tiptoe to reach him better, the gentleman left immediately, slamming the door behind him, which separated the young people. "And that one?" Paolo asked, almost in Elisa Ram's ear. "We'll meet at the mall, and he'll take me home," he replied. "But I need some pastries for Alejandra. Do you have any?" "Some beautiful ones just came out, made by my sister," the friendly young man pointed out, barely seeing Ramón enter the place with that eagle-eyed look and serious face. The bakery was small but cozy, perhaps not authentically Italian, but the family had certainly tried their best to make it seem that way. She had to admit it smelled good, but none of the breads caught her eye. She hadn't really noticed them because she was so caught up in the animated interaction between the young people. He noticed Elisa Ram smile broadly for the baker's son, but it was he who opened his eyes wide when the young woman hugged Paolo too enthusiastically, so he didn't hesitate to approach them. The smiling young woman, who seemed to have recovered her natural appearance, showed him the tray of pastries that Ramón had to admit not only looked adorable, with a well-executed style of various cows, but were also delightful. "Pretty," he noted gravely, glancing at the young man. "Pretty?" she asked. "They're beautiful. I took the remaining 6. "Thanks, Paolo." "You're welcome, Ro. I'll pack them now." The young people exchanged a quick glance. Elisa Ram shook her head when Paolo signaled her concern about Ramón, but she seemed to find him more harmless than before, at least that day, which was undoubtedly just as he had described. "Strange. And did you like today's bread?" she asked, turning to him. "It was good. I gave some to Carter, yes. Tomorrow I'll bring him a full one, although there's one with ham that I'm sure he'll like, and..." "Are you sure he's not your boyfriend?" He cut her off seriously. This guy, because if he isn't your boyfriend, he's too confident with those hugs and little smiles, right?" Elisa Ram blinked rapidly. If she didn't know who the claim was coming from, she would think Ramón was jealous. I'm sure he's not my boyfriend, because he's never asked me out, she told him, looking him in the eye for a few seconds, shrugging her shoulders. But if he does, I'll let you know. That? He followed her as she moved to another side of the bakery, checking the garlic bread packed in cellophane bags. Do you like it? Ramón asked seriously, turning her around by the arm. He's handsome. Elisa responded normally, and even seemed sincere. He's kind, he's hardworking, he's a homebody, and… Are those things you like in a man? Sorry, in a boy? Because he's a brat. She simply licked her lips, a gesture that didn't go unnoticed by the gentleman, who swallowed and sighed when he met the young woman's gaze again. The alert in his mind made him release her and take a step back from her, who was staring at him in intense confusion. Although it makes sense, you're also a brat, he said seriously, making Elisa sigh heavily and then shake her head. I am, she said, quickly moving away from him. He didn't get any closer to her, and from that spot, with his jaw clenched, he noticed the young people's overly friendly interaction. The way she hugged Paolo, who fearlessly kissed her on the cheek, even tucking a strand of hair behind her ear while he asked her about what had happened with Alejandra. Apparently, their parents had already spoken. Elisa noticed out of the corner of her eye how Ramón checked his watch. The tip of his shoe almost began to sound on the floor, but she was already annoyed with him, so she shook her head, widening a smile for Paolo and challenging. As she now knew Ramón liked her, she also caressed the young man's cheek and soft black hair, who blushed at the delicate touch. When Paolo also shook Elisa Ramón's hand, he just closed his eyes and counted to 5, but he barely reached 1 because he went for her. Miss, I have some things to do, he told her firmly and seriously, barely glancing at the young man behind the counter. Oh yeah, excuse me, we're almost done, she pointed out, without even looking at him. Ramón's irritability thermometer reached dangerous levels when he first heard that Paolo didn't charge him for the pastries, even though he was willing to pay for them. And on top of that, at a lame turtle's pace, he tied a bow on the box where he arranged them separately and nicely, only because the young woman who was looking at him out of the corner of her eye asked him to do so. He almost grabbed her by the elbow to get her out of the place, but no, she had to say goodbye with a kiss and a hug from the baker's son, followed later by Ramón, who took giant steps and looked for his car, and with a confident hand gesture somehow ordered her to get in. The belt crossed over her automatically. Again, the seat seemed to adapt to her weight, body, and even temperature, making her smile when she felt complete comfort in her back and buttocks, so she just sighed. They were already moving quickly through the city. Ramón's hand on the wheel was so tight that his knuckles were white, so she only searched his gaze again, but found nothing. I want to get home alive, she told him when she saw herself going too fast. It's a very safe car, we'll never crash. Well, you almost did it yesterday with your assistant's truck. Slow down, he ordered. The two looked into each other's eyes. He narrowed his gaze, and although she was afraid that he had taken her off the track for so long, she didn't lower her gaze, making him sigh and grumble in some way, finally taking his foot off the accelerator. Ramón pushed his hair back and pinched the bridge of his nose, trying to organize his thoughts, or at least his new emotions, because it wasn't the place and certainly wasn't the time, nor the person, to show himself in that way that neither he recognized nor understood. So after sighing heavily, he turned to her. I want you in my office tomorrow at 9 in the morning, he told her with that seriousness that exhausted Elisa's patience. That? You heard me. Tomorrow, 9 in the morning. Have you checked your schedule yet? Yes, while you were flirting with the baker, she snapped firmly. 9 in the morning, if Alejandra is sore or something you can go alone. The young woman swallowed. I'll send Carter for you. She saw her clench her fists in her lap, or for you, depending on how your sister feels, she whispered at the end. Elisa didn't know what to process exactly because the man who drives so confidently had given her so much in just a couple of minutes. She looked at the box of pastries in her lap and then turned back to him. Why don't you like Paolo? You barely know him, she blurted out at first. If he's not your boyfriend, he shouldn't touch you or hug you like that. Ramón's response made her eyes open wide. The brat has become too confident to touch you, and that seems disrespectful to me. She saw him deny it for a few seconds. It's like right now, just because I know you, I feel like hugging you or kissing you on the cheeks or tucking that lock of hair behind your ear. Elisa almost automatically tucked the lock of hair he pointed at, blinking rapidly. So stop, Paolo, or I'll tell your father to do it. Are you going to tell my dad on me just because a guy flirts with me? So you know he's flirting with you? She accused seriously. It's ridiculous. You can't come into my life to tell me who I let hug me and who I didn't. And besides, if you were a nicer person, at least I would feel more confident talking to you every morning. Ramón frowned. But from the first day you arrived with your airs of arrogance, already believing yourself to be the owner of my parents' business, you didn't even greet me. She reminded him confidently. Ramón saw her settle in towards him. And so he did every day? Paolo can hug me and fix my hair because ever since I've known him, he's been kind, cordial, polite, and oh so respectful. I like his presence. So what if he flirts with me? If I'm all that, can I do the same? Ramón countered, raising an eyebrow at her. The fact that, hug you every morning, straighten those coils that sometimes cover your face, kiss you goodbye? He asked quickly. So can I do it? He insisted. The girl didn't even know what to say. When she turned around, she noticed she was already parked in front of the cafeteria, so she looked for her gaze again. You haven't answered me, Ramón whispered, looking lost in his brown eyes. Do you want to do that? The young woman asked. How wild those hearts sounded. Such loud drum beats, almost echoing a primitive call new to both of them. A call that made the skin crawl and tighten muscles one knew very well and made the other's breathing twitch. Unable to know which part of that shared thought to follow, both turned their backs. Tomorrow at 9 in the morning, he told her, making the young woman nod. It wasn't the answer Elisa had expected, but somehow she felt it was the only valid one in that tense moment. To Ramón's surprise, the young woman undid the ribbon on the pastries, opened the box, and selected one with a spotted cow design, which she offered him. They're delicious, he told her softly. They're not that sweet, even though they look that way, and the filling is semi-sweet chocolate. Take it, he asked, as a thank you for everything, really. After a heavy sigh, the gentleman took the pastry from her hands. She noticed with wide eyes how Ramón held one of them, slowly caressing the long fingers, which he found elegant and undoubtedly soft. The two looked at each other for a few seconds. See you tomorrow, Elisa Ramón said, finally letting go of her hand. See you tomorrow, sir. Unable to resist another minute, she grabbed her bag containing her purse and the box, and was about to leave, but he did so first, making her sigh when he opened the door for her. The height difference was certainly noticeable, even more so for them, who were so close again. There seemed to be a couple of unspoken answers on the tip of their tongues, a few questions, a few complaints, and no doubt a violent reaction, which was precisely what forced them to take a little distance and finally say goodbye. The vehicle sped off as the young woman entered the cafeteria. The staff watched Elisa arrival with complete confusion and surprise, including the minutes-long interaction between the two, including Sergio, who didn't hesitate to leave the cash register he had been manning for the past couple of hours to approach his youngest daughter. Was it Mr. Sáenz who brought you? He asked, confused. Yes, I ran into him at the mall. She turned around, even though she knew he was no longer there. He helped me with a situation with Farah, the owner of the Arab store. Sergio nodded. And then he brought me over. He was actually kind. I stopped by to look for some pastries. She showed them to her father. They have cow designs. Alejandra will like them. Okay, daughter. Did you thank the gentleman? Yes, Dad. I gave him a cupcake too. She wanted to tell him that she had even arranged a meeting with him, but she didn't have the time. I'll go upstairs to see Alejandra and give her gift. Will you come up later? Yes, daughter. Yes, go. He kissed her temple and let her go. Elisa didn't understand what her heart seemed to be telling her. She felt a peculiar tickling in her stomach that made her frown. When she got home, she left everything in the dining room, taking out her cell phone, where she noticed her conversation with her friends had more than 500 unread messages. He gasped when an unknown number vibrated the phone in his hands, so he answered it before the call was lost. "Hello," he greeted. "It's me." Ramon's voice made her close her eyes. "This is my number. When I get to my office, I'll confirm the meeting time since some things have come up," he said softly. "Is your sister feeling better?" "I haven't seen her yet," she replied. "She seems to be asleep. Should I wait for her call?" "Yes. See you later, Elisa Ram." "See you later." Almost on autopilot, she dialed the number. She floated, completely wrapped up in her thoughts. She headed toward her sister's room and found her asleep. The bruises on her lip and cheek were more noticeable and swollen, so she just sighed. There was no more reason to refuse Ramón Sáenz's help for her family. After all, if they needed it, and she wouldn't be selfish just because the gentleman didn't like to say no to them, she wouldn't be with him. He carefully placed his purse on Alejandra's nightstand, one of the fuzzy calf-shaped pastries, and brushed some strands off her face before carefully leaving the room. Ramón was wrapped in a new and unprecedented chaos. He thought about her so much, and there was no way, since he tried so hard, to rid the cabin of Elisa Ram's sweet scent. So he sighed, leaning back in his seat, gripped the wheel, and when he couldn't stand his own chaos anymore, he called his assistant. "I want you to find whoever assaulted Alejandra, break all his bones, and take him to prison," he ordered. Carter just frowned deeply. "Is there a complaint against him?" "Yes, but the police won't do anything, so we'll do it ourselves. Hire whoever you need to hire. I want it resolved before Sergio's surgery." "Yes, sir, it will be. My schedule is free tomorrow at 9 in the morning. I have an important meeting." "With whom, sir?" "To leave a mark." "With Elisa Ramperez." Fortunately, they weren't close because Carter would have given himself away with his wide, pleased smile. "Perfect, I'll take care of that too." It was Ramón who ended the call, turning toward the passenger seat where the pastry they'd given him as a thank you had been placed, plus that sweet trail that he wasn't sure if it was the one she'd left or the one the snack was emitting. But it was too much for him to handle, so he made the call. He needed to get rid of his thoughts, those new and unreal ones that had invaded his mind. He urgently needed to replace the little girl in his mind, so he sighed when he got a response. "I want it tonight," he said with his eyes closed. "Whatever time it is, but tonight." "We'll take care of it, sir." He ended the call and simply denied the explicit and senseless thought that had invaded his mind. He knew it wasn't right, not with her, not with this young woman 10 years his senior. He couldn't, he shouldn't, but isn't it exactly called forbidden fruit for wanting it so much? He stood up as the curly-haired beauty entered his booth once again. He blinked rapidly, seeing that she had swapped her thigh-high boots for black ankle-high heels, but had slipped fishnet stockings over her pale legs. The music didn't start immediately, so the already agitated gentleman, without a jacket, with half a bottle of whiskey in his system and burning his third cigar, frowned as he watched the female body full of those delicious curves before him. To his surprise, the leather-clad beauty began to move her head, tossing her curls and shoulders, and then shook her entire body. What a delight that moment was, when he had a perfect number of those full, large breasts that he wanted to suck on endlessly, shaking in such a provocative manner. He was sure the dancer before him screamed, or at least it seemed that way, so he pressed his body against the glass, but then the music caressed all over the young woman's skin, even raising goosebumps in his own when his cuddly dropped into a delicious squat and then got on all fours, wiggling her round, perfect bottom for him. Ramon's smile widened uncontrollably. He took a sip of his drink, and for the third time let himself be enveloped in everything she represented. He continued to marvel at the power of Cuddly, his powerful, curvaceous dancer who knows how to drive him wild with her confidence, her sensuality, her way of teasing him even at that oppressive distance. "Little rebel," he whispered delightedly, watching her squeeze both breasts tightly to raise them a little. "Is that how you want me to grab you, huh?" After the chaos he experienced in that encounter with the little girl outside the cafeteria, she was definitely the one he needed. The way Cuddly unleashed his thoughts, his lack of control, even his anger, was fascinating, special, and a unique power she possessed in her hands, or rather, in the movement of her body. Ramón expelled a heavy sigh, licking his lips as he tilted his head to the rhythm of her pale buttocks. now wrapped in a beautiful net with small diamonds. His bare hands ran confidently over her, though they weren't adorned with diamonds as he thought they would be. Didn't he like the bracelet? It only made him open his eyes wide when she slid it from her, but to her cleft. Sitting on her thighs, he blew her a kiss with the same hand he'd touched. The gentleman was enjoying himself. He was undoubtedly lost in whatever that woman possessed. By now, he didn't care if he ever found out who she was. By sitting her face against his, he could confidently say he'd reached heaven, and if he died that day, he'd do so with the biggest smile. The urge to devour her whole made him expel that heavy gasp again. He'd resisted his body's urge to touch himself, though in the second hour he'd almost lost himself, or even lost himself to what she was causing him, but it didn't happen. He's aroused, his erection strong, hard, and even painful, searching for whatever it was that had caused her. He has imagined the thousands or millions of ways in which he could search for her, how he would take her by the hair that he would tangle in his hands, and the first thing he would do would be to sink his member into her mouth. He wanted her that way, wearing the mask, the leather, the boots, the lipstick on her lips enveloping her warm flesh until it exploded on his tongue. He thought of every position in that booth, squeezed her in his imagination, and spanked her until he marked her in a delicious way. He ate her whole like he'd never eaten anyone else. But Ramón knew very well that if he was looking at a fruit this precious, this spectacular, this forbidden, he'd have a hard time resisting the temptation to bite her. He blinked rapidly when he realized that the image on his knees before him suddenly had brown eyes, a pink, full mouth, and looked sweet, innocent, rebellious in a way that pissed him off, but also turned him on. He shook his head quickly when he realized it wasn't his cuddly in his images anymore. It was her. And he couldn't. Hell, he couldn't. He couldn't allow himself to slip up like that. Enough, enough, enough. He cursed himself, letting out a loud bang on the wall. The impact was hard, but no one there noticed. He plunged his slightly injured hand into the ice bucket, his face barely wrinkled. With his free hand, he reached for the whiskey, draining it almost to the brim in one gulp, sighing heavily. He shook the hand he had taken out of the cold ice and dried it with the clean towel on the table, wiping the sweat from his forehead with it, only wrinkling his face when he saw the swelling and cuts on his knuckles. Shit, what was missing, he complained. He took the cigar in his hands and took a deep drag, pressing himself against the glass. Cuddly had taken over the booth, rubbing herself, wiggling, and playing with the provocation he was sure she already knew she provoked in him. She was a curly-haired serpent with carmine lips and a big, round but he wanted to shove in his face. He sighed heavily as he was lost in her. How does he reach her? How does he overcome that dancer-client divide? How does he get her number? Will he take her out to dinner before fucking her? Because he was sure that's what he wanted to do with her, so he just sighed. He wiped his face, pushing his hair back, as the thought crossed his mind again. Right now, he was feeling like his own worst enemy, and it had been a long time since he'd felt that way. He leaned back into the chair, and since neither the whiskey, nor the cigar, nor even her could get the little girl out of his mind, he just leaned his head back and closed his eyes. Was he bored with Cuddly? Of course not. But right now his mind was invaded by vanilla scent and adorable smiles that tasted of youth. I'm being the worst customer tonight, little Cuddly, he whispered, leaning forward. So perfect you've done it. So wonderful your entertainment has been, and here I am thinking about another woman. He just denied, smiling weakly. No, she's not even another woman, because she's not like you. She's a girl, a forbidden and rebellious girl who has driven me crazy for days and days and days. But here I am. Damn it, here I am. He stood up quickly. The worst thing is that it's not the first time. What the hell is wrong with me? Ramón was brought out of his thoughts when he saw Cuddly on the floor of the booth. The way she rubbed against him was so delicate and sensual. He understood the rules. He was aware of them. He signed a paper, and he knew that this move could get him expelled from that place. Or worse, she could be fired. But he couldn't help but grab his cell phone and stick it against the glass where the sensual photograph of his Cuddly making love with her hands was captured. He stood up quickly when, at the first flicker of the red light, which also lit up on his side, The beautiful dancer stood up. He noticed her hesitate, which made him frown. When she raised her face, he only gulped and almost felt the urge to say something to him. But then she turned and ran out of the room. "Cuddly," he said, uncomfortable with what he felt. "What if he needs your help?" Ramón couldn't stay there. He couldn't stand still, so he left the cabin, leaving everything behind, even his jacket. He walked through the labyrinth-like corridors, crossing the doors before they even opened, crashing into one that gave way. "No," he shouted when the next door didn't open. "Damn it, no." He banged on it several times. "Let me out of here," he ordered, looking at the red dot in the corner. He brushed his hair back when he heard the two people arrive. He looked seriously at the elegant red-haired woman and the strong man at her side, who with a wave of his hand invited him to look for the return of the booth. "Sir, please," the redhead asked him. "Find Andromeda. I need to talk to her," he ordered. He was looking for his cabin when he turned around. "I don't give a shit about the rules," he said, looking straight at the redhead. "You send her 10,000, or you don't do it." "Will you burn the place down?" the woman asked, raising an eyebrow. "Will you burn the family business down for a dancer?" "Don't even doubt it," he replied smugly. He finally turned around and only clenched his jaw as the strong man followed him. He entered the room, grabbing his jacket but not putting it on. He finished the bottle of whiskey, took a final drag on his cigar, and approached the glass tentatively, feeling uneasy in the darkness of the platform below. The lights were gone, the pure energy gone, her hips gone. Andromeda took the young girl by the arm, feeling confused when Elisa burst into tears as she hugged her. Pretending was too hard for her, and right now all she wants is to find Blastos and ask him to do anything with her, just to never leave her, and that was foolish. She felt foolish for thinking that way, because he was a complete stranger, but there was something about her that moved in the same direction as the man who had inhabited her mind, even though today he seemed to have competition. "Come on, sit down, calm down, calm down," the mature woman whispered to her. It was she who removed the mask, pulled back the young woman's hair, and skillfully tied it into a high ponytail. When she handed the young woman a bottle of water, she didn't hesitate to take it and take a few sips to try to calm herself, but then shook her head, swallowing. "I don't know what's wrong with me," he said to Andromeda. "Please don't fire me." "Do you think I can fire you?" Andromeda asked him softly. He looked for a chair in the place and sat down in front of her, asking for the leg that Elisa gave him with a frown, watching her take off her shoe and then ask for the other one. "She's been working here for many years, and many dancers long for the 3 hours because they know very well that the pay that comes is good, but none of them have cried," she pointed out. Elisa just shook her head, wiping her face. "But I see in your eyes that you're not crying for the money that's coming, but for the money that's missing." The young woman swallowed and just sighed heavily, nodding. "We were robbed," he said gently. "We have a situation at my house where we need to save a lot of money. We had a good amount, but we were robbed. Terrible experience, within another terrible experience." Elisa nodded to Andromeda. "Is that why you didn't bring your gifts? Did you notice? Do you know about the bags too?" "I know." Andromeda massaged the arch of her left foot. "Let me put it this way. The Elisa Carrillo Club has 3 main divisions, right?" She nodded. "The club, Elisa Carrillo, and Umbra." "Umbra?" "Silence, Elisa. It's a history class. You don't say anything, you don't ask questions. Not even at the end. And then how will I do well on the exam?" Andromeda gently hit the young woman's foot, but she couldn't stop the smile that appeared on her face, so she just sighed as she looked at her again and changed her foot. "Okay, I'll continue with the lesson because there's little time." The young woman nodded. "The club is simply that. You have $200 or $300 extra and you can buy a ticket, dance until you can't stand it anymore, drink until you can't stand it anymore, and that's it. You leave there a little poorer, but with a well-enjoyed night." "I can do the same thing elsewhere for a fraction of the price," Elisa said. "Perhaps, but you would be surprised by the long waiting list every day." The young woman sighed and nodded. "Then there is Elisa Carrillo, which is where you are a member. She has a total of 15 clients and each one has 1 or 2 dancers." She opened her eyes wide. "Of those 15, there are 3. She raised 3 fingers. Who have a special privilege over the others. Your client is one of them. Andromeda noticed Elisa Ram's lick of her lips, and she nodded with a warm smile. Her client was powerful. She already knew that, but somehow she liked to remember it. These 3 clients have an opportunity to convey through a guide or a bridge, in this case me, how they feel about their dancers. Cuddly nodded. If he wants to tell you something or send you something, he can do it through me. Elisa Ram easily understood what he meant. Sighing softly, she simply nodded. And what is Umbra? He asked. Umbra, dear Cuddly, is paradise, but without the rules. The girl frowned. The customers are few, and the limits within the place, none. Andromeda didn't answer any more. She looked at her for a few seconds while the young woman seemed to analyze Andromeda's response, who hoped that she would discover it on her own, but that it wouldn't be too scandalous for her young mind, because she knew very well that the young woman before her was innocent, and that if she was in that place it was undoubtedly because of the need to get what she now knows best, money. Cuddly gulped as Andromeda stood up, reaching for the clothes she had already folded and helping the young woman change. After a sigh and seeing the letter in the small pouch in her gym bag, she turned to Andromeda. Can only he send me a message? She asked, and Andromeda looked at her with a frown. He took out the letter, which had no envelope, much less the elegant wax seal, but a small heart sticker that he had put on it to secure it. Can you take it? I need to check what it says, Andromeda pointed out. You can't give him your number, your bank account, your address, or ask for. No, she swallowed. No, I'm not doing that. She sighed heavily. Maybe it's not the best idea, but I just wanted to tell you that I was grateful, and despite everything you make me feel special, but it's silly, I guess. She was about to put it away, but Andromeda took it from her hands and put it in her pants pocket. Elisa Ram looked at her with a warm smile and simply hugged her, planting a kiss on her cheek that made the woman shake her head. Thanks, I'll see you another night. See you next night, Cuddly. The young woman adjusted her bag on her shoulder and, already comfortable in sweatpants and sneakers, looked for the exit, following the signs and the automatic doors that opened for her. It had been 3 hours. She didn't know if she had really done it right. Many times, she found herself pensive, slow, even clumsy. She cried in those last minutes on the cold floor of the cabin, gently moving her hands over her body. She cried. There was sorrow in her being, created by the uncertainty of what was to come. After all, it wasn't just the money anymore. It was the operation, and she was beginning to fear what would come next. She didn't want to think too much about him, but that was all she did. Blastos and Ramón divided her mind into that place. One enveloped her with his unique and exquisite cologne, while the other did so with his hands, with the agitation of a breath she hadn't yet recognized, but which made her goosebumps all over. And that night Elisa Ram and Cuddly danced for 2 different people, Ramón and Blastos. Tempting, arousing, and undoubtedly fucking, just as she was feeling. After a heavy sigh, she boarded the private and trusted taxi that Carlos had sent for her, because he couldn't take her since his brother had taken his car, and by the time she spoke to him he hadn't returned. But as soon as the young woman announced that she had left, the 2 friends called immediately, 1 for security and 2 because they wanted to know how she had done. Andromeda gathered her things from the dressing room, locked it, and carried only the half-drank water the young woman had left. She jumped in her tracks when she ran into Ramón Sáenz in one of the hallways, who immediately intercepted her. Desperate expressions shone in his eyes, so she didn't resist when he took her by the arms and pressed her against a wall. What did he say to you? She asked quickly and firmly. Was he wrong? I saw it. I saw it in his eyes when he waited a few seconds. It was clear he wanted to talk to me, but these fools wouldn't let me. You know the rules, sir? To hell with the rules. He pulled away from her. Do you need me? Andromeda smiled weakly at the handsome man. What do you need? Tell me, didn't you like the bags? Do you want another bracelet? Is your dressing room too small? What? You should know that what Cuddly needs is not an object, but a nomination. Money. Andromeda nodded, looking around. Do you know how much? No, sir, but perhaps you could request some continuous entertainment. I doubt you'll get bored quickly, will you? No. Of course not. Of course not. Ramón swallowed. I would see her every day, maybe an hour a day, 10,000 every night. The maximum is 6, sir, he reminded him. Not for her, no. He smiled weakly. Not for her. Ramón stepped back and just pinched the bridge of his nose, staring at Andromeda before his eyes. What could his cuddly possibly need? Why, despite having everything, isn't he able to give those he cares so much about what they need? Andromeda noticed the man struggle, and Ramón strongly reprimanded himself for putting Elisa Perez and his cuddly on the same scale, because they were different. Elisa was a sweet, rebellious, and lively girl. Cuddly was a sensual, daring, confident, and seductive woman. Elisa was heaven, Cuddly was hell, but in the end, he couldn't have either of them, so he swallowed. After a heavy sigh, he looked at Andromeda, who raised an eyebrow at him. I need a list of everything you need, he told her, and Andromeda nodded. Clothes, jewelry, purses, shoes, whatever. The woman nodded again. I'll call you on Friday. I want everything ready for you. So be it, sir. Ask her about her favorite flowers. The woman noticed him looking at her with surprise. It was clear that he wasn't one for giving flowers, and in fact no customer did so in that place. I want her to know that I think about her, that since she came into my life, since I saw her dancing in that booth, I've carried her in my mind wherever I go. She's always with me. Andromeda nodded at the knight's profound words. I'll give him your message, sir. Good evening. Good night. The woman finally pushed herself away from the wall and, after sighing, looked for her special exit, but then felt the weight in her pocket. She stopped in her tracks, took out the letter, and upon seeing it, shook her head, raising her gaze to those reddish spots that still made her nervous. She turned to Ramón, advancing toward him again. He received the folded letter with a frown and a bright look. He smiled a little, touched by the red heart sticker that seemed to seal the folds, and nodded at what Andromeda gave him, so he didn't hesitate to put it in his pocket. Did she take that one? He asked, seeing the bottle of water in Andromeda's hand. He did, but he didn't finish it. I'll do it. She didn't hesitate to give it to him. Thank you for taking care of her. Good night. Good evening, sir. Andromeda noticed his warm smile and bright eyes as he took a sip from the bottle. He clearly found it refreshing and perfect. He was sure he could taste the young woman's sweetness, so he sighed until he drank the entire contents before reaching the exit. He arrived alone, knowing that Carter wouldn't last the 3 hours. His heart was racing, his head reeling, and what she had done to his body had already subsided, but the memory remained lingering in his mind. The memory that uncomfortably combined strawberry mouths with pale buttocks. As he moved around, he straightened his clothes, buttoned his shirt, tucked it back into the belt, and put his jacket back on, ironing out any wrinkles in the fabric with his hands. His steps were firm, and he seemed to be heading toward the club when he turned left at that peculiar fork, heading confidently, his gaze piercing, toward Umbra. Cuddly played an incredible role, disconnecting him, taking him where only she knew how, but that night Ramón Sáenz needed a little more. He took the card holder from inside his jacket and showed that peculiar card that seemed to have a shiny finish, reddish like blood itself. He placed it in the reader, and when the door opened in two, he simply sighed. The smell of weed immediately hit him in the face. He raised his gaze toward the cages where the naked women danced like tempting demons, and out of the corner of his eye, he noticed the orgy taking place to his right. Ramón couldn't even handle his own head that night. He saw himself rising high to heaven, wrapped in vanilla perfume, and plummeting to hell, squeezing his pale, perfect buttocks. That night, he wanted to die in limbo, the 2 women he can't have, but now knows are driving him crazy, had put him in. He sat down at the bar, and the whiskey was immediately placed before his eyes, along with the small folder where the line of white powder beckoned him. He took a sip, and between slaps and signed checks, girly tears, and crimson lips, he inhaled it deeply. She woke up agitated, her back covered in sweat. Her skin felt prickly, and her breathing was labored, so she sighed, shifting onto her back to let go of the remnants of that warm dream that had enveloped her and wouldn't let her out. Elisa found herself caught between 2 men, powerful, intimidating, confident, and possessive. They weren't fighting for her. No, they were sharing her in a way she could never have imagined would cause such a deep and intense reaction. But she couldn't deny that she had a great time in the dream. Blastos was this figure who knew how to take her, who squeezed her tightly and marked her skin, while Ramón was the one who tempted her in a decadent way, until there was no more strength to resist him, making her fall into that spiral of pleasure where the two took over her body and mind. Of course, the dream condensed the thoughts that tormented Elisa Ram. In the solitude of her room, after returning from the intense session at the Elisa Carrillo Club, she took a bubble bath, which soothed the emotions and electricity in her skin. Touching herself while thinking about Blastos quickened her pulse and emotions. But when Ramón invaded her mind with his blue eyes and enveloping perfume, she didn't stop. On the contrary, her body sought more, in intensity, in touch, in strength, and even violence, achieving an orgasm that knocked her out as soon as she touched her bed. She knew those thoughts were dangerous, foolish, and unintelligent. She couldn't let her head develop an attraction to Ramón Sáenz. She couldn't, and she wasn't going to let it happen. That man would possibly become her family's executioner with the loan they would get from him, and she couldn't let her thoughts turn her into a complete fool. Because, just as Elisa Ram knew her strengths, she was also aware of her weaknesses and the power of her mind. If she let a simple idea enter, it would become a seed in her head that would grow into a huge problem, especially for her future relationships with this man. Ramón Sáenz must continue to be the parasite of his family's cafe, nothing more. When she felt the bed absorbing her, she stood up and entered her bathroom, clearly discovering moisture in it, and she was aware that the dream had been too heated, so she took a quick shower right there, trying to erase from her mind everything that she had experienced so clearly. She took the time to shave her armpits and exfoliate all her skin. She'd washed her hair the night before, but 3 hours of intense dancing were going to force her to wash it again that night or the next day. To regain the strength of her curls, she applied dry shampoo and then a cream that was used on dry hair. But in the end, she didn't like how they looked too much, so she put together those two adorable buns that gave her a more youthful look, leaving only a few curls framing her face. She wore dark jeans and a deep green shirt with delicate straps that tied in the front, a beautiful contrast to her skin. Standing in front of her bedroom mirror, she put on her sneakers, applied her perfume, and took the time to put on a little makeup. That day she was going to meet with Ramón, and not only that, she would have to ask him for an absurd amount of money. At least she would look presentable on the day of her sentencing. She left the room checking her cell phone. Her friends were restless during the night. They sent her objects that she, or rather Cuddly, could add to her props to get more money from Blastos, including a leather cat that she knows would barely cover her pussy. Elisa Ram wasn't sure if she could dress differently. She could assume not because they had made her a custom-made uniform. But what if she asked for it, indicating that it was for him? Good morning. Alejandra's voice brought her out of her thoughts. She already looked bathed because her hair was wet, but she was still wearing her robe. Good morning, did you rest? Alejandra nodded. Are you feeling better? Yes, I don't want to be in bed anymore, and there's too much to do to keep complaining. Elisa Ram just sighed as she sat down in front of her. Time keeps running and I can't stay paused, especially at this moment when Dad and you need me. I must. He remained silent when Elisa Ram took his hand, so he only sighed heavily. It's okay to be tired, Veer. It's okay to feel bad. Besides, you're hurt. You're hurt, and nobody, least of all in this family that loves you so much, is going to judge you for that. Alejandra just swallowed her saliva, nodding to her sister. Besides, we want you to be okay. Neither Dad nor I like to see you sad or without hope. The two of them smiled weakly. And I think we're going to make it. Dad thinks so too. He just sees it as ugly. The two sisters shared a smile. Elisa Ram stood up, kissed her older sister on the top of her head, and headed toward the kitchen, frowning at the breakfast already served on a porcelain plate. Is Dad awake yet? She asked, and then she realized the time, her eyes widening. Shit, Mr. Sáenz. She put down her plate and almost ran for the door, but Alejandra stopped her. I already took care of him, Alejandra told her when her sister turned to look at her. Although, well, It wasn't him who came, his assistant did. The Titan? Alejandra nodded. That's strange. Did he say anything to you about Mr. Sáenz? No, not really. But it reminded me of a date. She looked at her sister with an arched eyebrow. That we both apparently have today with this man. Can you explain it to me? Elisa sighed heavily, headed back to the kitchen, grabbed her plate, grabbed the ketchup for her eggs, and once she was in front of her sister, explained everything that had happened the day before. Of course, Alejandra had already seen her purse and enjoyed the lovely pastry with closed, tearful eyes, hugging Elisa as she left her room. But he called me and told me he was going to confirm the time because some situations had arisen, Elisa indicated, looking at her breakfast, so now I don't know if it will always be at 9. What time is it? A little after 8, Alejandra replied, looking at the cell phone next to her. Is Dad still asleep? Elisa frowned at her sister, who shook her head. What? Where is he? I don't know. When I woke up he wasn't there anymore. He left a note at breakfast. He passed it to Elisa who read it. My girls, I'm out running some errands. Breakfast is ready. I love you. Elisa read, looking at her sister, who shrugged her shoulders. What kind of errands is this man running? She sighed. If he's out, and we don't know how long it'll take, we can't both go to the meeting with Mr. Sáenz. One of us has to stay in the cafeteria. Elisa looked at her for a few seconds. I can call him and make an appointment another day, because I don't want to go alone. I'm scared. Alejandra started to laugh, shaking her head. Sometimes he's ridiculous and annoying. Yesterday he made a whole scene with Paolo. Her older sister raised an eyebrow. That he was my boyfriend, that he was too close, that he shouldn't be hugging me like that. He even said he was going to tell Dad on me. Elisa said, making a face of disgust. Anyone would have thought he was jealous. Maybe he was. Alejandra's response made her frown. What if he's the type of man who has a rougher courtship? Well, that doesn't work with me. Elisa was confident. What I like most in a man is his confidence, that he's the same in public as he is in private, that he talks to me and treats me nicely, that he's a gentleman and doesn't make me feel like a silly little girl. That's why I hate it when he calls me that. Alejandra looked at her sister carefully. And if he's handsome, if he's very tall and looks strong, and he always smells divine. Alejandra raised an eyebrow. And when he smiles he looks much more attractive, because his smile is beautiful. She cleared her throat when she saw her sister. But he's a fool, she pointed out confidently. And nothing of what I mentioned before beats the fact that as a person he is sometimes disgusting. No, no. Alejandra narrowed her gaze. No V or no. But if I haven't said anything, Alejandra started to laugh. What are you defending yourself from? I already know your look. I already know what those eyes tell me. She told her confidently, standing up with her plate already empty. There is nothing I like about Ramón Sáenz. Well, maybe just his smell and his eyes, but nothing more. She clarified. Alejandra was already laughing amused. And all I want from him is $100,000 and to kick him in the balls. She turned to Alejandra after washing her plate. We need to go for the first thing today? Alejandra noticed Elisa's concern, and it was more than clear that her younger sister had now taken on the weight she had carried all this time with the best of smiles and maturity. But it was too much. She knew very well that it was too much, so, without hesitation, she stood up. I'll call Dad to see how long it'll take. We don't have to change the appointment with Mr. Sáenz, and if I think we should both go. Elisa nodded. I'll go get ready. Can you talk to him? I'll see if they respond. But if not, I'll call the company to see if I'm registered. Okay, I'm leaving now. The two girls went to their respective rooms. Alejandra went to change, and Elisa went to pack a bag. When she had it ready, she dialed Mr. Golden Phallus, as she had scheduled because she knew he would never check his phone. To her nerves, the gentleman didn't answer the first call, so she made a second one. But the same thing happened. It went straight to voicemail, so she just sighed. She searched the internet for the Dunkan company's number, dialing it from the fancy app that opened for her. Good morning, Dunkan Industries, a female voice responded. This is Cheryl. Who is my friend? Hello. Yes, my name is Elisa and I wanted to confirm a meeting with Mr. Sáenz, she indicated. Mr. Sáenz, father or son? The young woman asked. Ramón. Elisa Ram replied, expelling a heavy sigh. It's at 9, with Elisa Ram. Oh yes, Miss Perez, you are scheduled for 9 in the morning. Relief came to her as she quickly stood up, grabbed her backpack, and left the room. Perfect, I'll be there, thank you very much. The sisters came down at the same time. Apparently, George and Sergio were together, so they stopped by the cafeteria. It was empty and the day seemed calm, so they didn't feel too responsible leaving her in the care of the employees. Although Carter was supposed to pick them up, Elisa Rum became desperate when she saw the time, so she took Alejandra's hand and they took the bus. At that point, they preferred public transportation to any taxi. The two of them sat in the back seats, organizing a plan to present to Ramón Sáenz, because Alejandra was sure that a businessman like him would need a well-detailed payment plan and, above all, a backup that would ensure they would pay. No way I can give you my virginity, the curly-haired girl pointed out, making Alejandra open her eyes wide and elbow her in reprimand. Elisa Ram. She soon blushed. The two of them shared a liberating laugh. It's true. That's how it works in your novels, right? The pretty, innocent young girl, he pointed to himself, sells her virginity to a strong businessman who's probably slept with 100,000 women, but with her it's different. He mocked, letting himself fall romantically into his sister's lap. And after the second time, she magically turns into a sex machine that drives him crazy, because she knows all the Kama Sutra positions. That can never be missing. Alejandra started to laugh, seeing Elisa Rum smiling and a little more confident. She just denied, "You're a crazy woman. But well, if we can't exchange your virginity for $100,000, we have to find out what else we can give her." The little one, Elisa Rum asked. The two burst out laughing when they saw the elderly woman in front of them change places after crossing herself. Alejandra felt good sharing this way with Elisa Rum. Since they were little, they've considered each other best friends and partners, so the trust between them has grown over time and becomes more secure with each day. Of course, each one has her secrets, some deeper and darker ones that include a luxurious club and leather masks. But Elisa Rum knew very well that when everything was over, the first person who would tell her what had happened would be Alejandra, who could pull her ears and perhaps give her a lecture on security. But she knows well that necessity is cruel and deceitful, so she would understand why she did it. They walked down a block from the beautiful building, which made their heads jerk back when they saw it. While that area was the most luxurious and commercial in the city, there were other buildings just like it, taller or smaller. There was something about the Dunkan Industries building that immediately took your breath away. Somehow, it looked much more beautiful and gleaming than the others. Ready to sell your soul to the devil? Alejandra asked. Seriously, I can't sell you the little one? Elisa Ram's question made Alejandra laugh, but she just shook her head. In the end, the two sighed heavily, nodding as their eyes met. Ready, Elisa Ram assured. They managed to keep their mouths from opening in awe at the beauty of the place, but not their eyes. They were amazed by the beautifully decorated interior. There was so much luxury and refinement in every corner. Even the way the latest model of Dunkan vehicles was displayed, circling in a glass-enclosed space, was simply the height of luxury. $100,000 will be like giving alms to this man, Alejandra commented, looking at the fabulous car. Elisa Rum looked at her for a few seconds, about to answer, but a female voice caught both of their attention. They followed the pretty and slender young woman, who, even in her uniform, looked like she had stepped out of a magazine or was ready for a photo shoot. They caught sight of each other when they arrived at a waiting room worthy of the most famous five-star hotel in the country. The young woman offered them various drinks, but in the end, they didn't order anything, settling into one of the plush, elegant armchairs with the entire city unfolding before them. Elisa Rum looked up, frowning and her stomach nodding, as the clock struck 9 o'clock. She hoped Carter would show up for them, or Ramón himself. Of course, she didn't know how she was going to handle herself again in the presence of the handsome gentleman. After all, nothing she did had worked to erase from her mind what she had dreamed, because it was clear to her with every blink of an eye. But, even so, she reminded herself of the reality of both of them, of the great differences, from age to economics, and, above all, that destructive weight that was coming, that of a new debt that would fall on the shoulders of her family. The sisters talked about the robbery, the bank, the weather, and even the report. Alejandra told them how she felt from the moment she left home that something bad was going to happen, how she found it odd that she was the only taxi leaving the bank, and how the many bags in the back seat, the reason she took the passenger seat, even made her believe she was working for a service. They knew well that with the clues Alejandra gave, even though she described it with the greatest detail that her agitated mind at that moment could manage to retain, it would not be enough to find the assailant. And even if they found him, they would never recover a single cent. Elisa sighed when Alejandra noticed the time. 20 minutes had passed, and they still hadn't been called. In fact, they were the only ones in that beautiful waiting room, and not even the pretty young woman had come to offer them anything else or explain the delay. When 30 minutes had passed, Elisa, already desperate, stood up and began to walk around the room. She lost herself in the beautiful paintings. They didn't look fake at all, so it was easy for her to let herself be drawn in by the artist. She looked at the sculptures, the flowers, and even walked toward the window, but nothing happened. Time was passing, and they were still waiting. Are you sure it was today? Alejandra stood up after 40 minutes. Yes, I'm sure. Elisa's face and ears were already red with anger. He's a fool, a stupid beggar. She pointed firmly. He told me, I want you in my office at 9. Alejandra looked at her sister's anger. And we've been here 40 minutes, and he hasn't shown up? Isn't that ridiculous guy very punctual? Alejandra just sighed. And if we're in her address book, I don't know if it was the same girl who answered my call before coming. But she told me she was there, so she left it on her schedule. Maybe something happened to him. I hope you dropped a ball, because that's the only way I can justify this rudeness. Alejandra quickly followed her upset sister, who went looking for her purse on the couch and headed towards the reception, where several equally handsome and impeccably looking young men turned to look at her. But she looked for the familiar face of the perhaps model who worked as a receptionist. Is he here or not? He asked. We've tried to contact him, but we haven't been able to. The girl was sincere, but Mr. Ramon's assistant would like to speak with you. Elisa sighed heavily, looked at her sister and nodded to the young woman who indicated that they were going to connect her, handing her a modern cordless phone. Hello, Titan, the young woman greeted. Hello, Miss Elisa. I'm so sorry you've been waiting so long. Carter clenched his jaw in denial. He hasn't been able to find Ramon either. The boss had an emergency that made him leave the city, the young woman denied. Unfortunately, he's in a rural area where there's little signal. I'm sure he'll call you to reschedule the appointment. Alejandra sighed in defeat when her sister turned to look at her with the message in her eyes. Ramón Sáenz isn't coming. Okay, Carter. Thanks, but I don't think it will be necessary. The man shook his head. Seeing the clue, he took his other phone to call his boss for the 50th time. It's a clear sign that he's not the one we should be dealing with. We'll go for the financial one. Have a good day. Elisa smiled at the young woman to whom she handed the phone and turned around looking for her sister. He won't come. He's who knows where and no. He looked down. Come on, Alejandra. We'll find a way. Why are such pretty young women leaving my company with such sad faces? The mature, masculine voice made them both turn around, frowning. Alejandra noticed how the young men at the reception desk, including the girl who had served them, lowered their gaze and almost hid under the elegant furniture. Good morning. The gray-haired gentleman approached them, placed his cane under his armpit, and offered his gloved hand. Oh, excuse me, what manners. He immediately withdrew it, taking Alejandra's hand, which he gently squeezed, and then Elisa, at whom he smiled. Dinko Sáenz, he introduced himself, owner, but not founder, of Dunkan Industries. Can I help you with anything? Who were you looking for? When the Perez sisters didn't respond, just pushing each other back, Dinko looked for the young woman at the reception desk and raised an eyebrow at her. They're looking for your son, sir, the young woman replied in a tremulous voice, but we couldn't find him. They've already spoken with Mr. Carter and... Mr. Carter? She mocked. What excuse did my son's assistant give you? She asked the girls, who looked at each other. Whatever it was, I'm sure it was a lie to justify his terrible behavior. Elisa frowned. At the very least, he's ended up drunk and sleeping in a hotel room with 2 or more women. It's always the same. Elisa swallowed, looked down, took Alejandra's hand, and with a nod of her head asked her to leave that place. Is there anything I can help you with? Dinko asked, taking a step toward them. I'd be happy to come into my office. We appreciate it very much, Mr. Sáenz, Alejandra responded, taking a step toward the man who looked at her carefully, but then fixed his gaze on Elisa so Alejandra almost covered her with her body. Good morning. Did my son do that? He pointed at her face. Why would it have been him? Elisa question made him draw a weak smile. The velvety tone that denoted youth undoubtedly pleased him. Ramon's temper is out of control, almost like his actions. Dinko responded firmly. Come on, I wouldn't want you to leave here with those looks on your face. What will my other clients think? You'll decide that for us. Good day. Alejandra cut him off firmly. She grabbed her sister and didn't hesitate to turn her around, quickly searching for the exit. She didn't like the man's appearance and look at her at all, much less how he seemed so focused on Elisa So she only sighed heavily when they were finally out of that place that suddenly seemed unsafe for both of them. We won't be coming back here. Alejandra's response made Elisa nod. Not for Mr. Sáenz, nor for anyone else. We'll find a way, okay? Elisa swallowed and squeezed her sister's hand. We will, Elisa replied. Come on, let's go home. We have to come up with a plan that doesn't include Ramón Sáenz or his money at all. Although she tried to appear calm, sadness gripped Elisa's heart. She was disappointed, confused, and above all, angry, because despite everything, she had trusted him, and leaving that place with that feeling and empty hands made her feel what she hated so much, like a silly little girl. He jumped in bed as the cold water hit his face. He shook his head from side to side, breathing heavily, looking at his serious assistant and his butler, who took the glass Carter handed him. The blow to the center of his forehead was immediate, so he just settled down by holding his head that hurt. Faced with complaints, Francisco did not hesitate to leave the room, leaving Ramón alone with Carter, who looked at him as if he wanted to give him a good beating for being an idiot. What the hell is wrong with you? Ramón asked, feeling bitterness in his mouth. She brushed her wet hair back, and after trying to locate herself in time and space, she turned to look at her assistant, who looked like he would break her nose at any moment if she spoke to him badly. So she just sighed heavily. Did you pour water on me? He's been trying to get him up for 10 minutes, and Francisco has been trying for over an hour, according to what he told me. So yes, I poured water on him, Carter responded brusquely. It's been 3 months since I've done this stupid thing, Ramón. I know, Carter, I know. She looked at him for a few seconds, sighing heavily. Did you go to Umbra? His assistant asked, clearly angry that she was already using him as a first name. Carter just watched as the man before him looked down, wiping the water stains off his cotton sheet. Ramón doesn't have a single memory, at least not of what happened after the first line of cocaine entered his system. He doesn't even know how it ended up back home. But it's clear that he once again allowed himself to be caught in the crossfire of the excesses of a place that smells and tastes like sin, despite all the necessary limits. What did you consume? Carter asked firmly, seeing his boss in such a deplorable state. Ramón answered. He ordered whiskey. Ramón didn't look him in the eyes. A full bottle while I watched my cuddly dance for me, and yes, I did go to Umbra. He turned to look at him. Carter just shook his head. There was clear disappointment in his eyes. Do you remember what you consumed there? I started with cocaine. Ramón was clearing up, as were his memories. I smoked weed. I sat with a client in a booth where 2 girls were doing a number. Carter raised his hand in denial. He didn't want details. He hated that horrible place with all his being, and he never went in, but he did take Ramón out in a similar state to the one he's in now. What else, Ramón? Just that, Carter, cocaine and weed. That's all. He sighed heavily. Plus whiskey and my cigars. I was tired. He defended himself. I've thought too much. I'm sick of having Dad in the office so much. I can't stand it, and this time not even at work because there was someone else in my head and... He swallowed. Oh my God, Carter. It was then when he realized what he had done. Carter, Elisa Rom. He looked at him in despair. Oh my God. He tried to stand up, but Carter stood before him seriously. They're gone, sir, he told him. Damn. Ramón hit the bed hard. Damn. Curse, curse, curse. Where were you? Looking for him. Carter responded seriously. Besides, they didn't come for me. They came for you, and since you didn't make any changes to the meeting record, it was recorded as you had requested. 9 in the morning, Elisa Rom Perez. Ramón just denied it. His headache had increased. And they came. They waited for you. How long? A little over 40 minutes. Damn, Carter, what a fool I was, what a fool. Ramón sank back onto his pillow, his arms simply crossing his face. His whole body felt tense and stiff, his headache completely overwhelming. And he just wanted to scream, destroy things, and hide in full, pale breaths where he knew he'd finally find some peace. So he just shook his head again. After a sigh, he settled into bed and pulled back the blanket, revealing his black boxers. On the nightstand lay only his wallet, cell phone, and car keys. When he looked at his assistant again, he swallowed. I'm sorry, he pointed out. I know it's not your job to babysit me like I'm a kid who doesn't know what he's doing, and I can see you're disappointed in me. I've been clean from that crap for 3 months. It hasn't bothered me to be with you at the club, at Elisa Carrillo's. I've noticed that this new girl, Cuddly, Ramón smiled, did something that impacted you, but it also seemed to be good. You left that booth happy and smiling, but suddenly 3 hours with her, and you end up at Umbra? Did that do that to you? No, Carter, it wasn't her. Don't blame her. I appreciate you and everything, but I'm not going to allow it. Carter was undoubtedly looking at him dejected. Cuddly was perfect. It was what I wanted that night, or at least that's what I thought, because suddenly vanilla and sweet smiles invaded my mind. The man in front of him frowned. I need aspirin and water, please, he asked. What time is it? After 1. Ramón, he just nodded. Carter was looking for the exit of the room, because although he had many things to say to his boss, he knew that in that state it was not the best moment. After all, who knows how much of the effect of the drugs still remained on Ramón. But he was not going to keep everything bottled up, so he turned to him when he reached the door. If you're thinking of calling her, I don't think it should be right now, he advised him. I don't know much about Miss Elisa Rom, but it's logical that she's a sensitive girl and that her priority is her family. Ramón nodded, and based on that I can be sure that she's disappointed in you and undoubtedly very angry. Ramón looked down, but nodded. Did you talk to her? I did it. I told them that you had left the city and that you had no signal where you were. But there was sadness in her voice, Ramón. Ramón Sáenz swallowed, feeling an uncomfortable and deep guilt. The two arrived, looking for you, and you weren't there, just when she does what you asked. You weren't there and all because you decided that the night before you couldn't fight your demons, so you had to drug them. I hope it was worth breaking up so much. He sank back onto the bed as his assistant left the room. Of course, Carter was absolutely right. Ramón has never defined himself as an addict, but there came a point in his life where Umbra was a sure part of his routine. Every day ended in that part of the club where excesses are sold as solutions and rules lose their weight in the mind and conscience. Of course, outside the red-hot place, the smell of weed, and the beautiful, naked women who parade around so easily and without any consideration, what weighed most was precisely that, the awareness that there was nothing but destruction there. He could accept without a doubt that Carter had been a great ally in his recovery and his escape from needing that place. He even left his normal office hours to be available to Ramón almost around the clock, aware that when the businessman was alone with his mind, he became his own worst enemy. 3 months, a lot of whiskey, 5 dancers, and countless hours of work later, Ramón had stopped feeling the need to step foot or even think about what Umbra offered. But the man's weakness to those ideas that put vanilla perfume on the same scale as carmine-colored lips on the other made him take refuge in a space that invited him to forget. And in a way, he did, but not with the one he should have. After wailing, which he knew wouldn't solve anything, he stood up, feeling the whole world descend on him. He could barely understand the movement of his feet, but his brain demanded speed, and he gave it what he could, arriving just in time at the toilet, where he dumped everything he'd consumed. The retching was deep, painful, and completely gut-wrenching, but it seemed to be the fastest way his entire being had found to cleanse itself of what had contaminated it. He finished with teary eyes, leaning against the cold marble of his spacious bathroom. He pulled the lever and, leaning against the wall, stood up, almost groping his way to the sink where he rinsed his face repeatedly, even splashing water on his hair. He brushed his teeth and, when his eyes began to focus better again, he removed his boxers and stepped into the spacious shower. The cold water stirred his entire body, but it finally dissolved the excess he'd consumed. His headache seemed to be getting worse, but he stayed there, breathing gently, slowly regulating the water temperature, finally taking a bath. He shook his head when they entered his mind again. How treacherous the mind was when control was lost. He tried to quell it with cocaine, weed, uplifting music, and whiskey, watching beautiful women making out before his eyes, but it wasn't enough. It wasn't enough because he was right in their midst. Youth and sweetness versus sensuality and expertise. He felt squeezed between their bodies, between their curves. She blinked rapidly as the truth hit her, as it hit her like no other. Cuddly is a peerless beauty with defined, luscious curves, a perfect, round, and large butt, full, soft, and luscious breasts, and a defined waist, because she's noticed it. But Elisa Ram, sweet and young, isn't far behind. He remembered how her pale breasts with some moles had looked when she came down in her pajamas that morning, or how her big, delicious, but looked ready to be spanked when he found her bent over on more than one occasion. And he also remembered the definition of her waist when he took her at the mall. How hypocritical his reality seemed at that moment. The man who sought only role models, who desired slender, tall women, who associated beauty with a low number on the scale, was now losing control over two curvaceous women who could drive him crazy. When he left the bathroom again, he brushed his teeth and could only shake his head at the reflection in the large mirror. His blue eyes were bright, but the dark circles under his eyes indicated he hadn't slept well. He checked his hand, which was a little sore, and his knuckles were red and swollen. "Shit," he blurted out when he saw the pacifier on his neck. "Damn it, Ramon. What did you do?" He had no memory of ever sharing a night or a bed with a woman, but he also didn't know how she ended up in his house. So right now he could only carry the weight of all the guilt, knowing that even when they invaded his mind, once he managed to silence them, he had let anyone in to helplessly fulfill the need he clearly had for them. When she came out of the bathroom, she found Francisco arranging a tray with a tall glass of juice and the pills he had brought for his boss, plus water. "Has Carter left?" "No, sir. There you were saying that the little boy is you and you are preparing him some soup." Ramon couldn't help the warm smile that appeared on his face. "Maybe I'll spit on him. I'm just warning you. I think I deserve it, Francisco." He took the aspirin from his butler, who smiled weakly. "Did I come with someone?" He asked what was currently tormenting him. When she saw him look down, she understood the answer. The three of them were in a room. "I can't tell you that I knew what happened, but since we were both adults, I can be sure that it happened." Ramon nodded. "Of course I gave you your privacy. When I woke up, you were already in your room, and they had called a taxi. I gave you some water, and you left." "Okay, Francisco, thanks. I'm going to get dressed, and then I'll go downstairs to have my soup with spit." His butler smiled weakly, handing him the large glass, which turned out to be a strong Bloody Mary. According to his butler, the best cure for a hangover and other ailments. But it was undoubtedly one of the most disgusting drinks Ramon has ever consumed in his life. But he didn't hesitate to take a couple of large gulps, trusting his butler. Still in her robe, she sat on the edge of the bed, picked up her cell phone, which she found was dead, so she looked for the charger on the nightstand and plugged it in. As soon as she saw the first percentage of charge, she turned it on and held it closer to the bed, taking a deep breath before dialing the number. The three friends frowned as Elisa Ram's cell phone lit up in front of them. Carlos leaned forward to read the contact. "Parasitic fool with quail balls," he read, "is calling you." Elisa Ram felt her heart leap in her chest. She looked at her phone but didn't even answer it, watching as the call became a missed call, but the second one immediately came in. Patricia and Carlos shared a look, both already aware of what had happened. The young woman's room, where they were having Chinese food, became tense, and they only saw her narrow her gaze when the third call came in. When a message arrived, Elisa Ram just sighed, taking the equipment. "Please answer," Ramón asked. He stayed there watching the fourth call, but he didn't let it go too far, quickly rejecting it. "Please, fuck off," he replied, and under the intense glare of his friends, he blocked the number safely and without any consideration, placing the device face down before sighing heavily and eating a spring roll in two while he drowned his sorrows in ice-cold Coca-Cola. "Tell me something, or I'll start crying," asked the young woman, who hasn't had the best of days, and these calls coming so late are making her emotional again. Little did she know that in Ramon's apartment, a modern cell phone had found its demise on the wall of his room, and that same grief that is now controlling her and continually fueling her emotions is beginning to make her lose more than control in a man who has seen himself as a fanatic about keeping the world in his hands, because when it escapes from him, it usually becomes his cruelest enemy. When Patricia met Elisa Ram's gaze, she simply shook her head, sighing heavily to release the pressure on her chest. "The truth is that now I don't give a damn about Ramón," she stated confidently. "I gave him one chance, I trusted his word, his foolish confidence, and I thought it would be easy because despite the ridiculous speech he gave me and how he behaved with Paolo, he didn't seem so stupid to me anymore. Because he helped me." The boys nodded, but his kindness remained in a wallet and a trip home. "Why do you think his assistant lied to you?" "To protect him." His father was clear. He at least went off with one or two girls to get drunk. Although he said it could be more, she shrugged. Having orgies with beautiful women left him weakened. She dug her chopsticks into her Chinese food. "I'm still angry with Carter for lying to me, but I understand that's his job." "So you intend to ignore the golden phallus for the rest of your life?" Carlos asked. "Because I'm sure it will come tomorrow at 7 in the morning. I hope he doesn't even think about it, because the kick I didn't give him today, I'll give him tomorrow." Elisa Ram was hurt and upset. "Alejandra and I will talk to Dad today. We don't want any more dealings with these people. We don't need anything from the signs, and today I met Ramon's dad." The girl swallowed. "He's a little scary. He looks even more intimidating than his son," and Alejandra felt the same. "So no, it's not fair that we spend I don't know how many more years united to them. Besides, I think we can get the money in another way." "Blastos," the two boys replied at the same time with a warm smile. Elisa Ram sighed heavily. She received the envelope, which made her scream, which she had to stifle in her pillow, and her friends had to run into the bathroom to jump for joy when the sum appeared before the three friends' eyes. A full $10,000, which they had to count 3 times to be sure it was the right amount. "I feel like I have 7 billion problems on top of me," Elisa Ram said, not looking her friends in the eye. "And right now all I can think about is my letter." "What?" Patricia and Carlos asked simultaneously. "There wasn't a letter," Elisa Ram whispered, raising her gaze to see her friends. "Blastos, he didn't send me a letter with the money like he always does," she swallowed. "And I did leave him a letter. What if he found me stupid and greedy?" "Did you ask him for the money?" Carlos asked, confused. No, I deleted that," she replied. Suddenly, she couldn't stand it anymore and stood up. She felt suffocated again, her emotions too raw, and she felt an overwhelming urge to cry that hadn't been released, even when they got home, so she just sighed. "I'm liking it," he confessed to his friends. Carlos and Patricia carefully began to move the food they had on the bed, to settle on the edge looking at that rosy-cheeked Elisa Ram who seemed to have too much stuck in her chest. "Who?" Patricia asked. "Blastos," she was confident. "And I'm not just talking about the money he sends, which is clearly the largest source of income in my family right now, who don't even know about him. I mean, in just one envelope, he sent me for one night what it had taken Alejandra and me more than 2 weeks to gather." She began to walk in a straight line. "His gifts gave me a new base, and suddenly, I find myself having more than $20,000, and only for 3 nights with this man." "Well, but he's paid for the entertainment you've given him," Carlos indicated, "which I'm sure must be of the highest quality, because you're a goddess." Patricia nodded. "And one of the best dancers I've ever seen, and I work at a dance school." Yes, But I feel like it's something more, she pointed out. I feel like I'm connected to him. And again, it's not just the money. When I enter that booth, I'm not afraid. I don't think about the money that's coming. I don't think about how much I'm taking out. But she swallowed. In seeing him happy, and it's silly because I don't see it, she smiled nervously. But it's what I want. The first time it was an erotic, sensual, and electric experience. Now I guide myself by that red dot that I'm sure comes from a cigar. And I can see it. I see his figure before me. He's tall. He's strong. He's imposing. She swallowed. And he wants me. Patricia looked at Carlos for a few seconds. And I like that. I danced for a man who also desired me, and I understand that it sounds absurd because Andromeda could have tricked me so that I wouldn't get cold feet. But Blastos has occupied my mind. She denied feeling foolish. The problem is that I do feel that if it comes out of there, that if that miracle were to happen where we manage to communicate without being discovered, I would accept going to the movies with him, to dinner, that he kisses me or takes me like I've even dreamed of. Wow, Elisa Rom. Patricia whispered slowly. I know, because in the end I could be dancing for a fat cigar addict who smells horrible or for an old man who messes with his pacemaker every night. But I don't know how to stop anymore, she complained, shaking herself at her friends, soon pouting. Yesterday at the end I looked up, and I'm sure she was looking at me. I wanted to tell her my name. I wish there was a way for her blue eyes to be on me. Blue eyes? Carlos asked, confused. Did Andromeda tell you she had blue eyes? The girl swallowed and just looked down, shaking her head. No, he didn't describe him to me. But, she sighed heavily, I think he must have blue eyes, that he must be strong, tall, confident in his gait, and a little arrogant in his gaze. Patricia looked at Carlos for a few seconds, noticing how Elisa Rum was lost in her thoughts, with a deep voice and a smile that made your skin crawl and made everything moist. When the image became clear, the young woman blinked rapidly, snapping out of her confused state to look at her friends for a few seconds. Of course, Patricia and Carlos understood that the man Elisa Rum described wasn't as unreal as he seemed. After all, a client arrives every morning looking exactly like that. Elisa Rum saw this confusion in her friends, so she simply shrugged. She knew the danger of the mind when it couldn't find control, when its crazy ideas weren't stopped, so she immediately denied it. I understand everything that goes with going crazy over a man I don't even know and have never met, she pointed out to her friends. I don't want to give you those ideas any space. I just wanted to share them with you, because somehow when I think about him, about Blastos, she clarified, I feel like he's someone I could trust, someone I could even get along with. It was Patricia who stood up and approached her friend. If you risk what you've earned at the club now for an idea that was born in your head during these difficult times, your main source of income could be harmed. Elisa Rum nodded. Of course, she understood Patricia. Her idea was logical and also sincere, but, now I'll go, Carlos said, quickly standing up. Elisa Rum listened with complete attention and surprise to a plan so elaborate it suggested her friends hadn't considered it at the time. Apparently, Patricia and Carlos had talked too much about the famous Blastos, but above all, about the right and especially safe way to fulfill the three of them's fantasy of finally meeting her attractive and special client, outside the club, in a private space where there would finally be no need for masks. Only the opportunity to unleash that latent desire that right now has Elisa Rum's skin crawling. Chapter 7. When the luxurious car parked in front of the cafe, the young woman raised her gaze from the cash register she was currently manning. She noticed the employees leaning almost right in front of the kitchen window, but she could only swallow with a heavy sigh. Of course, she only frowned when the gentleman didn't get out immediately. After 15 minutes past 7 and the elegant first client had not appeared, Alejandro was sure that the message had been captured without any problems, and that years of a relationship that they knew until they saw him arrive the first time had ended with the snub that Ramon made to Elisa Rum, after all the appointment was made in her name. He was undoubtedly surprised to see the car in front of the cafe and, above all, to understand that something was causing the gentleman to take his time getting out because he had been there for more than 5 minutes and still hadn't appeared. Fortunately, Elisa Rum wasn't there. So she left the cash register and headed to the area where she poured fresh coffee for the gentleman. Her father would speak to him later, according to Sergio, to let him know the deal was over, and if he wanted anything from the cafe, he would have to pay like the other customers. Alejandra's eyes widened when Ramón Sáenz stepped out of the car carrying a white box with a red bow. But the most impressive thing was in his other hand. The beautiful bouquet of colorful flowers undoubtedly made him stand out in some way, making him, what they thought was already impossible, even more handsome. Ramón rolled his shoulders back, sighed heavily, and only lifted his chin as he entered the room. He noticed the clean, still empty space, the employees in a corner, and Alejandra standing before him with her glass already prepared, but his curly-haired target was nowhere to be seen. "Good morning, Alejandra," he greeted cordially, approaching the young woman who was looking at him closely. "Good morning, sir," she replied seriously. If Alejandra, who was always kind and polite to him, was this upset, she couldn't even imagine how Elisa was feeling. "I'd like to talk to you," he said, leaving everything on the counter. "I brought some pastries for you and your sister." He looked at the flowers he was holding tightly in his hand. "And I looked at these. They seemed pretty for Ro. Look, is this blouse too tight on my boobs?" Elisa froze when she saw Ramón there. She exchanged a quick glance with her sister and the employees, but she also noticed the box of pastries and flowers in the gentleman's hands. She felt the full weight of disappointment when she looked into his eyes, but she also found regret in his gaze. Almost as if they were forces of the same force, the kind that can no longer be contained, Elisa took the first step toward him, so Ramón didn't hesitate to step away and advance toward her. It was her brown eyes that noticed the pacifier marked on his neck. She sought his blue gaze again and swallowed. "I'd like to talk to you," and everyone jumped as the slap landed on the elegant gentleman's cheek, and he just clenched his jaw. Elisa glared at him with accusation and anger, but tears were already shining in her eyes. "Go away," the wounded Elisa asked him. "I don't want anything from you. We don't want anything from you." "Elisa "Good morning, Mr. Sáenz." Ramón noticed Alejandra already at her sister's side. She offered him the packaged coffee, to which he sighed heavily. He opened his jacket in front of them and took out the signed check, the same one he had given to Elisa the first time, but this time he handed it to Alejandra, who glanced at her sister. "Any amount," he told Alejandra, sipping his coffee. He sighed heavily and was about to turn around, but he looked for Elisa's gaze, who shook her head at him. "And everything would have been easier if you had accepted it the first time," he said confidently. "Good morning, ladies." Elisa was the one who jumped in her seat when she heard Ramón slam her door. The luxurious sports car headed north, so she sighed heavily and shook her head. She looked at her sister when Alejandra put her arm around her shoulders and placed a kiss on her temple. "We'll have it in reserve," Alejandra told her gently, waving the check at her. "We'll do it first, and then, if necessary, we'll take it." "I don't want anything from him," Elisa replied. "I know, Ro, but sometimes between what we want and need there is a gap established by the urgency of the moment. We all have to make sacrifices." Elisa sighed heavily. "I will take care of him from today, okay?" The young woman nodded, smiling weakly at her sister. "And your tits look perfect in that blouse," Alejandra pointed out, making her finally smile weakly. Their curiosity was piqued when they saw the white box on the counter next to the beautiful flowers. Elisa took the flowers, and Alejandra untied the box, staring wide-eyed at the beautiful pastries. There were 9 in total, each with charming designs like small cacti and succulents. "They look so pretty," Alejandra said, overjoyed, receiving an arched eyebrow from her younger sister. "What? They look so pretty, and they look like they belong in an elegant place. Just look at the box. They must have poison. Come on, don't overdo it." Alejandra took one, encouraging the employees to come closer. He handed one to each of them, keeping 5 for themselves. When he gave one to Elisa she just rolled her eyes at him, but didn't hesitate to take it. They were certainly beautiful, they smelled decadent, and they were clearly fresh. "I'll take this upstairs and give one to Dad." Alejandra pointed to her sister, who nodded, and I'll put these in water." Before giving him the flowers, she buried her nose in them, taking a deep breath. She felt confused and undoubtedly angry. Of course, seeing Ramón carrying those beautiful flowers made her heart race, as she knew very well it shouldn't. And at the point where their gazes met and she found regret in those blue eyes, she almost gave in to the idea that popped into her head: go to his chest and stay there. She was beginning to feel torn between her thoughts, confused by this new thing that was beginning to invade her mind. The dreams grew increasingly intense, but they seemed so real, so vivid, that she had no way of quickly erasing them from her retina. They included him, of course, but also that man who had offered her the world at her feet, with whom she felt such a unique and different connection, Blastos. She sighed heavily and, holding the pastry, sat down at one of the tables, smiling at George, who brought her usual iced latte, with a hint of vanilla and caramel. Despite being angry with him, she still enjoyed the pastry's perfect balance of sweetness, feeling a little more comforted by the time she finished. She was searching for her house when the cell phone in her pocket vibrated. Elisa Ram's heart stopped when she saw that peculiar message from a hidden number announcing that it was going to be automatically deleted, but it gave her the warning she hadn't thought would come so soon. She was wanted at the club that night for 2 hours, and so she had to prepare. She couldn't help the warm smile on her face when she realized she might have summoned her intimidating friend, Blastos, with her thoughts. She sighed heavily and continued to ponder her thoughts as she climbed the spiral staircase, thinking that today she would begin to execute the elaborate plan her friends had given her. Because it was abundantly clear, after the hickeys she noticed on the gentleman's neck and what his father had said, that a man like Ramón Sáenz could never pose for her or feel attracted to her. But Blastos, on the other hand, pays to see her, has called her his on many occasions, and has asked her to make sure of him so he can lay everything at her feet, and that is what he will seek. That is truly what Elisa Ram needed at that moment. He came out of his thoughts when he heard the argument between his father and sister. It was very rare for the two of them to fight in such a serious way, so he didn't hesitate to speed up his steps to see what had happened, finding a teary-eyed Alejandra and a dejected Sergio on the couch who only denied it when Elisa Ram was in front of him. It was Alejandra who handed the papers to her younger sister. The young woman, of course, didn't understand anything, but seeing Alejandra's seriousness and her father's grief, she could tell this wasn't something good, so she didn't hesitate to read what the document said, only shaking her head when she reached those lines that foretold the worst. "Oh my God, Dad, what did you do?" he asked, and without even being able to control his breathing, he sank into the armchair, trying to process what had been discovered that morning. He looked at his sister, then at his father, and there was nothing he could do but deny it, because that wasn't the case. That wasn't how things were supposed to be happening. He slammed the steering wheel several times as he parked in front of the building. Ramón had rarely suffered consequences for his actions, because no one ever really questioned them, so dealing with guilt and regret wasn't something he was familiar with. He can't get the pain he found in Elisa Ram's gaze out of his mind. His annoyance was clear and completely justified. He'd let her down. He acted like a complete fool, incapable of controlling his thoughts. She wandered around in his mind so much that he wanted to extinguish the memories of her perfume, of her sweet smile, of her full lips. In the end, he resorted to filth that not only poisoned his system, but also broke the delicate bond that had barely drawn him closer to her. After sighing heavily, he looked in the rearview mirror and simply shook his head, finally getting out of the car. He adjusted the button on his jacket as he entered the space they had opened for him. The meeting was important, but before he had the strength to get out, he asked for her because that night he wanted to lose himself in her curves, in her sensual movements, in the idea of taking her and possessing her like he so desperately needed, and that was exactly what he was going to seek at that moment. When he arrived at the small conference room, with its beautiful window and decorated entirely in white, including the flowers, the paintings, and the meeting table itself, he sighed heavily. The mature man with gray eyes stood up on the other side, advancing toward him and holding him in his arms, leaving him a double kiss. I only have meetings at this hour because of you, he said in a mature, thick voice that already betrayed the ravages of years of smoking. Good morning. Good morning, Uncle, she smiled weakly. I'm sorry if I interrupted something important in your schedule. Don't worry, a couple of beauties are warming up for me, so the anticipation will make me enjoy this meeting too much. Come on, have a seat. Carlos Sáenz, Ramon's uncle, led him to the head of the table where he was sitting. From a distance, the red-haired beauty with green eyes regarded him coldly and somewhat judgmentally. Nothing unusual, really, for Venus, his cousin, who only sighed at the sight of one of the club's most annoying customers. So, why did you want to meet us? She asked. Oh, come on, daughter. What are these forms? Carlos intervened. First, we have to have a coffee. Should we order breakfast? I don't think Ramón is coming as a customer, is he? She looked at him for a few seconds. Venus, whose real name is Zarila, looked at her father and then at her cousin, at whom she raised an eyebrow. She's been running the Elisa Carrillo Club since her father opened it, and there are definitely only two things she hates about it. That Dunkan Industries has gotten a piece of it, and that Ramón is one of the clients, though certainly not the worst, of the three who were in the top three. Actually, I'm here as a client and as a family. Ramón responded in a deep voice, sighing heavily. And I've already had my coffee, so I'd like to start. First of all, I want to talk as the family that we are. Carlos smiled broadly and nodded. Of course, tell us, what's going on? I need to be banned from all access to Umbra, he said confidently and firmly, looking first at his uncle and then at his cousin. I don't need that space. I understand why it was created. I understand that there are people who require what is offered there, but I am not one of them. I don't want to be one of them. Carlos let himself go back, looking at his only daughter for a few seconds. I hadn't visited Umbra for 3 months, and I lost something very important because I went that last time. The club is for adults, Ramón. Venus spoke seriously, looking at him straight in the eye. We don't have little ones who come in one way out of curiosity and then order something else. They're people who have common sense, who know how to choose what they need that night and, above all, the free will to do what they want, but also the ability to understand that only they will assume the consequences. I know Zarila. I know. She only denied it, smiling weakly at him. They rarely told her her peculiar name. That is why I am not here as one of your clients, but as your cousin who asks you that when you see me through that intricate surveillance system you have arriving at Umbra, you block everything. And are you going to accept it? She asked. Or are you going to continue with your threats to burn the place down? Ramón looked down. Let's say I do. I'll block you, Umbra, as if you were a kid who doesn't know when to stop. Ramón just sighed heavily. Aren't you going to fight with my staff? Because that's what you did once when we told you no more. The redhead looked at her father, who nodded, remembering the moment. Aren't you going to go look for your dancer in the dressing rooms, just because you're horny like what happened once too? When Carlos started laughing, his daughter looked at him seriously, so the man looked away, trying to control himself. The club has rules, each one established to take care of the customers, the staff, including their dancers, and we, the owners, she reminded him, gave you the freedom for being family, for being as Sáenz. Ramón looked at her straight on. But on more than one occasion you have taken advantage of that freedom to go beyond the rules. Daughter, this time I think it won't be like that. Carlos intervened, looking at his nephew. Ramón is looking for help, right? He only nodded. And we are going to give it to him. We will remove your access to Umbra. They heard him sigh with relief, nodding to both of them. And your card will only have the purpose of getting money for your dancer. Thanks, Uncle, he nodded. And I promise I won't make a scene or burn anything when I can't get in, he indicated to Venus. Good, because if you do, I guarantee you a beating as your first consequence. The woman sounded firm. Ramón couldn't help but smile softly. He was barely 2 years older than Zarila, who arrived practically like a miracle, the final act of love from Carlos's wife, who gave her life for a little girl who almost accompanied her to heaven. Since then, she has not only been Carlos Sáenz's protégé and pride, but also the owner of his entire fortune, the one who manages his main business, the Elisa Carrillo Club, and, above all, the one who helps him land when Carlos also soars high. Zarila was a beautiful woman who had to build a strong character, an icy temper, as it was often described. She understood that her father found peace and a measure of tranquility in excesses, in hard liquor, drugs, and, above all, women. She stopped arguing when the young women she found at his house were almost her age, or even a few years younger. She asked for her own apartment, and Kairos gave it to her, and it was then, based on her father's reality, that the Elisa Carrillo Club was born. Despite being a Sáenz, Kairos didn't have access to the millions in his accounts because his older half-brother, Dinko, not only viewed him as a parasite, but also constantly complained that he had never been fully involved in Dunkan Industries. He blamed the careless behavior on Kairos's maternal side of the family, the second marriage of their father. Perhaps that very thing, that similarity to Ramon's life, who was always treated and seen almost as a bastard, is what awakened in Kairos a different empathy for that child, now transformed into the handsome and confident man who stands before him. The maximum is 6. Venus indicated again to her cousin who was already frowning. Ramón again. The club has rules, and they are established for a reason. You don't know where this girl comes from, or her needs. Do you think she will stay still if she receives $10,000 every night? Don't do it. Let her find me outside, and I'll fuck her in the car. You're a fool. Venus blurted it out straight at him. Elisa Carrillo's dancers aren't prostitutes. If you want to get laid, go to Umbra and get that damned hotness out of your system. I want cuddly, he told her. She's not a toy. Venus didn't hesitate to defend her dancers. None of them are. First, there was a scandal because the dancer took your booth. Do I remind you what you told me? You superficial beggar. Kairos's eyes widened as he watched Ramón lower his gaze. And now you're obsessed with her. That's not how things work, especially in the club. It's my money, Venus. And it's my club, he reminded her. My rules. She looked at him straight on. Fine. I'll give you an arrival date from Wednesday to Friday. 2 hours of dancing, $6,000 a day. He pointed firmly, looking at his father who only nodded. But don't forget that first of all they are people. Second of all, the more money you have, the more you look for it. And the more you look for it, the more danger there is. Ramón breathed heavily, looking his cousin in the eyes. And if you don't know how to stop her again, I'll have to put it on her. What does that mean? Ramón asked. If you keep messing up my rules, cuddly's out of the club, can I put it another way? Venus sighed heavily, pinching the bridge of her nose as Ramón slammed his fists onto the table and abruptly stood up. She looked at him with a raised eyebrow, leaning back in her chair and crossing her arms, watching the great Ramón Sáenz lose his temper. Don't make a scene, she said confidently. Don't be a little boy. Ramón stopped in his tracks, frowning deeply, and turned towards her. How did you tell me? Little boy. Venus was firm. I don't know how you resolve things with your father, with your company or employees, but this, she pointed out, is not my business. You called us here as family and as a client. I've already listened to you as family, and I'll help you. No more Umbra for you. Now sit down and tell me what the hell do you want as a client? Ramón just sighed heavily. He looked at his uncle, who nodded and asked him to return to his chair, so he could only refuse. Even your dad is afraid of you, he said mockingly to Venus, who only shook her head when she saw her father. Well, someone needs to put some order in this family, right? She asked, slumping her shoulders slightly. What do you want with cuddly Ramón? She asked directly. It's only natural that you're here for her. Tell me. She'll be here Wednesday through Friday, he said confidently, remembering everything he's thought about doing for his cuddly. 2 hours, $6,000 a night. Venus nodded. She'll have flowers in her dressing room, and Andromeda can tell me which ones her favorites are, and I'll send her all the gifts she wants. No restrictions. The redhead rolled her eyes, but nodded. If that dressing room is small, they'll give her a bigger one, and the chance to dance in other clothes and without a mask. No, not that. Venus was confident. The uniform has a meaning and all the dancers wear masks, she reminded him. So no, we will give you props if you wish, but there will be no changes to your costume and the mask is your protection. Ramón had to nod resignedly. He didn't succeed on his first attempt. Well, he looked at his uncle and then at Venus. I want to give her a car, he said confidently. To Kairos and Ramón's surprise, The beautiful redhead burst into a mocking laugh, causing her to shake her head. It was abundantly clear that Ramón Sáenz had fallen for the spectacularly curvy dancer who had attracted so much attention on her audition day. She knew very well that the mistake that led Cuddly to Ramon's booth also saved her from a fate she knew was cruel. Because of the 3 top clients, one of them was never going to play by the club's rules. He didn't care how many times she reminded him of it, no matter how much they offered him at Umbra. If he wanted one of Elisa Carrillo's dancers, he would have her without restriction. A mistake by a new employee saved Cuddly, but it brought her before the blue eyes of a man who wants to put the world at her feet, but in the only way he knows how, through money and material goods. Venus knew very well that Ramon's temperament made him volatile and unpredictable on many occasions. But in the end, the rich boy always tended to get bored of his toys, and she was sure the same would happen to Cuddly, because it had already happened to 5 dancers before her. The beautiful redhead looked at her father and then at her cousin, only leaning towards him, who stared at her. Buy the car, he pointed out. No, Dunkan. Whatever you want for her in another brand. We'll use it as her means of transportation with a safe and respectful driver. Ramón narrowed his gaze. When Cuddly leaves the club, the car will go with her, okay? Are you going to fire her because of my demands? He asked, confused. No, Ramón, I know you. When you stop seeing her as prey or as a doll where you can vent all your pent-up feelings, you'll get bored. He swallowed. And I won't have an innocent young woman in my place, waiting for a signs to destroy her. What the hell does that mean? She blinked rapidly as Venus stood up, so he copied her gesture. That's all for now, Ramón. No more entry to Umbra for you. Cuddly will have a 3rd night, $3,000 an hour, and a new car with a driver included. She summarized for him. I've already given in to your whims too much, so have a nice day. Ramón just shook his head as he watched the elegant and beautiful redhead leave the conference room. He wasn't pleased with anything, and he didn't really feel like he had achieved much. An uncomfortable feeling settled in his chest at those last words, but he was aware that there was nothing else to do there. And the only thing that gave him a little peace was knowing that that night he would see his Cuddly again, and that at least he would be able to help her. The 3 of them stared at each other for a few seconds as they let the tension in the air settle deeper into the room. They said little to each other. They were sitting together, and Elisa Ram's stomach ache made it clear that the sweet pastry was a bad idea so early in the morning, or that her suspicions of poison were correct. The day was already feeling endless and tedious, and his plans were interrupted by what his father did. He and Carlos canceled their day to look for the young man's urgently needed apartment. He also needed to make some payments and start planning Sergio's surgery, but it seems he's moved up. When the night turned around for the 3rd time, her eyes only saw each other, so Alejandra sighed heavily. Dad, we're not judging you, she told him gently. We just want to understand. What happened? Because what you're saying there, that amount you mentioned there, doesn't match up at all with what we're supposed to need. She tried to speak softly, because her father was clearly upset. It's much more. That's an absurd amount, Elisa Ram added. Why did you ask for that amount? Why did you go to that place without telling us? She asked, also trying to be gentle with her father. Because it's not you who should be worrying about the well-being of this family. It's me. Sergio stood before them. I am the father. You are girls whose lives I have stopped in a way that I can no longer ignore, and you have suffered so much because of me. He simply denied it. Look at the damage they did to you. He looked at Alejandra. What if you don't jump out of that taxi? It happened because you were looking for money, daughter, for me. He pointed to himself. The bank kept your car. You are coming back several nights a week after 11. He pointed to Elisa Ram, who lowered her gaze. I am your father, and I should be taking care of you, not the other way around. Alejandra sighed heavily, just shaking her head. We're not little girls, she replied. I'm 24, Elisa Ram 22, and this is a family thing. We're here to be with you, to help you, to resolve what I have to do with my daughter. It hurt me to see you like this, to see you beaten, crying, without hope, and I could no longer maintain positivity because I was wasting away seeing you so badly. Because we are, Alejandra, we are badly. Elisa Ram only noticed her father wipe away his tears. She hated seeing him cry, even though Sergio was always a sensitive man and very clear about his emotions. He never presented himself as a macho man without feelings toward them, and that very thing has helped them grow up to understand emotions, all of them, as completely valid. so they only sighed again heavily. Dad, why did you order this amount from this place? Because that's what we really need, daughter. Sergio was gentle. He looked at Alejandra and then at Elisa. Everything in this life has a cost, and on many occasions decisions are made a little driven by necessity, others by illusion and others to fulfill dreams. The girls frowned. I want you to listen to me, and please understand that none of this will affect our future. Oh, Dad, that sounds horrible. Elisa couldn't stay silent. Tell us, what's going on? Please. Sergio sighed heavily, took the individual chair, and positioned it completely in front of his daughters. He knew that if he continued standing, he'd collapse at any moment, because right now he didn't know how to deal with his mind and all the chaos of ideas that had been robbing him of hours of sleep these past few nights. Although her mother inherited something from her father, her grandfather had more debts than assets. He began. So many of those things that had been left in Christina's name were sold to pay off his debts. Where we are right now, which is a piece of land she inherited, was one of those assets that had a very heavy litigation hanging over it. Her grandfather sold it twice to two different people. We don't know what he did with the money, but the case became part of what Christina inherited. How did they resolve that? Alejandra asked. Paying each of the people, let's say deceived by grandfather, what they had paid for this land plus what the damages meant. That was done when you were little. They wanted to evict us, and there were reasons to do it. So we acted quickly. Elisa swallowed. Of course she believed her father's word. We used everything we had, savings, bank loans, everything, to at least keep this space where we had made our house, which was nothing like what you see it now. I remember, Elisa whispered. The remodeling came later, when you started working with Dunkan Industries, right? That's right. The company has an excellent personal benchmark. We took out a second bank loan to build our dream home. We made it to our liking, 2 stories, spacious, beautiful, and worthy of growth. Sergio spoke with nostalgia. We thought maybe a third child could come. The girls looked at each other when Sergio just sighed. The first loan I made to Dunkan Industries was through a salary arrangement. I sold them a patent for a revolutionary product. Smart tinting. Elisa completed. Sergio just nodded. Mr. Ramón told me. He showed it to me when we were coming here that day. They paid me very well. I must say that I don't feel scammed or that they weren't being fair. They did everything very legally. They kept my job, but I got a good salary, and that's how the coffee shop started. There was never such a loan then, Alejandra pointed out. Yes and no. I went to Mr. Ramón asking for the money. He gave it to me without hesitation, but almost a month later I presented my idea to him. He liked it. We did many tests, and in the end we reached that agreement. What I lent him was paid off, and they still gave me more money. Sergio looked at his daughters. With that I bought a car for your mother. We paid for each of our years of studies. We made a small savings. But life is not easy. I trusted too much. I left Dunkan. I imagined a perfect future by your side, and then Christina fell ill. Oh my God. Elisa turned to look at her sister with a frown, not knowing what had happened. There was never such insurance, right? The young girl looked at her father with big eyes. No, my love, the situation was already too much for you. The pain you carried couldn't be even worse, adding fear and confusion regarding money. Soon Elisa's brown eyes were full of tears. It was loan after loan while Christina was in the hospital. I mortgaged the house. I mortgaged the cafeteria. I did what I thought was best to keep my wife with my life. Soon Sergio's voice broke. Elisa was tense, and fear tightened her shoulders. She watched as Alejandra wiped her tears, and then turned to her dejected father. I managed to pay some of them. But you must understand that everything is an expense, daughters, even dying. He tried not to be cruel with his words. He was clearly dejected, deeply hurt by the loss of my beloved wife. When Sergio burst into tears, Elisa couldn't hold back her tears. I wanted to do the best I could. But time passed. Banks don't wait. And each debt was accruing interest. I paid what I could. But eventually I couldn't take it anymore. Why didn't you tell us? Alejandra's voice was soft. How do I tell my daughters that I've failed them as a father and that they risk losing their home just because I didn't do it right? Sergio asked. I looked at them so stressed, making plans, selling things. Daughter, I saw the bags you just got on an online sales page. He indicated to Elisa Ram, who looked down. And I know you've already sold your reading tablet. He pointed to Alejandra. What? Elisa Ram looked at her sister, who just shook her head. Alejandra just denied it, wiping away her tears. Nothing we've done is meant to diminish your great work as a father, he whispered softly. But there are 3 of us here. This is the family we've been left with. And if we don't take care of each other, Dad, no one else will. That's what I'm doing, daughter. Sergio wiped his tears. Smart credit was easy, he indicated, nodding. Even the owner of the entire company, Ramon's father, helped me. I only saw him 2 or 3 times when I worked there. I explained the situation. I spoke to him and he approved me immediately. Daughters, that's good. He nodded to them. It's a good sign. He gave me a check, and I started making all the payments. All my girls. All of them. Sergio swallowed. There is nothing more I owe the bank, the doctors, the clinic. We just have to go, wait for the right moment and go. Then I'll take care of it. Did you give him the deed to the house and the cafe? Elisa Ram asked. I did it. Sergio was sincere. But it is only as a support to my word. When I am 100% recovered, which the doctor said will take approximately 6 weeks, I will return to work for Dunkan, as long as it takes to pay off my debt. There was hope in the man's voice. And I know that everything will be fine. It will only be a few weeks of adjustments for us. But it is the best way to continue, daughters. To be responsible with our debts, and for your home, the family business, to remain standing. How long are you going to work for free? Alejandra asked. 3 years. Oh my God, Alejandra whispered, hiding her face in her hands. It wasn't like that. It wasn't like that, no. It's a solution, daughter. It's not just my operation. The bank's mortgage was already on us. I couldn't even afford for you to be left helpless, much less if something happens to me in that operating room. No, don't say that, Dad, Elisa Ram asked. She stood up and without hesitation went to hug her father, who smiled tenderly as he held his little curly-haired Elisa Ram in his arms. He welcomed the tearful Alejandra, who was afraid of what was coming, without hesitation, placing them both on his lap while gently and tenderly letting them know that he was watching over them and that everything would be all right. The 2 of them wiped Sergio's face, and he looked at them with that unique, paternal love that was incomparable. When the 3 sighed heavily, they only smiled weakly at each other, but he also wiped his girls' faces. It was a decision I would have definitely discussed with you beforehand, he told them softly, but time was running out. The girls nodded. For now I feel more at ease knowing that there's only one debt on me. No more bank. No more selling our things. Just one debt with smart credit that I'll take care of when I recover from the operation. Okay? The girls saw each other for a few seconds. I don't want to keep you here, worried, afraid, anxious, and with those faces that I know are trying to improve for me. When everything returns to normal, I want your lives to continue. He looked at Elisa Ram. If you want to finish university, I will support you, and if you want to set up a small studio, I will do that too. She just smiled weakly, nodding. And you want to see the world, I will help you pack your bags. She pointed to Alejandra, who just shook her head with a lukewarm smile. We're not going to leave you alone, Dad. These will be 3 years where we'll be closer together, and we'll look for every option to make it happen in the shortest amount of time, because studying, university, and traveling also depend on money. Alejandra spoke with maturity, kissing her father's forehead. But none of that matters if the 3 of us aren't okay. We are the Perezes. Elisa Ram was gentle. We are going to give it our all and work together as best we have ever done. Thank you, daughters. Thank you very much. He placed a kiss on each cheek, but right there, the 3 embraced tightly. A quick solution, a solution that seemed ideal, a solution that seemed like the light at the end of that already narrow tunnel, depositing a debt exceeding $300,000 on the Perez family's shoulders. That's how the initial objective tripled in a matter of days, and the doubt of what would happen next transformed into a brain-eating bacteria that wouldn't leave them alone until the debt was settled. They stood up when the house phone rang. It was Sergio who answered, saying he'd go down to the cafeteria to see something. When the girls were alone, they sank back onto the couch where they'd been sitting. Did you know the bank loan was against the mortgaged house? Elisa asked her sister. No, no. I knew there had been several loans for Mom's case, but not at that level. It's a lot of money. They both nodded. And of course now it seems like everything has been resolved. But in the end, there's still just one debt to one company. And the worst part is that it's that family. Elisa pointed out. Alejandra looked at her closely. I honestly thought we weren't going to need anything from the Saenzes, and now we'll be stuck with them for more than 3 years. It's crazy. Alejandra just sighed as she leaned back on the couch and closed her eyes for a few seconds because the headache suddenly became incessant and uncomfortable. Dad did this yesterday, she indicated without opening her eyes. He said he did it with Ramon's father, that man, that dinko. Elisa nodded. So why did Ramon give us a blank check today? Could it be that your father didn't tell you? It's clear he didn't go to the office. Maybe he was having sex with one or more women. Alejandra just laughed. Is that all you remember that man saying? No. She stood up when she felt her sister's inquisitive gaze on her. But I saw a pacifier on him today, she stated firmly. He came with flowers and cupcakes thinking that with that he had made up for his cruel snub. Plus a blank check that he asked us to fill out with any amount. Alejandra followed her. What I don't understand is why. Elisa just frowned, seeing her older sister's doubt. Right now, thinking about it was triggering a severe headache. Of course, she knows the debts aren't gone. As Alejandra says, they're just concentrated in one place. The worst part? That the company belongs to a man she wants out of her life, especially after understanding where her new and illogical thoughts are starting to drift. Elisa I don't like it, she defended herself, looking at her sister, who raised both eyebrows and opened her eyes wide. You don't like tacos? What? Yes, of course, 3 shepherd's dishes, please, she asked. But Alejandra just narrowed her gaze, tilting her head to look into her sister's brown eyes. So what now? Is there something you want to tell me? Alejandra asked. Something that's been bothering you? More than this? No. Elisa went looking for her room. I'm overwhelmed with this. I don't understand how we went from an enormous amount to a completely absurd and ridiculous one. I hate the idea of continuing to have dealings with the Saenzes, and I must confess that I liked Ramon's father less than Ramon himself. Alejandra just sighed. And of course I understand, Dad. But maybe if he had consulted us, we could have looked for another option. It was a desperate decision at a time when he had already surpassed himself. Alejandra tried to be gentle. I think that right now what we have to do is come up with a plan so that this debt doesn't last those 3 years, because we have to be clear, Dad can't take it anymore. Elisa nodded. He's tired. He'll have just had surgery. So our role in this now is to get money to reduce the time it takes to cancel this huge debt. They saw each other for a few seconds. I'm going to lie down because I feel like it's been too much, and we're not even at noon yet. Then I'm going down to the cafeteria. Elisa nodded. I'll get tacos for everyone when I wake up from my nap. Okay, I'll make a plan in the meantime. Alejandra just laughed, heading to her room after placing a kiss on the top of her sister's head. Elisa only gulped as she watched her leave the blank check on the table. I guess we won't be needing this anymore, he pointed out. I guess not. She watched her leave and lock herself in her room. What a horrible morning she was having. And her mood wasn't the best for being full of energy or even feeling sensual for her evening. Right now, she urgently needed to take refuge in a broad, sweet-smelling chest so that a deep voice could caress her ear, signaling that everything would be all right. He took the check to his room, where he locked himself in. He sat in the lotus position on his bed and, after a sigh, unlocked the number, which he dialed automatically. Elisa The male voice that answered the first ring made her close her eyes. He couldn't deny his relief. When he got the new device with the same number, the first one he dialed was hers. His memory registered it so quickly that he was a little surprised, but at least she had called as she had wanted. Ramon responded without hesitation, saying that a meeting had been planned for more than 2 months, but he had no problem stopping it. Hello, he greeted, standing up to leave the room. Why did you give us a check if your father had already given all that money to mine? What? Ramon was confused. He took refuge in his room. Didn't he tell you? My father went to your company before us. And since you sent him to Smart Credit the first time, he met with your dad, who gave him a check for an absurd amount of money in exchange for working for free for 3 years. Ramón just shook his head, pinching the bridge of his nose. What do they have against us? That? Why won't they just let us go? She asked, already feeling the tears welling up again. Elisa, your father came to ask for help but they should have told him no, she said firmly. It's 3 years of free work. Dad can't keep up with the pace your company is presenting, Ramón, and it's too much. I just want. He sighed when he heard her crying, sat down on the couch in his office, and shook his head, feeling completely sick about the situation. Were you with someone else yesterday, and that's why you didn't come? The wounded voice asked. Ramón only swallowed. I noticed the pacifier on your neck. That should be enough of an answer, but I want to hear it from you. The young woman sniffed. Your father told me. Carter lied, didn't he? Ramón brushed his hair back. Of course, he was disappointed that his father hadn't just talked about him, but also to her. What did my father tell you? That you had possibly gone out the night before to get drunk and end up with 2 or more women. Do you like threesomes? He hated that Ramón started laughing. I'm not laughing. I'm sorry, she heard him sigh. Yes, Carter lied, she replied softly. My father didn't exactly tell the truth, but it wasn't a complete lie either. Yes, I went out last night. I drank, I smoked, and I overdid it. I fell asleep, and that's why I failed you. Did you fall asleep with other women? I don't remember Elisa. She just denied it. She felt foolish asking those questions, because she had nothing to complain about to someone who was nothing to her. I just remember something that didn't leave my mind at ease all day. That? Your vanilla perfume. The young woman sank back onto her pillows, feeling the fresh tears slide down her temples and into her curls. I don't want to see you anymore, he whispered with his eyes closed. Well, what a dilemma we've found ourselves in, little girl, because I need to see you. She just shook her head. She knew that letting in what was now vibrating in her could destroy her. Ramón sighed heavily. With his eyes closed, he leaned back in his chair. What do you need to forgive me? Hit you in the balls. The response made him smile. A real apology. And please don't make my father work for so long like that. He can't anymore. He doesn't have the strength. He's probably just had surgery and... Again his voice broke. He did it out of urgency, because of the need my family is going through right now with this situation. He swallowed, trying to organize his thoughts. Talk to your father and tell him that I will take mine's place. What? Ramón stood up. Would you work here? I can try. Would you give your assistant an assistant? If she had noticed Ramón's warm smile, she would have undoubtedly blushed, but she only heard him sigh. I think the Titan could use a little help. Your boss must be an ogre who thinks he's the best just because he's handsome and makes him work twice as hard for his quail eggs. He couldn't help but laugh. There was his spoiled, cheeky little girl, bubbling softly in his ear, where her voice sounded more than fine. He hasn't complained about it, but you may be somewhat right, he sighed heavily. I'll talk to my father, and... He swallowed, trying to express himself clearly. Once I understand what has happened, see the clauses of the contract Sergio signed. I'd like you and I to meet. Elisa just licked her lips. Her cheeks were already warm and possibly flushed. I'm missing the apology, he said, feeling his way around a bit. We can do a lot that day, that night. Ramón's deep voice made her swallow. I want you to go to dinner with me. You just have to say yes, apply your pretty vanilla perfume, and I'll take care of the rest. What day? Saturday. Ramón felt his heart beat rapidly. 7 o'clock at night. I'll be there for you. Will you bring me flowers? She heard him laugh softly. What are your favorite flowers, angry little girl? I've never defined a single favorite flower, she replied. I like many, although I hardly ever see them in the city's flower shops. Like which ones? Hydrangeas, especially the lilac or blue ones, and chrysanthemums. Elisa's voice was beginning to calm the voices in Ramón. The ones she brought today are pretty. My sister put them in a vase in the living room. They were for you. Elisa simply denied the sure answer, biting her lip. He didn't say it. You slapped me and kicked me out of the cafeteria. He deserved it. I know. Ramón sighed and swallowed. I won't fail again. He smiled when he felt nervous like a kid who had gotten a date with the prettiest girl in the place. I'll be there for you on Saturday at 7. Thanks for calling, Elisa Rom. I'm still mad at you. I'll find a way to make you smile for me again. If you let me kick him, it might work. Ramón just started laughing. Violent little girl, I'm thinking of other methods, but if they don't work, I'll let myself get kicked. I don't like it when he's so condescending, it bothers me. Oh, Elisa Rom Perez, Ramón sighed. He had a lot to say on the tip of his tongue, but he just shook his head. I'll see you tomorrow. Kill me with your gaze and revive me with your smile, understood? Yes, sir. The young woman let out a heavy sigh when the call ended. She hugged the phone to her chest, and when she felt the warm smile, she understood the reality she hadn't let in for fear it was real. But it is. She's screwed, completely screwed. He looked up from his computer when there was a knock on the door. He looked at his watch, realizing it was almost time to leave. His father hadn't arrived at the office that day, so he'd have to go to the house where he grew up. The famous mansion on the hill, which undoubtedly had the best view and was practically a landmark in the entire city. He frowned at his assistant Carter, who entered with a warm smile and the tablet in his hand. You have a visitor, sir, he pointed out, looking at him with an arched eyebrow. I don't have anyone scheduled, Ramón replied, standing up. And it's already late, and I have to go talk to my father about what. I think he'll definitely want to see her. Ramón frowned at his assistant, who nodded at the question that quickly appeared in his eyes. The gentleman smiled in surprise, a smile he couldn't help, but left his office to find the young woman standing with her back to him in the reception lobby. Elisa Rom admired a painting, but she certainly looked like a work of art that needed the same attention. She looked beautiful, and her deliciously sweet scent had already invaded the entire room. So Ramón only closed his eyes, taking a deep breath before finding the strength to walk toward her and stop whatever his mind had just ordered. When she turned to him, perhaps feeling his intense blue gaze on her back, she only smiled weakly. Elisa Rom looked like the epitome of youth, sweetness, and rebellion with that exquisite touch of coquettishness. Her two buns had been redone, delicate curls framed her face, and her cheeks were flushed, but it was hard to tell if it was due to the makeup she'd clearly applied or to what those thoughts already in her head were signaling. I'll get your things ready. Carter was the one who cut the tension in the room, one that wasn't at all uncomfortable, and the Titan himself could feel it. Shall I wait for you downstairs? Yes, don't bother me, Ramón pointed out, receiving an arched eyebrow from Elisa Rom. Please and thank you, she added. Carter maintained his seriousness as he nodded to the boss, but clearly when he left the office he could only laugh, heading towards his space. Ramón sighed softly and leaned closer to the young woman who was staring at him directly. She certainly looks gorgeous. His blue eyes couldn't help but take in her details. Gone are the days of oversized sweatshirts. A fitted corset defines her waist and divinely frames her full breasts, which clearly made him salivate. The pants were loose, but the shape they hugged those round, well-defined hips was sinful, but he fixed his gaze on her again when Elisa Rom cleared her throat. I didn't think you'd come, he told her, trying to sound firm, confident, but he was taken by surprise and disarmed before raising his shields. What are you doing here? I'm going to the mall, Elisa Rom replied. She hasn't moved because she really can't. She never thought Ramón could look so handsome in her office, and he did. Suddenly, the sense of power, of superiority, his position as boss seemed to add tons to his already clear good looks. Seeing him in his elegant black button-down shirt, without the jacket, with the sleeves reaching to the elbows revealing his strong arms and the lines of a peaking tattoo she imagined on his perfect biceps, made Elisa Rom swallow. Elisa Rom? The question made her frown, raising her gaze to his. What are you doing here? Ramón asked again. I'm going to the mall. He nodded, taking a step toward her. And before leaving I looked at this and thought it best to give it to you. He looked away to take the check out of his wallet. I don't know how this thing about disposing of these things works. It's best if you do it. And why are we going to eliminate it? Because I don't need it anymore. Elisa Rom looked at him straight in the eye. I mean, your family's company already lent my father that absurd amount. Ramón frowned. And everything has been paid. So all that's left is to wait and see what happens. You can fill it with $100,000 and pay it to Smart Credit. The answer made her frown. Again, Ramón took a step towards her. That check comes from my personal account. Then the arrangement would be between you and me. She smiled nervously. She couldn't control them anymore. But then she shook her head. No, it would still take $200,000 to pay. Ramón raised an eyebrow. I don't think Dunkan wants all of us Perez's working here. He joked. We might end up burning it down in a fit of intensity. Are all the Perez's equally intense? Ramón's smile made her deny it, but it soon formed another one. Because your sister and father look completely peaceful and relaxed. Only a certain little girl who looks beautiful today has a look that could break all the dishes. Who could it be? She challenged, seeing Ramón slide his gaze over her body again. Strangely, the movement didn't feel uncomfortable. On the contrary, it revived images of those passionate and exciting dreams she'd been having these past few nights. When she met the gentleman's gaze once more, she sighed softly and finally took a step toward him. Have you talked to your father yet? He asked. Ramón liked how the young woman seemed to develop a newfound confidence when she addressed him informally. While the gentleman sounded exquisite in Elisa Carrillo's voice, he undoubtedly also liked how her voice seemed to become even more velvety and even sweet when she began to embrace this new level of confidence. No, he replied when she raised an eyebrow at him. Not yet. I haven't spoken to him because he didn't come today. Elisa Carrillo nodded. But I'll go to my house. Well, where he lives, so I can better understand what Sergio signed. She nodded again. Can't you see it in Smart Credit, or is it not showing up yet? The truth is, he wasn't. Nothing Sergio had signed was registered with the company, but something in Ramón told him he couldn't say it, at least not like that. Because clearly, a bad feeling had grown inside him. Possibly they haven't entered it into the system, and that's why it's not there. She nodded. But don't worry, I'll take care of it, and I'll solve it. On Saturday, I'll make you a proposal. The girl smiled weakly, biting her lip, which made Ramón take a step towards her. Did your father loan more than the initial $100,000? Elisa Carrillo nodded. He did it, $300,000. Ramón kept his face serene, but he was undoubtedly surprised by the answer. The deeds to my house and the cafeteria were left in the hands of your father. He just sighed, nodding, and a written promise signed by my dad that once he recovered, he would work for Dunkan Industries for 3 years without receiving a salary. Did you know about this, or did your sister? She denied. He came here yesterday, before us, and apparently when we ran into your father on the way out, he had already finished with him. Ramón nodded. He noticed Elisa Carrillo's gaze shift to his neck. Suddenly, the pacifier he hadn't bothered to cover swelled, horrifying, and almost grew a sign full of lights that said, I made a mistake and spent the night with one or more women I can't remember, so I could forget how good you smell. Elisa Carrillo lowered her gaze when Ramón, in a reflex of his own embarrassment, covered his neck. She knew there was no room for complaint. They were nothing. Of course, he missed a meeting, but that was only a business meeting, a transaction that would have been the same whether she was there or not. So she swallowed hard, trying to hold on to the sanity of that thought. A new step enveloped Ramón in the sweetness escaping from Elisa Carrillo's pores. He wanted to reach out and touch the softness of her cheeks, but from his height, he could only see the perfection of those breasts, joined together, prominent, full, and pale. When the thought crossed his mind, it made him frown. They were perfect, without a doubt, but seeing them exactly like that, the detailed figure of the woman who captivated him with her movements, of his beautiful and addictive dancer, couldn't be forgotten. Between the thought that crossed his mind and the order he received, Ramón raised the young woman's face from her chin. Elisa Carrillo undoubtedly shuddered at the sure, swift movement, swallowing when she saw the blue eyes looking at her so intently. The tickling in her stomach increased, and the way the skin on her back prickled was obvious. So she blinked rapidly when she almost perceived the strong, confident shadow of the one who was vibrating behind her. Keep the check, Ramón told him. Fill it with whatever you want or need so you can go shopping. Take Alejandra, they deserve it. The smile on her was charming. They don't accept checks at the store, he replied softly, and I can't do that. I don't want to take advantage of. He sighed obviously this. These are still strange days. She nodded to that truth. Do you want us to pull our hair out? I want you to break my mouth with a kiss, Elisa thought, looking down at the blush she clearly felt. Or do you want to slap me? Ramon's voice was a caress of gravity and electricity. You'd be the second person in my life to slap me. She frowned. But the first I've offered that opportunity to. Elisa widened her cheerful, playful smile, only to shake her head when Ramón lowered himself to her eye level and stood in profile, touching his cheek where she could deliver the hardest slap she wanted. These were undoubtedly strange days, but the young woman couldn't even think of hitting him, not at that moment. So she closed her eyes and let her mind guide her. Ramon's lips opened in surprise at the same time as his eyes, but he stayed there for the seconds that Elisa's kiss lingered on his cheek. He turned to look at her with surprise, with some confusion, but undoubtedly with desire burning in those eyes that she held as long as she could. If you leave it, it's not so much fun, the young girl whispered. So be careful, because one of these mornings I'll make fried quail eggs. Ramón couldn't help but laugh. He shook his head when he stood before her again, and she raised her gaze as high as she could to face him. Will you take the check or not? No, Ramon's response made her frown. What are you going to buy? Some boots, he nodded, that I'd been meaning to buy for a while. He sighed softly, and they were on sale the day Alejandra was mugged. I wasn't going to buy them, but there's only one left in my size, and Patricia managed to get them for me at the discounted price. It's fate. It seems so. Ramón noticed a degree of innocence in Elisa that was undoubtedly overwhelming. Who are you going to the mall with? Alone, he narrowed his gaze. But I'll find Patricia there. Then Carlos will come for us. I have some things to do later. What are you doing, Elisa? It's not safe for you to be out so late. She mocked him without hesitation. I know how to take care of myself, and I have. The young woman swallowed as she looked Ramón in the eyes, then sighed. I teach classes at the place where Carlos works, and I have to go today. Ramón frowned. What classes? What does your friend do for a living? A dance school. The gentleman erased his smile as he looked at the young girl. It's a private class. Do you like to dance? A little. I'm not bad, she said confidently. Or at least that's what I've been told. Ramón could only nod. He explained it again because deep down, in that space where doubt rules him and questioning makes him doubt everything around him and everything he knows, a red light began to blink. The young woman watched with a frown as Ramón took a step back from her. Of course, she then noticed him slide his gaze over her entire figure once more, meeting her eyes again, causing her to sigh. Going to that place was a decision that made her realize the truth until she was in the lobby. She wasn't even sure what drove her, how her decisions coalesced, and she'd made so much progress. But when she was there, she accepted that this was what she wanted. She needed to see him, perhaps hear from his lips that the person responsible for that pacifier on her neck isn't someone who has a place in her life, that her father wouldn't have to go all out for his company, and above all, that this date, although no one has called it that, wasn't just a work of regret for Ramón. I have to go, she said when she noticed the frown on his face. Wait, the young woman nodded. I'll tell Carter to take you. She just sighed heavily. She wished he would offer, but it was clear that Ramón already had his plans, so she just nodded. And keep the check. When you or your family need something, you can fill it with whatever amount you need to change it. I'll buy myself a latest model Dunkan in bubblegum pink. Ramon's smile widened as he shook his head at the young lady's response, licking his lips as the gentleman moved toward the empty desk in the space, calling Carter's extension. Custom colors have an added value, he told her confidently, when he returned to her. But I can give you a discount if you agree to have dinner with me. We haven't even had the first one, but I already want to put the second one on my agenda. You really keep that schedule, Elisa mocked. Ramón just shook his head, sighing, before taking a step towards her. I assure you that won't happen again. That was a complicated day for me, and my thoughts got the better of me. Elisa frowned. She undoubtedly had many questions on the tip of her tongue, but when there was a knock on the door, she could only nod. See you tomorrow, Elisa Perez. Thank you for such a lovely visit. See you tomorrow. It looks good saying thank you. Ramón just shook his head at her, but didn't hesitate to walk her to the door. The young woman only flinched when Ramón took her elbow, blinked at the confident movement that brought her back in front of that broad, strong body, but held her breath when his hand tucked one of those charming curls behind her ear. "I've been dying to do that," the knight whispered gravely. And the intention of breaking that pink mouth that half opened before him vibrated so strongly in his chest that he was sure the relief of his heart was repainted on his skin, but he only swallowed when Elisa turned toward the new knocks on the door. "Keep being nice," she challenged, trying to maintain whatever that electrifying current had created, "and maybe I can achieve something more than tucking a lock of hair behind my ear." Ramón was undoubtedly impressed by what he found in her chestnut pupils. "See you tomorrow, sir." Ramón followed her without hesitation with his eyes, feeling his heart beat rapidly when she turned to look at him and gave him one of those smiles he'd start to want to claim as his own. The young woman waited for Carter to take instructions from her boss and walked out beside the Titan, turning to where Ramón was still standing. She can't deny how her body has reacted to everything she's experienced in 15 minutes. It's been a short time, no doubt, but what an overwhelming energy she's wrapped around. How easily her head has given orders, from hanging onto the gentleman's neck and being the one to break his mouth with a kiss, to letting herself be taken at the empty desk in the room. When she settled into Carter's beautiful SUV, taking the passenger seat because she didn't like the idea of having him as the chauffeur, she let her friend know she was on her way. The day hadn't been at all what the Perez sisters had hoped for, and Sergio had a somewhat lackluster expression, avoiding eye contact, which undoubtedly made them both uncomfortable. It was her sister who encouraged her to leave the house when she noticed she was too thoughtful. She looked at the call that came in from Ramón on her computer screen, but to her curiosity, Carter answered it from his cell phone. "I'll go to my father's to find out what happened to Sergio Perez," his boss pointed out, now seated again at his laptop. "It's strange that he's asked for more than the initial amount, and his information isn't yet in the smart credit registry. You know that won't take long." "It doesn't. It's automatic," Carter replied, glancing at the young woman who was clearly paying attention to the call. "Yeah, I have a bad feeling about this, so I have to figure out what's really going on." "Very well, sir. Take her to the mall. I'd say go shopping with her, but knowing her, she might give you that kick in the butt." "We'd better avoid that," Carter commented, making Ramón laugh. "Scary," he mocked, "but it's okay. Ask her if she wants you to take them to where she's going to teach classes later." It was then that flickering light illuminated her ideas again. Find out where she teaches those dance classes and what kind of dance it is. "Are you serious?" "Yes, Carter, please," he asked. "After talking to my father, I'll go to the club. I have an appointment." He heard Carter's frustrated sigh. "Okay, be careful and I'll do what I can." The answers undoubtedly left Elisa completely confused and unable to understand what the conversation could be about. She turned to the Titan when the call ended, so they both smiled at each other. Ramón leaned back in his chair and just let his thoughts float around in this new conjecture that was beginning to resonate too much within him. He was sure it was all complete nonsense, a ridiculousness constructed between these two women who had invaded his mind with their curves, their smiles, their scents. Although he had only been in contact with the scent of one of them, he was still sure that his beautiful and seductive dancer must smell like heaven itself. He swallowed at the thought, which once again placed Elisa Perez and her cuddly on the same scale, and he examined them within himself. Gorgeous curves, defined waists, slim torsos, but with full, large, and very seductive breasts. Elisa in a corset undoubtedly also rose to complete temptation and seduction, losing that youthful charm that made her seem like a delicate girl. He blinked rapidly when the image of that loose-haired Elisa who had already seen her, appeared before him, sporting red lipstick on her lips, and the idea seemed valid, hot, spectacular, but it certainly made him point out that warning light that seemed to want to say something. But what madness is he building himself up to? He stood up to deny these absurd thoughts. He grabbed his jacket, car keys, and other belongings, heading for the exit from his office, which automatically shut off equipment and lights and closed curtains when the gentleman completely left. Right now, Ramón only had two ideas to focus on. The first was to figure out what was going on with Sergio and how he could resolve the situation. The second was to not be late for that date he'd made with the only woman who makes him detach himself from the world, from himself, and, above all, from the mental burden that constantly weighs him down. His fabulous cuddly. That's when the third thought made him sigh. He needed to find a beautiful, private place where he could have that date with the little girl. Of course, there was a completely personal undertone on Elisa Ram's part and a way to obtain his forgiveness. But could something else be happening? Once he was behind the wheel, he realized that he didn't just want something more to happen, but that he needed it so badly that it was no longer necessary to continue ignoring or, worse, denying it. He wanted to kiss Elisa Ram Perez, to know what her saliva tasted like, to lose himself in her full lips, to smell her neck, to brush against her skin, and to hear the labored breathing that he knew could make him lose his temper right there. But would she allow it? Ramón hadn't even left the parking lot when the question crossed his mind. If Elisa Ram Perez enters his life, his cuddly will have to leave it, right? Could Ramón choose between the two? The discomfort in his chest dictated two truths. The first is that he couldn't. Even with Elisa Ram by his side, he wouldn't be able to turn his back on Cuddly because what he felt for her was unique. It was a connection he had never felt with anyone else, and the peculiar thing is that he didn't even know who she was. But the second made him doubt that it was really true. Does he really not know who Cuddly is, or is he just wanting to close himself off to that palpitation that already has the answer? Chapter 8. He gripped the steering wheel as the enormous iron and wood gate opened before him. He expelled a heavy sigh as he took that perfectly aligned stone path that was guarded by tall trees on both sides, moving uphill until he was in front of the Sáenz mansion. Growing up as a Sáenz provided Ramón with many luxuries. Countless trips, a huge place to play, where he could feel like the master of the universe. And of course, it wasn't until he began to see the world through different eyes that he understood that not everyone had what he had. As a child, he wasn't very aware of social differences. To him, all the children in the world traveled to Paris on weekends or had one or more houses on different beaches where they spent their holidays, or perhaps in colder areas where they could ski. Ramón grew up surrounded by servile employees who did everything for him and for him, seeing the power of money in many ways, including as a currency to buy smiles, loyalty, and companionship. He wasn't even a teenager before he realized that his mother smiled hugely when she found the checks or went shopping with the cards his father gave her. But he also noticed that days before, young, beautiful women had slept in the room with him. For Ramón, adolescence wasn't a time of discovery, as it often is for many, but rather a time of explosions. He made the most of his last name, his physical appearance, and that awakening that he clearly noticed in his classmates, friends, and even his teachers. If anyone else had focused their attention on the then blonde, blue-eyed boy, they might have discovered in advance that all Ramón wanted to be was to make the Sáenzes proud, because for him, his older brother and his father represented everything he wanted to be. Confident of his surroundings and of that surname that had been both condemnation and salvation, the handsome man entered the impressive mansion. He knew it too well, just as his father hadn't respected its walls, which had carried those cracks that conceal, rather than make them too visible, the entire history of that divided family. "Where's my father?" he asked the housekeeper who had opened the door for him. "He's on the second floor," the young woman replied, sighing as she watched Ramón look for one of the two elegant staircases. "He has company." "I don't care. I won't be long," he said sternly. He climbed the steps and headed toward the west wing, stopping when he heard the woman's moans. He closed his eyes, trying not to turn around because he really wanted to keep his promise to her. So, with a sigh, he walked toward the double doors at the end of the elegant hallway. He clenched his jaw as he opened the two doors, and the young woman riding her father opened her eyes wide and tried to get off, but Dinko's strong hand stopped her. "Go on," the mature man ordered. On a couch, two more girls were touching each other, spreading their legs wider so that Ramón, who had undoubtedly captured the young women's attention, could see their wet pussies, ready for anything. In the corner of the same bed was a gagged young woman, her hands and legs tied, ready to be taken in that position. "Can I help you with something?" Dinko asked seriously, pressing the young woman's breasts firmly against his. "I need to talk to you," Ramón replied, not wanting to look anywhere. "If it's anything more exciting than this, I'll be happy to." Dinko slapped the young woman above him. "Focus," he ordered the girl. He slapped her again when the young woman, flirtatious and perhaps drugged, smiled at Ramón, inviting him with her tongue to join in. Ramón just sighed heavily. "I'll wait for you in the living room," he pointed to his father. He didn't hesitate to turn around and close the doors behind him, wrinkling his face when the exaggerated screams and gasps demanded more while being accompanied by clear slaps. So the young man just clenched his fists and headed towards the waiting room of that area. The last thing he wanted to do was sit down, so he started pacing. When Ramón left that house, he promised never to return. He hated it in so many ways. Ever since his older brother's death, the place had become his own personal hell, because his father had developed an urge to make him feel guilty for what had happened. Little was said in the news about the tragic event, although the death of renowned businessman Dmitry was certainly mourned. In addition to already having total control of Dunkan Industries, he was a man known worldwide for his reputation as a womanizer, destructive, and, above all, violent man. Dmitry was frequently photographed attacking his romantic partners in public places, restaurants, parking lots, even outside one of his many apartments. Photographs of the handsome man's nights out were even captured in the same manner. It was often rumored that Dmitry Sáenz founded a sex club because he was addicted to the practice, which apparently no longer gave him pleasure as such, but rather a heightened sense of superiority. For Ramón, Dmitry fell off his high horse the day he called his mother a bitch, and if it weren't for her intervention, he would have slapped Astoria in the dining room in front of them all. His father's lack of action, his mother's passivity, and his brother's mockery of his own reaction triggered a deep resentment in Ramón Sáenz that now stings so uncomfortably in his chest that he's sure he could throw up. He needed to get out of that place. He needed to go with her, lose himself in her curves, see her sweat, touch herself, hypnotize him with her hips. He needed to know what message she had left him with Andromeda, about her favorite flowers, her needs. He urgently needed to be with his cuddly, but at the same level, he needed to resolve everything that might dull Elisa Carrillo's smile as soon as possible, and for that very reason, he was here now. He certainly never thought the day would come when not one, but two women could be ruling his life, his ideas, his mind, and his heart. Finding himself between a rock and a hard place, or rather, between curvaceous bodies, large breasts, and soft skin, didn't even seem like a possibility for a man who always sought out thin, almost disposable women, but right now he wanted everything from them, from both of them. Could Elisa Carrillo and Cuddly consider polyamory? He couldn't help but smile at the thought of such madness, but it was still an idea that scared him. On the contrary, thinking about living with both of them, losing himself between their bodies every night, eating first thing in the morning and then every night after, filling them with jewelry, clothes, bags, all the luxury that both of them deserved, excited him. He sighed heavily as his skin prickled, discovering he was capable of fucking them both hard and uncontrollably at the same time. Elisa Carrillo, with her innocence and rebellion, and Cuddly, with her expertise and sensuality, would undoubtedly drive him crazy, if they weren't already, but it would be a beautiful madness. He turned around when he heard footsteps. Ramón learned to separate the footsteps of the people who lived in his house in the silence. He knew when his mother went to retreat to that room where she cried for hours, when Dmitry went into his room to get high and then ask for company, or when his father went to the office where he began giving the orders that undoubtedly made him an increasingly wealthy man. He stood before Dinko, who adjusted the knot of his robe more closely in front of his son, leaning on his cane to reach him. "Well," he asked seriously, "what's the reason for your unusual visit?" "Where's Mom?" was the first thing Ramón asked. Dinko started to laugh. "I guess in his apartment or in some country in the world spending my money. I don't know, and I don't care." Her son just sighed heavily and nodded. She noticed him sit down in the high-back chair, and then one of the employees carried a small tray with a glass of brandy toward him, almost running away. Your employees are afraid of you, Ramón pointed out. It's good that you recognize it. That way we avoid them making mistakes. Dinko was sure. What you haven't wanted to learn, Ramón, is that the employees are like chickens or dogs. He shrugged his shoulders. You can pull all their feathers. You can kick them all the time. But as soon as you call them with a little love and show them the food, they always do. He looked at him straight on. They will always come back to you. They are very scared, but they are still here, and do you know why? Ramón was already in front of him with his hands on his waist. Because between having to eat or go begging, some prefer to look down than listen to how their stomach growls. Ramón looked at him intently. Sometimes he didn't recognize the man before him, couldn't clearly process the idea that he was his father. He called him so many times a despot, cruel, heartless, even because he was sure Dinko didn't possess that the soul he still believes people possessed long ago left his body and turned him into that being who no longer even sounds human. What brings you here? Dinko asked again, finishing his drink. Because I highly doubt you're coming to see your mother. You know she bought an apartment and spends a lot of time there. The young man swallowed. Or do you want to join my little party in the bedroom? I can bring some more. How old are those girls? Are they even legal? Dinko sneered at him, sighing in disappointment as he shook his head at his tall son. So much potential governed by a mind of empathy and caution. She whispered, yes, Ramón, if they're legal, enough to know what they want, to understand what they need, and at the same time, have it so tight that I can give myself an extra treat. More relaxed now? Ramón shook his head mockingly. He needed to get out of there. What did you make Sergio Perez sign? He said bluntly and without further ado. Whom? Sergio Perez came yesterday requesting a loan from Smart Credit, but he's not in the system. You helped him. Noticing the grim smile on his father's face, he took a step toward him. What did you do? Nothing bad. I became an altruist like you. I lent money to a man in need who didn't want to leave his family homeless. Dinko tilted his head. There was mockery on his face. Isn't that what you've done with many former employees? Why isn't it on Smart Credit? Didn't you hear that right? I told him. I arrived and found this man with a droopy expression, plain and with his shoes poorly polished, trying to give his best impression. I recognized him clearly and invited him into my office. He recounted with that tone between mockery and arrogance. He explained his situation to me. A mortgaged house, 2 daughters who were worried about him. He's sick. He nodded. So I couldn't let him go empty-handed. It touched my heart. Ramón immediately mocked. And you gave him the money? I did it. $300,000. Dinko smiled wider. It feels good. He pointed out. I understood you a little, because it feels good. The thank you, the tears of gratitude, the humiliation of making yourself available even after having just had an operation. It's a peculiar kind of power, but certainly fun to live with. Dinko noticed his son's clear discomfort, so he left the glass on the table beside him and, leaning on his cane, stood up, taking a step closer to Ramón. Do you think I don't know who Sergio Perez is? He asked. His coffee shop is located on a busy street, a commercial area well worth investing in, but the economic constraints have kept them in such mediocre conditions. Dinko sighed. The first thing I'll do when the area is mine is destroy that filthy coffee shop. You don't need that land. Ramón confronted him. And you made him sign a promise that once he's recovered, he'll work for the company. When that happens, your loan will have accumulated double in interest. Do you think I'm as stupid as you? And I won't have a recently operated man in Dunkan, especially with how old he is, maybe one of his daughters. Ramón took a step towards him when he saw him lick his lips, making Dinko laugh. That's all, right? Are you fucking the Perez sisters? Which one of the two, or both of them? Are they doing it together? Enough. Ramón cut him off, and Dinko let out that mocking laugh. They're pretty, but I don't think the youngest is your style. You don't like fat girls, he indicated, shrugging his shoulders. I, on the other hand, have no problem savoring the enormous variety the world offers. She must have a big, pink one, right? Ramón let himself go over his father, grabbing him by the robe. Dinko laughed in complete mockery. placing the cane between the two of them and pushing him hard. I'll pay you every cent. Leave the Perezes out of this. What exactly is this? Dinko challenged. I'm a businessman, and they have something I've always wanted. Do you think I don't know where their attempt at a coffee shop is? That it's the first place you visit every morning, even when you stray too far from the office? He raised an eyebrow at his son. Don't I know this man is responsible for smart tinting? He took a step toward him, slapping Ramón in the face, which made him flinch, but only clenched his jaw. Dinko looked at his son with a hatred that could no longer be hidden. Your only smart decision in all this time running my company was buying that patent at such a low cost. I gave him what he deserved. Dinko's laughter made Ramón frown. You know perfectly well I don't. Do you have any idea how much Lamborghini, Ferrari, or even Toyota would have paid for that? She denied. But then, my boy, she mocked, convinced the creator that Dunkan would keep everything. In exchange for what? To settle a debt and a check for $200,000 that the Perezes spent on nonsense. Dinko tucked the stick under his armpit and clapped a couple of times for Ramón, who looked at him with the clear desire to punch him in the face. Bravo, he said. It was the first and only time in my life that I ever felt a little proud of you. It was only then that Ramón lowered his gaze, swallowing saliva. That weakness, Ramón, your sense of justice inherited from your mother, is what created this gap between the two of us. Dinko spoke through gritted teeth. You had the best example in Dimitri. You could have been greater than him even in my eyes. But you decided to follow your own rules, with so much potential before me. What a waste. She heard him sigh heavily. Everything you would have achieved if only you accepted your place in this world. And what exactly is that? He asked, looking straight at his father. That of a sovereign. Dinko took a step toward him. You haven't lost anything. You've had everything. You can have everything. Everything that matters in this life. But what are you wasting your time on? Defending a former employee. Leave sentimentality aside, because if you want to fuck one of those girls, there are many different methods than wanting to be a superhero. This has nothing to do with me fucking anyone. Ramón yelled at him. It's you being abusive to an innocent man who came to ask for help. Why didn't you leave him with smart credit? He asked, taking a step toward him. I know it's not the place you want. You have thousands of lots all over the damn city. Why did you do it? To test you. Dinko yelled at him. To confirm which side you were on. And the answer is more than clear. He pointed at him. Why couldn't you be like Dimitri? Why didn't you learn anything from him? He took a step towards his son, who was looking at him under his eyelashes. You have everything, Ramón. The looks, the money, the power. Damn it, you have the power. He reminded him. But all the damn weakness of wanting to be a good person. In exchange for what? You're not even going to fuck these girls. He saw him take another step towards him. Do you know what Dimitri would have done? He asked sarcastically. He would have taken both sisters to bed, fucked them together, and to keep them quiet he would have recorded them without any problem. He seemed proud. My son shared women with me. We fucked some beautiful twins in Greece. And what were you doing? Learning to play the piano. He mocked. I thought you were a faggot at one point in your life, and I still haven't ruled it out. Do you know why I never proudly gave you the full reins of my company? Ramón looked at him straight on. Because it was clear that you weren't Dimitri's replacement, and that disappointed me. Ramón just denied it to his father, but then he started laughing. Dimitri's replacement? He caressed the question. What do I need to be his replacement? He took a step toward his father. Should I destroy a hotel that you'll later have to buy to pay for all the damages? Should I be banned from an entire country where I've been charged with so many things that the only reason I didn't end up in prison was because of the last name I carried? He took another step. Or should I go to the prison where you're going to get me out with all your power and then pay thousands of dollars to the family of the minor I took to bed or the man I ran over because I was drunk and high? He took another step. How many of your companies should I bankrupt like the great Dimitri did? He challenged even more. Or maybe you should take me to the emergency room to get a gastric lavage for an overdose? He stood before his father, barely a step separating the two tall men. You're absolutely right, Dad. He blurted out the last bit bitterly. I'm not your son's replacement. I'm not a second Dimitri, because it would disgust me to be like him. Dinko clenched his jaw, and the Perez family is my limit, he assured. Looking him in the eye, Sergio Perez's loan will be transferred to Smart Credit, and I'll take care of that starting today. Dinko raised an eyebrow. The company will pay you, and when that happens, everything will be canceled. You sound confident. Because I am. Ramón didn't lower his gaze. I won't allow you to harm this family in your eagerness to believe yourself a sovereign. Then he shortened that step. And in case you want it explained in the Sáenz style, if you mess with the Perez, I will forget in less time than you think who you are and everything. Everything I know about you, everything I have been covering up all this time, will be exposed. He nodded at what he noticed in Dinko's blue eyes. You decide how far you push my Sáenz gene, he assured, because it is easy to overthrow a sovereign from the throne. History has shown us many times. Without giving him time to respond, he looked for the way out. Rage pooled in his fists. The desire to destroy more than just things settled in his chest, and that reminder echoed in his head like his own music of destruction. Whatever he did, it would never be enough for his father. Ramón. The call stopped him at the threshold. He turned to look at him. Do you already have a date for the party? Dinko asked. No, I don't really intend to go. And how are you going to get the company if you're not there? The two faced each other again. Ramón clearly saw the mockery in his father's eyes, so he simply shook his head. What do I need to see myself as a son in your eyes? He asked, already ruled by his ideas. What you just did. Dinko looked at his cane. I need a Sáenz leading the empire that your flawed grandparents created, not a kid with a world savior complex. Ramón swallowed. I don't intend to spend the rest of my life following in your footsteps to see if you do it right. He shrugged. But I must feel secure in the idea that all that effort, the entire empire that lies behind our surname, is in the best hands, and right now it's only yours. And yet you don't see me as capable of doing it. Dinko smiled at him. You need a partner for the party. Convince me that you can, that your limits are not limited to a family, that you are not so easily invaded by guilt or remorse. Dinko spoke firmly. Arrive there with your head held high and the certainty of who you are, that you are Ramón Sáenz, and take by the hand a beautiful woman who lives up to that. A single name crossed Ramón's mind at that moment where he was torn between two women, but he knew well that only one of them would be able to not only attract everyone's attention with an overwhelming presence, but also have the strength to stand by his arm and be his best support in a place where he would be judged every second. I will, he said, looking at his father. I will take a beautiful woman by my side, and she will be with me when you give me all the power of the company. He turned around, fleeing the house where he grew up, but it had never been his home or refuge. He was searching for her, for what she achieved in him, for her power, her curves, her fiery presence. He needed the only one who could possibly subdue all the Sáenzes, just as she had him. The powerful Cuddly, his Cuddly. His entire face changed when the exquisitely curvy beauty appeared on that platform. She looked like something out of a sinful era, as if lust itself had abandoned its place among the 7 deadly sins and transformed into that woman with knee-high black boots and a leather bodysuit that dramatically accentuated every curve, leaving that pale, perfect rear exposed. He swallowed when he noticed the breasts. Could 2 breasts be the same? Could 2 torsos have had the same opportunity to be built with delicacy, warmth, and full, large, perfect breasts? He shook his head when the dancer on the platform, now wearing a necklace that sparkled too beautifully on her, her hands covered in bright red gloves filled with tiny stones, dug her fingers into her loose hair and shook it for him. Cuddly has arrived to sweep the board. She has a plan she's already put into action, and that very thing has her completely on edge. Ramón gulped when the delicious woman before his eyes, with that divine carmine lipstick, drew a smile, and with that alarm going off in his mind, he could only finish the drink in his hand completely. He'd wanted to limit his evening to just her, skipping his cigars, but after he left her house, his anger boiling, he couldn't resist the whiskey, too. But for the first time in a long time, he only ordered half a bottle. Now, hearing that echo in his mind, he's beginning to doubt whether he made the best decision. She smirked as Cuddly turned around, her back to her. His delicate hands brushed her waist and hips, and in a single movement, She was leaning forward for him, her legs pressed against his. She was able to brush all her hair back. Filled with that energy, she blew him a kiss that made Ramon's smile widen, and with a slap, she began her routine. The energy was completely overwhelming at that moment. There's a pressure in Ramon's chest, filled with an unease that makes it hard to breathe. He's excited. He can't ignore that. But he's also unable to deny that alertness that seems to have taken hold at that very moment. Watching that beauty, who has driven him crazy from the first moment, touch herself, move, and seduce him with every divine curve of her body. He stood up as Cuddly began to spin on her platform. She seemed to have a sparkling energy that day, entering into sensuality, but quickly, and with a clarity typical of her talent, she moved into flirtatiousness, into that tempting rhythm that seemed to invite him to touch her, to take her, to make her his as he'd long asked or needed. Ramón swallowed when the dancer once again raised her gaze and blew him another kiss. Perhaps she already knew she had him. After all, he hadn't been discreet in his words, or in his admission that he would lay everything at her feet if she were completely his. He closed his eyes, pressing himself against the glass, and only licked his lips when, on the floor, leaning on her thighs, Cuddly seduced him with the individual movements of her pale buttocks. Could she do the same if he had her filled with his cock? Suddenly, he found himself bobbing his head to the beat of the music. He closed his eyes, thinking about how the separation between them was gone, and how she was right there, just a few steps away from the body that wanted her so much. Ramón took the chair again and smiled when he saw his Cuddly before him, the body of a goddess, big buttocks, full breasts, going wild to the beat of the music. He imagined her panting, sweaty, and deliciously hard. Her scent felt sweet and sinful. Perhaps that's what lust smells like. Aware that he wouldn't be able to resist his body's commands for long that night, he did what he needed. He unbuttoned his pants, unzipped them, and pulled out his member, spreading the fluids that had already made his tip gleam. The movements were in coordination with Cuddly's perfect rear end, his hands squeezing the extension a little tighter, emitting deep moans, and as soon as he closed his eyes he imagined himself kissing her. Lost in that pink, fleshy mouth he didn't want to let go, but he did when he separated and found the most precious full, large, and squeezable breasts, full of those beautiful moles, so he didn't hesitate to sink one into his mouth. He sucked with a passion filled with desire, while a delicate hand moved along his length. He smiled at the pleasure of thinking what it would be like to plunge his member, so hard and ready, into a warm mouth that ran its crimson lips all over his flesh. Then there they were, both of them, Cuddly on her knees before him, and he awakened all the desire and perdition in Elisa Ram's delicate skin. In his mind, the two of them drove him crazy. They had him at his feet, and he was going to kiss them all over, from head to toe. He planned to devour them. Ramón opened his eyes halfway, trying to stop his imagination from separating him from that delicious and tangible illusion. But the moment the Cuddly ended, he stood up and merged with the beautiful Elisa Ram. Amid the jolts of his body, he saw her, a single woman turned into his downfall. A single woman who had so mesmerized him with her curves, her sensuality, her brown eyes, and sweet smiles that she hadn't allowed him to understand that in the end, she was just that, a single woman. Ramón, agitated and breathing heavily, blinked rapidly, snapping out of it. He reached for a napkin to wipe himself, and once he'd arranged everything, he stood up, grabbing the bottle, which he finished in 3 large gulps that even squirted out the sides of his mouth. He was definitely tired. He had too much going through his mind right now, and that very thing was responsible for creating such an absurd idea, because it made no sense at all. It wasn't possible. He'd seen Elisa Ram for a long time, seen her body, her hair, her eyes, her breasts, and she was a beautiful young woman. He could admit it, but she was still childish, still a little shy, even hiding her body in those oversized sweatshirts. Cuddly, on the other hand, she stood up to see that dancer who was lost in her own world, dancing with that electricity that became tangible to her, that made her bristle and placed her between 2 men she wanted to provoke. And that was exactly what she was. Cuddly was fire, sensuality, provocation, a woman who wouldn't be able to go unnoticed if he saw her on the street, who wouldn't hesitate for a single second to follow, to seek, to get to know. He tilted the now empty bottle back up, searching for the last trace of the drink that seemed to lose its power whenever Cuddly appeared, but found nothing but a few drops that did nothing. Ramón sighed heavily, seeing the curly-haired beauty before him. Right now his mind, acting like his worst enemy, was no longer just enjoying the best entertainment he had seen or had in months. No, it also wanted to plunge him into doubt and questioning, because Ramón knew very well that he wanted them both, and that same desire lay in the fact that he didn't want to choose between them, so it was easier for his mind to unite them into one woman. Just one person, for whom he knows well, would lose even his soul, because if Cuddly and Elisa were to become one and the same, Ramón would fall to his knees offering himself to her as a fervent slave, putting everything, not only the world at her feet, but also that which no one has ever known, that many say he no longer has, his own soul. When the first hour was over, the sweaty dancer stood in the middle of the platform and blew that kiss to him, who received it with a warm smile. He watched with delight as she left the venue. After a sigh, she reached for her cell phone, dialing Carter, who was currently lying on the couch in the venue's waiting room, lost in his music and the book he was excited about. "Sir," the man replied. "Did you find out what I asked you?" Ramón asked. She didn't tell me the name of the place, because as soon as we arrived her friend was already waiting for her, because they were going to close the boot store. Ramón nodded. But it seems that the school isn't very far from the cafeteria, according to her words about 10 or 15 minutes walk, and she usually rents a dance studio. "Do you know he dances?" "No, sir, but it is a passion that she pointed out to me that comes from when I was very young." Carter heard Ramón's sigh, so he settled into his spot. "May I ask why the doubts?" Ramón felt that the jumble of ideas was going to drive him crazy, and he was undoubtedly going to let Carter be filled with the same doubts, because that could even damage that new bond, fragile and very tenuous, that has reunited him with that version of Elisa who has him just like that. "Sir," Carter insisted, "you're welcome. I don't like the idea of her running around like nothing's happening, especially after what her sister went through." He responded quickly. "I have to buy a car." Carter closed his book. "For Miss Elisa?" "No, for Cuddly. It can't be from the company because she'll associate it with me. I need safe transportation for her. You'll take care of that tomorrow, so it's ready by the end of the day." Carter just sighed heavily. Cuddly was certainly reaching a level no other dancer in that room had reached, but could it be possible for a stranger to achieve what no other woman had? Could Ramón Sáenz be falling in love with his dancer? "And where exactly will I take the car, sir?" Carter asked. "You'll bring it to the club. They'll take care of it. It's already arranged." Ramón's voice was confident. "Since I'm here, I need a check issued tomorrow in the name of Dunkan Signs for the sum of $300,000 from the Smart Credit account and—" "Sir," Carter cut him off. "Yeah? Isn't this your time of stress relief, where you forget everything that has to do with work?" Ramón started laughing, sighing immediately. "You're right, I have," he swallowed. "Carter, it's possible I'll go crazy," he announced almost as an escape from what he perceived. "I never thought I could feel this way. But I'll lose my mind. I'll definitely do it in this place, or in that cafeteria. I'm not sure anymore." "Do you like Cuddly, sir?" Carter asked directly. "She does it. She does it like no woman has ever liked me to. I don't want anyone to look at her, touch her, hear her talk, and the worst thing is that I can't." He denied. "For God's sake, I'm going crazy." Carter's laughter on the other end also released some in him, who then sighed heavily. "And I suppose that's because you also like Elisa Perez? Am I being that obvious?" Carter started laughing again. "So, according to my excellent deduction right now he's losing his mind because he likes his new dancer to whom he's already given I don't know how much money, and for whom he's going to buy a car." Ramón nodded as if Carter saw him. "But he's also accepting that he likes the young woman he's been bothering for months for pleasure and calling a little girl." Ramón stood up. "To whom he's given what?" "A purse, some cakes and flowers. Elisa also needs a car." Carter's laughter was immediate. The Sáenzes certainly had the kind of courtship that perhaps superficial people might consider ideal. But for Carter, there always had to be a little more than the financial side of that special ritual that would lead to a night of unbridled passion, or, why not, a long and beautiful relationship that would grow over the years. I think the first thing you should do, sir, is decide where you will direct your energies. Choose one, he asked in a whisper. Choose one. Ramón sighed heavily. I just want to remind you of one thing. Maybe this way your ideas have a better guide. Carter indicated calmly. You know one. You know her family, her voice, her explosive humor and bubbly personality. Ramón was in the place. The other is a mirage, created based on the need to offer you entertainment. It will be whatever you want, sir, who has received so much money in a few days that it could be placed on a silver platter if you so asked. Cuddly is built from my fantasies, whispered Ramón. Elisa Ram is real. They are both real, but one moves in its own orbit, has its own energy, its own chaos, its own personality, and the other does it wherever its client tells it to. That's where the difference lies. Ramón completely understood where his assistant was going. He sighed heavily, accepting the whiskey that arrived with a little more ice, and frowned when he noticed the napkin with a beautiful red kiss painted on it. He didn't hesitate to pick it up and stroke it, noticing the lipstick stain on his thumb. Thanks, Carter, he said. I have to get back. Okay, sir. I'll wait for you here and then go home to sleep. Carter smiled when Ramón started to laugh. Yes, 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 he said, smiling. Good little boy. The laughter in both of them was complicit. Carter ended the call, settling back into his chair. They brought him a turkey and provolone cheese sandwich and iced tea, because that's what he'd been craving. In that place, just as they treated each of their customers with respect and solemnity, they did the same with the assistant of one of the most important clients in the place. Ramón poured himself a glass of whiskey and, already lost in his thoughts, placed the adorably cuddly kiss on the center of his forehead. Deciding between these two women, who had turned him into a complete wimp in his thoughts, but powerful at the thought of them together, was a battle he clearly wouldn't win. With the glass in his hand, he approached the glass where the next hour would begin. He widened his smile without hesitation, seeing that beauty, now in her bejeweled corset. Her waist looked small, her breasts perky and fused, large, delicious, divine. He couldn't help but notice the black boots that reached up to her knees. He shook his head when the thought crossed his mind, so he just sighed. Enjoy, Ramón. Just please enjoy this beauty that has been prepared for you. She took another sip of her drink and, after a heavy sigh, settled back in her chair. She watched Cuddly take over the cabin with the strength and sensuality that clearly characterizes her. She enjoyed it, tracing it with her gaze and devouring it as she wished in her imagination. Heaven and hell converged before him once again. One sported red lips, the other pink and full, curvy, hair full of vibrant curls. One wore a sweatshirt and still looked beautiful. The other looked like she was born to wear leather. Sneakers or knee-high boots, it didn't matter anymore. Ramón was lost, completely addicted to what he found in both. His dancer with her perfect, bare buttocks or the challenging young woman with her sweet smiles. In the end, it didn't matter anymore. He would fall to his knees for both of them, and that was exactly what he wanted to do. Suddenly, before Elisa Ram's eyes, two men sat in high-backed throne-like chairs, adjusting their crotches while staring at her with a desire that made her skin crawl and her pussy water. All she could see was one of them, his perfect, large hand holding a cigar, while the other had bright blue eyes filled with a fire that made her lick her lips. She was sweaty, aroused, and charged with electricity. If Andromeda were to ask her right now if she wanted to fuck Blastos, she'd say yes, without hesitation. She knelt on the platform and alternately moved her buttocks up and down. She needed to relieve the heat in her body, so she slid her hand down to her cleft, touching herself a little while she continued moving her torso. Elisa Ram was lost in thoughts, between masculine perfumes and reddish points of light that burned as brightly as she was, between blue eyes and heated words that declared her a property already taken. All her feminism foamed out of her hands when she thought she belonged to him. That version of her that makes her feel so special, so sensual and desired, belonged entirely to this stranger who had been mesmerized for almost 5 minutes by the movement of her rear end. Ramón stood up as the dancer crawled to the edge of the platform. He covered his mouth with both hands and simply pulled back her hair. That night, the fire that was cuddly was burning him, and as he wanted more, he undoubtedly needed much more from her. Although she wasn't looking at him, when the hour was up, he too returned the kiss his dancer had thrown him, watching her leave with the biggest smile. He sighed heavily and simply returned to the couch where he stayed for a few more minutes, trying to calm his pronounced erection, sipping whiskey, and letting himself be enveloped by his thoughts, precisely by them. Elisa celebrated by jumping up and down when she arrived at the dressing room. Andromeda already had her things ready for her, and she only shook her head, taking the excited young woman by the arm to lead her to the high chair where the mature woman removed her mask, shaking her head at the young woman's huge smile. "A smile suits you better than tears," the woman pointed out, gently wiping his face. "He makes me feel special," Cuddly replied. "And even though today has been a very strange day, when I'm there, when I enter that place and imagine him enjoying myself, everything loses weight." Andromeda nodded, settling onto a stool to remove the young woman's boots, who then took off her gloves. "I have never experienced such a unique connection between a client and their dancer." Andromeda was sincere. "Really?" Cuddly's smile widened. "She's very special." He swallowed. "Will you give her the letter?" "I will. There's nothing wrong with it, right?" She maintained her wide smile, only shaking her head. Of course, she'd poured her emotions, her feelings, and a unique sincerity into those lines as she discovered the connection she felt for him. She sighed in relief when Andromeda nodded and continued with her foot massage to ease the tension in the agitated young woman. "And tell her that my favorite flowers are hydrangeas," she indicated with a warm smile. "The blue ones and the lilac ones." Andromeda nodded, and when the young woman arrived, she asked her the questions Ramón had asked her. "Okay, I'll send your message." She Cuddly put on her comfortable workout clothes, without taking off her bodysuit, just her corset, her sneakers, her hair loose in a bun that cleared her face, and organized her things in her bags, leaving that lush necklace she bought at the mall with her client in mind in the dressing room. She was excited, bristling, and filled with new energy. She no longer had any idea where it came from, though perhaps it was fueled by that mischievous move she'd made to execute the plan her friends had given her, one she hoped would work. "Okay, I'll see you tomorrow," Andromeda said, adjusting the bag on the young woman's shoulder. "I need you to give me the address where they'll pick you up." "I'll really have a driver?" Cuddly still couldn't believe it. "You'll have it, but I must pass on the complete information so they arrive for you at the right time," Cuddly nodded. He took the peculiar screen that Andromeda had given him, writing the address of Carlos's dance studio, so she could go there with the same alibi she had given to her family, but she would no longer bother her friend or waste his gas, especially now that she had discovered that the number of days she would have to dance for her mysterious Blastos had been increased to 3. "Ready? Thanks, and I'll see you tomorrow." Andromeda simply refused the kiss Cuddly placed on her cheek and watched her leave. She only began to laugh when the young woman danced a little, bobbing her head and humming the music of her latest song. She raised her gaze to the red dot in the room, adjusted the props, and left the dressing room, leaving him with the lock. She moved through that intricate space, filled with corridors, the scent of leather, and red surveillance dots. She knew that her steps, especially after Ramon's request for his dancer, were being watched more closely, so she only sighed when she met the man, who had a wide smile on his face at that intersection. "Did he say anything?" he asked excitedly. Andromeda looked over her shoulder at the point of light, but after a sigh, she just nodded, turning her back on it. She took out the young woman's letter, which she didn't check, and which once again had a charming sticker, now a rabbit, sealing the folds. She noticed Ramón start to laugh, and simply shook her head, putting the letter back in his jacket. "I'll give the address to Miss Venus, so that it's established as the place where they will go and take Cuddly. May I know where it is?" "I'm afraid not. Sir, you know the rules. Come on, I want to make sure it's a safe place." It is, because she has assigned it that way, but I'm afraid I can't tell you where it is. Ramón sighed heavily, but nodded. What I can tell you is that her favorite flowers are hydrangeas. Andromeda noticed with a frown how Ramón turned pale and wrinkled his face, clenching his jaw. What? He asked, almost in disbelief. Yes, the lilac and blue hydrangeas, he told me. I think they are hard to come by in the city, so you'll have to know where to look for them. Ramón touched his chest, sighed heavily, and denied that flickering light in his mind. He was no longer weak. He was strong, too bright, and uncomfortable. Red as the blood itself, the one that now throbs and boils as a result of what he had thought. Do you need anything else, sir? Andromeda asked, looking at the man in confusion. No, it's not okay, thank you. He turned around without hesitation, but then walked back to her, leaving her a $200 tip for her dancer's attention that day. Ramón left the place with a frown, his head spinning, and Carter clearly noticed that something new had happened, something that made Ramón Sáenz doubt everything, even the person he thought he knew. The cold wind hit his face as he looked out over the sleeping city from his balcony. The view was spectacular and undoubtedly worth every penny he paid for his enormous, personalized apartment. But at that moment, the place felt as lonely as he felt. Although he felt tired, exhausted to the point where his eyes burned and his eyelids felt heavy, he hadn't been able to sleep. He took a long shower and masturbated again, thinking about her, but when he found the bed uncomfortable, immersed in his thoughts so deeply, he stood up and headed to the kitchen, where he made himself a strong drink and lit one of his prized cigars. With each puff came a thought, one of those that now tormented him. He sighed heavily when he found himself dialing Elisa Ram's number again, but for the 5th time, he erased it and locked the device, returning it to his pajama pants pocket. It was after 2 in the morning, and he clearly wasn't going to call the young woman who was conscious and hoped was already asleep. It doesn't matter if he feels so overwhelmed right now and only wants to ask her 2 things. The first is to let him rest on her full breasts, and the second is for her to answer him honestly. Is she the dancer who's driven him crazy with her curves? She stroked her temple and simply brushed her hair back as she headed into her room. She left her sliding window open, allowing the cool, natural night air to slip in and rustle the curtains. On the nightstand, he flicked the ashes off his cigar and, holding it between his teeth, searched for the 2 letters on the nightstand, which he had unlocked. Finally, he dared to read them. He peeled off the heart sticker from the first letter Cuddly sent him. His smile widened as he read the loving expression that began the letter. Within the first few lines, Ramón realized that his Cuddly felt the same connection and trust toward him, which was undoubtedly new and different. Of course, he was pleased to know that she trusted him, and he had needed to express in every word how he felt when she was with him. He swallowed when he realized that Cuddly was carrying a lot. The idea of needing to detach himself from the world, or the fears he might be carrying, suddenly tightened his heart, because that red alert that had started a constant warning seemed to be taking on more relevance inside him. He frowned when he looked at the wide-out smudges on the last few lines. The young woman seemed to have cut off her thanks for the gifts and money sent, which was certainly peculiar. Ramón took a deep drag on his cigar and carefully placed the letter against the lamp, illuminating it from behind with the cigar flame, trying to read those erased lines. But I must admit that the need, she read softly, even erasing part of the white-out stain with her fingernail, for more is beginning to become unbearable. Ramón just sighed heavily, swallowing saliva. He needs more money, he said to himself, leaving the letter beside him and immediately picking up the other one. He removed the bunny sticker and again on the edge of the bed began to read. My dear, she whispered to the almost darkened room. These lines are meant simply to express my gratitude for your kindness, for that energy that has become our relationship, if I can call it that. She smiled, shaking her head. For that trust that has brought you into my dreams. And it's strange because I know nothing about you, but I'd like to tell you a little about myself. Ramón just frowned. It seemed strange to him that the letter had passed Venus's control, so he assumed it had been delivered directly from Cuddly to Andromeda for him. without the intervention of his cousin, who was in charge of ensuring that there was nothing that could break the rules. I'm not good at mornings, but every day I wake up at 50, sorry at 05. Ramón just frowned. I don't usually drink hot coffee, but at 08 I do like to have my breakfast, always abundant to fill me with energy. Ramón stood up with the menu in his hand. I usually watch a little television, but only 1 hour a day, because otherwise I feel like I'm wasting my time. And as a curious fact that I don't know if you knew, I'm 22 years old. He quickly headed to his office, turned everything on completely, but with his heart racing, he went to the desk, grabbed a notebook, a pen, and began reading the letter again. It's a number, he said, surprised at the way it had been sent. It's your number. Without hesitation, he took note of each figure shown and almost repainted it once again to make it easier to understand. I sometimes work up to 8 hours, she continued, but sometimes we work up to 10, but that's very little. I tend to be very energetic, a bit of a troublemaker, and when I get comfortable, a bit annoying. Ramón just shook his head smiling. And naughty little Cuddly, a rebel breaking the rules. He noticed with a frown that there seemed to be 2 extra zeros, so he picked up the letter again. Sometimes I wish I could take away so many chores, so many jobs from my time, and have more hours to share with you. But in the end I realize I can only remove 2 zeros from this peculiar equation. Ramón was amazed. Thank you for so much, for choosing me, for claiming me, for helping me even without knowing that I needed your help, and in case there was any doubt, if I am yours. The gentleman let himself fall back in the chair. And I dream of the opportunity to one day hear it in your voice, that, and the heavy rhythm of your gasps when you sink into me. Yours, Cuddly. Ramón's eyes widened, taken aback, but he certainly liked the sincerity of that line, so he just sighed heavily, folding the sheet of paper carefully in front of him. He looked at the number in his notebook. He only had to delete 2 zeros to be able to put together her number, but which ones? He grabbed the notebook and the letter, and with a pounding heart, headed toward his room, where the cigar smoke had already filled the room with that peculiar aroma that relaxed him a little. He left everything on his bed, picked up his empty glass, and went down to the kitchen, where he poured himself a new, even stronger one. He wandered around his apartment, stalking him while he processed that hunch. The idea was clear. He just needed to find the contact and verify whether what he'd started plotting was, as he still wanted to believe, the crazy idea, but he found it hard to give in to that possibility. If it were real, everything would change for him and Cuddly, for him and Elisa Rom, for him in general. He wouldn't be able to look into the brown eyes of that young woman he's been challenging for so many days, whom he's bothered every morning for the simple pleasure of seeing her angry. He wouldn't even be able to step foot in the cafeteria again, because he knows full well that the guilt of having desired her the way he desires Cuddly would make him feel like a pervert in front of her. What Cuddly represented to Ramón isn't the same as what Elisa Rom represents, and that's something that torments him. He desires Cuddly in a way that has no control or limits. He's seen himself as an animal stalking its prey. He's put her in every position in his mind and fucked her in many ways and in every corner of his mind. But with Elisa Rom, he couldn't, at least not in that way. He saw Elisa Rom's youth, his innocence, and that special flirtatiousness of her age. By God, she's 10 years older than him. He's called her a little girl all this time. He's even looked at her body without a single shred of desire, just a chubby young woman with a sweet, beautiful smile. Ramón doesn't desire Elisa Rom, at least not in the animalistic, almost inhuman way he desires Cuddly, or does he? He finished the drink while he was wandering around, so he went back to the kitchen and prepared the third. The exhaustion in his body burned off the liquor and the effect of the combination instantly. Again, nothing was working for him, and it was because they were invading him. From sanity to reality, the effect they had on him was unmatched. He sighed heavily, staring at the drink in front of him, and only shook his head when, once again, perhaps as a side effect of all the alcohol in his blood, leather and rose combined, the mask disappeared, the lipstick coated his full lips, and the vanilla became so real that he had to look back to confirm he was still alone. He swallowed when he realized that reality. The first time Cuddly danced before him, he imagined her smelling sweet, tempting, special, and it was because that very day he had smelled Elisa Perez for the first time in that cafe. He gasped when he realized that his foolish self had carried Elisa to more places than he wanted to accept, and knowing that he desired her even long before he desired Cuddly made him feel completely confused. "She's a girl," he blurted out into the solitude of the kitchen. "I know her father. She used to roll my eyes at me every time I came home, and she's called me stupid more times than anyone else. She answers back at me. She challenges me. She drives me crazy, and no." He quickly shook his head. "It can't be, it can't be, it can't be," he repeated. Right there, she finished the contents of the drink, squeezing her eyes shut as it hit her empty stomach with all its might. She shook her head as her kitchen began to spin. She gripped the granite island and, after a heavy sigh, pulled away from it, heading for the enormous refrigerator, where she took out an ice-cold bottle of water and, sipping from it, headed for her room. He was dizzy, nauseous, and burdened with so much that he didn't know how to define those feelings. The brutal way he dreamed of possessing Cuddly now made him a little ashamed because he couldn't stop thinking about Elisa Perez in those heated positions. How had he come to this? How had he let his mind betray him so? But if it's real, he wouldn't have to choose either. He could fall at her feet, at whoever she might be. He practically crawled into bed, where he collapsed face down, his diary, his cards, and the cigar smoke in the ashtray, finishing off his work. Dizziness no longer let him think, and there he was, right in the middle of them, joining and separating before his eyes. Cuddly was seduction, fire, sensuality in intoxicating quantities. Elisa was warmth, sweetness, and defiance, youthful rebellion that could drive him crazy, but of which he desired much more. He rolled over onto his back, barely raising his head to finish his water, picked up the top card, and pressed it against his face. It smelled of paper, ink, and whiteout, and deep inside, perhaps from his already drunken thoughts, he could smell the sweet scent of vanilla. "That's what my little girl smells like," she whispered to the void, closing her eyes. "Who are you, Cuddly?" she pointed, pressing herself against him. "Will you still be mine when I stand before your brown eyes?" Ramon's body gave out at that moment. The day had been hectic. Fatigue, alcohol, and doubt had led him to turbulent dreams where he saw two beauties dressed in leather and lace. He watched them strut, laugh, and seduce him, showing him their breasts, their buttocks, their lips. He let them guide him to that space where he took them with gusto, where he sank into one while devouring the other. But then, as his large hand ran over her abdomen, squeezing her full breasts and sliding down to her neck, he looked into her eyes. Those beautiful, expressive brown eyes were upon him. Her pink lips were parted as she arched to the pleasure he gave her, her nails digging into his bare back. Ramón watched her nod. "Are you mine, Elisa?" he asked, agitated and panting. "Yours," she replied confidently, giving him that unique smile that he wants to declare his property. "Only yours." He opened his eyes suddenly, then squeezed them shut when he saw his entire room so brightly lit. He sighed heavily and tried to erase the traces of what he had dreamed, but it was no use, so he rolled over, staring up at the ceiling. He had crushed the notebook and the letters. The breeze that was falling over the city had not only dampened part of his carpet, it had also stained his precious curtains. But at that moment his body wasn't reacting with the speed that the moment seemed to require. He stretched and slowly tried to get his bearings, moving slowly as he let his brain lose the intensity of sleep and focus on that moment. As he sat up in bed, he frowned at the vibration in his leg, but then he pulled out his cell phone and saw Carter's call. "You didn't return to Umbra, did you?" his assistant asked as soon as he answered. "Hey Carter, good morning," he mocked, hearing the sucking of teeth on the other end. "No, I didn't get lost in Umbra. I'm at home. I'm just hungover." He heard Carter's mocking laughter. "You have a hangover?" "I didn't think that was possible," the man said cheerfully. "But hey, if you don't feel well, do you want to change the schedule?" Ramón just looked for the modern clock on his nightstand. In fact, it was already past 7 in the morning, so he just sighed. I need to go get my coffee, he indicated. Right now, just do the thing about Cuddly's car. He spoke slowly and almost with his eyes closed. Find a nice, elegant, spacious, sporty one for her. She's young, Carter. She's only 22 years old. Who? The man asked, confused. I told you I was going to go crazy, Ramón sighed, settling back into the pillow. I yawned widely, looking up at the ceiling of my room. Carter, cancel the whole day. I'll just get my coffee. I need to see the little girl. He confessed. I need her to smile at me and kick me like that, but then tell me I'm ridiculous for telling her off. He swallowed. I need to look her in the eyes and confirm that it's not her, that it can't be her. What are you talking about, Ramón? He just denied it, closing his eyes, and sighed heavily. Look for hydrangeas in all the flower shops in the city. Send 10 bouquets to the club. Elisa Carrillo indicates that they are for Cuddly. Carter on the other side only denied. And 10 more for Elisa Perez, same colors as Carter, blue and lilac, so that Elisa Ram's bouquets have chrysanthemums. Do you both like the same flowers? The assistant asked, confused. What are the odds of that? Ramón's question made Carter frown. I told you I was going to go crazy. They or she, I'm not sure anymore. They're disrupting my life, my ideas, my security, and above all, my desire to continue on alone. Carter immediately understood where Ramón's words were going. Although his voice was slurred, it was clear he was probably still a little drunk, but that didn't make the subject any less heavy. He suddenly began to feel uncomfortable with the idea he'd concocted, so he gripped the steering wheel, sighing heavily. After the flowers and buying the car, I'll go to your house so we can talk. Thank you, Carter. Thank you for being what my father never was. The man just shook his head with a lukewarm smile. And since I mentioned that man who hates me so much, I need a date for the party. Someone beautiful, powerful, seductive, and confident enough to last 20 days in the hell the Saenzes have been built into. Carter sighed heavily. Shall we go this time? We will. He said he would give me the reins of the company in a real and definitive manner, and I deserve it, Carter. After so much, after years of humiliation, of comparisons, of making me feel nothing, I think I deserve it. Ramón's voice was resentful. We'll talk when you come. I have to get ready because I need to go get my coffee. Okay, try not to cause any trouble in the cafeteria. Ramón's laugh was soft, but then he just shook his head with a sigh. I'll try. She ended the call, but stayed there in bed for a few more minutes. She picked up the letters beside her and read them again. She looked in her address book and checked the number, taking out her cell phone to look for Elisa Perez's contact. But she simply shook her head, dropping everything again to stand up and head for the bathroom. When he stood before his reflection in the bathroom mirror, he only smiled weakly, barely visible traces of that red kiss he'd given himself at the club. It was Friday, and he needed to clear that doubt in his mind because otherwise he wouldn't be able to function again. But above all, he wouldn't be able to see anyone the same way. She stepped into the bathroom and didn't hesitate to let the water run over her body. With her eyes closed, it was easy to drift back to that dream where there weren't two of them anymore, just one. Her. Her delicate moans, her soft hands, her pink lips parted and swollen from all the kisses he'd given her, panting before him, who was fucking her with a passion that knew no bounds. Ramón placed both hands on the marble floor of his bathroom, letting the warm rain bathe his back, but lost in the idea of that possibility. In the way his body has awakened with the same ease it awakened before her, he did not hesitate to wrap his already hardened member and masturbate in the name of Elisa Ram. How foolish he was to think he hadn't desired Elisa Ram the same way he desires Cuddly, when every morning what he's been looking for in that place for the past few months is exactly the curly-haired little girl who has called him rude. His way of protecting his ideas, his emotions, and even his feelings was undoubtedly by behaving like a complete arrogant jerk. But why hasn't he really wanted to let Elisa Ram into his life? As he dressed, he thought about what he felt the first time he met Elisa Ram's gaze that morning. She seemed sleepy, and it was clearly the first time she'd woken up so early just to attend to him. But of course he felt something new, that resonated where no one else had. So he adjusted himself better behind the shields that have not only protected Ramón from what he is, but also anyone else who might suffer in that environment. He dressed casually, leaving the suit elegant and tailored to his measurements. Jeans, combat boots, and a deep blue button-down shirt that complemented his eyes and skin tone perfectly. The breeze continued to fall in the city, so he simply found a raincoat, which he carried on his arm while adjusting his watch, the ring with his family crest, an old heirloom passed down through all the Sáenz family, and his wallet. When he came downstairs, he smiled at Francisco, who, upon finding the bottles half empty in the kitchen, realized that the boss had perhaps gone too far again, but at least he did it in the comfort of his own home. "Good morning, sir." The butler greeted him kindly. "Shall I prepare you some breakfast?" "Good morning, thank you, but no, I'll go get my coffee." He simply nodded. Of course, it must have been peculiar for the butler that a man like Ramón, who owned not one, but two luxurious, top-quality coffee machines, would go to a small cafe every morning for a simple black coffee. "Okay, sir. I'll be back in a few hours. Carter will be here too, so I think we'll have lunch here." Francisco smiled wider. "Prepare something delicious for everyone, including the staff." "Perfect, sir. I'm glad you're taking the day to rest a little." Ramón smiled weakly, nodding to his butler, who escorted him to the private elevator. If only Francisco knew that this day off wasn't really due to his workload, but because one or two women, he's not sure anymore, haven't left his mind at peace, and right now he's just searching for answers to stop the impending madness. The day promised to be rainy and uncomfortable, so he took the all-terrain version of the Dunkan vehicles, a luxurious SUV that could glide like a sports car on the road, yet had the capacity to take on the rugged mountains with the utmost endurance and, of course, the entire intelligence system that Ramón was proud of. He began to feel nervous as he walked down those streets. He certainly deviated from the direction of the company. After all, the apartment was closer to the shopping area than the cafeteria. But it was clear that Ramón was already happy to make that detour with the sole intention of seeing her. He sighed heavily as he pulled into the cafe. He noticed a bit of movement around the place. It was already after 8 in the morning, so he just gripped the steering wheel. He'd arrived empty-handed, which made him feel a little uncomfortable. But when he noticed her behind the counter, blushing and smiling softly, Ramón just shook his head, glancing excited, so he didn't hesitate to get out. Chapter 9. She tried to keep her face serene as she gazed at that handsome man, who looked even more captivating than she'd expected upon entering the cafe. Time and movement in the room almost stopped, as employees and customers couldn't help but stop what they were doing to elaborate on his words. But the gentleman's gaze had only one objective: the young woman with rosy cheeks who smiled weakly at her when he stood before her. He reflexively closed his eyes as the delicate, sweet, and feminine scent enveloped him. Elisa had damp hair, a charming updo that even gave her a youthful look, a bit of lip gloss, and she wasn't wearing her cafeteria uniform. She looked absolutely beautiful. Ramón noticed how the young woman's two friends moved behind the counter, because they were apparently helping with the service that day. "Good morning," the handsome man greeted gravely. Elisa noticed everyone's reaction, including the two customers in the room, who almost crossed their legs upon hearing the deep timbre of her voice. "Good morning," she replied, looking at him straight in the eye. "Are you getting used to being late?" He just smiled weakly, licking his lips as he fixed his gaze on her lips. "I must confess I fell asleep." He searched her gaze. The dream I had constructed in my mind seemed too pleasant to wake up from. "It's good to have pleasant dreams. I've had many in the last few days," Elisa replied, looking at him with a warm smile. "The problem is that you arrived late and your specialty coffee was already sold." "It doesn't matter. I have time today," she just frowned. "So if you can spare a bit, I'll wait at one of the tables, the one you point out." Elisa was confused, but certainly amazed at what she was hearing. Ramón wasn't in a hurry and was about to sit down. Of course, seeing the effect on the customers who left and the two who arrived, he wanted to sit him on the sidewalk as a display doll to attract customers, so she just shook her head with a broad smile. "What's that smile due to?" "I was thinking of leaving him out as a showcase model, to get more clients." He just shook his head, also smiling. "But then I realized that maybe we can't keep up and—" "You'd be jealous," he added, making her blush even more. So Ramón just started laughing. Her deep laugh managed to elicit more than one bitten lip. Elisa only shook her head when two more girls, who had already left the place, returned looking for sugar and stirs for their coffees. So she simply shook her head with a sigh. Perhaps yes. Perhaps she would actually be too jealous of all the attention the gentleman could be receiving, so she sighed. Better come. We don't want to make a scene today. The young woman came out from behind the counter. She felt the gaze of her friends, the employees, and, clearly, the customers as she led Ramón to a table for two next to one of the large windows. Perhaps this way, she could have the same attraction, without a more daring woman wanting to start a conversation or, worse yet, touch her. I'll be right back with your coffee, he pointed out. Elisa looked at him in surprise when Ramón held her hand in that firm, secure way. The way their fingers sought each other out, almost holding each other, made her salivate. She turned her gaze from that union to the blue eyes that looked bright and unique before her. Where are your father and sister? Ramón asked, still holding her soft, feminine fingers. Dad had a doctor's appointment. The results of all his tests are in, and although he already paid for everything with what they gave him in smart credit, the date of the operation is still missing. That's why Alejandro went with him. Ramón nodded, looking at Elisa head on. One of the girls got sick, so my friends are helping me. The gentleman turned towards the display case where the delicious rolls were on display. From there, Patricia and Carlos greeted him with wide and slightly flirtatious smiles, waving their already blushing little hands at Ramón to the effect he was creating. You have good friends. Elisa turned to them. They're the best, she said, looking him in the eye. I'll get your coffee. And are the non-Italian Italian breads fresh? She laughed at the mockery. Did your flirtatious friend bring them today? Yes, he brought them today, and also that little box of chocolates I have in the box, and that arrangement of daisies you see over there. Ramón narrowed his gaze, searching for what the young woman pointed out. He turned to look at her. Perhaps his little jealous scene encouraged him to court me. Elisa mocked. Do you think he was jealous? She shrugged, looking him in the eye. I don't know, you tell me. Ramón sighed when she released her grip, his fingers already playing with hers. He saw the young woman's mischievous smile, so he shook his head at her. The moment Elisa turned around, the gentleman stood up and took her by the elbow. The movement caused a collective gasp, because Ramón was incredibly confident, tucking that naughty lock of hair behind the young woman's ear. Elisa held her breath as Ramón leaned slightly toward her. I was burning up, he whispered in her ear. Between jealousy and other things, he blurted out, almost out of character. Now you're going to bring me one of those breads you like. You'll serve a coffee for me and another for yourself, because we need to talk. We need to talk, she whispered automatically, her eyes already closed. But we can go to my house. Maybe it's a little more private to talk. Ramón blinked rapidly, searching the young woman's gaze, who felt completely crazy and out of place after understanding what he had said. So she quickly separated herself from Ramon's grip and turned around, seeking the distance established by that counter. The gentleman noticed the abrupt change, so after a sigh, he sat back down at the table. Of course, he could see the movement in the place. More female customers than men had entered, and none of them were discreet enough to notice him or smile flirtatiously. But he was always looking for the curly-haired brunette who, with trembling hands, was making fresh coffee for him. What was that all about? Patricia asked as she approached her friend. I don't know. And Patricia, she looked into her eyes. I'm bristling. I'm excited, and it's not normal. Her friend frowned. I had been thinking about Ramón in a different way for a few days, seeing him in a different way, and that afternoon when he took me out of the mall I realized that I liked him. But not in that way that only a handsome man likes, which I have always accepted that he is. You just like it, you like it, she nodded. And I've dreamed about him in Blastos. Patricia's eyes widened. I know. I'm going to go crazy because right now all I think about is taking Ramón home and drinking him right next to my door. But my heart races when my cell phone vibrates because I'm waiting for the man who declared me his to call me. Elisa sighed heavily, looked at her friend, and then at the coffee maker in front of her. It was many years old, not at all modern, but strangely, It continued to produce, according to many customers, the best coffee in the city. When Patricia squeezed her hand, she just shook her head. I feel like I'm betraying him, she confessed. Blastos, I feel like I'm being unfaithful to him, and it's absurd because he could even be married and I wouldn't even know it. But, she swallowed. With Ramón, it's a crazy physical attraction. I like how he is, how he looks, how he walks and talks. His perfume drives me crazy. Patricia nodded. But with the man I haven't even seen, I feel connected in another way, a deeper, more personal way. She turned over her shoulder to Ramón. I dream about both of them. They're so real that it doesn't bother me to be in the middle of the two of them, she continued. But right now, if Ramón tells me I love you here and now, get in my luxurious SUV, I would say yes. But I feel like I'd be thinking about Blastos the whole time. Ro, you're going crazy. Patricia's response made her smile a little. I know, but I just don't know how to stop my thoughts. He sighed heavily. Could it be that it didn't work? He asked, looking into her eyes. About the number on the letter? Or did he even read it? Sometimes I feel like Blastos is just a product of my imagination. He swallowed. A fantasy I've held on to so as not to be carried away by the mental weight of dancing for some stranger to receive those absurd amounts of money. We can't rule out that that could be the case. Patricia was gentle, putting her arm around her shoulders. But there's a man there who just increased the female clientele from 2 to 10 in a few minutes, who came here just for you. Elisa turned to Ramón, who was now checking his cell phone. He is real, very real. And perhaps what he is awakening in you is not just physical. Patricia was gentle with her words. But you will never know if you continue to let this stranger who has sent absurd amounts of money convince you that you are in love with him. Elisa opened her eyes wide. Can you tell? The girl started to laugh. We've been friends so long that I know when it's just a passing thing. And when it's settled in you with a force that makes you doubt many things, even what's happening before your eyes, and Blastos is at that level. But, Elisa pursed her lips. You don't know who Ro is, and there are many things that are dangerous, starting with security, when we let ourselves be carried away by illusions and high expectations, especially when left with a complete stranger. The young woman sighed heavily, but nodded. Of course, her friend was right. She hadn't had a very good night's sleep after imagining, or actually hoping, that Blastos would call her as soon as he read her letter. In her dream, the powerful and handsome man transformed into a monster who was hurting her, and from whom she had to flee. Between the nightmares, the poor sleep, and that heated moment she experienced just before waking up at the hands of the confident and handsome man waiting for her coffee, Elisa was beginning to feel that her own mind was being too treacherous for her reality, and that it was best to hold on to any ounce of sanity that could keep her safe and secure, not just physically, but also emotionally. Good morning, sir. The two turned around at the same time when they heard Carlos's voice, opening their eyes wide when they saw him sit comfortably in front of Ramón, who was looking at the young man with a frown. Oh my God, Elisa said. The two of them left what they were doing and quickly headed towards the table, where Ramón was already laughing at the loose words of Elisa's friend. Carl, the young woman called. Weren't you going to leave soon? She asked. Yes, dear. I was just here telling your special client how much he is appreciated in your family. Ramón and Elisa shared a quick glance. And that we had a busy afternoon because you have a date tonight with a handsome and very helpful man. Carlos. Elisa opened her eyes wide. Ramón just narrowed his gaze, watching the silent interaction between the friends. I think we'd better go, because our work can't wait, Patricia said. Right there, the two of them took off their aprons. Ramón noticed the name of the dance school on Carlos's uniform. Quickly jotting it down as the young men said their goodbyes, Elisa clearly caught her friend's attention. Apologizing to Ramón, she separated from him and accompanied them to the cash register where they both had their things. If he wants something with you, he'll have to match Blastos' game, Carlos told him quickly. What made you think he wants anything to do with me? She asked. Oh, come on, goddess of curves. Everything may lie. But the look, he quickly denied, hugging his friend. The look doesn't lie, and those blue eyes that observe you with desire and ardor are giving the clearest of messages. Elisa swallowed. Ramón wants to give you row. The young man fixed her hair, and not necessarily life advice, so if I were you I'd take advantage of it. She gave her a double kiss. Patricia simply shook her head, but didn't hesitate to say goodbye to her friend, advising her to follow her instincts, and that, if she really just wanted to quell the heat, there was clearly a more than willing candidate for the role. The two left, flirtatiously saying goodbye to the gentleman at the table, who simply smiled goodbye. Elisa simply sighed, went to the coffee pot, and poured coffee for Ramón in a pretty porcelain cup. From the display case, she took the cheese-stuffed bread, which was fresh, but she ran it through the warmer to better melt the delicious filling. She carried everything on a tray to the gentleman's table. He watched the delicate feminine hands moving before him. As the young woman returned, he took her by the wrist. "Come with me," he ordered. "I work better with him, please and thank you." Elisa responded. "They seem like words of power to me." Ramón just smiled and nodded. "Come with me, please," he asked more softly. The young woman simply nodded, carried the tray to the designated place, and from the hands of George, who had been keeping an eye on everything since the handsome man arrived, received her glass filled with sparkling stones where her cold drink was already ready. Ramón just shook his head when he saw the young woman's charming glass, with a huge urn in the center. "Pretty. Carlos gave it to me last Christmas," he nodded. "She seems to know you." She nodded. "I guess there's no coffee there." "There is, just cold." "What kind of atrocity is this, Elisa "What?" "It's delicious, try it." He looked at her with an arched eyebrow when she offered him the glass. Before her eyes he took the straw and took a sip, wrinkling his face at the cold sweetness that hit his mouth, but he swallowed it only to deny it, seeing the young girl laugh heartily. "That's a sin," he said, sipping from his hot coffee. "Not all of us are born without taste buds and can drink bitter coffee, without anything, and still be boiling hot." She defended herself. Ramón only gulped as he watched that sinful mouth securely wrap around the straw, so he looked at her. "What did you want to talk to me about?" she asked. Ramón sighed softly, blinked, coming out of the trance his thoughts were leading him to, and when he looked at the bread in front of him, he simply broke it in two, handing a piece wrapped in a napkin to the young woman, who took it with a sweet smile. "I really wanted to." He looked into her eyes. He had a lot to say, but only one question fit in his mind, but he denied it. "What did you want, Ramón?" The delicate voice made him raise his gaze. "To see you," he confessed gravely. Elisa could not avoid her lukewarm smile. "That's what Elisa wanted, to see you. It's the first time I've felt like it." She nodded. "And although I fell asleep, something that has apparently been becoming part of the routine of these strange days. As soon as I woke up, the first thing that crossed my mind was to come, and I did." "And you did," she whispered. "It's still strange days." He simply nodded, taking her hand across the table. She didn't move away from his grip. On the contrary, she positioned it better so Ramón could entangle himself with it. When blue-faced brown again, Ramón only perceived how the beating of his heart gave him the answer he'd wanted to deny, the one he didn't feel comfortable accepting, because to do so would mean he was standing before the woman who drives him crazy. "But she's a girl, right? Who's your date with today, Elisa the gentleman asked, looking at her head-on. She only opened her eyes wide, blinking at the intensity in his voice. He took a sip of his cold coffee and just smiled nervously. "Carlos is crazy," she said. "I don't have an appointment. I'm going to take classes where I told you." He nodded, looking at her straight in the eye. "They're private classes. Before, I only went a couple of times a week, and now I go on Wednesdays, Thursdays, and Fridays." He noticed the handshake Ramón gave his, so he looked at him straight on. "And what do you dance?" She shrugged. "A little bit of everything." She responded softly. "Modern rhythms perhaps suit me better, although when I was little I studied jazz and spent a few years in ballet." He nodded. "But I was never exactly thin, so they had to remove me from ballet for not meeting the standard required in the academies." "How silly," she nodded. "You must drive everyone crazy when you dance." "Like you did to me," he thought. The girl blushed, hiding her gaze, and simply denied it. "I don't know that." She tried not to give herself away, but she was nervous. "Carlos and Patricia like the way I dance, Dad supports me too. In fact, he fixed up a small room to use as a studio because renting is expensive. Ramón looked at her straight on. Although Carlos manages the place and gives me a discount, that's why I want to have my own studio, so I don't feel limited and just feel what dance makes me feel. And what is that? Freedom. She looked first into his eyes and then at that majestic mouth. Security. I spent so much time fighting with the image in the mirrors, with all the versions of myself, listening to people point out that I looked pretty when I lost weight. But when I gained it, I was being careless. She shrugged. That when I started dancing, all of that started losing its power over me, and I got to the point of making love to me while I dance. He just swallowed. Elisa Ram's eyes widened as Ramón brought the hand she hadn't let go to her lips and placed a delicate kiss on her knuckles. The gentleman's heart pounded between the nerves of seeing the truth so clearly before his eyes and the peace of understanding, though it was extremely difficult, that he wouldn't have to choose between them, because in the end, it was only one person. Her. Can I pick you up after your class? He asked. What? Elisa Ram shook her head, her nervous smile on her face. No, I don't think so, she said quickly, sipped her coffee, and finally bit into the bread. The way Ramón was speaking to her suddenly made her feel incredibly nervous. The questions seemed strange, and the feeling of being interrogated made it hard to think clearly. So when she swallowed, she just sighed heavily. I usually go out a little late at night, she said softly, looking him in the eyes. And Carlos waits for me. He brings me to my house. It's not very far actually, like 10 or 15 minutes. Spaces? She frowned. Is that what the dance school is called? Yes, how do you know? I saw it on your friend's uniform. She opened her eyes wide and nodded. It's still not difficult for me to get you. If it's very late at night, I'll bring you home, and if not, we could go to dinner. Elisa Ram frowned. We have a date on Saturday, he reminded her, or not. Ramón sighed softly, sipped his coffee, and when he noticed the weight of confusion and nervousness in her, he simply nodded. He took her hand again and placed a delicate kiss on her knuckles. Suddenly, the emotions that had been invading him felt uncomfortable, restless, and charged with that anger that used to make him lose his temper. Yes, we do, he indicated, letting go of Elisa Ram's hand, who looked at the gesture with a frown. I'll come for you at 7. She nodded. Now I must go, because I have a meeting with Carter. I thought you wouldn't work. It will be at my house. There are things I must. He looked into her eyes, but then outlined her torso, sighing heavily. I must resolve. Is it my father? Did something bad happen? When he saw Elisa Ram's clear concern, he quickly shook his head. No, it's just my business, Elisa Ram. We'll talk about your father tomorrow. I already know how everything went and what Sergio signed. She nodded. No doubt she saw something different in him. After brushing his hair back, he swallowed and stood up, so she did too. I want to pay, she told him. No need. It's still the coffee from your deal, which you haven't finished yet. He looked at the half-full cup, drinking the rest in one gulp. Okay, now, I'll take care of the bread. As the young woman moved toward the counter, Ramón stopped her wrist, raised his free hand, and clenched his jaw. He covered half of Elisa Ram's face from the perspective of his hand, closing one eye to leave only the part he could see free. It wasn't difficult to draw the pointy ears on her curls, so Ramón simply shook his head. What was that? She asked when he let go of her. In front of her, Ramón took out his cell phone, went to the notes where he had written down the number that was on the letter and on autopilot, but above all following the orders of his heart. He deleted the 2 zeros that he knew very well were unnecessary, smiling weakly when, putting it on the scoreboard, he announced the number that he already suspected. He dialed immediately, Elisa Ram confused before he took out the cell phone that began to vibrate in the back pocket, seeing the call from Ramón that was running. You're calling me, she said, looking at him with confusion. And then the power in Ramón gave a single command, which he followed without hesitation. He closed the distance between them, burying his fingers in those soft, damp curls, kissing her with the strength and urgency his soul demanded. He took her by the waist and raised her on tiptoes, eating her mouth with complete devotion, with ardor, biting her fleshy lips, brushing his tongue against hers while he pressed her even closer to his body, surrounding her waist, to go deeper into her, understanding that yes, Cuddly was in Elisa Ram as much as Elisa Ram was in Cuddly. Heaven and hell combined in one person that transforms the union into a complete paradise. She gasped when his mouth captured her lower lip between his teeth. He slid his hand down to her lower back, raising her even higher on her tiptoes. When Ramon's strong hand cupped her cheek, she could only cling to his neck. Her breathing was labored, and she could only stare at him with wide eyes as he took her by the hand and roughly pulled her away from his mouth. She blinked rapidly, unable to comprehend what had happened or how it had happened, but she could certainly accept that it was the most passionate and heated kiss she had ever experienced. She sought his gaze, but Ramón was riveted on her lips, which he delicately brushed with his thumb before lifting her face by her chin. When he met her brown eyes, he swallowed and simply shook his head. His step back made Elisa frown. "I have to go," he told her in a deep voice. "My house is empty," she whispered, burning with what she was feeling. Ramón reached out, then cupped her face in both hands. When he took that step toward her, the young woman closed her eyes, waiting for another heated kiss. She rose on tiptoe, holding onto the back of his neck when she felt his breath against her lips. "We need to talk." Ramon's deep whisper made her frown and half open her eyes. "But not here, not now. And I have to go, Elisa Ram. I have to go before I lose control." "What control?" "Curse." He took her mouth again with that urgency that was burning him. Elisa Ram was more secure and powerful in her grip, keeping pace in the middle of that cafe where customers were circling the passionate moment and the employees only knew how to open their eyes wide when they looked at each other, confused and surprised by what was happening. "Come," the young woman begged against Ramon's mouth, completely aroused. She wanted to relieve what her body was feeling. She wanted to know if, just as kisses taste good on her mouth, they will taste good on her lips. She wanted to be held with that security and firmness in every angle of her body, but she only gasped in response to that abrupt separation that distanced her from the man's mouth. Bristling, agitated, and breathing heavily, Elisa Ram looked at Ramón with doubt, a confusion that made him question, does he not want to give in because of how she looks? Is he not as convinced he desires her as he seems? Is he afraid that her body, even without clothes, won't look as good as he expects? Ramón watched her swallow, and when she took that step back, he just crossed his arms. He could almost read her thoughts in her eyes, so he just sighed heavily. He didn't want to hurt someone where they'd clearly hurt someone in the past, but he wasn't sure how to handle all the chaos now ruling him, especially when a voice in his head had been triggered, making him believe she already knew everything and it was all a scheme to get money. "I have to go, Elisa Ram," he told her again. "I'll come for you tomorrow at 7. She sighed heavily, but nodded. She stood there watching the elegant and handsome man leave. She closed her eyes when she heard the vehicle's engine and only turned around when it started up. It strangely made a U-turn and moved south, so she sighed, denying the terrible chaos that began to weigh on her. She wiped her lips, adjusted her delicate button-down shirt, and when she raised her gaze and met those of her employees, it was then that the young woman shook her head. Confused by everything she was perceiving, she ran home, but barely halfway up that spiral staircase, she burst into tears, having no idea why. She finished climbing more slowly until she reached her house. She felt like a fool for her emotions. Elisa Ram has never considered herself an emotional or highly sensitive girl. In fact, she often made fun of Alejandra, who cried at almost everything, from a good plot or the ending of almost all of her books to movies. And if they involved scenes with animals, Alejandra would cry the entire movie. She, on the other hand, was always a little colder about many things. She never felt like she'd experienced a broken heart. Her circle of friends was always so small that no one had ever betrayed her. Some had moved away, but for her, change was always good. Occasionally, she was moved by the tears of Carlos or Patricia, especially when they talked about their family situations. Perhaps the moment where she showed herself most vulnerable and sensitive was during her mother's illness and death. For that reason, right now, She felt foolish to find herself lying in the fetal position on the couch, hugging one of the cushions. It was a kiss, a good kiss, a passionate kiss that left her wet and ready for more. So why was she crying? Why didn't he take her up on her 2 offers to relieve his fever at his house? In the end, that doesn't mean it won't happen, does it? After all, the date is still on, and Ramón himself confirmed it after such a passionate moment. She sat down to sigh heavily, wipe her tears, and try to understand his reaction. Why exactly was she crying? Why did she receive the most passionate kiss of her life? Because of the way she tasted so captivating, how Ramon's hands held her so securely, even a little roughly? Why didn't he want to go to the house and take her at the edge of the door? For Blastos, she answered herself, leaning back in the chair. Clearly, the answer didn't make sense. Blastos was just a stranger in a club paying to watch her dance. But why does she feel like she's betrayed him? Is Elisa Ram's connection to this stranger so strong that she crumbles at the thought of being exposed as a cheater? But is she being unfaithful? She knows nothing about Blastos. She doesn't know his age, what he looks like, where he lives, how he speaks, or the color of his eyes. He could be married with children. He could be ugly in her eyes because she knew better than anyone that beauty is subjective, and what Andromeda finds beautiful is not what she can see as the same. All the more proven by Carlos and the monstrosities she has cried over on more than one occasion. So if she is so aware of the madness of leaving everything for an illusion she herself has built in her head, of a man she has been forming with her ideas, why does the thought of him being unfaithful to her hurt her? She stood up and wiped her tears again, heading to the kitchen where she got some water. Elisa Rum was going crazy, and it couldn't be that such a passionate moment as the one she had experienced with one of the most handsome men on the face of the earth could be overshadowed by the illusion of a man she didn't even know. No doubt her friends would be disappointed to see her in that moment. She intended to call Ramón, but frowned, noticing the missed call the gentleman had made earlier. Ramon's movements before that passionate moment had undoubtedly been strange, and there was something different about the gentleman's blue gaze when he saw her while making the call. Elisa Rum reviewed her history and realized that even though she managed to pass the test at the Elisa Carrillo Club and survive Andromeda and her ability to find lies, Blastos certainly didn't give a damn about her letter, or she didn't find the code that she thought was simple, although the first option makes more sense. She drank water and looked for the box of pastries Ramón had brought the day before. After taking one, she sat down in the dining room of her house. What a jumble of thoughts was in her head. But then the question resonated easily. If Ramón came into her life, would she have to let Blastos go? Of course, she wasn't already looking at a teen romance with the city's most desirable businessman. Elisa Rum was clear about the reality, about what Ramón was, and especially about what she was. She could assume that tomorrow's date had a purpose that now seemed even more necessary, especially after such a good kiss. But what if Ramón just wants a sexual outlet with her? Will she allow it without a problem? With half a pastry in his mouth, he stood up when the phone in the kitchen, the one connected to the cafeteria, rang. "Hello," he greeted. "Hi, Ro." George sounded agitated. "They brought something for you, but I don't know if they're bringing it up to the house or if you'd rather receive it here." "Okay, I'm coming down now." It was strange that she received something. She hadn't bought anything and Carlos had already gone for his envelope, always in that elegant tone with the special wax seal, but again without a letter he brought for her with a sum of $6,000. The friends had deduced, based on the same amount as the day before, that Elisa Rum would be receiving that payment every day for the 2 hours of dancing. She thought about Patricia's question, "Did your father already take out a loan because you're still dancing?" And the truth is, she didn't have a clear answer. On the one hand, she convinced herself that if she kept at it, and at the pace they believed had been set for her, she could make over $70,000 in a month by visiting the club those 3 days and earning $6,000 each night. Of course, she didn't know if Blastos could adjust that amount to send more or less. But overall, the idea of being able to free her father from that 3-year unpaid job was what motivated her. If Elisa Rum worked 4 consecutive months at that pace, and with that salary, she would almost be able to pay off the debt with smart credit and perhaps complete it with the check Ramón gave her, which was now kept in her drawer along with the letters. The young woman stopped dead in her tracks when she saw the 10 beautiful arrangements arranged on the table and a few on the counter. She glanced at the employees and only blinked rapidly, seeing the customers who had arrived pointing out their beauty. "Who brought this?" she asked George, who smiled weakly. There were 2 flower shops, but I looked at a card in one of them. Elisa didn't hesitate to caress the beautiful flowers. The hydrangeas paired well with the roses and carnations, along with the same chrysanthemums she noticed in some arrangements. It was a beautiful variety, with peonies, marguerites, and even delicate tulips, but it stood out among all the hydrangea colors she'd mentioned, lilac and blue. Her heart pounded. Could Blastos have gotten her address? She took the card excitedly, but then her smile widened even further when she noticed that simple line. "For you, little girl, see. Did he send them?" George's voice made the young woman's smile widen, and she turned to him and nodded. "He sent them," she whispered, burying her nose in the beautiful bouquet before her. "I've never received so many flowers." "Well, something tells me that with this man you are going to receive much more than flowers." Elisa looked towards George. "It seems that he has something to pamper you, to shower you with gifts, with luxury." The young woman salivated seeing the flowers in front of her. She could assume that they weren't cheap at all. If she herself had been scared by the cost of small bouquets when they included 1 or 2 roses, now with hard-to-find flowers like hydrangeas, she could assume that those beauties had a lot of money to offer, so she just sighed. "Do you like it?" George's question made her nod quickly. "But why do you look confused?" She just shook her head quickly, sighing as she looked at the huge man at her side. "I like 2 people right now. Oh, and they both seem to want to court me in similar and different ways at the same time." He tried not to give too much away. "Would you help me carry them up? I'll leave one here to brighten up the area." "Okay, of course." Elisa watched him delicately carry 2 bouquets, 1 on each side, and follow her, who carried 1, which undoubtedly still weighed a little, toward the house. George placed them where she indicated, and after a warm smile, he went to the door, but lingered there for a few seconds, turning back to the young woman. "I may not look the best when talking about love," Elisa immediately denied, approaching him. "But I am an intuitive man, and from the first time I saw that elegant gentleman exchange glances with you, I noticed that something had been born in him." "Oh, really?" George was confident, smiling. "Sometimes, in search of where the moon has hidden itself, we ignore the sky full of stars," the young woman sighed. "That guy comes here just for you. Every morning, every challenge, every need to bother you has been sinking in on him, and right now he's at a point where there seems to be no turning back." "Do you think he likes me?" "I'm sure he likes you." George was firm. "But you always have the last word." "Thanks, George, for the advice." She smiled weakly at him and finally left the house. The young woman didn't hesitate to take out her cell phone and head to her bedroom, where she took one of the arrangements. After placing it on the nightstand, she sat on the edge of the bed and called him. She frowned when the call went to voicemail, but hung up immediately, sending a text. "Thanks for the flowers. I've never seen them so beautiful. I hope to see you tomorrow. Kisses, Ro." Ramón sighed heavily as he saw the message on the screen. He looked up at his assistant and shook his head, standing up, feeling once again suffocated and upset by everything that had befallen him. "And Miss Cirilla can't help you?" Carter asked, having already heard everything his agitated boss, who arrived with a frown and a clenched jaw, had to say. "Cirilla won't tell me anything. You know how upright and fair she is, especially when it comes to club matters," Ramón responded, walking in line in front of his assistant. "If she finds out I already know who Cuddly is, she'll fire her. She told me so on the day of the meeting." "And are you sure, sir?" "I am, Carter. I am." He sounded agitated. "Same height, same chest, same curls, same smile, same waist. She likes the same flowers, and the colors they told me are the same. Her hands. Today I noticed Elisa movement. They are soft and delicate." Carter sighed. "Like Cuddly when she dances." And when she described what she did while dancing, everything became clearer, and please she sent me her number in a letter. He shouted, already exasperated. "Cuddly is Elisa. The other way around, sir." Is there a difference? He asked angrily. There is. Carter was confident, standing up looking at his boss. Cuddly is an alter ego, a facet and an illusion constructed from what she provoked in you and what she feels when dancing. Elisa Ram is a person. She is real. She has good and bad days. She has found liberation in dance and ended up in this place that. It's not for her. Ramón pointed out firmly. How is it that this girl is so? A child, he pointed out. Is it? Or is it his way of holding back what he's clearly feeling for her? Carter's question made him gasp. What are you afraid of, Ramón? Ramón sighed heavily and sank into the armchair a few steps away. He couldn't get that delicious, passionate, perfect kiss out of his mind. The way Elisa Ram pressed herself against his body, how perfect she felt in his hands, the fullness of her breasts against his pecs, and those gasps. God, those gasps that turned him on in ways only she seems to know. You like her? She raised her gaze to Carter. That clearly wasn't a question. You like her a lot, like no woman you've ever liked in the time you've been working with her, and that's been 3 years now. It sure has been a while, he said, sighed heavily, and settled into the chair when Carter sat down with him. She has, and I have known you for many, many, many flirtations. She finally managed to get a smile from Ramón, but it is clear that none of them have reached where Elisa Ram has, nor Cuddly. Ramón frowned looking at his assistant. What does that mean? Carter sighed softly, trying to gather his thoughts so as not to be misunderstood. Okay, I've been analyzing the situation and it's certainly been a surprise to come to this truth. Ramón nodded. But I think what's consuming you right now is not understanding that the dancer you paid to see is the same girl who serves you at the cafeteria, but that in the end it's her who you've wanted all this time. Ramón frowned. Cuddly was only a way to channel what you feel and think about Elisa Ram Perez, because you felt uncomfortable with the idea that you would like this girl, because, come on, I know your tastes, your standards of beauty, and she. It didn't fit completely, Ramón responded. But when I saw this dancer wearing leather and looking so sensual, I understood that, yes, I liked curves, yes, I was turned on by Elisa Ram's curves, and that I was just being superficial, as Zarila called me. He didn't lie. Finally, Ramón began to laugh, sighing heavily. And what's next, Carter? He asked after a few seconds of silence. I know the truth. I'm aware that she's just one woman. I still believe she'll drive me crazy. But you have no idea how much I want to fall at her feet. Carter couldn't hide his weak smile. And kissing her was my downfall. What did you do? Carter's upset response made him sit back in the chair, his assistant already standing and looking at him with a raised eyebrow. I kissed her. I kissed her. I kissed her. He stood up too. And it was perfect, Carter. It was explosive. It was passionate. It was perfect. He looked at his assistant. And so here I am, feeling like a kid on one side who barely knows anything about love, and on the other, like an old pervert who set his sights on his prey, and now he has her. I feel like my. Don't even think about saying it. Carter cut him off, aware of where those ideas were going. Don't say that stupid thing, she pointed out firmly. Carter just sighed heavily as he watched Ramón pace back up and down the halls of his office. It had certainly been a peculiar day. The truth had come without the slightest regard for the consequences, and he could clearly understand his boss, but he wasn't going to allow himself to be compared to such a heartless and cruel man. I think you should tell her, Carter said. Ramón turned to look at him. Tomorrow at your date. It's best if she knows what happened and what if he doesn't handle it well? What if he cuts me out of his life? It wasn't your fault. It's no one's fault. And since you're not going to continue seeing her in her role as Cuddly, it's best that you tell her. Ramón gulped. She deserves it. She trusts her client. Ramón, the connection that Cuddly has with his client or you with Cuddly was created by the connection that Elisa Ram and you have. Here, you are not two people. We are talking about the same person, and if you connected like that without knowing who they were, I'm sure you'll be able to do so when you are both aware of the reality. I don't want him to take me out of his life. That's for her to decide. But she needs to know the truth. When he saw him shake his head and brush his hair back again, Carter sighed heavily, standing before his boss. There was something else in Ramón's attitude. What the hell is going on? Why are you scared? I was thinking of taking Cuddly to the event, Ramón told him. Carter just raised his eyebrows. I need a woman who can put the world in her hands, who can drive everyone crazy with her presence, with her confidence, but above all who can endure this hell for 20 days so that she can come up with me to take my place in this family, what belongs to me. Ramón spoke quickly. I was thinking of making her an offer, giving her $20,000 a day. What madness, Carter said in surprise. No, it isn't. It's a fair price for everything that's going to happen there. But now if Cuddly isn't real, I can't even allow myself to see Elisa Ram in that place. And she covered her face with both hands. I need her, she whispered. Both of them. That alter ego who walks around confidently wearing knee-high boots and the sweetness emitted by those smiles wrapped in the warmth of her perfume. You have them, Ramón. He turned to Carter. You have them, in a single person. Don't minimize the power of Elisa Ram Perez just because she's young. Look at what she's doing with the great Ramón Sáenz. She's turned his world and his feelings upside down. Ramón smiled weakly. If that isn't the greatest proof of her power, I'm not sure what will be. Between the weight of morality and desire, Ramón was torn once again, and not in the way he liked. At least at other times, he found himself between two women who drove him crazy and could lead him to experience spectacular moments, even in his imagination. But now, feeling alone makes him irritable, tired, and a bit boring in reality. Carter understood his boss's fear, but he felt he was minimizing Elisa Ram's power at her age and childish behavior when she was in the cafeteria. It turned out that even that version of the young woman had conquered him, and that the woman he kissed with such passion was none other than the same girl, Elisa Ram Perez, who he hasn't been able to get out of his head for who knows how long. They devised a plan for dinner, and although he wasn't entirely convinced, Ramón ended up agreeing to tell Elisa Ram the truth, betting that she would take the moment with surprise, confusion, and perhaps some annoyance, but that she would understand that in the end the man with whom she feels that special connection is the same one with whom she now feels comfortable in many ways. He ate lunch with his employees, as rarely happened, but when the headache became too much, he went to his room, where, with the two letters covering his face, he fell asleep. When he woke up almost after 5, he realized that that night he was going to say goodbye to Cuddly, and that somehow made him feel nostalgic and uncomfortable. He got ready as usual and left the apartment at 5:45. In his private garage, he noticed the Audi sports car on the corner, and making that final decision to confirm what he already knew, he took the same car, heading toward the Espacio's dance school, parking on the corner. His heart fluttered when he saw the young woman arrive in her workout clothes, wearing a warm smile that widened when she saw the luxurious, unmarked sports car pull up. On the passenger seat were the registration cards for the car Carter had bought, the same one parked in front of Elisa Ram Perez, who with a smile accepted directions from the driver, who got out and opened the back door for her. After a sigh, and noticing the car had traveled a couple of blocks, he got out after it. He didn't quite know what he was doing anymore, or why he was doing it. Perhaps knowing the routine of the young woman who came to that club out of necessity, entered his booth by mistake, and changed her life without even realizing it made him understand that, in the end, nothing happens by chance. He swallowed when the vehicle parked where he already knew it would be. He intended to pass it and stop in front of them to get out and face her, but he didn't. If Elisa Ram had won his heart, that night he had to let go of the one who had won his mind. Cuddly and Elisa Ram were always on the same scale, because at the end of the day, they were always the same person. Her smile widened when she arrived at the dressing room and found it looking like the most beautiful garden in the world. Carefully arranged, the 10 arrangements lay filled with lilac and blue hydrangeas. It was crazy to think she'd received her favorite flowers twice. Perhaps it would make up for the years she hadn't received a single one. She left her purse on the armchair and didn't hesitate to walk towards the red box on the small table with lights, looking at her blushing face in the mirror, which caught her smile again when, upon removing the bow, she found the most precious diamond necklace. She was sure they were diamonds, because the brilliance they had couldn't be mistaken for anything else. It had a peculiar question mark style, ending in a pear-shaped diamond that she was sure would rest perfectly between her breasts. It looked luxurious, expensive, and undoubtedly very delicate, even in the face of all the opulence the necklace presented. He turned around as the door opened, smiling at Andromeda, who smiled back. "Good night, Cuddly." "Good evening." The young woman left the place. Andromeda was no longer surprised by the girl's delicate gestures, who did not hesitate to hug her. "Thanks for this. Did you send any messages?" "Not at the moment, but I suppose he will do it later." Cuddly just nodded with a lukewarm smile. It was strange to receive so many gifts, the beautiful flowers, but not a single message from Blastos. Not in the letter, not through Andromeda. He sighed heavily, looking around him, and tried to put on a new smile, but the discomfort in his stomach immediately erased it. Andromeda noticed the young woman's frown. It seemed she was overthinking again, so she approached her and took her chin in her hand. When Cuddly's gaze met Andromeda's, she sighed as the older woman did the same. "He hasn't sent me a single letter." She confessed her thoughts. "Not yesterday, not last night, not even with this beautiful thing." Andromeda nodded. "And I've sent him too, but he hasn't responded at all, and that makes me feel a little bad." He sighed heavily and turned back to the flowers. "Is he married?" Andromeda raised an eyebrow, pulling away from the young woman. "That's it, isn't it? That he has a life outside of this place, a life he imagined settled, with a beautiful wife and perhaps 1 or 2 precious children who must live in the suburbs and are waiting for him with dinner ready." Andromeda gave a weak smile. "Don't mock him. It's that you think too much, Cuddly, so much that you overthink things." He took the young woman's bag and began to take out her things. "Remember where you are, what's happening here, who you are and who he is, because only in this way will you prevent the mind, which is usually very powerful, from confusing fantasy with reality." Cuddly gulped, sitting down in the high chair before the beautiful necklace. "How many of Elisa Carrillo's dancers have fallen in love with their clients?" she asked in a whisper. "To your surprise, countless." Cuddly looked at her with a frown. "Girls who come to Elisa Carrillo have a goal that their real world makes them seek, whether it is to get money to pay loans, to become richer, to get things more easily and quickly." Andromeda spoke softly. "But when the first check arrives, sometimes accompanied by a letter that seems real and special, the real-world goal takes a back seat and Elisa Carrillo becomes the fantasy world where they want to be. Because we feel free here." Andromeda nodded. "Each one experiences it differently, but in the end, they all agree on the same thing. They feel safe, they feel free, and above all, they feel admired, valued, and even loved by a person they don't know, someone they can't see. It's very crazy. But it happens, not only in Elisa Carrillo out there. How many have not fallen into the nets of a fake profile that makes them feel special?" Cuddly lowered her gaze. "Sometimes no matter how much we walk around covered in security, in arrogance, in pride, there are always small cracks for which we search for a little light." The young woman sighed, nodding. "And if someone, whoever it is, even if it is a complete stranger, provides it, we tend to easily fall into that illusion." When she saw everything ready for her, she just gulped. "Have any of the dancers met your client?" Andromeda looked at her with a sneer, but she just sighed. "The thing about Elisa Carrillo, Cuddly, is that you can live with your client and not even know it." "What? Oh no, that's disgusting." She stood up quickly. "Can you imagine if he's my father?" She faked a gag, which made Andromeda deny it, but then the older woman started laughing. "Oh no, just thinking about it made my stomach turn. Although I know he's not my dad, because right now he practically sold his soul to a company that—" He fell silent when Andromeda placed her index finger to her lips, asking him to be quiet. Yes, sorry," she said, clearly already giving too much information about herself. "When I told you they lived with their clients, it wasn't that they were family. The club has many Cuddly rules, many, and all of them created with the precise care not to cause trauma outside of this fantasy space." The young woman sighed, nodding. "But that doesn't mean the idea that you could cross paths with one or several clients every day, that you might even work for one, that you might be friends with another, are out of the question." Andromeda noticed the way Cuddly's face paled, and the idea struck her with such clarity that it practically overwhelmed her. She sighed heavily as she sat back down in the high chair, for the dizziness that gripped her body was sudden. Why has she been giving a man she doesn't know blue eyes all this time? Why does she imagine him strong, confident, with strong hands that hold her firmly? The answer made her blink rapidly. While Cuddly is the one who enters that booth, it was Elisa Ram who drew the man of her dreams, and he has only one name: Ramón. When she noticed the flowers before her, the bitter taste that hit her palate made her scrunch up her face, swallowing. She stood up, going to each arrangement, but she didn't find a card. She didn't find anything. She even checked the box with the precious necklace, but there was nothing, at least nothing that would help confirm or deny this new idea that had been crossing her mind, overwhelming and meaningless. What are you looking for? Andromeda's question halted his quick movements, and he turned to her. What's my client like? He asked in a whisper. We've been through this before. You know the rules. He has blue eyes, is tall, has strong hands, a body that looks worked out, and is capable of holding you with a force that will bring you to orgasm just by feeling you in his arms. Andromeda opened her eyes wide. Which Cuddly specifies. What is he? She insisted. Does he look like that? Does he have that unfriendly, rude, self-centered, narcissistic look? Andromeda began to laugh. She swallowed because she was feeling nervous. She never lowered her gaze because she knew she might give herself away, but the confidence in the young woman's words and the detailed description made what Andromeda had said clear. Client and dancer can coexist outside of that fantasy world Elisa Carrillo presented, and they wouldn't know it, unless they were astute and perceptive as Cuddly apparently was. You're wasting your time, Andromeda replied, searching for the corset, and you need to stop thinking so much, because you're going to burn yourself, and once that happens, nothing, not even what comes in those envelopes, will make you feel confident enough to come here again. Cuddly tried to regulate her breathing. She expelled a heavy sigh, but swallowed hard, trying to regain control of herself. But what her mind was thinking right now weighed much more than her energy. Remember the real-world purpose that brought you here. Andromeda's words made him look down. He closed his eyes thinking about his father, whom he had finally seen smile again when he found the house full of flowers. He also thought about how they had celebrated the workday at the cafeteria with pizza and how the surgery appointment was scheduled for 10 days from now. She nodded to that reality. She wasn't there for Blastos, much less for the man she hasn't been able to get out of her head, especially after the electrifying and passionate moment she'd shared with him in the cafeteria. She was there for her father, for her sister, for her family, because Elisa Ram wasn't going to allow them to suffer anymore, for any more days of doubt or fear about money, much less for the fact that her barely recovered father would be working at that company. If Cuddly was her solution to avoid that, she would take it hard and win over whoever was behind that tinted window. She put aside the corset and used some beautiful harnesses for her legs and waist, which Andromeda adjusted very well. She added some fringes to her knee-high boots, which weren't new because she hadn't yet stretched and worked them enough to know if they would hold up, to give them movement at the sides. She didn't wear gloves this time, and Andromeda tied her hair back in a kind of mohawk that made her feel somewhat rebellious. She applied dark, smoky eyeshadow to her eyes, abandoning the carmine red for a burgundy that went well with the rebellious, sensual, vampish style she wanted to showcase that night. Always using the same special glitter oil, her entire body became a delicious point of light. The bodysuit sank deeper into her buttocks, and Andromeda didn't hesitate to give it a second coat of oil, applying the addictive perfume, that spicy vanilla that seemed to go better with Cuddly than with Elisa Ram. Sitting in his chair, the gentleman waited for her to come in. His jaw was clenched. He'd already smoked a cigar, and he'd had half a bottle of whiskey in his system. But again, nothing had quelled all his thoughts. He took out his cell phone and dialed the number. "What would you do if I asked you for some yerba mate?" he asked as soon as they answered. He heard mocking laughter from the other side. "What makes you think that if you can't go to Umbra, I'll take Umbra to you?" The female voice on the other end responded seriously. "Don't try my patience. You know it's short and Dad's already draining it with his nonsense." She sighed heavily. Enjoy the show, they ordered her. And stop with the nonsense. I know who it is, he confessed before the call was cut off. What? What did you just say? Ramón blinked rapidly, just shaking his head. Nothing, forget what I said. He sighed heavily. I'm drunk, but if you could send more whiskey I'd appreciate it. He was the one who hung up the call. He sighed heavily and brushed his hair back as the cockpit door opened. And that goddess, looking gorgeous, vampish, sensual, and with that more than deserved necklace, appeared before him. He stood up to welcome her. He knew that this was possibly the last time he would see her like that. So he finished his drink and let that version of Elisa take over his mind, that it would be Cuddly who would let him go. The redhead stood up from the high-back chair and walked toward the enormous office, lined with screens on all four walls, all monitored by women. Every hallway, every room, every corner of the Elisa Carrillo Club had a camera, with only 3 booths not having such security, at least not inside. But the rest were monitored by that select group that Zarila herself had chosen. Give me Ramon's booth, he ordered one of the girls. Her father never understood why he'd chosen only women for the job, especially since they were all young and computer science students. Of course, Zarila knew very well that a female work group was not only more disciplined and organized, but they would also be the first to sound the alarm when someone, especially staff or dancers, was in danger. She peered at the booth where Cuddly was dancing. The girls liked the curvy dancer's dancing style, and she found it pleasing to see her so creative and dedicated to the show she was putting on. She searched the halls, guiding her girls between the cameras. Her cousin's assistant hadn't arrived tonight, but what Ramón said kept echoing in her head. Cuddly's dressing room. I need to see it, he asked. The images quickly shifted to the requested area. Venus noticed Andromeda arranging the dancer's space. She noticed all the beautiful arrangements she knew her cousin had sent for Cuddly that morning, but there was something. Give me a zoom in there, he asked. The camera focused so well as it zoomed in on that corner of a sheet of paper peeking out of the young woman's bag. How many letters has Cuddly sent to your client? He asked the group, all of whom looked at each other. Answer, he demanded. No, miss, we haven't had a card count from the dancer. Only 2 that he sent in his first sessions, but… Andromeda. He cut her off. Call Andromeda. I want her in my office. The girls looked at each other as Venus walked out with seriousness, her emerald eyes seemingly melting. They didn't hesitate to call Andromeda, who sighed heavily, seeing the reddish in the corner of the dressing room. Cuddly had 20 minutes left, so she just left the place without even thinking about it. She sighed before entering Venus's office. Few employees there had access to it. Andromeda, due to her age and the trust placed in her, had access to almost the entire club. She swallowed as she watched the beautiful redhead, who invited her to sit next to her. Is something wrong, miss? He asked, looking straight at her. You are one of the people I trust the most on my staff, and you know very well that each one has been carefully selected by me. Andromeda nodded. I gave you a task, based on that trust, and that is to assist this dancer, Cuddly. And I did, but did I do something wrong? You tell me, Andromeda. The woman settled into her place. You know why I gave you Cuddly. Unfortunately, the girl in one way or another connected to my family. The mature woman nodded. Only you know who her client is, who Ramón is to me, and in a call I received he told me, I know who he is. Andromeda opened her eyes wide. Has Cuddly sent any letters to his client? Venus sighed heavily as Andromeda looked down. How many Andromedas? 2, but there was nothing wrong with them. They were youthful letters where she thanked him for what he did for her, where she told him she was connected to him and that she liked how it felt. Did they both say that? Did you check both of them? Venus stood up abruptly when she found the answer in her employee's eyes. Damn, damn, damn. He rubbed his temple. I have to get that girl out of here. This can't happen. Maybe they could. No, no, Andromeda. You know very well that's forbidden, and I'm not going to break the rules. I don't care if it's about Ramón. She suspects it's him. Venus frowned at her. I think they know each other, but today she asked several questions and asked what he looked like. The man she described was Mr. Ramón, I'm sure. That's even worse. Venus pushed her hair back. He picked up the black phone, which only had one line, and swallowed before dialing. We have a Cali code, she said sternly. Yes, cuddly, perfect. When she turned to Andromeda, she just shook her head. She could see the woman's pain who had clearly become fond of the young dancer. So Venus, who was not completely made of steel, approached her and took her by the shoulders and raised her face by the chin. It's for the best, it's for her safety. That won't stop them from crossing paths in the real world, Andromeda replied. But it will prevent this girl, who is in so much need, from losing her hard-earned place in the club. Venus nodded, sighing. I can't allow her to stay here. A rookie employee's mistake saved Cuddly from a cruel fate, which you and I both know what it was. The woman nodded. Now it's up to us to save her from an Andromeda obsession, because when the Saenzes become obsessed with something, they don't let it go until they destroy it. And I'm sure she doesn't deserve that. The mature woman nodded, sighing heavily. Go get his things together. I'll take care of sending him the letter. Don't let her go empty-handed, please. Venus simply shook her head, looking at the mature woman she trusted. Clearly, Andromeda had developed a special appreciation for the dancer assigned to her. So, perhaps to ease her grief a little, she headed to the safe in her office and, with Andromeda, filled a purse with $50,000 as compensation for Cuddly's permanent dismissal. The young woman blinked rapidly, confused, when the light in front of her began to warn that time had run out. It wasn't possible. She was counting, and she knew she had a few minutes left. It wasn't many, but there was still time until the hour was up. She looked up when she noticed the red dot on the cockpit, the one that lit up every few seconds, was gone. Had Blastos left? Her eyes widened as the door opened, and she felt a hand asking her to step out. So she did. It was the first time a staff member had come to get her, so her heart started beating rapidly. She sighed in relief when she reached the dressing room. But then, seeing the empty place, without her flowers, her props, and her clothes ready for her, she realized something serious had happened. You should change and leave, Andromeda told him, unable to meet his gaze. What? What happened? What? Andromeda gasped as Elisa Carrillo's voice cracked. What did I do wrong? You're nothing. The client knows who you are. Oh my God. Come. Come. Don't make it difficult. They're waiting for you. Come please. Unbeknownst to me, Elisa Carrillo removed her mask and, when she saw the door open behind her, she didn't hesitate to run out in search of the platform. In his space, Ramón shouted at everyone who crossed his path, and not even Venus could stop the desperation of a man saying goodbye in a way he didn't expect. The two of them walked through that intricate system of hallways, moving between doors that opened and closed for both of them, confused, agitated, and with their hearts racing. He wanted to tell her he was sorry, that he hadn't meant to get her fired. She needed to tell him that what she felt for him was different, and that he should please look for her in the real world too. Let me through, the two demanded as they collided with a door that couldn't open any further. A single hallway separated them, both of them at either end of it, held back by more than just the club's security system. Elisa Carrillo gasped as she looked back at a tired Andromeda, who had followed her with the young employee. She shook her head, her eyes brimming with tears. I won't see him again, will I? Andromeda shook her head. Tell him if he knows who I am, that I came for him, to look for me. Cuddly, that's not it. I'll be back in the real world. I won't have this fantasy space to connect to him anymore. Tell him to come, wear a black suit, no tie, and carry the biggest and most beautiful hydrangeas he's ever seen. I'll know who he is immediately. The older woman sighed heavily and nodded. She offered her hand to the girl, who took it as she headed back to the dressing room to change one last time before leaving the Elisa Carrillo Club for good. For hell's sake, Venus. Ramón let out a second knock on the door in front of him. You're getting your ass handed to you, her cousin replied. If you don't stop, I'll kick your balls in the ass myself, so stop it. This wasn't how I was supposed to let her go. How long have you known who she is? Just today, she responded firmly, placing both hands on her waist as she looked at her cousin. You can't let her go empty-handed. I don't want her to cry. I don't want her to feel bad. This wasn't how I was going to say goodbye to my Cuddly. You provoked him. I told you to leave her alone. I saw it in your eyes at the meeting. Venus was firm. You always said you didn't want to be like your brother, but you act just like him in so many ways it's scary. Ramón looked at her with a frown. They think they're hunters and women are simple prey, juicy and soft pieces of meat that they can devour at will and whenever they want, until they get bored. He took a step towards him. You don't want Cuddly to cry, but what about the other 5 before her? Discarded according to your boredom, according to your taste, according to your desire at that moment. And I know that you fucked 2 of those 5. Ramón looked at her under his eyelashes. Did you ask if they left empty-handed? She reminded him. No, because you didn't care about them. The redhead sighed. If you care about this girl, if you know who she is, you'll leave her alone in this place and out of it. I can't do that. Ramon's response made her frown. Then Zarila noticed what she hadn't seen. She saw it clearly in the blue eyes that barely connected with her for a few seconds. Did you fall in love? She asked incredulously. Ramón, did you fall in love with your dancer? Ramón just sighed heavily as he saw the door close behind him. For God's sake, you're going to destroy this girl's life if you don't stop yourself. Ramón swallowed. I can't tell you what to do. You're an adult, but I want to remind you that this is a person with feelings, with emotions, not just a hole to end your heat. They looked at each other for a few seconds, and if what I see in your eyes, like I've never seen them before, is real, run away right now from what is your life. What does that mean? Not everyone can withstand the hell that is our Ramón family. Being a Sáenz is more than power, money, or beauty. It's almost a curse, especially for those we fall in love with. I would never hurt her, he whispered. Not you, but what about the others? Venus looked at the alarm on her smartwatch. Cuddly had left the room, so she sighed heavily. She's gone, and no, I didn't let her go empty-handed. Ramón just swallowed, shaking his head. Suddenly, his chest tightened heavily. Go home, think about your next move, and analyze whether you really want to take an innocent girl to the hell that you and I barely survived. He watched her turn around, but he could barely move. He brushed his hair back, and when he felt himself hitting that closed door, he slid to the floor, feeling the tears in his eyes, tears he thought he couldn't even produce anymore. Saying goodbye to Cuddly hurt in a way, but maybe it was because without her, the idea of facing Elisa with his family made him feel cruel, heartless, and completely selfish. Chapter 10. He woke up with a heavy sigh, slowly turning to stare at his bedroom ceiling. He was still holding the pillow that helped him fall asleep and slightly relieve the heartburn that aggravated his gastritis, a condition he actually takes little care of, especially in those moments of depression when he indulges in excess and craves overly spicy foods. A lump formed in her throat as her eyes filled with tears again. When she got home, she cried everything she'd been bottling up. She hadn't checked anything Andromeda had given her. She only asked the driver, who had taken her to the dance school, about the flower arrangements, even though he had no idea what she was talking about. Before going downstairs, he was the one who handed her a sealed envelope, one of those she'd come to recognize, but she hadn't opened it yet. She didn't even have the strength to get up, but when she realized she couldn't stay in bed the whole time, she finally did. She opened her eyes wide at the warm discharge she felt between her legs, left the pillow, and quickly stood up, noticing the red stain on the bed. It can't be, he complained, shaking off the misfortune that had finished putting the cherry on his cake of bitterness. Why today? Why today? Why today? She grabbed her cell phone and headed for the bathroom. She only had questions from her friends, who were concerned about the phone being off and her early arrival, which Carlos of course noticed, but there was no response from the people she was expecting. She took off her pajamas and immediately, after putting on her cap to protect her still-defined curls, she jumped in for the shower. She'd take a better shower later for her date, but she couldn't believe that on that very day, just when she didn't need it, her period had decided to come a whole week early. Why that day? Right now, Elisa Ram's mind was in complete chaos. Like the disaster a tornado leaves behind in a city. Everything seems meaningless, upside down, and the last thing she could think of was the certainty of being able to put everything back together, because she felt another threat of an even worse event in the air. With the warm water running over her body, she couldn't stop her thoughts from running back, the ones that had arrived with the force of a ball of destruction. It was clear she couldn't return to the club. She was fired. Although she doesn't quite understand the reasons, she can guess that they were in the envelope she hadn't opened. But could it have been Blastos' request? What did she do wrong that made him not want to hear from her anymore? She swallowed, staring at the shower gel in her hand for a full minute, immersed in the thought that made her skin crawl, but not in a comfortable way, but in that ugly way that filled her palate with bitterness. What if it's true? What if what's weighing on her now is reality, and that's why the club has let her go? She blinked as things began to unravel in her head. Who could possibly have enough money to give her so much these days? Who could possibly be described as attractive or very handsome? Who could possibly have the ability to challenge her in the morning and treat her like a little girl, but at night call her and declare her his? Her breathing became labored, and all her skin under the warm water prickled at the thought. Suddenly, Blastos was no longer in darkness. He had those piercing, beautiful blue eyes, that tall body that towered over her by far, that challenging smile that almost became a seductive smirk, those strong hands that could hold her firmly, and a mouth she'd already tasted. She closed her eyes when she found herself easily enveloped in Ramon's perfume, when she understood that the man she had built in the fantasy world that was the Elisa Carrillo Club, in that space where it was her alter ego Cuddly who took the reins, was not far from the one who in real life drove her crazy so many times. But she could not deny that he stirred her desire and aroused her will. She gasped, shaking her head when it was no longer two people taking her, squeezing her, and in deep voices declaring her theirs. But just one person, just him. She didn't know how to feel about that idea, because what it did to her was indescribable and not necessarily positive. And if it was real, had he known all along? She tried to escape the chaos of her thoughts. She took a proper shower, and when she finished, she wrapped herself in a fluffy robe, feeling the damage the night before had wreaked on her. Even the bath hadn't erased the swelling on her eyelids, because Elisa cried herself to sleep. Of course, now that she had taken the tampon, she understood a little better where the increased sensitivity had come from. After putting it on and slipping on a pair of cotton panties, she sighed softly and headed toward the closet where all her bags were. She grabbed some comfortable clothes, because even though it was Saturday and she wouldn't have that special client who hadn't left her mind in the early hours, and it was already after 7 in the morning, she was probably going to need several hours to get ready for that appointment. Should she apply her golden rule to Ramon? Generally, when Elisa went out with someone, she expected the person who asked her out, be it a fling, her friends, or even her sister, to confirm the date of the outing or contact her to arrange details. If they didn't, she wouldn't bother getting ready. But should she do the same with him? When she looked at her bags, she didn't hesitate to sit on the closet floor. She grabbed hers first, pulling out her club bodysuit. It was then that she desperately checked because her bunny mask wasn't anywhere to be found. In fact, only her boots and bodysuit were there. "They kept my mask," she whispered sadly, feeling the new birth of tears. I hold the bodysuit out in front of her, her only reminder of her experience at the Elisa Carrillo Club. At first glance, it was nothing more than an article of clothing, and perhaps in the end, that's how it should be seen. Perhaps Elisa has invested too much sentimentality in a space she came to out of sheer necessity, and from which she gained more than she expected, including that emotional breakdown. She grabbed all her clothes and combined them with her dirty clothes. She'd do all the laundry that day. She was about to return to her room to remove the stained sheets when she noticed the other bag. It was sleek and made of black leather, similar to the ones doctors carry in movies. She was surprised to find it heavy, but she carried it to the bed, where when she unzipped it, she could only open her eyes wide. "Oh my God," he expelled. "Good morning." The abrupt arrival of her two friends caused the young woman to cover her bag with her sheet. Patricia and Carlos frowned at each other. They were carrying what looked like milkshakes and waffles because something in the bags they were carrying smelled really good. "Close it, close it, close it," Elisa said quickly. They complied without hesitation. Carlos and Patricia left their things on the young woman's dresser and, curious, headed over to her. She removed the sheet from the bag, revealing the contents. "Oh my God," Carlos and Patricia exclaimed simultaneously. Elisa couldn't believe her eyes. She opened her purse and emptied the money onto her bed. Bundle after bundle fell onto it, including the long red leather box she'd taken herself. She smiled weakly as she opened it, seeing the beautiful necklace, Blastos' last gift. "Elisa, where did you get this?" Patricia asked, taking one of the bundles. Can they pay you for dance club benefits? She asked, looking at her friends. What? Carlos frowned, looked at Patricia and then at Elisa Rom, then understood the question. Did they fire you? The young woman pouted, so her friends didn't hesitate to go up to her, pick her up, and offer words of encouragement. Amidst this warmth and unique support, Elisa Rom couldn't hold back her feelings and wept uncontrollably, recounting what had happened. She spoke of her dressing room with flowers, her gift necklace, and how they carried her out before the end of the first hour. Seeing the bloodstain on the sheet, Patricia took it upon herself to remove everything. They arranged the money, purse, and necklace in a corner near the pillows to cover them with if necessary. And they listened attentively to the wounded Elisa Rom, who said she had done something wrong with Blastos because she didn't really understand the reason for her dismissal. When he looked into Patricia's eyes, he lowered his gaze to what he was thinking, and after shaking his head, he stood up. My head is a mess, but yesterday before we started dancing, I talked to Andromeda. Her friends nodded. She said that sometimes dancers and clients live together without knowing it, and that it wasn't the first time she saw a dancer having feelings for her client. But she gave me the impression that all of this is a product of the fantasy that the club sells. She swallowed, but that resonated with me. That idea that I've lived with Blastos resonated a lot. How? Patricia asked. I thought about Ramón, he confessed. The two friends opened their eyes wide. And it would make sense. Perfect sense. She gasped at the weight on his chest and began to walk in a straight line. The man I've built in my mind, still faceless, has Ramon's presence and confidence, has his scent. In her eyes, she turned to Patricia, who raised both eyebrows at her. You said it the other time, she has blue eyes. Oh my God. Elisa Rom touched her churning stomach. Have I danced for Ramón Sáenz, or have I wanted to dance for him? She asked desperately. When I entered that booth, I stopped. Cuddly will take control, Andromeda advised me, and it was easier since then. She began to speak quickly, but the moment my mind connected, the man who wanted to have me was him. Without a doubt it was him. She frowned. I thought it was the only way for a man like Ramón to notice me, because I was aware of who he is in the real world, and he is still a client, whom I like and have always liked. He spoke quickly, but his personality made me close myself off to any idea of even feeling attractive when I was in front of him, but now he was always in me. Agitated, she paced up and down again. I had wet dreams every night where both of them were giving it to me. Patricia opened her eyes wide. And it's because I liked the idea of those two versions of the same man, one who was madly in love with me, wanting me with rage and passion, and the other who was being conquered by me. She looked at her friends. Just me. Like that. She pointed at herself. And now that we're kissing. What happened? The young man's screams catapulted Sergio from his bed, who opened it without thinking, eliciting another scream from the three of them, who with the agility of their nerves covered the money, the purse, and everything with their bodies, sitting close together on the bed. Dad, Elisa Rom scolded, you have to play. I'm sorry, honey. I thought something had happened to you. Sergio sighed. He was half asleep. Good morning, guys. How did you get in? By the cafeteria. Alejandra is already serving. Patricia replied, smiling at the gentleman. We left you some waffles in the dining room and a blackberry and strawberry smoothie, your favorite. Sergio just started laughing. Thank you, daughter. Welcome. They both smiled. Did you bring anything for Alejandra? If not, to go have breakfast with her. That girl is worrying me. Alejandra had decided that they would also open on Saturdays. After all, even though there is only one debt, she doesn't expect her father to spend so much time at that company working for free. Yes, sir, we brought her something. Go scold her and tell her to come watch a movie with us, Carlos recommended. Yes, that's what I'll do. I'll let them continue with their secret meeting. He greeted his youngest daughter with a smile, and she didn't hesitate to greet him with a kiss on the cheek. He told her they would have breakfast in the dining room, but he needed to talk to his friends first. Sergio knew those three were up to something, but he wasn't going to mistrust his daughter or her friends, so he kissed her hair and left the room. The young woman sighed heavily and simply walked back to the closet. She grabbed her purse and pulled out the black envelope, breaking the seal in front of her confused friends. Miss Cudley, she read. On behalf of the entire Elisa Carrillo Club and your client, we appreciate your service and excellent entertainment during the days you have worked for us, but we find it necessary to terminate our employment relationship. She swallowed. You will receive a payment as compensation and appreciation for your services. We hope your time at our club has been fruitful and enriching. He sighed heavily as he watched the boys. At least they killed you. Carlos's response made Elisa smile. When the three saw each other, they didn't hesitate to check the money they were still sitting on. Each bundle had nothing but $100 bills. They began counting, discovering there were 50 bills in each one, and then 10 bundles. That's $50,000, Elisa said, almost without strength in her voice. They gave me $50,000. I won't get that much if I get fired right now, Carlos said, earning an elbow from Patricia. What madness! Elisa was on her knees before the money, but then she sat down on the floor. Everything was spinning inside her again. What a crazy few weeks it's been. How much has this young woman experienced? Going from a peaceful life with her father and sister to caring for a man who not only drives her crazy, but also turns her emotions upside down. Dancing for money in an exclusive club, receiving some she'd only seen in movies, suffering for money, suffering for her family, discovering family secrets, and now finding herself caught in the middle of this idea where one man was the two who'd driven her crazy. When Patricia stood before her, the young woman raised her tearful gaze and shook her head. I don't know what's happening or what I should feel. I'm confused and I don't like feeling this way. I didn't want this. She began to speak quickly. I just wanted to make some money to help my family. But suddenly it turned out that it wasn't $100,000 that was needed anymore, but $300,000, and now I have all this money here, a pain in my chest, and the feeling that worse things are coming, horrible things. Carlos took her trembling hand. What if Ramón is Blastos? She asked her friends. What if he's known all this time? I liked his kiss. I really loved his kiss, and I like Ramón in a way I didn't want to accept. But what I felt for Blastos has a different flavor. It's more. She gasped at the lack of air in her chest. It tastes like fantasy, and I like that idea. She nodded, wiping away her tears, because that way he lasts longer in me and for me. If it's Ramón who's been behind that glass all this time, how will I compete with what he's already had? Her friends just sighed, inviting her to do the same. I think your period is talking right now, Patricia answered. Carlos nodded. Elisa, you are a goddess, the goddess of curves. If Ramón Sáenz is the one who has been behind that glass, then it was Ramón Sáenz who fell at your feet. He pointed out confidently, and he did it in that world, in the club, in that fantasy place as you say, and also outside of it. Yes, because he was the one who kissed you. She turned to Patricia. It wasn't Blastos, it was Ramón, and if he did it, it's because he wants you. It's because he likes you, and because he wanted to. Don't let all the mess of ideas you're carrying right now make you doubt your beauty, both physical and internal. Elisa sighed slowly, letting Patricia wipe her wet cheeks. She hadn't cried this much since her mother's death, and it was making her uncomfortable. What if it's him? Should I tell him? The young woman asked. Patricia and Carlos looked at each other for a few seconds. Maybe he doesn't know, but what have they told him about my farewell? We don't know, but it's clear that something big happened. Patricia was confident, sitting on her lap in front of her friend. I think now all that's left is for you to gather all the money you have and give it to your sister or your dad. That's the first thing, Carlos added, because even though the debt is in one place, they still have a debt. And it's huge, Elisa replied, nodding. He closed his eyes after sighing. He tried to gather his thoughts, and when he turned back to his friends, he smiled at each of them. Standing tall, he picked up a bundle of money, which he divided into 2 equal parts, giving each to Carlos and Patricia, whose eyes widened. So you can move into your apartment as soon as possible, she told Carlos, who shook his head with a pout. And so they can buy that stove your mom talks so much about for your house, and replace the heater because the coldest winter days are coming, he whispered to Patricia, who lowered her gaze, filled with tears. Elisa smiled as she took them in her arms. No one protested, though they were eager to do so. They knew the young woman wouldn't accept rejection at that moment. The three of them wiped away their tears and sighed as they stood up. They put the rest of the money in their purse, leaving the bed made. Elisa changed the sheets and locked her room when her friends left with breakfast for the three of them. Although her head was in turmoil, right now she had to focus her thoughts on one thing: counting all the available money to make the first smart credit payment, which she was going to put toward her dinner, for which she still hasn't received an update, but she hopes nothing will cancel it. They celebrated when Alejandra returned home with Sergio in tow. The young woman has been worried about the enormous debt her father had acquired with that company. While she had hoped Elisa would be the same, it seems the young woman is currently experiencing a new experience with the man she least expected, at least not for her, because Alejandra always noticed something different about that explosive interaction. They say 6 customers left yesterday because a couple was kissing so passionately that it seemed like they might tear each other's clothes off at any moment. He whispered in the kitchen, making Elisa's eyes widen. Who told you? The cameras. Alejandra simply shook her head. What deal did you make with the employees, because none of them said anything? She asked. Please don't say anything, he asked, turning to his father. I don't want Dad to think badly of him or me. I highly doubt that will ever happen. Elisa Dad will never think badly of you of him. She thought. Maybe so, but you shouldn't worry. I erased the moment from the system. Elisa finally sighed. But I must admit that kiss was awesome, the young woman completed, making her sister laugh. It was super sexy, super confident, and I must confess that I wanted to bring him home to do other things to me. Alejandra raised an eyebrow. Yes, I later remembered Dad's golden rule. She sighed. But it was burning me. She swallowed, looking at her sister. Do you think it's wrong? Her sister sighed, looking at her for a few seconds. I don't think it's wrong. You just have to be careful, Alejandra replied. He's a man who's 10 years older than you and more than just an age. It's clear that he's also older than you in experiences and life experiences. Elisa nodded. So you have to be very sure about how much you're going to get involved with him. If it's something to pass the time, to get your feelings off your chest, no feelings at all. She nodded again. I don't want you to end up hurt by this guy. Even worse now that we know that we're not going to get rid of that family for a long time. The two turned toward the dining room, where Sergio was laughing out loud while Carlos, relaxed and confident, told him about his latest conquest. You're not doing this because of that debt, are you? Alejandra asked. What? No, it's not like that. Elisa sighed heavily. I do like him, and I think after that kiss I can say that he likes me too. Alejandra nodded. And today I have a date with him. Her sister's eyes widened. He'll come for me at 7, although he hasn't called or written to me yet. And will you apply your rule to him? I don't know. She just denied, sighing heavily. You see, there are things I want to talk to you about. Not today, maybe tomorrow. Alejandra nodded without hesitation. Today I want to be at peace, as much as I can. You know you can talk to me about anything, Elisa and I think you should. The girl frowned. Apply your rule. It's still early, and I might call or write to you. But if not, don't even bother getting ready. Let her know that your time and emotions aren't going to be trifled with. Elisa smiled at her sister, who hugged her shoulders. The two brought some chopped fresh fruit, more butter and honey for the assortment of waffles and pancakes the guests had brought. At the table, surrounded by family and friends, Elisa regained her spirits, appetite, and energy. The events combined with her menstruation undoubtedly resulted in a sensational surge, but she was going to survive that. She just hoped she'd also survive that night. While she didn't expect anything more to happen, even though she had wanted to before she came down, right now the idea of telling Ramón the truth weighed more heavily on her. In case he was Blastos, she'd tell him she was cuddly, or she'd tell someone she was starting to trust how she became a dancer at the exclusive club. Elisa I'm going out with Ramón Sáenz today, she quickly confessed, looking at her father with wide eyes. Silence reigned in the dining room. Everyone looked at each other, but the young woman couldn't tear her gaze away from her father's, who blinked rapidly. He looked at his eldest daughter, the children, and after a sigh, back at his Elisa What could she say at that moment? The kids looked at each other when Sergio stood up, and in a slightly serious tone, asked his youngest daughter to join him for a private conversation. Alejandra looked at her sister, who just sighed and put down the cup of coffee she'd been drinking, nervous about dropping such a bombshell in that manner. How treacherous Elisa Ram's thoughts were at that moment. Between the idea of knowing who Blastos was, the need for Ramón to write or call her to confirm the appointment so she wouldn't have to apply the golden rule, the farewell to the club, the amount of money stashed in different places in her room, and her period as the icing on the cake, the young woman was undoubtedly going to lose her mind in no time. She smiled weakly as she entered her parents' room. She had fond memories of her. Sleepovers with her mom, girl-friendly days spent applying face masks and watching a cheesy movie, hair care days where she and Christina spent hours searching for natural masks and treatments for their similar curls. The young woman sighed and only managed a weak smile when she noticed a pillow covered in a t-shirt she clearly recognized. She turned to look at her father, who just scratched the top of his head, sighing softly. "It doesn't smell like her anymore, but it gives me comfort," he explained softly. Elisa Ram just nodded. He sat on the edge of the bed and raised his gaze to Sergio, who didn't quite know what to say or how to say it, because he didn't understand where the need for that moment alone with his youngest daughter came from. "My dear, what you just said is," she swallowed, "is it real? Do you have a date with Ramón?" He pursed his lips when the young woman nodded, but sighed heavily. "Do you want to explain, or rather, tell me, when it happened? How did it happen?" The girl lowered her gaze. "Because up until a few days ago, you were screaming that you didn't want him in the cafeteria anymore. You cried to me that I shouldn't ask him for money, and you even threatened to knock out his teeth or his balls if he kept bothering you. Because that's what happened, right? Did he bother you?" "That's what I thought, Dad," Elisa Ram replied. Sergio just nodded. "Look, maybe I didn't say it right, but I don't want you to misinterpret things. It's just dinner, da." Her father nodded again. "He asked me yesterday, and I said yes, dot." The young woman sighed softly. "I like him, dot," he confessed. "Maybe I'm not so sure yet how to interpret those two words, but it's the truth. I like him, and I think he likes me. I know he likes you." "That?" Sergio just smiled weakly and sat next to his daughter, who adjusted herself to look at him with those big, expressive brown eyes. "Before our lives changed again with my diagnosis and this need for money, one morning when you were still in college, I told Ramón that I wasn't feeling well." She nodded. "And I was actually considering even closing the cafeteria, and I told him that our relationship might be over." "Why did you never tell us that?" "I don't know, my love. Certainly keeping things from you hasn't been my best decision." Elisa Ram just denied it. "Sometimes I feel like we're on a sinking ship and I do everything I can to get the water out, to cover the cracks. But when I see you in the same position, with the same fear, with the same urgency, I realize that the only thing that should matter to me is putting the life jacket on you." Elisa Ram gasped as she looked into her father's eyes. She took his hands when she noticed he was emotional. "The week after that conversation with Ramón, you saw him for the first time. You called him Ramiro, do you remember?" She nodded with a warm smile. "It was the first time I saw that man smile, and I saw it in his eyes. I saw the way he looked at you, the way he studied your face while you served him coffee. I think you were being kind because you didn't know who he was. I disliked him that day. I saw it in you too. I saw that and the impression that Ramón Sáenz usually has with girls, with people in general." She just swallowed. "It's not easy for me to understand that my daughters will have to leave that sinking ship. In the end, that's what I want. But I don't want them to jump into the sea without knowledge, without knowing how to swim, in the middle of the storm without understanding where to go. Dad, I know, my love, I know you're an adult. I know you have free will. You know the consequences of the decisions we make, but I don't want you to be hurt. It's my duty as a father to protect you as much as I can, from the world and from that dark side that love possesses." "It's a little early to talk about love," Elisa Ram whispered softly. "I like Ramón. When we're not challenging each other, when I don't want to kick his balls in the butt, I feel comfortable with him. But this is nothing more than dinner, just dinner." Sergio sighed, squeezing his daughter's delicate hand. "I want to ask you some questions. Don't take this the wrong way. I just want to put my heart at ease, okay?" She nodded. Doesn't this dinner have anything to do with the loan I made to the Sáenz company? Elisa swallowed, looked at her father, and then shook her head. No, no, Dad. It has nothing to do with it, she answered softly. Yes, I asked him to check that everything you signed and took was correct and okay. Sergio frowned. The day you went to make that loan, Alejandra and I did too. We arrived after you left, I suppose. We were going to meet with Ramón, but he didn't arrive, the young woman sighed. On the way out we ran into his father, Dinko Sáenz. Sergio nodded. And we didn't like him. That's the truth. We didn't like his presence, his gaze, his voice it was. Even something. The young woman shuddered. I don't think I trust him, and that's why I asked Ramón to check that everything was okay. I understand your concern and I appreciate it. But Mr. Dinko greeted me cordially and was very respectful. He listened to my case and understood immediately. She just sighed, nodding. In the end, everything is through the smart credit company, right? Okay, Dad, what's the other question? Are you really going to teach at the school where Carlos works? Elisa tried to keep her face calm, but she gave a nervous smile that Sergio undoubtedly interpreted differently. What? She asked, trying not to be caught out. What's the point of that question? Considering that your appointment caught me off guard and seemed a bit surprising, I thought you might have been dating Ramón on those occasions. No, Dad, of course not. Elisa stood up. Seriously, the thing with Ramón happened after I found out about the loan you made. I called him to see if he knew about things, and he invited me to dinner. I said yes. Sergio nodded. I don't want to feel like I'm doing something wrong by going out with Ramón, because I don't. No, my love, of course not. Sergio stood up. I'm sorry, I didn't want to be here interrogating you. He took her by the shoulders, making her sigh. You're certainly old enough to decide who you want to go out with. I just want you to be safe and secure, in many ways, she nodded. Emotionally, physically, and sentimentally. I will be, Dad. You taught me to take good care of myself. He just smiled. And no matter what happens, I assure you that I will come to you with all the confidence in the world to ask for help or simply shelter. And you will have it. Daughter, you will always have it with me. Elisa didn't hesitate to hug her father, closing her eyes as Sergio pulled her against his chest and kissed her chestnut hair. The young woman sighed to release some of the pressure in her chest. She knew very well that right now she was too exposed, vulnerable, and sensitive, precisely in those parts, emotionally, physically, and emotionally. She didn't know where to direct her energies because the chaos in her head was burning them up like piles of test toys. Thinking about Ramón made her chest churn. Thinking about Ramón being Blastos soured her palate. Thinking about Blastos tightened the knot in her neck. Thinking about herself falling in love with a fantasy made her stomach churn. And then Elisa was a tangle of feelings and regrets that made her lose control. Come on, let's finish breakfast. Your sister is going to be especially worried. The young woman nodded, received the kiss from her father who with a warm smile saw as Elisa turn around in bed, take that pillow dressed in a feminine t-shirt and hug it to her chest until she closed her eyes, and then go with him. The children in the dining room sighed when they saw them return and take their places. In their exchanges, Elisa spoke to her friends and Sergio to his oldest daughter, but in the end, the message was the same. Everything was fine. Apparently, the boys had plans. They would go shopping at second-hand stores because Carlos needed coats, Patricia needed pants, and Elisa perhaps a rain jacket. As the tension dissipated, Carlos's cheerful voice took over again, unleashing laughter among those present by the end of breakfast when he declared himself an Olympic faggot, because he was sure that falling in love with a man must undoubtedly be considered an extreme and risky sport, especially in those times. Sergio just shook his head and listened attentively to the kids. He didn't always understand the youth slang or how they seemed to speak with music or phrases from the internet, but he enjoyed that sharing. With his full dining room, his happy daughters, and those adopted children on the weekends, feeling confident in his home. What the good man didn't know, at least not in depth, is that Patricia and Carlos enjoyed being in an environment where they were not only safe to be themselves, but also represented an area of peace, understanding, and above all, the trust that a home should offer to everyone. When they finished, he and his daughter Alejandra went down to the cafeteria. Of course, he shared his feelings about Elisa Ram's dinner with Ramón, but he listened attentively to Alejandra's wisdom. He liked it when his daughter spoke with confidence, almost as if she were giving a lecture on love, romance, relationships, and, above all, time. Like peacocks in their best colors, wearing fishermen's hats, the three boys waved goodbye to them as they went shopping. Elisa Ram's room was tidy, but with $5,000 Easter eggs left in safe and strategic places. On Monday, she would go to Smart Credit to make the first payment to her father's account. She only hoped that by then she would at least have Alejandra on her side, already knowing what Elisa Ram experienced at the Elisa Carrillo Club. Shopping with Carlos was undoubtedly an extreme sport, especially to stop him from spending his salary in just one store. When they saw him approaching the fitting room with almost 20 pieces, the girls simply shook their heads. "Didn't your dad like the dinner?" Patricia asked, as they both looked at a huge rack full of dresses. "Not much really. I know he was being careful with his words," Elisa Ram replied. But it was obvious that she seemed a bit strange to him, and honestly she is. They saw each other for a few seconds. "And well, it's almost noon and he hasn't called me," she whispered more softly. "Will you apply your law to him?" "Alejandra thinks I should, but the truth is, I do want to go to the dinner. To confirm if he's Blastos, or because you want to have dinner with him." The curly girl just denied it, sighing heavily. "I don't know. I'm trying not to go crazy with all the ideas that cross my head. Because Patricia, if Ramón is Blastos, read my letters." The girl nodded. "Literally, in one of them I told him that I wanted to hear him panting while he declared me his and put it in me, or something like that. And wouldn't you like Ramón to declare you his or stick it in you?" Patricia just laughed, noticing the young woman's blush. "The truth is I have no idea how I'm going to handle that. If it's real, I don't know how I'll react." She sighed heavily. "Before leaving the club, I told Andromeda to tell him to look for me. If she knew who I was, to look for me, and I told him how he should look to be able to identify him." Patricia leaned against the coat rack. "I think if Ramón comes dressed exactly like that, and carrying blue and lilac hydrangeas," she denied, "I'll run away." The two of them started laughing. There was nerves and doubts in the air. Elisa Ram was undoubtedly a sea of contradictory emotions. "Let's see. Tell me, what's the worst that could happen if Ramón is Blastos?" "Well, I think the first thing would have been to have danced like I did for him." Patricia nodded, raising a finger, "because what I did there I could never do in a studio or a presentation to a family audience." The girl started to laugh. "Too that I have touched myself a couple of times thinking about him." Patricia analyzed it, but raised the second finger, "And it is strange. I mean, in the morning I was seeing this man so perfect and handsome, but he brings out the worst in me, and I just want to hit him. But at night I was raging because he fucked me on the platform. But the point is, he can do it." Patricia sighed. "Elisa Ram, if Ramón is Blastos, you shouldn't feel guilty about kissing him and going to bed with him, because he's the man who made your hair stand on end, excited you, made you respond. The thing about Ramón is that when I think of him, I think of all the women he had. And you imagine Blastos pure and virgin?" Patricia's question made her burst into laughter, but she was soon blushing and shaking her head. No, clearly not. It's just that." She tried to organize her thoughts. "Okay, I'm seeing it this way. Ramón is an attractive man and everything, right?" Patricia nodded. "But he's been connected to my family through work, through loans, through everything except for what he makes me feel. And when I see him, I think about how many beautiful women with the demeanor of supermodels or supermodels have not actually been in his bed. And Blastos was," she sighed softly. "Blastos was mine. I felt he was only mine. I drove him crazy. I set him on fire. There was nothing before me, and there was going to be nothing after me because he wanted me." "And you think Ramón didn't?" Patricia's question made her look down. "Who do you think kissed you at the Elisa Ram Cafe? Ramón or Blastos?" She swallowed. "And who did he kiss? Cuddly or Elisa Ram?" The two of them just sighed. They jumped in place, their eyes wide open as the scream, from someone they already knew, spread throughout the enormous warehouse, drawing attention. They covered their faces and almost ran away when the excited Carlos roughly snatched a black dress from a woman's hands. "Elisa Ram Perez," he called her firmly. The girl stopped and just sighed, turning to him. "I found your date's dress." He placed it in front of her. "It's a Mugler from the 2020 collection. It's perfect, and it's your size." Carlos won't be able to reach my ass with that, she said. The two of them were already close to the excited boy, who pointed out that this beautiful rear end would not only be good, but also stunning. Explaining all the dirty and kinky details, he took his friend to the dressing room and handed her the dress. Although she had already designed a couple of dresses from her closet, she didn't hesitate to oblige her friend by trying on the famous dress, which Carlos himself claimed was an original from the fashion house. On the hanger, it looked very simple, but as soon as Elisa adjusted it to her body, she understood Carlos's excitement. The way it not only flattered her curves, but also gave it a different touch of elegance and vulgarity that Elisa undoubtedly liked. Her smile widened as Carlos walked out and gasped in wonder at what he was seeing, and Patricia simply nodded. No doubt that was it. Friend, are you ready to go to mass and then get hit like a blacksmith's hammer making a sword, and bang, and bang, and bang? Carlos applauded, and then he started to play, moving like a little snake. And like this, Ramon, hit me hard like this. I gasp in a thin voice. Hit me with hate, strangle me daddy, bite my buttock, so that it sounds like the ovation for best movie, with everyone standing and applauding. Ah, how delicious. The youthful jubilation was not long in coming when two older women poked their heads out of their dressing rooms and looked at them with seriousness and a hint of reprimand. Come on, we all like to be hated, like they don't know us, the boy told them, making them deny it, but then they burst out laughing when the two ladies agreed. Excited by her newly purchased designer dress, Elisa let herself be enveloped by the energy of her friends. They wandered around the thrift store area. She bought a couple of purses and her rain jacket, enjoyed a fruit smoothie with chips together, and as they were heading back, because she was planning to shave her whole soul off, even though nothing would happen, she felt the vibration of her cell phone. He sighed at them watching Ramon's call run, but answered at the last ring. Hello, she greeted softly. Her friends noticed how the young woman blushed. He left the room to take the call in the living room, because his sister and father were still in the cafeteria. Hello, he replied, sighing heavily, standing up and walking over to her window. When they fell silent, Elisa simply shook her head, settling into the chair. Are you going to cancel me? He asked. What? No, I won't. The young woman closed her eyes. I wanted to call you sooner, but I had a meeting with a supplier and I was organizing a trip I'll have tomorrow. Are you leaving? Where to? To Washington, just for a week, but I have to get everything organized. Carter will be coming with me, so we'll have to make sure nothing important is left unresolved. We can go out to dinner when you get back, if you're too busy. No, Elisa Ramon pushed his hair back. I need to see you. The young woman sat down again. There was a kind of pleading in the gentleman's voice. I need to see you, she repeated. I need what you have, what I don't know how to explain, but it does me. It does me good. The young woman only gave a weak smile. I think there are things we need to talk about, important things we need to talk about, but before that, I want to ask you something. What is it? Don't go. The answer made her frown. She took a pillow and pressed it to her chest, feeling emotional. Don't go. Don't take me out of your life. Don't stay away from me because... Ramon just shook his head. I don't know how to do this. I don't understand half of what I'm feeling. But when I'm in front of you, Elisa that half that I don't understand stops making sense. I don't care anymore. Are you confused too? He just shook his head, pressed his forehead against the glass of his office window, and nodded. I am, he replied in a whisper. I'm not sure how this night will end, but I need to see you. Our date is still on, and the next one is up to you. But if I have to ask you for something, it's that you don't leave me. It's clear we need to talk. It is. They both sighed at the same time. I'll see you at 7. Be punctual, like the rude fool who used to come to the cafeteria and call me little girl. Ramon's laughter made her smile. You're still my little girl, Elisa She pouted, my sweet-smelling little girl, who's driving me crazy. He couldn't even answer at that moment. What do you say to those words? I'll be there at 7, and don't tell your father what time you'll be back. Maybe you won't. That doesn't sound nice, but rather threatening and scary. They both started laughing. Ramon just shook his head. I'm sorry, but when I said it, it wasn't as romantic as when I thought it. You're not the romantic type, of course. Ramon just sighed softly. No, I'm not. I never have been. she swallowed, hearing Ramon's heavy sigh. I'll arrive on time. Even at night, little girl. Even at night, sir. Elisa sank into the fetal position in the armchair, her face flushed with the conflicting emotions that overwhelmed her. Ramón silently clenched his fists at his sides and approached the desk. He took the cigar and took such a deep drag that the smoke came out of his nose, intensely. His eyes fell on the beautiful arrangement of lilac and blue hydrangeas Carter had obtained. Francisco had already ironed one of his best black suits, without a tie, and hadn't slept well. He thought about her, or rather, them, even though he knew she was just a person. He couldn't stop visualizing his cuddly, wrapped in leather and wearing red lipstick, like a tangible figure he could never say goodbye to. The thought of following Carter's advice and speaking the truth to Elisa was on his mind. It was at that moment, after taking another drag on his cigar, that his gaze fell upon the legal document his trusted lawyer had sent him that morning. The cuddly proposal was complete. However, would it be accepted?